Chapter 1, Neji Ascend. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Hyuga clan's branch family training ground, the sound of crackling echoed as Neji Hyuga diligently practiced his techniques. For palms, 16 palms. With hands wrapped in bandages, he executed dazzling palm techniques, profound and powerful. 32 palms. With a sharp crack, the final palm struck emptily. Neji lunged forward. The empty strike was intentional. As a member of the branch family, he lacked the qualification to learn the 8 trigrams palm techniques. At this moment, Neji's soul was that of a devoted fan of Hokage from another world. At the tender age of 5, he had traversed to this realm. He awakened the mightiest proficiency system. By merely repeating the techniques, he could gain proficiency and enhance his strength. As a branch family member, he dared not reveal his true abilities. He could only continue to conceal his power, leading others to regard him as a worthless underachiever, the subject of their ridicule. Footsteps approached as he struck the final empty palm. "Hey, Neji, still practicing this late?" The speaker, with a mane of silver hair, was filled with arrogance. He was none other than Hyuga, Neji's older brother. If I am not mistaken, just before he slipped, he was practicing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Beside him stood Aoteon Hyuga, who was a year older than Neji. The two were the most gifted of their generation in the branch family. For years, they had relentlessly mocked and oppressed Neji, a worthless fool, attempting to master the 8 trigrams 64 palms, merely a delusion. You would be better off taking on some menial tasks like rescuing cats or delivering messages to earn a bit of coin, lest you starve in the future, Ainshur scoffed derisively. "Brothers, I have completed my training. If you wish to use the training ground, I shall take my leave," Neji replied. "Leave?" Seeing Neji attempt to slip away, the two exchanged glances. Ainshur's eyes darkened. "I heard you received lavish praise from Lady Hinata before Lord Izashi. As a branch family member, how dare you curry favor with the main family? What a bold move, kid." At the mention of the branch family, Neji's brow furrowed slightly. Aoteon chimed in. He seems unaware of his own status, thinking that by pleasing the young lady, he might one day stand above us and order us around. Oof. The hatred in their gazes was palpable. "Brothers, you have misunderstood. It is merely Lady Hinata's kindness. I shall take my leave now." Neji had no desire to entangle himself with these two minor characters. "Want to leave?" Ainshur reached out, aiming for Neji's neck. The sound of rushing wind sliced past his ear. Through the perspective of his Byakugan, he could see nearly 360 degrees without blind spots. Neji effortlessly evaded the attack. Ainshur, he activated his Byakugan. "Did you see? He's challenging you." Aoteon's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and anger evident. Ainshur snorted coldly. He charged swiftly towards Neji. Neji reluctantly turned to face him. "Huh." As a palm came at him, Neji easily sidestepped. Well, Ainshur was taken aback that Neji could evade his 2 strikes. Again, he struck once more, but Neji dodged again. However, the previous palm was as faint his other hand was already poised, descending with force. Ainshur believed he had the upper hand, but Neji simply took a light step back, effortlessly evading all attacks. He retreated 2 more steps, indifferently stating, "Brother, I cannot defeat you, I concede." "Concede?" Ainshur's eyes widened, fury boiling within. "Aoteon, did you hear that? He evaded all my attacks, and then conceded." Veins bulged on Ainshur's forehead, his anger palpable. Aoteon leaped forward. The two activated their Byakugan simultaneously. "A worthless fool like you has no right to be part of the branch family. No, you are unworthy to be part of the Hyuga clan. Weren't you so impressive? You've trained tirelessly over the years. Those who know would assume you're honing your skills, while those unaware might think you're performing tricks. You've made no progress at all." Neji continued to retreat until he collided with a wooden post behind him. "Today, if we don't show you some real consequences, you might think you don't recognize your 2 elder brothers." They were merely elder brothers from a different branch family in terms of lineage. Neji's father held a far superior status than theirs, and Neji's grandfather was the previous head of the clan. When did he fall to being trampled upon by such individuals? "I heard Hanabi's strength has been increasing. Once Hinata, That worthless heir of the main family loses her status. You will have no support. Neji's eyes widened, a glint of killing intent flashing within. He positioned his hands, releasing chakra from his chakra points. The years of arduous practice manifested at this moment. With a firm gesture, he pivoted to the right, and as he spun, his chakra materialized, stirring a tempest of chakra around him. 8 trigrams. Return heaven. Neji shouted in fury. Chapter 2. Return heaven. Infuse nature transformation. Return heaven. The two reacted but were caught off guard. This surge of chakra. Neji's spinning speed quickened. It was the authentic return heaven of the 8 trigrams. The two were immediately engulfed in a vortex of chakra, rapidly propelled outward. This was not a technique that a branch family member should have, especially not one deemed a bottom feeder with poor talent. They were propelled 5 or 6 meters away, landing with a resounding thud, as Aotion and Inshur crashed to the ground. Damn it, you. Inshur, having struck harder, felt the impact more severely, momentarily at a loss for words. Return heaven? You little brat actually learned return heaven? Aotion struggled to rise, exclaiming. Meanwhile, Neji remained unperturbed. This familiar technique he had practiced against wooden posts at least 20,000 times. Indeed, from the moment he learned a technique, the system required practicing against a wooden post for 10,000 times before it could be used, and further practice was necessary to enhance its power. I saw my grandfather use it, there's no mistake. This is the authentic secret art of the Hyuga clan, 8 trigrams. Return heaven. Aotion furrowed his brow, sensing an imminent threat. Inshur, however, could hardly believe it. How could a worthless fool like you learn return heaven? And besides, no one would teach you. Could it be? Neji's breathing gradually steadied. It had been far too long since he had engaged in real combat, but dealing with 2 Chunin-level opponents was still relatively easy. Yet, in this impulsive moment, the true power he had concealed for so long was likely to be exposed. With that thought, Neji felt a tinge of regret. Ding! Training session concluded. Total proficiency gained. 496 points. The familiar notification chimed in Neji's mind. Basic Gentle Fist proficiency, 142 points. Return Heaven proficiency, 110 points. 8 Trigrams 64 Palms proficiency, 42 points. Detected that the host engaged in actual combat, resulting in a massive increase of 800 points in Return Heaven proficiency. Achievement unlocked. First defeat of a Chunin-level opponent. Reward. Infused Wind Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. Actual combat yields rewards? Why didn't this damned system inform me sooner? Hey, you two. A deep voice interrupted. It was the Jin Hyuga, a special jonin of the clan. Neji wisely took a step back. He was regarded as the clan's waste, and naturally, the special jonin would not concern himself with him. You two, are you causing trouble again? Not at all, Uncle Dejin, let me explain. Enough with the explanations, come with me. Dejin ignored Inshur's protests, grabbing the two and preparing to leave. Before departing, Neji caught a glimpse of the loathing in Inshur and Aotion's eyes. Seeing the waste able to use the return heaven they could not master, they were likely seething with rage. Let them report at this point. Neji was only concerned with the results of his practice that day. After dinner, Neji returned to his room and opened the system's attribute panel. Host, Neji Hyuga. Age, 13. Ninja basic skills including throwing techniques and all foundational skills proficiency progress. 80 reaching 100 completes the novice stage and activates the proficiency consumption system. Rank, Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Values in parentheses indicate proficiency. Reaching proficiency allows entry to the next stage. Achieving the initial comprehension stage permits true utilization. 10,000 proficiency for initial comprehension, 30,000 proficiency for mastery, followed by the stages of consummate skill, transcendence, and return to simplicity. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu, Gentle Fist, Acupuncture 265-003-0000, 8 trigrams. Return Heaven 174-203-0000, 8 trigrams. 64 Palms 119-603-0000, 00000, 8 trigrams. Empty palm 4740100000, 8 trigrams. 1 body strike 8976100000. Jinjutsu none. Bloodline limit. Byakugan 195 583 0000. Basic items. None. Advanced items. None. Special items. Infused Wind Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. Wind Attribute Nature Transformation. Detected the availability of Infused Wind Attribute Chakra for the ninjutsu. Return Heaven. Would you like to infuse it? Infuse. Neji contemplated briefly before deciding to proceed with the infusion. Merely gaining strength through conventional means no longer sufficed. He sought to embark on new ventures. At night, in a nearby open space, the dazzling brilliance was captivating as Kaiten came to a halt and the swirling winds lingered in the air. Ningxi, panting, gazed at his slightly trembling hands. After unleashing more than 10 consecutive strikes, is this truly my limit? With the addition of nature alteration, Kaiten's rotation felt as if aided by the heavens, becoming both more effortless and fluid. Ningxi sensed that his current Kaiten was indeed stronger than before, at least tenfold. After catching his breath, Ningxi steadied himself. Drawing in a deep breath, he resolved to attempt once more. As he activated his Byakugan, he was suddenly startled. "Who is there?" "It's me, your brother Ningxi," came the voice of Hyuga Hinata. Hinata timidly stepped forward, clad in a fluffy outer garment, her entire demeanor along with her gaze and hairstyle radiating an essence of cuteness. "Hinata, why are you still awake?" As he observed Hinata approach, Ningxi's expression softened. Ever since his rebirth, his entire clan had regarded him as a failure, but only Hinata treated him with such kindness, which made him unable to tolerate the insults hurled at her. Standing before Ningxi, Hinata quietly inquired, "Brother Ningxi, have you truly mastered Kaiten?" Chapter 3. The Test of Combat. Onion 1 Assessment. Ningxi chuckled softly. In comparison to the true strength of the Hyuga clan, this is hardly noteworthy. Hinata's face was filled with astonishment. "No, brother Ningxi, you are already quite remarkable." Ningxi was momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his lips. This silly younger sister always reminded him that the ninja world was not entirely devoid of warmth. Yet, as Hinata expressed her admiration, a slight frown creased her brow. "Brother Ningxi, the incident today, where you clashed with Brother Jintoki and the others, has already reached the ears of the elders. Has it spread so quickly?" Ningxi stroked his chin, realizing that if this matter escalated, it would be challenging to manage. The curse mark of the caged bird upon his brow was the greatest limitation, yet even without it, opposing his clan with his current strength would lead to a dead end. "I will provide a thorough explanation to the clan regarding that matter, you need not worry." "Very well. It is getting late, you should head to bed now." Ningxi wished to spare Hinata from unnecessary entanglements. She was merely a kind-hearted younger sister. "All right," Hinata murmured, her spirits visibly dampened. "What troubles you?" Ningxi inquired. "Father told me today that within a year, we must choose the heir among Hanabi, and me, the one not chosen, will be relegated to the branch family." Hinata's eyes were filled with distress. Ningxi understood that, like himself, she was not a failure, she was simply too compassionate to take harsh measures against her own sister. After a moment of contemplation, Ningxi placed a reassuring hand on Hinata's shoulder. "Do not fear, a year is a long time. I shall alter the fate of the branch family, and I promise you this." Though mere words of comfort, they ignited a spark of hope within Hinata's eyes. She lifted her head and nodded earnestly. "Yes, Lee, head over there." With a microphone in hand, Tintin dashed through the shadowy alleys of Konoha. Received. The ninjas moved with tension and swiftness. Rock Lee treaded lightly, cautious not to startle the cat cornered against the wall, when suddenly a figure descended from above. With a thud, it landed and a startled meow followed. "Ha! At last, you have fallen into the hands of Konoha's Azure Beast." Little Kitty, Might Guy cheerfully lifted the three-colored cat, which yowled in protest, desperately trying to escape as if confronted by a monster. "Truly impressive, Teacher Guy. Your speed is remarkable." No, Lee, you misunderstand. Power and speed are parallel. I've learned this. I shall remember it. Tintin remarked. What is so exciting about a cat-catching mission, anyway? Ningxi approached slowly and observed Guy and Lee acting rather absurdly, with Tintin smiling wryly beside them. Hey, Ningxi, why are you only just arriving? Have you become so slow that you can't even keep up with a cat? Tintin directly asked. Lee chimed in with a laugh. Ningxiken needs to put in more effort as a qualified genin. Such routine tasks should be a breeze, just like Teacher Guy. Ningxi smiled wryly. I shall certainly practice more. As Tintin spoke, she furrowed her brow. Speaking of which, the Chunin exams are approaching, and if you continue like this, you might hold us back. Chunin exams, Lee exclaimed. Teacher Guy scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile. Actually, we are a team. If Ningxi does not wish to participate, we shall refrain as well. Participate? Ningxi abruptly interrupted Mike Guy, his eyes gleaming with determination. If he recalled correctly, the Chunin exams would offer numerous opportunities for real combat. At that moment, he could seize the chance to gain substantial rewards through actual battles. This opportunity was not to be missed. The three stared at him in astonishment. The usually lackluster Ningxi wished to partake in the Chunin exams? Especially Guy, who became serious. Ningxi, the Chunin exams are no trivial matter. Are you certain you wish to participate? Absolutely. Very well then. I shall assess whether you three are qualified to enter the Chunin exams. In the abandoned training grounds of Konoha, jingle, jingle, jingle. Guy held two bells in his hands, a smile playing on his lips. I have just explained the rules to you. You may choose to go together or collaborate. Tintin and Lee exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. Particularly Tintin, who shot a glance at Ningxi, remarked, this is an affair. 3-0 Ningxi won't be able to contribute much at all, will he? Shaoli let out a sigh as well. However, Ningxi chuckled softly and inquired, as long as we obtain the bell, we can partake in the Chunin exam. We may employ any means necessary. At this moment, he merely yearned for an opportunity to engage in real combat. Of course, Guy affirmed once more. In that case, there's no choice but to push forward. Ningxi, strive to keep up with us. As Shaoli spoke, he began to unwrap the bandages on his hands, which bore weights. Wait a moment. I have been diligently training to enhance my strength recently, and I wish to gauge my abilities through this test. Allow me to handle this alone. Ningxi took 2 steps back, his expression turning earnest. No way. You must be jesting. One-on-one? Tion, and Shaoli exclaimed in astonishment. Guy, equally surprised, asked Ningxi, have you truly thought this through? I too long for a real battle with Teacher Guy. I absolutely must participate in the Chunin exam. This declaration revealed Ningxi's unwavering determination to everyone present. Shaoli and Tion, understanding the situation, instinctively retreated a considerable distance, with Tion murmuring, what a joke. How could Ningxi possibly seize the bell? Bang! An explosive sound erupted. Startling the two, they observed Ningxi and Teacher Guy already engaged in combat. With Ningxi taking the initiative, he struck with a palm, which Guy narrowly evaded, causing a massive hole to form in the tree behind him. Chapter 4. Deceptive Attack. Seizing the bell, Shaoli and Tion gazed in awe. Is this truly the so-called prodigal Hinata Ningxi, who is said to be a once-in-a-century talent? When did he hone his skills? Guy silently pondered, observing the serious expression on Ningxi's face. With that single strike, he had not even broken a sweat. Unbeknownst to him, Ningxi's strength had surpassed his expectations by such a margin. Truly, as a jonin, Guy's reactions were remarkably swift. Ningxi, not sparing any praise, focused solely on the bell in Guy's hand. Guy managed a faint smile and remarked, do not rush. I haven't called for the start yet. Ningxi disregarded him, stepping forward and forming hand seals. Byakugan. Guy sensed the shift and promptly stepped back. In that fleeting moment, Ningxi was capable of perceiving the environment around him. The refinement of his Byakugan had escalated dramatically. Ningxi struck forward with a palm. His speed incomparable to before. Guy, unable to evade in time, raised his hand to block, but was sent staggering back several meters. Ningxi, even during the Chunin exam, there are rules. Although Guy could withstand the surprise attack, he still felt compelled to fulfill his role as a teacher. Ningxi countered, Teacher, you mentioned real combat. In the realm of ninjas, there are no rules. With his words barely leaving his lips, he stepped forward. Almost simultaneously, Guy retreated. Clap.
Thud. Crack. Ningxiai unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, punches, elbow strikes, and sweeping kicks, each seamlessly intertwined, leaving no room for Guy to react. The gentle fist technique, amplified by the expansion of chakra, appeared to hold its ground. Yet Guy found himself steadily forced back. It seemed that the gentle fist was not merely a physical technique. As Guy spoke, he swiftly sought an opportunity to disengage. With a great leap, he jumped several meters back to create distance. Utilizing chakra strikes, especially against someone like me who struggles with chakra control, is utterly lethal. Guy appeared relaxed, yet he no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly unremarkable individual before him. It is precisely for this reason that I believe I have a chance to defeat someone of your caliber. A frenzy appeared in Ningxi's eyes, akin to a bloodthirsty desire, but it was not a malevolent intent. He simply yearned to grow stronger. As he spoke, he had already assumed a stance, his hands swirling like a coiling dragon. With a downward thrust of his leg, a bagua pattern emerged on the ground. Bagua. 64 palms. Nani? Ningxiayu? Guy's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. 2 palms. 4 palms. In a state of astonishment. He assumed a defensive posture, feeling the pressure far exceed his expectations, even contemplating the possibility of facing a student who had unlocked the 8 gates. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, each strike connected with Guy's body. And though Ningxi's movements and techniques were visible to the naked eye, they were utterly untraceable. 64 palms. The final strike landed squarely on Guy's abdomen, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, the force of the collision was sufficient to stir up a fierce battle. Enveloping the area in dust and debris, what just happened? Tian queried in astonishment before the dust settled. Xiaoli stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his thoughts. Ningxiai, when did you become this strong? Indeed, as they watched the dust dissipate, Tian squinted. Teacher Guy still holds the upper hand. In the arena, Guy stood with his arms crossed, eyes filled with determination, gradually rising from a crouched position. Meanwhile, Ningxiai lay on the ground, covered in dust and looking somewhat disheveled. Ningxiai, I never expected you to achieve such a level. Guy exhaled slowly, not sharing the same confidence in victory as Tian and Xiaoli. He had only managed to withstand that attack by opening the second gate, where he would have sustained internal injuries. At that moment, as the test concluded, Xiaoli and Tian rushed back. Ningxiai, I can't believe you are this strong, Xiaoli declared, utterly impressed, recalling how weak Ningxiai had been in the past. What exactly did you do to grow stronger? Can you teach me? Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tian also sighed in relief. Your strength has indeed increased, but do you really think you can defeat Teacher Guy alone? As the two exchanged words, Ningxiai slowly lifted his head and rose to his feet. Can I participate in the Chunin exam now? Saying this, he extended his hand, producing the sound of bells ringing in the air. The others turned to see the bell dangling from Ningxi's fingertip. Guy, taken aback, pulled out his own bell, realizing he had only one left. Did I win? Ningxiai won. Xiaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian was left speechless, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Guy, coming to this realization, couldn't help but chuckle. Good heavens, the final incomplete strike of the 64 palms was merely a feint. Ningxiai exhaled, acknowledging the immense pressure of battling a Jonin. Can I participate in the Chunin exam now? Yes, of course. Congratulations on passing the test. Guy laughed heartily, never expecting that the underperforming student of his would one day be able to spar with him, filling him with immense pride. Chapter 5. Challenge. A bet with the elders. What astonished Guy even further was Ningxi's capabilities. This fellow might very well amount to something in the future. After completing the day's tasks, Guy initially planned to discuss matters with Ningxiai. But Ningxiai departed early, citing family matters. Guy had heard rumors that Ningxiai often trained alone in the clan's practice grounds, initially thinking it to be a stubborn effort from a struggling student. Yet today's results had opened his eyes. Given Ningxi's abilities, it was reasonable for Guy to believe that this young man had not fully revealed his true strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of engaging in your first real battle with a Jonin. Reward. Usable lightning attributable chakra. Detected usable lightning attribute chakra in the technique. Bagua. 64 palms. Would you like to infuse it? Infuse. Upon receiving the reward, Ningxiai infused the lightning attribute chakra into the Bagua. 64 palms, and proceeded to the clan's training ground for further practice. He located a wooden post and began his usual movements. However, this time was different. Ningxi refined the techniques embedded in his mind, extracting his lightning attribute chakra. The sensation of chakra surging through his body felt like lightning, rapid and slightly numbing. Yet, the power seemed insignificant. Zzz. Each palm strike transmitted through Ningxi's techniques to the wooden post, but the results were not notable that as dusk fell. To avoid any further incidents, Ningxi decided to return to his room. How strange, the effects are not apparent. Regardless of the learning difficulty or practical utility, the Bagua 64 palms should not yield such results. Furrowing his brow, Ningxi felt exceedingly dissatisfied with today's practice. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he slowly activated the lightning attribute chakra within him, the subtle sensation of electricity coursing through his meridians spreading throughout his body. Could it be that the wooden post lacks meridians? He was momentarily taken aback, as if he had uncovered a hidden secret. "Ha!" he exclaimed thunderously, extracting an even greater surge of lightning chakra. The electrifying sensation coursing through him with wild abandon, it seemed imperative to find someone to test the efficacy of this technique. Practicing on a wooden stake was of no consequence. Moreover, he needed to seek out a formidable opponent. It was then that Neji realized that the 64 palms technique was designed to target an opponent's chakra pathways. And wooden stakes, lacking such pathways, rendered training considerably less effective than actual combat. This distinction set it apart from the heavenly spin technique. Furthermore, the opponent must be sufficiently powerful for him to truly grasp the nuances involved. Young Master Neji. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. I asked that Aunt Haru. "Please, come in." Hyuga Haru entered, a woman of gentle demeanor, appearing to be around 30 years of age. She served as Hinata's attendant. And she was the only one who still referred to Neji as young master, prompting him to recognize her immediately. "What trouble have you caused? The clan leader has called an emergency clan meeting. You must hurry." "Me?" Neji furrowed his brow slightly. Clan meetings were typically reserved for the clan's strongest members, and since he was summoned, it meant the discussions were pertinent to him. After some contemplation, it could only pertain to that one matter. Upon arriving at the assembly hall, a spacious room illuminated by a few candles, he found Hisashi seated at the head of the table, flanked by 2 rows of elders on either side. Most of them were significantly older than Hisashi, with only 2 or 3 from his generation present. The other attendees were younger ninjas standing at the back. All members of the Hyuga clan, representing the core strength of the family, each one a notable powerhouse. "Neji, I hear you have mastered the heavenly spin and have been practicing the 64 palms in secret?" Hisashi inquired directly. Spotting Jinshur and Aoyan lurking in the corner, Neji instantly understood the situation. There was no hiding it, yet it was not easy to explain why humble techniques pale in comparison to the legitimate heritage of the Hyuga clan. Pales in comparison. How can it be insignificant if it has injured both my grandson and my grandson's son? The elder closest to Hisashi was Hyuga Tenshu, Jinshi's grandfather, and Aoyan's maternal grandfather. Naturally, he was protective of his kin. "Clan leader, do not listen to this young brat's excuses. With his talent, what else could he be doing but pilfering knowledge?" Hisashi frowned slightly, knowing well the gravity of clan matters and not daring to take it lightly. Neji felt no guilt if I were merely pilfering. Why wait until now? The firmness in his tone was unmistakable. Tenshu, irked, raised his chin and continued to rail against Neji. "Don't act stubborn. You are often seen consorting with the main family." "Huh. I believe brother Tenshu need not be so hard on Neji. When Neji was still around, he certainly did not neglect you," interjected Hyuga Temu, his round face exuding kindness. This remark left Tenshu speechless and awkward. Upon hearing Neji's name, Neji's fingers trembled slightly. "Then, what do you propose we do? If we overlook his pilfering, can we simply dismiss the injuries inflicted upon my grandson and great-grandson?" Tenshu pressed, his demeanor aggressive. Temu glanced at Neji and smiled leisurely. The Chunin exams are about to commence. Given Neji's talent, if he secures a top position, it would elevate the Hyuga clan's reputation in the village. This would not only affirm his capabilities but also allow him to advance to Chunin, thereby genuinely contributing to the main family. If he can achieve this, we shall not pursue the matter any further. Hisashi's spirits lifted at this suggestion, and he nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good idea. At that moment, someone chimed in. "But what if he fails? I doubt he will succeed." "Neji, do you accept this challenge?" Hisashi asked. Seeing an opportunity, Neji quickly responded, "I am grateful for the elders' concern. I, Hyuga Neji, pledge that if I do not secure first place in this Chunin exam, I shall accept any consequence." "Humph, do not get ahead of yourself." Tenshu attempted to interject, But Temu smirked. Brother Tenshu, remember to leave room for leniency. Your grandson has had his share of troubles. We are all aware of it. So do not push too far. With that, Tenshu was left speechless. Chapter 6. Assemble. The Chunin exam begins before the eyes of all present at the clan meeting. Neji made his promise, which swiftly spread throughout the Hyuga clan. The name Hyuga Neji had long been associated with that of a failure in everyone's minds. To this day, aside from occasional rumors of Neji practicing alone against wooden stakes, no one had paid attention to the path of this so-called waste ninja. I see him practicing every day. It's simply because his talent is too poor. I acknowledge that hard work deserves respect, but he is an exception, a dreamer. Indeed, I suspect he has been pilfering secret techniques. Fortunately, Hinata's gentle nature has kept her from reporting him. I suspect he is trying to lure her. Do not speak so recklessly. Two women sweeping in front of the Hyuga clan's entrance fell silent upon seeing Hyuga Neji approach. Ah, it is young Master Neji. Where are you off to? They inquired with smiles, to which Neji merely returned a polite bow. Accustomed to such exchanges, there was no need for further words. He would let his strength do the talking in the upcoming Chunin exam. Oh, Lady Hinata. The two women suddenly brightened upon spotting Hinata, their demeanor changing entirely. Lady Hinata, you are participating in the Chunin exam, correct? You will surely succeed. However, as they approached, they were met with a cold shoulder from Hinata. She replied softly, then disregarded them as she hurried to catch up with Neji. Hinata. Neji turned to see her, offering a warm smile. Good luck in the exam, Hinata said, her cheeks tinged with pink. Likewise, do not forget to gather with teacher Yui Kurenai. Neji encouraged. Yes. After watching Hinata's figure disappear, Neji swiftly made his way to the wooded area in the back mountains. It was still early morning, and the air was filled with the sounds of chirping birds. This will do. Finding a sturdy tree, Neji began his training for the day. Ha! Ha! Neji panted, delivering his final strike. Drenched in sweat. He took a deep breath and opened his practice panel. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Proficiency, 9,999 10,000. A smile of satisfaction graced his face. His efforts had not been in vain during this time. New techniques. Even as his energy waned, Neji inhaled deeply, refining his chakra, entering a state of utmost concentration. 8 trigrams, empty palm. He struck the tree, which trembled violently, yet only a single leaf fell. The ground was littered with countless leaves. Ding! Congratulations, host. Proficiency in 8 trigrams, empty palm has reached 10,000. You have achieved the preliminary mastery level. Reward. Military ration pill x10. Neji mused to himself. It seems I can wish for what I desire. He quickly consumed one of the large military ration pills that had fallen before him. The taste was bitter and astringent. However, such bitterness was a trivial matter, for the military ration pill swiftly replenished his chakra and restored a bit of his strength. Neji, you're here so early again? A figure approached. Whoa! Tion exclaimed, startled as she drew near, observing the littered leaves beneath the tree Neji had been training against. How much training have you done? You've stripped this tree of its leaves. Just warming up. There's no need to push yourself so hard. You must understand, mere effort is insufficient. I hope you will use the right methods and avoid futile labor. Tion began to advise earnestly. Neji merely nodded, acknowledging her words. Soon, Guy and Lee arrived in succession, with Guy outlining the arrangements for the upcoming Chunin exam. Is there anyone in particular you are concerned about? Sometimes, studying your opponents can be beneficial. Guy said with a smile. Tion and Neji remained composed, while only Lee appeared animated. I do. There's a genius from the Uchiha clan among the newcomers. I am quite interested in him. Tion covered her face. Sigh. It's better to focus on our own team. Let us see if we can make it to the third round. I've heard the first and second rounds are conducted in a group format. It's fine. Young Master Neji will certainly not hold us back, right? Xiaoli eagerly gazed at Ningxi, who hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. After lunch, Ningxi seized the opportunity to engage in a brief session of training. At this time, Xiaoli should have been seeking trouble with Uchiha Sasuke, but he had little interest in doing so. After much contemplation, Ningxi concluded that focusing on enhancing his own strength took precedence. Whether to conceal his intentions or not seemed trivial now. By the time Ningxi arrived at the examination venue, it was already bustling with people. He quickly spotted a crowd gathered around a tall young man delivering a speech. Squinting his eyes, he recognized familiar faces: Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino had all gathered together. Rock Lee, though lacking in ninjutsu, was adept in taijutsu, making him a formidable opponent. The surrounded Yukushi Kabuto stroked his chin, removing the top card and pointing to the final one. This Hinata Ning Ci is a weakling with poor talent, hardly worth mentioning. Ning Ci paid no heed to the remark. Unexpectedly, a figure dashed forward. That white-haired one. What did he just say? Our Ning Ci has made significant progress. Don't underestimate him. Subsequently, Shaoli began to argue passionately with the individual, while Tian helplessly attempted to mediate. All the while, Ning Ci could only sigh, pondering whether this individual's actions were genuinely for his benefit or merely a hindrance. Silence. A sharp reprimand cut through the cacophony. Everyone turned their gaze to the center of the hall, where a menacing-looking man had appeared. Mori no Ibiki. Enough with the noise. Look at you. A mere Chunin exam has you all so frightened. Is it truly that daunting? He chuckled, casting a cold glare across the assembly, causing many to look pale. Time is up. Gather round. I hereby declare the Chunin exam officially commenced. Chapter 7. The rules of the ninja. Ibiki's imposing presence silenced all. Seizing the moment, Ning Ci grasped Shaoli's arm, and together with Tian, they entered the examination hall. Do not think of taking shortcuts. Everyone will be seated according to their assigned positions, and members of the same group will be seated far apart. At Ibiki's command, all the genin began to take their seats. Observing the flow of people beside her, Tian expressed her concern. What should we do? I had hoped we could help each other during the written test. But Ning Ci reassured her with a smile. Don't worry. I'm here, you. Tian's gaze was filled with skepticism. The first round was a written exam, exceedingly dull, for Ning Ci, who could use his Byakugan with ease. The answers seemed to come effortlessly. After smoothly obtaining the correct answers, he diligently completed the 9 major questions on his exam paper. He prepared 2 answers on scrap paper, crumpled them into balls, and placed them at the corner of his desk. Byakugan. Through the lens of his Byakugan, not only was his insight heightened, but his analytical ability regarding distance and angles was also remarkably precise. At 9 o'clock, 3.7 meters away, and Shaoli is 6.6 meters behind me at 6 o'clock, correct? That distance is manageable. Ning Ci took a deep breath, then closed his eyes to begin refining his chakra. Erupting chakra was a simple task. True mastery lay in extracting it in measured amounts. Heavenly spin. Despite the minimal chakra used, the power of the technique was reduced to an infinitesimal scale. However, the wind nature of the chakra caused the paper balls to spin, and after a half rotation, they accurately landed on Shaoli and Tian's desks. Think of such a method. Ning Siquin is becoming increasingly clever. Shaoli thought joyfully. As time ticked by, most genin utilized various means to acquire the correct answers. What about the last major question? Finally, someone inquired, as the rules on the exam paper clearly stated that the first round consisted of 10 questions, totaling 100 points. The final question? Ibiki stood, chuckling lightly. Listen closely. To answer this final question, you must adhere to a rule. You must choose to either remain or forfeit. If you choose to remain, should anyone in your team answer incorrectly, the entire team will be disqualified, and they will remain genin for life. Answer correctly, and you advance. Alternatively, you may choose to withdraw now, thus disqualifying your entire team, but you can re-enter next year. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Someone complained, to which Ibiki slammed his hand on the table. I set the rules. If you cannot pass this hurdle, you will never become Chunin. Gradually, people began to leave. I also forfeit, one team after another. Ning Ci observed with concern. This could not continue. The more participants in the second round, the more opportunities he would have for real combat, which served as his stepping stones. Wait. Ning Ci stood up, causing Tian and Shaoli to panic. Is he really going to forfeit? They exchanged worried glances, neither wanting Ning Ci to lack confidence, especially as Tian sighed, thinking that someone of Ning Ci's caliber should not even be participating in the Chunin exam. However, as Ning Ci rose, a slight smile crept onto his lips, his eyes radiating confidence. Examiner, this multiple-choice question is the answer to the 10th question, is it not? Moreover, it serves merely to assess our mindset, rather than being an actual rule as it is presented in question form and is not written on the exam paper. Ning Ci's calm tone captured the attention of the entire hall. Oh, why is that? Ibiki tilted his head, intrigued by a candidate who dared to challenge him so boldly. Ning Ci chuckled lightly. You were testing everyone's psychological resilience. The notion that one cannot become a Chunin due to their inadequacies is merely a provocation to intimidate cowards. Placing the blame on teammates only serves to frighten those with weak mental fortitude. In the world of ninjas, comrades are crucial. Yet, at times, one must not be misled by the enemy's smoke and mirrors. That is the true answer to this question, is it not? A hush fell over the crowd. Ningxi's response illuminated their minds. Could this fellow have seen the answers in advance? Several proctors exchanged incredulous glances. Answers. I had already previewed the script. Ibiki had not anticipated such an individual would appear in the examination hall, and upon closer inspection, he noted this nameless individual bore the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the Hyuga clan had not seen any particularly talented ninjas in recent years. What struck Ibiki as most significant was that this young man not only grasped his intentions but also dared to proclaim the answer openly. While others curled up, wishing for the exam to eliminate a rival team, this individual. Remarkable that I admire your courage, not your cunning. Ibiki finally stood up, his gaze towards Ningxi, still laced with disdain. You spoke of rules. Do you truly understand the rules of the ninja world? Ningxi remained silent. Subsequently, Ibiki removed his hat, revealing dozens of scars across his head, his gaze terrifying to a ninja. There are times when one must face increasingly arduous choices. There are occasions when comrades must be sacrificed, even at the cost of one's own life to fulfill a mission. When that moment arrives, will you still possess such resolve? Your answer is entirely correct. Yet, you fail to discern the situation, revealing your answer to your impending adversaries. The brutal truth of the ninja world is that the mission takes precedence. Such reckless thinking is the folly of a fool. To disclose the answer is tantamount to abandoning the mission. Ibiki continued to scoff at Ningxi. As a ninja, if you cannot tread the safest path, you will always need the audacity to take risks. Indeed, events were unfolding in an unforeseen direction. However, the flames of determination ignited within Ningxi at that moment. He slightly lowered his chin, his gaze resolute. This was the first written exam of the Chunin test, which should assess the courage to accept a mission and the determination to face it. The next round would be practical, testing the ability to complete tasks. Ningxi's words grew increasingly powerful, his resolve unwavering. And you have persistently questioned us about what to do when we cannot complete a mission. Is that not a sign of cowardice before the battle has even begun? At this juncture, the audience gasped in astonishment, marveling at a mere genin who possessed such insight. How many genin in the hall still clung to the notion of merely passing the exam for higher-paying missions? Yet Ningxi stood here, boldly conversing with the chief examiner. Following this, Ningxi erupted in a hearty laugh. You claim I have disclosed the answer to my enemies, failing to discern the situation and taking risks? Yet, to me, this is precisely the path I am most confident in. At this moment, Neji's gaze unexpectedly immobilized Ibiki. He staggered back a step, taken aback. Chapter 8. Objectives. The most desired. The gaze. That gaze of the genin. Ibiki gritted his teeth, attempting to regain his composure. Yet his heart remained tumultuous. The Neji's eyes made Ibiki realize that he was a man of ambition, undoubtedly not participating in the exam with a mere aim of passing. Ha! Ha ha! Indeed, the Hyuga clan. Ha ha! Congratulations on passing the first round of the written exam. The subsequent evaluation shall be entrusted to me. Accompanied by a boisterous laugh, a lithe figure leaped through the window, simultaneously unfurling an extravagant banner behind him, emblazoned with the bold words announcing the commencement of the second stage of the Chunin exams. Greetings, everyone. I am your proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams. The special jonin from Konoha, Mitarashi Anko. Anko's face bore a smile, yet her gaze was sharp and scrutinizing, like that of an eagle surveying its domain. Seizing the opportunity, Neji took a seat, effectively overshadowing the brilliance he had just displayed. He had no desire to attract undue attention. All the candidates in the room felt a mixture of relief at having progressed, while simultaneously being intrigued by the eccentric behavior of this second proctor. Ah, Ibiki, your exam was far too simple. With 20 groups remaining, the upcoming evaluation shall eliminate more than half. A cacophony of discussions erupted below, as everyone reveled in the joy of advancement and the anxiety of the next round. Meanwhile, Ibiki, standing behind the banner, could only sigh quietly, muttering, "Can this guy not let me finish my statement?" Undoubtedly, Neji had left a profound impression on him. Now, everyone, take a moment to rest. After dinner, gather in the Forest of Death for the draw. Before dinner, Neji seized the opportunity to train for a while. Upon arriving at the assembly point outside the Forest of Death, he discovered that the draw had already concluded, with a total of 60 individuals divided into 20 groups. We drew the 18th entrance, Without knowledge of each other's entrances, it would be impossible to implement targeted strategies, and as for our scrolls, who could say if we would successfully acquire the Earth Scroll? Tintin sighed softly. As the sole long-range ninja in the team, she typically assumed the role of strategist. Lee chimed in, moreover, I've heard that the areas corresponding to these entrances vary, and differing terrains imply varying survival conditions. Neji listened to their discussion, deep in thought. Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Silly Ino, Sasuke isn't in your group. What are you doing here? The two kunoichi began bickering as usual, a sight everyone had grown accustomed to. Upon spotting Sakura, Lee could hardly contain himself. Hey, bushy brows, what are you up to? Naruto interjected, as the Konoha genin mingled together. Naturally, Neji had no time to partake in their idle chatter. After scanning the area, he noticed Hinata was absent. Shino, where's Hinata from your team? Neji approached the quiet Shino to inquire. Shino replied, she was here just a moment ago. Kiba seemed to have sent her to gather some supplies. Neji found some solace in the reliability of Hinata's teammates. Neji. Shino. Come over here. It appeared that Class 7 had the highest likelihood of passing the exam, Sakura said with a grin. Ino scoffed. That's only because your team has Sasuke. Naruto interjected. What about me? I'm pretty impressive too, right? Sakura shot Naruto a glare. You can go away. What? Naruto's spirits dampened as he sulkily withdrew from the group. If I had to say, the only one weaker than Naruto here might just be Neji. Tintin suddenly broached the topic, glancing at Neji. Lee quickly countered, but this is a team exam, and our team should also be able to pass. I have confidence. Tintin shrugged. Lee, you can't always coddle him. Everyone is here with their own goals. And Neji, he doesn't even possess the strength to become a Chunin. Nearby, Kiba chuckled, but Neji is indeed quite weak. Still practicing basic combat techniques against a wooden post, I presume. At this moment, Shino spoke up. Then, let us hear Neji's thoughts on the matter. Everyone turned to look. Even the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, who were usually the weakest on paper, regarded Neji with a hint of disdain. Neji felt a bit awkward and smiled faintly. The objective? The purpose of the exam is, of course, to pass, he stated. Yet, his expression grew slightly solemn. Ino, unable to bear the tension, interjected, Oh, Neji-kun must surely have something he desires most. Sakura giggled. Of course, like what I desire most. She blushed, glancing at Sasuke, while Ino clenched her fist. Sakura, what nonsense are you thinking? The group erupted into laughter, no longer pressing Neji. However, Neji indeed had something he yearned for. The wager with the elders was one matter. But what he truly sought now was combat, and ideally, it would be against formidable opponents. Even if it meant taking risks, he wished to test himself. He pondered while casting a glance at the solitary Naruto in the corner. Naruto. Naruto turned upon sensing Neji behind him. Those eyes, reminiscent of Hinata's. Neji chuckled softly and initiated conversation with Naruto. Oh, is that so? You find the draw results unfair? Neji's expression turned troubled as he replied. Indeed, the entrances 1 to 5 are likely near the water source, while 6 to 10 might be densely wooded areas, offering ample concealment and safety. Entrances 11 to 15 are rife with predators, while 16 to 20 are more exposed, featuring vast plains, but are abundant in wild fungi and food. Is that so? Naruto inhaled deeply, then furrowed his brow, asking, in the woods, wouldn't that favor ninjas who utilize fire techniques? He then sulked. That guy Sasuke only knows how to use fire techniques. Neji chuckled, raising an eyebrow. So, you were in the 6 to 10 range, then? Naruto froze, as if realizing something. He thought to himself, oh no, Sakura warned me not to disclose the draw results, but this person, Neji, is supposedly very weak. So it should be fine. Heh. Neji, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Please say hello to Hinata for me. Watching Naruto dart away, Neji couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere was grim and foreboding. At the various entrances of the Forest of Death, all teams had gathered. The sounds of cicadas and snakes intertwined, leaving no one aware of what lay hidden deep within the forest. Let's split up here. Return to this spot before dark. Lee cast aside his shuriken, and the trio vanished like shadows. Byakugan. The rapid footsteps echoed on the ground as he advanced swiftly. Suddenly, he paused, a frown creasing his brow. Seconds later, a smirk crossed Neji's lips. The 6 to 10 range. It should be in this direction. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards a specific path. What he yearned for, presently. Neji was undoubtedly eager to engage in battle with the strongest of foes. Chapter 9. The weak. The prey of many. The lifeless bodies had been there for some time. their faces unrecognizable that a few masked Umbu ninjas could not help but observe the grim scene. Anko furrowing her brow as she recalled that candidate with an exceptionally long tongue. She touched the cursed mark on her neck, an involuntary shiver running down her spine. Quickly notify Lord Hokage. I must head to the Forest of Death. He has arrived. Orochimaru. Meanwhile, within the Forest of Death. Desolation, silence. The sky was gradually darkening. Tintin and Lee had already arrived at the assembly point that I've detected some enemy traces nearby. There are still many safe routes. Following the original plan, let us prioritize moving forward. Tintin declared, retrieving the scroll from her back. Lee placed the food he had gathered into his backpack, asking, where's Neji? I don't know. Neji is usually punctual that he is quite introverted and wouldn't initiate trouble. Tintin, who often teased Neji, now felt a twinge of anxiety. Hey, Tintin, do you remember that white-haired youth we encountered outside the written exam classroom? What about him? Lee's expression turned serious. Neji is the weakest among our Konoha Chunin this year. That information must have leaked out back then. Lee's words struck Tintin like a bolt of lightning. We need to find him. The two individuals immediately sensed that something was amiss, hastily gathering their belongings and swiftly pursuing the direction from which Neji had previously departed. Meanwhile, in the expansive woods nearby, who unexpectedly discovered just how vast the forest truly was, with no trace of Neji throughout the entire night. He mused to himself that it would be a pity if he could not encounter any formidable opponents in the Death Forest. Not far ahead, on the trunk of a towering tree, 3 ninjas from the grass village, clad in bizarre attire, waited. Heh, Hinata Neji, I never imagined that our team would dare to let the likes of him, the weakest link, venture forth alone. The informant, Yakushi Kabuto, had not been mistaken. This Neji was indeed a failure of the Hyuga clan. Capturing him would allow us to exchange him for a scroll. This prey is now firmly within our sights. Just as the words left their lips, furtive footsteps could be heard. Others were present. It was a ninja from the Leaf Village. The group recoiled. Oh dear. How unfortunate, the Grass Village ninja thought to himself. We have underestimated the situation. There must be others eyeing such a seemingly weak character like Hinata Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a step back. Approaching him was none other than Inuzuka Kiba from the Leaf Village. His grin was reminiscent of a hunting dog, resolute in its pursuit. Behind him stood Shino and Hinata. Kiba, noticing Hinata's discomfort, felt a pang of guilt. However, Shino merely stated indifferently, Hinata, this is an exam. The 3 shared a unified expression. And Neji was taken aback to find himself confronted by a comrade from the Leaf Village. Oh no, Neji suddenly realized that time was slipping away. Indeed, what a predicament. Who told you to act so foolishly? Venturing out alone when you are so weak? Kiba stepped forward, seemingly intent on handling the situation himself. If your 2 teammates were here, we might have hesitated to act against you. Wait. Neji stumbled over his words, suggesting, how about this? You let me go first, and if I don't return, my teammates will worry about me. Tomorrow, I can come back to fight you. How does that sound? He chuckled foolishly, thinking that if he didn't return soon, Lee would be searching for him everywhere, and he would be the subject of ridicule. What did you just say? Do you take me for a fool? Kiba snarled, charging forward. Akamaru, Kiba lunged, and the dog on his shoulder followed suit. Oh no, isn't this a 2-on-1? Neji leaped to evade, catching Kiba off guard with his swift reflexes. As they engaged in combat, the sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed around them, while Shino and Hinata seemed disinclined to intervene. With an opponent like you, I can handle this all on my own. This exam is going to be a breeze with such a weakling to contend with. Neji barely managed to dodge, realizing he was about to crash into a tree behind him. Byakugan. In a moment of urgency, he formed hand seals, intercepting Kiba's attack with a deft hand. Thud. Kiba was sent flying by a single strike, while Neji managed to halt his retreat just in time. Oh, kid, you've got some skills, don't you? Kiba's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. With his Byakugan activated, Neji was taken aback to see the silhouettes of 3 ninjas stirring in the trees nearby. Before he could utter a word, Kiba charged again. Woof! Akamaru, oblivious to the enemies nearby, followed Kiba's command. I don't have time for games, Neji stated softly, swiftly deflecting Kiba's attack, leaving Kiba momentarily stunned. When did this weakling become so composed in the face of actual combat? Gentle fist. With a single strike to Kiba's left shoulder, he was sent sprawling. Humph. So you're finally taking this seriously? Kiba stood up, his anger ignited by Neji's earlier taunt. Ninja art. Fong over Fong. Be careful. 8 trigrams. Heavenly spin. The azure chakra glimmered and whirled violently, deflecting dozens of shuriken, which clattered harmlessly to the ground. As the spinning ceased, several figures leaped down from the trees. "Hey, kid, Hinata Ninji is our prey. You should respect the order of things." The Grass Village ninjas, their faces obscured, loomed ominously if you don't step aside. "We'll take care of you first before dealing with Hinata Ninji." The Grass Village ninjas were indeed treacherous. Kiba now recognized the gravity of the situation, shifting his focus entirely onto the grass ninjas. Ninja art, four legs technique, Akamaru. Woof! With a resounding crash, Akamaru transformed from a docile pup into a ferocious beast, exuding formidable power. Kiba, grass shadow exploding palm. The ensuing explosion transformed the surroundings into a chaotic battlefield. And Shino, unwilling to watch Kiba face three opponents alone, joined the fray. Ninji furrowed his brow, taking a step back. Observing the scene, it seemed that Kiba and Shino could manage the situation without his intervention. However, just as he prepared to slip away, a piercing scream rang out. "Da-da!" Unbeknownst to them, one of the masked grass ninjas had used Earth Release to sneak behind Hinata, seizing her as a hostage. A kunai pressed threateningly against her neck. He sneered, "Don't move, or this girl will lose her life." "Damn it, you treacherous grass ninjas!" Kiba shouted furiously. The two were at a loss. But suddenly, a gust of wind sliced through the air beside them. Almost simultaneously, the grass ninja holding Hinata was sent flying by an immense force, crashing against a tree trunk. 8 trigrams. The onlookers turned in astonishment to see Ninji poised with his hands in position. His gaze fierce. "What was that?" Shino frowned, perplexed. Kiba, regaining his composure, exclaimed, "Ninji, when did you learn ninjutsu?" Little did they know, this was merely a technique Ninji had painstakingly honed, his only long-range taijutsu. "Hinata, come to me," Ninji called out. Even though he had no desire to engage with these adversaries, he was determined to protect Hinata from harm. Hinata ran toward him with all her might, while the grass ninjas seized the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield amidst Kiba and Shino's moment of distraction. The four regrouped, and following this encounter, Kiba and Shino seemed to harbor less animosity toward Ninji. However, they had also witnessed that Ninji was far from the inept individual they had heard about. "I can't believe how strong Ninji has become, capable of holding his own against Kiba in close combat," Shino praised. Kiba simply chuckled. "Humph, you do have some skills, but I was taking you seriously before. Don't get too cocky. Since we're all from the Leaf Village, let us die together." The voices of the grass ninjas echoed ominously around them. Earth Release. Earth Mud Swamp. The ground quaked, and the surroundings transformed into a murky quagmire, creating a 6 to 7 meter wide circle that threatened to seal their escape routes. Oh no. Shino was the first to sense the danger, extending his hand to catch a bug in midair. This was no mere obstacle. It was a chakra barrier from Earth Release, preventing even insects from escaping. Kiba scoffed. "These grass ninjas are truly insidious." The grass ninjas' voices rang out again. "The proctor has made it abundantly clear that this exam is a test of combat. Thus, it should not be unreasonable to kill you." At this revelation, Shino and Kiba were immediately alarmed. While they had intended to seize scrolls, they had never considered killing Ninji. The grass ninjas appeared dead serious. "The Earth Release barrier will last at least 2 minutes, and in the next minute, you will be bombarded by 30,000 projectiles laced with the toxic properties of the Kusa plant. There will be no escape." Ha ha ha. Whoosh, as the words fell, a projectile descended, piercing through Shino's bug and pinning it to a tree trunk. Byakugan, Hinata activated her Byakugan, perceiving the chakra barriers surrounding them. Realizing that the projectiles were infused with chakra. "It is poisonous," Hinata thought, a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. Ha ha ha. "You guessed correctly. The projectiles are coated with a potent toxin, so even if you avoid a fatal strike, a single hit will guarantee your demise." Zeno and you found themselves at a loss, never expecting to be targeted in such a manner, particularly against Neji, leading to this dire predicament. "I will use you to block all the Samban. You must protect yourselves." Just as he was about to call upon Akamaru to transform, Hinata stopped him. "No. Yeah, if you do that, you will sustain even greater injuries. But there is no other way," the two argued as Neji stepped forward. "Stand still." He took a deep breath and advanced. "Right, Kaiten." "Neji, can you use Kaiten?" Hinata appeared to see a glimmer of hope, yet immediately countered, saying, "Even the Hyuga clan's Kaiten cannot cover such a vast area. And it must last for a full minute. It's impossible." Zeno had no rebuttal left. "Time's up. Perish." With a command from the grass ninja, the sound of the thousands of Samban being launched filled the air. almost allowing the group to taste the scent of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of Senbon began to rain down upon the open ground where the group stood. Traps had already been laid out both on the ground and in the trees. Neji's hands fell heavily, and he was acutely aware that a standard Kaiten could not last for a minute. But he could manage it now. Wind attribute. Neji closed his eyes, refining the chakra within him. With the aid of his Byakugan, accomplishing this was a mere trifle. Nature transformation. As Neji opened his eyes, he saw the Senbon hurtling toward him, and both Ya and Zeno instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads, while Hinata tightly shut her eyes. Whined Kaiten. This technique had been practiced alone in the training ground countless times. Using it once more felt like second nature. Neji spun rapidly, creating a whirlwind that lifted the dust from the ground. The incoming Senbon, being too light, were scattered by the force of the wind. Ultimately, the chakra propelled by the wind formed a hemisphere identical to Kaiten, with a diameter reaching 5 meters, like a tornado. Hinata and the others in the eye of the storm remained unharmed, while the Senbon outside were deflected one by one. More Senbon continued to pour in. Thousands entered the whirlwind like Kaiten, vanishing into dust amidst the interplay of light and shadow. An indomitable defense. Is this the Kaiten of the Hyuga clan? No, it is far beyond that. The grass ninja stared in shock, their eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down. This was akin to a colossal controllable tornado. Even the trees they had taken refuge in were losing their leaves. Almost uprooted, the Senbon fell like rain. Yet upon encountering the powerful chakra of Kaiten, they posed no threat whatsoever. The Kaiten, sustained for over a minute, had utterly ravaged the surrounding terrain. With the Senbon expended, Kaiten ceased. Parasitic insects insect wall, the ground, already teeming with parasitic insects, left them with no escape. Tia. A whirlwind-like object flew toward them, striking head-on. Is this really okay? Hinata, blushing, turned her gaze away at the sight of the grass ninja stripped down to their undergarments that he had dusted off his hands and said, "Hey, dealing with these old tricksters requires this. Let us see if they dare to scheme against us again." Sorry, Neji, but you're the scroll of heaven, right? Their scroll is also heaven, and we are the earth, so I'll take this scroll. You wore a cheeky expression. Zeno, hands still in his pockets, looked at Neji. What was that technique just now? Has the Kaiten of the Hyuga clan truly been cultivated to such a degree by you? Neji chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, saying, "Oh, it's nothing special. We of the Hyuga clan are quite formidable." Hinata gazed at Neji in awe, lowering her head in silence. Observing her brother holding his head high in the presence of others brought her immense happiness. Let us find a place to rest. Zeno saw that everyone was utterly exhausted and deemed it necessary to retreat to prevent encountering any further enemies. Just as they left the woods and walked a few steps, Neji sensed something amiss and signaled for everyone to halt. Rustle. The sound of leaves being stirred caused by the wind heralded the emergence of a ninja clad in a cream-colored bodysuit, an umbu from the Rain Village, with disheveled hair and deep-set eyes. He certainly did not exude a friendly demeanor. Neji paused for a moment. Due to the darkness, he could not clearly make out the person's features, but he recognized the forehead protector, the umbu of the Rain Village. "I thought I was late, but it seems I arrived just in time." The umbu chuckled softly. Having split from his team to find the weakest Hyuga Neji, he was now thrilled to have encountered him. Chapter 11. Serious. It's time to fight. Step aside. Zeno rushed to the front. You all stay back. My stamina is the most abundant, so I will handle him. The Rain Village ninja was quite different from those of the Grass Village. Both Ya and Hinata seemed to understand Zeno's words and stepped back. Only Neji let out a sigh. The three people beside him were undoubtedly hindering his ability to fight. However, if he struck out to resolve this person, it would draw attention, leaving him in a moral quandary. Oh, you know about our Rain Village. The umbu appeared to regard the Leaf Village's members with disdain, filled with arrogance. Your Rain Village has supposedly been isolated for years, and your leader was known as the demigod of the ninja world during the Second Great Ninja War. Hanzo of the Salamander, in the midst of the turmoil. Even a lowly genin from the Rain Village must undergo brutal assassination training. It is unimaginable that you could come to the Leaf Village for the Chunin exam. Zeno had some understanding of the history of the ninja world, though not in minute detail. Ya and Hinata had heard of it. Now that they were all exhausted, the fact that this individual dared to appear alone indicated some level of skill. Rain Village, your leader is still Hanzo of the Salamander? Neji suddenly furrowed his brow. Somewhat surprised. Did I misspeak? The umbu was momentarily at a loss for words. Did this Leaf Village genin truly know their village's secret, In truth, the Rain Village's isolation was intended to conceal the news of Hanzo's demise. How could a mere genin from the Leaf Village possibly know? Neji soon realized he had let slip information that a lowly genin like himself should not possess. Ha, ha, ha. I was just speaking casually. Kid, you've successfully piqued my interest. With a whoosh, the Umbu-S figure suddenly appeared behind Neji, while the one who had been standing there transformed into a splash of water, scattering everywhere. The splashed water morphed into Simban. Hurtling toward the group. Parasitic insects. Insect wall. Zeno commanded the parasitic insects to form a barrier, staunchly resisting the onslaught. Meanwhile, Neji found himself in close quarters. This Umbu-S techniques were evidently beyond that of a typical genin. Likely on the level of a Chunin. At this point, there was no turning back. Neji prepared to activate his Byakugan, seeking to swiftly end the battle while remaining unnoticed. But suddenly, a voice rang out, Lee's. Watch me. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Neji instinctively stepped back as Lee's rapid movement sent the Umbu reeling. Tool Heavenly Festival Lock. A lengthened concealed weapon swiftly approached, binding the Umbu-S body tightly. Tintin leapt down from a tree, declaring, if you don't want to get hurt, hand over the scroll on you. Heh, the genin of the Leaf Village are not too shabby this year, are they? The Umbu chuckled lightly, transforming into a splash of water and sinking into the ground. After that, he vanished without a trace. Did he escape? Lee inquired. Neji shrugged. He probably did. Don't chase a cornered foe. Chase? What are you talking about? We agreed to gather, and here you are running around. Tintin approached, glaring at Neji, who instinctively took a step back, offering a sheepish smile. Ha. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We encountered enemies from the Grass Village, and it was Neji who saved us. Heh, you explained for Neji, and Lee nodded. Oh, is that so? Tintin turned her face away, saying, do you believe him? How could Neji possibly save them with his level? Really, it's true. Just ask Hinata. Neji saw us being besieged and used Kaiten to fend off all attacks. As they continued explaining, Neji only sighed, thinking how infuriating he was. After all, it was because they had actively sought him out that they found themselves in trouble. Neji cast a glance at the moonlit night, uncertain of when that individual would make a move. Today's objective had thus been delayed. He hoped that before darkness fell the following day, he could fulfill his desires. Upon returning to the rendezvous point, Tintin handed the scroll over to Neji. Since the fact of your weakness had already spread, it would be wise to entrust the scroll to Neji for safekeeping. The opponents would never suspect a thing, Shali exclaimed. Tintin, you are truly brilliant. Neji, indifferent, accepted the scroll, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. That night, the group went to sleep with vigilance, taking turns to keep watch. Perhaps after searching for that person for half the day and being forced into actual combat, Neji felt somewhat fatigued and unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes, dawn had arrived, and birds were chirping among the trees. Neji, you're awake. Tintin and Shali had already risen, their faces adorned with smiles as they looked at him. Neji, please hand over the scroll. Today, we shall split up. Your and Shali's combat abilities are the strongest, so you two should engage in battle while I safeguard the scroll, Tintin stated, extending her hand towards Neji, still somewhat groggy. Neji approached, squinting his eyes. Shali chimed in, yes, Neji, let Tintin keep the scroll. Neji nodded slowly, reaching into his garments. He then withdrew a black kunai. Whoosh, Neji, what are you doing? Tintin swiftly dodged the kunai, and Shali frowned. Without uttering a word, Neji quickly formed hand seals. Byakugan, Jinjutsu, release. The illusion was immediately dispelled, and the surrounding scene came into view. At that moment, the dawn light began to break, revealing Tintin and Shali bound beneath a tree. Unconscious. Oh, no wonder the scroll was entrusted to you. You were able to dispel our Jinjutsu by yourself. 3 figures stood before Neji. Among them was the one from yesterday, Ho, alongside 2 other Rain Village ninjas, all clad in distinctive off-white combat attire. The movements of the other 2 resembled that of zombies. Gao, Mengduo, be cautious. This fellow may prove to be formidable. Ho squinted, the information inadvertently revealed by Neji the previous day, compelling them to take this rumored weak ninja seriously. Neji examined his hands. Within his Byakugan, the chakra coursed swiftly through his veins, showing no signs of having been trapped in an illusion. If that were the case, then the 3 before him were indeed real. Neji mused, I have truly underestimated them. 3, you say? Observing his teammates under control, Neji realized the gravity of the situation. Haha, I intended to deal with you last, thinking you would be the easiest to handle. Yet you managed to break free from the illusion. Ho chuckled lightly, his gaze towards Neji becoming increasingly arrogant. Neji scanned his surroundings. His Byakugan allowed him to observe a full 360 degrees without blind spots. Yesterday, I missed my chance to fight you. Today, you shall truly understand what it means to be a ninja of the Rain Village. Ho stepped forward, beginning to form hand seals. Neji, however, took a deep breath. His demeanor growing serious, the chakra began to flow more rapidly throughout his body. Since you are not from the Leaf Village, I suppose I need not hold back, shall I? Neji's calm yet commanding presence overshadowed everything. The Rain Village ninjas erupted in anger, and Ho scoffed. TCH, you little brat. Don't try to bluff. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Chapter 12. The Strong. The fear of death with a tremendous crash. Gao was sent flying. Crash, crash, crash. He collided with 3 trees in succession, soaring several meters away. Both Ho and Ming Duo were taken aback. This unexpected strike had such an effect. The power is considerable, but the range is somewhat limited. Neji observed the flow of his chakra. The chakra consumed for the air palm was minimal, yet it dissipated rapidly. A high explosive body technique utilizing chakra. Yet, that was all it was. The explosive power did not equate to high damage. As air resistance absorbed much of the force, the quicker the chakra was expelled, the longer the intervals between bursts. Thus, using this as a feint was rather impractical. As Neji pondered, he swiftly approached another opponent. Meduo, that individual reacted in time, retreating swiftly, his movements still resembling that of a zombie. Water style, with a swift motion, Neji struck Meduo's palm mid-seal, following up with several more strikes. Meduo's body trembled. Pushed back several steps. Standing beside the astonished Ho, Neji twisted his wrist, furrowing his brows and murmuring, if I were to kill you, I would find it quite difficult at this moment. Damn it. Ho gritted his teeth. Questioning, you little brat, are you testing us? Neji tilted his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ho took a step back, a sense of dread enveloping him. The strong, the rumored weakling, now exuded a powerful aura of chakra. Jinjutsu. Ho clone technique. In an instant, dozens of identical Ho clones appeared in the area. Jinjutsu. Neji retreated a few steps, glancing at his chakra flow, still rapid and unimpeded. Don't waste your effort. My Jinjutsu is not ordinary. It does not affect you directly, but creates visual disorientation through light and shadow. Because of this, it has no flaws. Upon hearing the voice, Neji instinctively dodged, but a punch from Ho's clone struck him from the side. Neji stumbled to the right, barely regaining his footing when another clone attacked from behind. Neji fell to the ground, dust swirling around him. Whoosh! He rolled over, narrowly avoiding the attack, but a kunai grazed his arm. Blood immediately flowing down. It seems you're merely bluffing. How does it feel to be shrouded in the fear of death? Ho chuckled softly. Neji's ears perked up, his brow furrowing slightly. Visual clones? Closing his eyes, Neji began to focus intently. Countless times, in a confined training room, he had closed his eyes to sense the surrounding kunai attacks, relying on his instincts to evade those traps. Whoosh! Neji sensed a kunai approaching from behind and leaped to the left. The sound of footsteps was also crystal clear. Neji closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sounds within the darkness. With remarkably swift movements, he evaded all attacks, identifying the perfect moment to strike, delivering punches and kicks that incapacitated Ho's 2 hidden companions. Because he targeted their chakra points, the 2 fell to the ground, unconscious. Impossible. Ho's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Neji, eyes closed, moving with greater finesse than when his Byakugan was active. Neji chuckled lightly. Isn't this a visual Jinjutsu? Then keeping my eyes open would only serve to confuse my judgment, wouldn't it? Do not think that the Hyuga clan's ninjas rely solely on the Byakugan for combat. Neji lunged directly towards Ho. Just right. I have a technique I've been wanting to test out. A smirk graced Neji's lips as he confirmed he was facing the real Ho. He opened his eyes wide. 2 palms, with left and right strikes, he hit Ho on the left and right shoulders, rendering him nearly immobile. What is this? My body is gone numb. Ho's brows furrowed deeply. Unable to move. 4 palms, 8 palms. Neji unleashed a flurry of strikes to Ho's abdomen. Just as he intended to reposition himself, Ho collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Neji, what is happening? As the caster of the Jinjutsu fell, the illusion dissipated, and Tenten and Shaoli regained consciousness. Neji sighed, conceding defeat, and approached to rescue the 2. Perfect. Their scrolls are precisely what we desire. Tenten beamed, holding 2 scrolls in her hands. Shaoli remarked. Neji-kun has become remarkably strong lately, managing to defeat 3 opponents single-handedly. Neji grinned sheepishly. How could that be? They were merely skilled in Jinjutsu. utterly ignorant of physical combat. And they underestimated my abilities, Tenten added. However, if anyone were to learn that the three of them were defeated by Neji alone, they would surely be humiliated. Neji replied, Indeed. After a brief respite to replenish their energy, the group decided on their subsequent course of action. Having acquired the scroll, they resolved to hasten towards the central point, striving to expedite their examination. It is likely that Neji and his companions have already passed. We must not tarry. Neji suggested, Let us split up. I will follow closely behind, utilizing my Byakugan to monitor the situation and provide support as needed. Lee, taken aback, retorted, Is that so? Neji-kun, why are you being so timid? Tenten interjected, Oh, come now. Neji has been doing his utmost. Do not press him further. Let him stay behind us while we take the scroll and lead the way. Neji chuckled amiably, offering no further explanation. With that, Lee and Tenten forged ahead, while Neji trailed them. Ensuring he remained within 100 meters. As they approached the center, the distance to the forest where Team 7 resided diminished, and Neji was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He swiftly turned right, racing towards a specific direction, activating his Byakugan to diligently search for any signs. He was acutely aware that his primary objective in the Forest of Death was none other than that formidable individual, Orochimaru. You cannot escape. Hondo clutched her abdomen, watching as the Umbu reinforcements engaged Orochimaru in combat. Are you all right? Inquired a nearby robust Umbu. Hondo retorted with fury, All right, your movements are far too sluggish, with a hiss. An Umbu mask clattered to the ground, revealing the cascading purple hair and exquisite visage of Shuriken. Orochimaru snickered derisively, delivering a swift kick that sent her flying. He deftly evaded the assault from the Umbu behind him, sinking his serpent-like hand viciously into the neck of one. Subsequently, Orochimaru leapt onto the thickest branch above. Is this the extent of Konoha's Umbu and elite Jonin? He taunted. As three Umbu and Hondo gradually retreated under the weight of impending doom, fear of death drove them into a corner of despair. This is the essence of a true powerhouse. Emerging from the thicket, Neji's eyes blazed with fervent determination. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly picked up the fallen Umbu mask and donned it. At last, I have identified my target, Neji murmured with a smirk. Chapter 13. The Art of Combat. The true power. Although the Umbu operated as a unit, one had already fallen, and another's mask had been removed. Leaving only two. The removal of a mask signified an inability to continue the mission. Umbu operatives must keep their identities confidential. Having their true appearances exposed to Orochimaru would yield dire consequences. They were now trapped with no escape. Orochimaru, if you kill us here, Konoha will not forgive you. Hondo persisted in her final struggle, though it was clear she was in a weakened state after battling Orochimaru. Hondo, you remain as naive as ever, Orochimaru taunted, extending his long tongue to lick his face. Though devoid of blood, his demeanor hinted at the impending brutality. As Orochimaru moved, the Umbu panicked, except for Hondo, who barely held her ground. Being a former student of Orochimaru, she felt no fear stemming from proximity. Do you intend to kill your former student here? She challenged. Orochimaru lowered his gaze, a low chuckle escaping his lips, gradually escalating into a booming laugh. Life, much like a flower, inevitably withers. The timing, manner, or the agent of that demise holds no significance. With those words, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was clear he had other matters to attend to and did not wish to linger here for long. In a swift motion, a shadow darted past. A masked boy, appearing youthful, landed swiftly. Gripping a kunai tightly, he lunged at Orochimaru, barely grazing his clothing with a slash. Orochimaru shot the boy a glare, but the youth did not hesitate. Striking swiftly, Orochimaru attempted to block, yet still felt the impact. Ugh, he recoiled, while the boy's masked gaze rendered him inscrutable in the darkness. Hondo and the remaining Umbu were taken aback. The boy's long hair was neatly tucked away, and he wore the Umbu mask that had just fallen from Shuriken. Who are you? Hondo inquired, but Neji offered no reply. Instead, he instructed, tend to Hondo's injuries. If I falter, come to my aid. Beneath the mask, Neji strained to suppress his voice. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to confront that individual in the presence of Umbu and elite Jonin, Orochimaru. Initially, Neji had feared that this encounter might end in disgrace. However, he seized the moment to deploy a smoke bomb. If he found himself in a precarious situation, he could count on assistance. Neji swiftly mirrored Orochimaru's movements, the entire exchange taking less than 5 seconds. Before Orochimaru could even accurately assess the situation, Each strike was narrowly avoided by him. Even without proficiency in taijutsu, such swiftness was remarkable. This is the essence of a true powerhouse. Neji's desire for battle surged. Ultimately, Orochimaru leapt back, landing 20 meters away from Neji, who distanced himself from Hongdo and the others. Chakra-infused martial arts. Orochimaru mused. Having just endured a punch he thought was merely powerful but realized that chakra had influenced the impact. The essence of the technique bore a striking resemblance to the Hyuga clan's martial arts, yet the inclusion of wind nature transformation in your strikes is quite intriguing. Orochimaru's interest in the masked youth grew. Yet Neji's onslaught was far from over. He advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of punches with breathtaking speed aimed at critical points. Orochimaru, having noticed the slash on his clothing, recognized that this youth's chakra did not harbor murderous intent. However, every action seemed intent on claiming a life. Such skill could only be the result of extensive training, far beyond the proficiency of an ordinary practitioner. I cannot afford to be struck by your punches again. But surely, you excel in more than just boxing, correct? Orochimaru smirked, his eyes glinting with cunning. Neji stood tall and silent. A gentle breeze wafted through, seemingly calm, yet laden with hidden peril. Come now, if you intend to rescue someone from my grasp. At least allow me to witness your true strength. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he extended a hand, tugging at his eyelids. His terrifying gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent. Hiss, it felt as though a massive python loomed before him, rendering Neji as insignificant as an ant. Neji retreated a step, cold sweat trickling down his back. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness and chaos. Fear enveloped all. Release. Neji furrowed his brows, dispelling Orochimaru's binding technique. Yet, his mental faculties had already suffered significantly, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Such is the power of a strong adversary's illusion. Even after being dispelled, the irreversible impact lingers. Is this the true strength? Neji pondered internally. Now disregarding everything else, if he was to be exposed, so be it. Ha! Neji shouted, his body moving with newfound speed. Orochimaru was taken aback, astonished at the sudden transformation in the youth. A palm strike descended. Fundamentally different from his punches, this technique bore the weight of profound experience, its force incomparable. Clap. The sound echoed as the palms sliced through the air. Even without a direct hit, Orochimaru felt a significant impact, leaving one to ponder what force he would endure if struck. In the final moment, unable to evade, Orochimaru braced with his arm. That a resounding thud reverberated as he absorbed the blow, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. Does Konoha possess a talent such as you? You remind me of that man. Orochimaru's compliment went unacknowledged by Neji, who seamlessly transitioned into his next move. The sound of wind slicing through the air announced his next strike. Neji's other hand had already found its mark, the kunai aimed at Orochimaru, who effortlessly tilted his head to evade. Humph. However, in that fleeting moment, Orochimaru had already begun hand-signing, summoning dozens of small snakes from the trees to strike at Neji. Watch out, behind you. Hongdo's voice rang out. Neji, realizing the danger, furrowed his brows. In an instant, he recalled something, abandoning his advantageous position to swiftly retreat. Neji fell to the ground, inwardly lamenting. I cannot use Kaiten. It would be too conspicuous. Who is this boy? He appears to be merely a child. Is there such a person among the Umbu? One of the Umbu members exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Shien interjected, he is not one of the Umbu. That mask belongs to me. Hongdo gritted her teeth. Regardless of who he is, he must be an exceptionally formidable individual. At such a young age, he can hold his own against Orochimaru. Do not concern yourselves with me. Hurry and assist. Shien, flanked by two Umbu, stepped forward, shielding Neji. Orochimaru surveyed the scene before him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You few are hardly a match for this young man. Do not force yourselves into the limelight. He turned and swiftly departed. I have matters to attend to. Do not ruin my mood, or I shall raise Konoha to the ground. Orochimaru's voice echoed ominously. Hongdo rushed over, gripping the cursed seal on the back of her neck tightly. Phew, he's gone. Shien finally exhaled in relief. The group turned to look back, only to find that the masked youth had vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. Crisis. The ambush of Yakushi Kabuto. When did that happen? Hongdo murmured, astonished that the young man had entered and exited without a sound, completely unnoticed by her. He is indeed a master, one of the Umbu men remarked, brushing the soil beneath him, his serious demeanor palpable even through the tremors in his breath. Even his landing was meticulously planned. Had we not intervened, he and Orochimaru would have continued their duel. Are you suggesting that we inadvertently spoiled his fun? Another Umbu member asked incredulously. They all understood that had it not been for the sudden appearance of that youth, they might have already succumbed. Well, putting that aside, we have an injured comrade lying there, one of them pointed out, glancing at the unconscious Umbu. What? The group looked over and discovered that the fallen Umbu's clothing had mysteriously vanished. Was it that young man? Hondo questioned, bewildered. It was inconceivable that Orochimaru would do such a thing. Regardless, he is our savior. My mask has also been taken. He must wish to conceal his identity and continue pursuing Orochimaru. Shien approached, helping her fallen teammate to his feet. Then, Shien, you take the injured one and inform Lord Hokage. You three, accompany me to find Orochimaru. He will not rest until he achieves his objectives. Ding. The training session has concluded. Gentle Fist Acupoint Mastery 4477. Byakugan Mastery 2796. Neji, donning a mask, distanced himself from Hondo and the others, assessing the results of his recent training. Incredible. I have merely exchanged a few blows with Orochimaru. Excitement surged within him. Though perilous, the experience gained from battling a powerful foe was irreplaceable by ordinary training, which, while significant, lacked the same intensity. However, it was clear that Neji currently lacked such high-stakes combat experience. Observing Orochimaru's urgency to flee, it seemed his objectives remained unfulfilled. He still needed to place a cursed seal on Sasuke. Yet, Neji felt no desire to involve himself in the matters of the Uchiha clan nor the ability to intervene. Instead, he contemplated seizing this opportunity to challenge him again. Neji mused, picking up the crumpled Umbu clothing in his hands, feeling quite satisfied. This disguise should suffice to conceal my identity, right? Just as he prepared to depart, Neji felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. TSK. He frowned, realizing that his knees felt weak. Could it be from the tension earlier? Neji chuckled lightly, even though he felt everything was under his control. The instinctual resistance of his body was inescapable. Perhaps it was also a result of Orochimaru's genjutsu. In any case, his current physical condition was hardly conducive to combat. After a moment's thought, Neji gradually turned around. Deciding to find Lee and Tintin first, he wondered if they had encountered any enemies along the way. During his journey, Neji felt a twinge of worry, but the closer he drew to the center point, the nearer they would be to each other. Before long, he was not far off, and Neji activated his Byakugan. His chakra circulated throughout his body, focusing on his vision, causing the veins around his eyes to bulge. Neji quickly spotted Tintin and Lee 200 meters away. Unfortunately, 3 individuals stood before them, acting as roadblocks. The two sides were already engaged in battle. Neji furrowed his brow and halted his steps. It seemed they had encountered an ambush. Without hesitation, he retrieved a soldier pill, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. His energy gradually returned, but the recovery would not be swift in this state. Neji was uncertain if he could face the 3 adversaries before him. He resolved to approach cautiously and assess the situation first. Meanwhile, Tintin and Lee were hastily making their way toward the center point. Suddenly, they seemed to have triggered a mechanism, the sound of ropes and trees rubbing together immediately alerting them. Lee, Tintin called, spinning around. Lee responded, yeah. The two moved closer together, but a tremendous whooshing sound surged from the center. A massive tree trunk, 3 meters thick, came crashing toward them. With a loud crash, several trees behind them were toppled, but it was not over. At their landing spot, a trap was triggered, and an iron wire net rapidly closed in. It was a double trap. The two, agile as ever, leaped aside just in time, and seeing the range of the wire net was sufficient, Tintin drew forth a scroll. Hidden weapon, Rising Dragon. Hundreds of shuriken flew outward, slicing through several strands of the wire net, allowing the pair to escape in triumph. However, as soon as they landed, a hissing sound emerged. Beneath Tintin's feet lay an explosive tag ready to detonate. Lee instinctively shouted, "Get down." He immediately leaped forward, pushing Tintin out of the way and flinging himself to the side. With a muffled bang, it was as if a silenced cannon had fired. The sound was minimal. As they opened their eyes, they realized a thick purple smoke had enveloped them, spreading rapidly. "It's poison," Tintin exclaimed, and the two quickly covered their mouths and noses, retreating hastily to that moment. 2 figures emerged from the smoke. "Do not resist. Even inhaling a single breath of that poison will take effect. It is not lethal, merely a toxin I have specially formulated for ninjas. It can disrupt one's acupoints and temporarily seal chakra, rendering one unable to use ninjutsu for 3 days and weakening mental acuity." Leading the trio was Yakushi Kabuto, accompanied by his comrade, clad in heavy red armor. Cough, cough. Tintin raised her head to look at them. Already sensing her chakra was beyond her control. I apologize. You have miscalculated. I am purely a taijutsu ninja. Lee stepped forward, preparing to unwrap the bandages from his wrists, but Kabuto merely chuckled coldly. What? Do you intend to fight 3 while caring for someone who cannot battle? Meanwhile, the armored comrade had drawn a kunai, ready to strike at any moment. Lee and Tintin hesitated. Currently, she was unable to fight, and engaging would only hinder him. I do not intend to make things difficult for you. I know you have collected the scrolls. Hand them over, and I shall allow you to leave. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression one of cold calculation. You have been laying traps from the very beginning as you approached the center point? Tintin was astonished. She had never considered such a strategy. Kabuto smirked. Of course, this is not my first time participating in the Chunin exams. How could I fail to anticipate the moves of inexperienced youngsters like you? Lee gritted his teeth. Surrendering the scrolls here would mean failure in the exam. Tintin, wishing to advise him, found herself caught in a web of conflicting emotions. Very well, if you still wish to fight. Kabuto took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, and a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! In a strangely swift motion, he flicked his wrist, hurling a specially crafted surgical kunai. With a clang, it missed its target entirely. Altering its trajectory to embed itself in the earth, another kunai found its mark in the ground on the opposite side. What? Did a kunai strike my surgical knife? Altering its flight path, Kabuto exclaimed in shock. And everyone gasped as a figure appeared atop a tree trunk. With arms crossed, clad in the umbu attire of Konoha and wearing an umbu mask, he gazed down imperiously. Chapter 15. Threat. The mysterious umbu? Tintin exclaimed, utterly astounded to discover that their savior was none other than Konoha's umbu. Beside them, the bronze-armored figure was equally astonished, uncertain if he had committed some egregious error. However, Do, filled with skepticism, queried, You do not think that by masquerading as a member of the umbu, I will refrain from taking action against you. Yet, the masked Neji had no time to respond to Do. He had witnessed the alarming state of Tintin, poisoned moments ago, and recognized that their immediate priority was to extricate themselves from the battlefield, preferably with Lee in tow. Otherwise, should other adversaries emerge, the two of them would find themselves severely hampered. This is no place for you. Depart swiftly, Neji declared, leaping down and speaking in a hushed tone. Maintaining a distance from Lee and Tintin, fearful of revealing his identity, however, his prowess starkly contrasted with their perception of Neji. Even without his mask, they might not believe that the umbu before them was indeed their comrade. Hyuga Neji, why would the umbu intervene? Lee inquired. If we do not leave now, we shall lose our chance, Neji replied, drawing a kunai from the ground and assuming a combat stance. This was a posture in which he was not particularly adept. Aimed solely at eliminating any suspicion. You, how dare you? Do ground his teeth. The individual before him seemed utterly indifferent, exuding an aura of ease and facing two opponents. Let us depart, Tintin. Understood. Thank you. Tintin and Lee thanked the masked youth who had saved them as they retreated. Little did they know, Neji's intention was merely to prevent his teammates from failing their examination. He had initially planned to emerge and assist his allies in defeating the foes before them. But alas, Tintin had been poisoned, and the area was fraught with enemy traps. Under such circumstances, concealing his identity was the only prudent choice to ensure a swift resolution. Is there another one? Underneath his mask, Neji's Byakugan scanned the surroundings, identifying several trap locations, revealing that their opponents had made significant preparations for ambush. How many sets of scrolls are you attempting to gather with these traps? Do's eyes widened at Neji's inquiry. This revelation shattered his understanding. Based on the information he possessed, there were no youths of such diminutive stature within the umbu. It was no longer an era of turmoil. The hierarchy in Konohagakure was remarkably rigid, and even prodigious ninjas like Sasuke could not ascend to umbu status so swiftly. Moreover, with a mere glance, he could sense another teammate, Kin Mizuke's, perched in the trees and discern the range of the traps. Why would the umbu involve themselves in the Chunin exam? Do had already drawn another scalpel, channeling chakra to form a razor-sharp blade enveloping the instrument. That is of no concern to you. Neji replied, and in an instant, he leaped into the air. The next moment, from the earth where Neji had just stood, emerged Kin Mizuke's carry. Neji squinted in midair. If memory served correctly, this individual possessed the ability to absorb chakra and could not be approached in close combat. Meanwhile, the bronze-armored carry swiftly closed the distance, extending his arms to ensnare Neji entirely. This individual possessed the ability of extensible limbs, a mere byproduct of Orochimaru's experiments, which elicited a disdainful scoff from Neji. Hack. Neji activated his chakra, infusing it with nature transformation to control Hack, releasing it to less than 20%, forming a swirling layer of chakra at his surface. Carrie's body was torn apart by the wind attribute chakra, leaving numerous gashes on his limbs, blood splattering everywhere. Carrie was flung aside, while Kin Mizuke's, who had approached Neji, was struck squarely in the head by a descending palm from Neji, rendering him unconscious, standing in place. Do observed the scene unfold, his heart now convinced. The person before him was indeed a genuine member of the Umbu, not an imposter. Why would the Umbu attack us, mere genin? Have those two just now colluded with you? Do clenched his fists. Although his current strength far exceeded that of a genin, there was no doubt that now was not the time for conflict with an Umbu member. Why? Neji landed unscathed, while Kin Mizuke's and Carrie lay unconscious nearby. Perhaps you should first enlighten me as to why you have come to Konoha as a spy. Neji chuckled lightly. Do, a double agent, posed a considerable threat, though presently he appeared to be of little danger. Do felt a direct hit to his psyche with those words. He had believed his flawless acting would remain undiscovered, yet now he instinctively thought that this individual was an assassin sent by Konoha's higher-ups to eliminate him. TCH, Do lowered his head, extending his hand in preparation for a fierce confrontation. Yet, Neji displayed little interest in him. Hey, hand over the antidote, Neji stated. The antidote? Do blinked in astonishment. The antidote for the poison that afflicted those two. Give it to me, and I shall depart. Neji's impatience grew. He was well aware of Do's combat prowess, and he himself was merely sustaining his strength with a soldier pill. It was best to avoid direct confrontation. Do's mental state was nearing collapse. After enduring a series of psychological pressures, he had already mentally prepared for his demise in the forest of death. Yet, the other party merely sought an antidote? Furthermore, that poison was not lethal. Taking a deep breath, and seeing Do still frozen in place, Neji raised his right hand. Wait, I will give it to you. I will give it to you. Do recalled the masked youth before him, who had effortlessly dispatched Kin Mizuke's and Carrie. That fluid combat style indicated that this individual possessed Umbu-level strength, perhaps even more, though Do still suspected that this person might be a fake Umbu. After all, how could someone who was aware of his role as a spy in Konoha harbor no intent to kill him? Here, Do retrieved a packet of herbs from his ninja pouch and swiftly tossed it to Neji, who caught it. Until he felt assured, he dared not approach the enigmatic youth. This individual was not only formidable but also shrouded in mystery, so much so that even Do, a master of intelligence, could glean no insights. Neji examined the contents. It appeared to be a rare herb known as Shuriken, an antidote. May I depart now? Do cautiously inquired. Neji raised his hand slightly. The next moment, he leaped upward, swiftly disappearing before Do's eyes. His movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the ground. The entire plan had unraveled. Encountering such a formidable individual in the forest of death might have cost him his life if he had been careless. Were Neji aware of Do's thoughts, he would likely find them amusing. He too harbored uncertainties about engaging Do in combat and had little desire to entangle himself without a conflict of interest. Immediately, Neji shed his Umbu attire and removed his mask, hastening towards the direction where Tintin and Lee were located. Chapter 16. Rescue. Timely appearance was that fellow truly an Umbu? Lee inquired as he handed water to Tintin. The two had taken refuge beside a large tree with a water source. Tintin took a sip and replied, I do not know, but that movement was undoubtedly at the level of a jounin. Yet, why would such a powerful individual appear in the forest of death? Has something occurred here? As they conversed, they suddenly heard footsteps. Lee immediately became alert, only to discover it was Neji, standing across the stream. Neji smiled at them, saying, I was worried you had encountered danger. Why have you halted so suddenly? Thus, Lee and Tintin recounted the series of events to Neji. Tintin sighed as she spoke. Neji, when will your Byakugan improve? We cannot be far apart, yet you could not detect what transpired over there. Neji responded with a sheepish smile. I apologize. Lee interjected with a grin. It is all right. Neji-kun has been diligently training and has yet to let us down in this Chunin exam. By the way, Tintin has been poisoned? Just in time. Neji hurriedly rummaged through his ninja pouch, producing several herbs with a rustling sound. He removed some crumpled leaves and said to Tintin, These are herbs I found on the way that can serve as an antidote. I never anticipated they would prove useful. Neji, you even know about herbs. Lee exclaimed in surprise as he took them. Indeed, the clan elders taught us about herbal preparation and types. Neji replied. Tintin furrowed her brow as she examined the herbs. This is sure wuju, a rare variety. How could such a thing grow in the forest of death? She gazed at Neji in disbelief. Neji was equally taken aback and quickly explained, Well, I noticed only that single herb over there. We are indeed fortunate. It seems there are none elsewhere. Shally handed the medicinal herb to Tian, who appeared quite knowledgeable. She poured the water from the bamboo tube onto the herb, performed some simple preparations, and consumed it. Shally, this part is for you. The poison has lingering effects on mental fortitude. Shally exhaled deeply, saying, Neji, you have truly been a tremendous help this time. Otherwise, we might have faced another ambush. Indeed, let us rest here for a while tonight. We shall set off towards the center tomorrow. All right. The group decided to rest nearby. The 3-day examination had now reached its second night, with the final day looming ahead, necessitating a hastened journey. However, what Neji needed to expedite was not this matter. He retired early, but shortly after nightfall, he awoke. Having rested for merely an hour, he felt somewhat drowsy, yet he could not afford to delay any longer. Seizing the moment while Shally and Tian remained asleep, he left a note stating that he would venture ahead to scout and urge them not to wait for his return. Neji's objective was, of course, Orochimaru. Having failed on the first day, Orochimaru would surely act on the second. At this juncture, it was likely that Orochimaru was tirelessly searching for Sasuke's whereabouts, and he wondered if Hongdo and the others would arrive in time. If he did not hasten, Orochimaru might soon depart from the Forest of Death. Ding. Training completed. Skill in Acupoint Ceiling 499. Skill in Returning Heaven 443. It was only now that Neji reviewed the gains from his battle with Do and others. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in Gentle Fist, Acupoint Ceiling has reached 30,000, advancing to the realm of comprehension. Rewards, Explosive Tags X10. Special Herb, Wuju X10. Neji was overjoyed. Indeed, the benefits of practical combat with a master were substantial. The utility of the explosive tags was considerable, though this Wuju seemed less potent than the sure Wuju. The special herb appeared to enhance mental fortitude. What exactly was the use of this Wuju? The system replied, Wuju can detoxify. The special herb can dissipate fatigue and resist drowsiness. Neji was taken aback and promptly consumed 2 of the herbs. A faint sweetness accompanied a bitter taste. However, since it could stave off sleepiness, it was precisely what Neji required at this moment. That he then opened his attribute panel. Host, Hyuga Neji age, 13 years proficiency progress in basic ninja skills, including all foundational techniques such as throwing 82. 7. Reaching 100 completes the novice phase and activates the proficiency consumption system. Rank, Konoha Jinin Ninjutsu, Nun Taijutsu, Gentle Fist, Acupoint Ceiling, 300, 013, 0000, 8 Trigrams Palm, Returning Heaven, 234, 293, 0000, 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms 167993000, 8 Trigrams, Air Palm 1104330000, 8 Trigrams, 1 Body Strike, 9044100000, Genjutsu, None Bloodline Limit, Byakugan 255, 083, 0000. Basic Items, Food Pills X7, Special Wuju Herbs X10, Explosive Tags X10. Advanced Items, None. Special Items, None. Uchiha Sasuke collapsed, clutching his neck tightly. Meanwhile, Sakura stared wide-eyed, a mix of fear and rage evident in her eyes. You bastard! What have you done to Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru merely spoke in a voice laced with ominous intent. I have given him a gift, one that he desperately needs at this moment. You scoundrel! Sakura could only rage helplessly, embracing Sasuke while being utterly powerless. Over there, Naruto, revealing the chakra of the Nine Tails, was effortlessly captured by Orochimaru, who applied the 5-element seal. In the shadows of the thicket, Neji's figure appeared silently. It seemed he had arrived just in time. But, don't run. As Naruto landed, Sakura recklessly dashed towards Orochimaru. What does that foolish girl think she is doing? Neji thought to himself, realizing the peril. This world of Hokage had already been disrupted by his presence. Any situation could unfold, potentially leading to irreversible consequences. Was she truly running to her death, this troublesome girl? If she wishes to die so badly, then let me send her to her demise. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent rising. Initially intending to wait for all this to conclude, he now felt compelled to intervene and rescue those present. Shadow Snake Hands. Sakura, witnessing her fallen comrades, was on the brink of mental collapse, driven to madness by fear and retreating with no escape. She was utterly oblivious to the vicious snakes lunging at her. With a swish, the branches above were violently sliced by the thrown shuriken, crashing down directly onto the two venomous snakes, pinning them beneath the boughs. Blocked from her path, Sakura, observing the writhing snakes, finally regained her senses and retreated several steps. Glancing aside, she saw a figure advancing toward her. An Umbu. However, Sakura had never encountered such a young Umbu. The person was only slightly taller than she. She believed he could very well be her age. Is it you again, little brat? Truly troublesome. Orochimaru's raspy voice sent shivers down Sakura's spine. Take your companions and leave. Take this. Sakura caught the item tossed by Neji, glancing at it to find it was a food pill, capable of restoring energy. But Sakura gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat at a loss. Stop with the nonsense. If you don't leave now, your companions will all perish. This guy is an S-rank criminal. Staying will only complicate matters for me. Chapter 17. Suppression. Pursuing Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Sakura immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. She thought, he's right. If I stay, I'll certainly complicate things for the Umbu. After all, we are merely JNIN.in terms of rank. I should obey orders. Thus, she consumed the food pill, immediately hoisting Naruto onto her back before aiding Sasuke up. Remember, 3 sound Nin will come looking for you. Their target is Sasuke. You must not allow them to succeed. Neji reminded Sakura that preventing a major incident involving Sasuke and the others was crucial at this critical juncture. Otherwise, if chaos erupted in Konoha prematurely, he would have no time to strengthen himself and could be ensnared in a deadly conflict at any moment. Watching a mere child repeatedly rescue Konoha's people right before his eyes had already begun to irk Orochimaru. Moreover, Neji's warning to Sakura had piqued Orochimaru's immense interest. Little brat, who exactly are you? Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly, unable to discern whether his twisted visage reflected excitement or anger. In any case, Neji had finally captured the attention of this formidable foe. This was a duel between the strong and the weak. Yet Neji was unwilling to accept being a weakling. It was precisely by continuously growing stronger on this path that he found the courage to stand here. Neji now resembled a seasoned Umbu. Orochimaru could not distinguish between authenticity and deception. Are you Uchiha Itachi? No. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. That guy has already joined the Akatsuki, and his methods are entirely different. Neji had already taken a step back with his left foot, ready to meet any incoming attack. Against this particular enemy, he could not afford to show the slightest laxity, not to mention that the opponent's strength was the highest he had encountered thus far. Should this adversary become serious, the intent to kill would be very real. If he were not careful, he could very well lose his life here. Seeking out Orochimaru was Neji's gamble. Surviving with all his strength to attain what he desired was Neji's most assured decision. Orochimaru gazed at the young Umbu before him, silently thinking, clearly, this kid has yet to reach Itachi's level. However, the unique palm technique he possesses, when did the younger generation of the Hyuga clan produce someone so formidable? Kid, what is your objective? Orochimaru sneered and asked, do you really believe you can kill me alone? Or do you intend to avenge your clan? Neji was taken aback by Orochimaru's words, which had caught him off guard. What do you mean? Neji inquired hesitantly. You little brat from the Hyuga clan. No matter how much you hide, the truth cannot remain concealed. Damn that keen insight. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, seemingly recalling a certain event. However, it is evident that your talent surpasses that of Hinata by a considerable margin. The words of Orochimaru gradually rendered Neji into a state of rigid perplexity. What was he implying? Were there matters of which he was unaware? Yet, he could not afford to reveal his uncertainty, clenching his fist tightly. As for the Hyuga clan, I know nothing of it. All I am certain of is that your plan to destroy Konoha will ultimately fail. With that declaration, Neji took the initiative to strike. In a mere instant, he closed the distance to Orochimaru. Quickly now, kid. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he forcefully blocked Neji's strike with his arm. With the subsequent blow, Orochimaru found himself unable to withstand the force, stumbling backwards. I cannot allow you to succeed. Just as he intended to form a hand seal, Neji was already delivering a third strike. Another blow, the final strike. The speed of Neji's attacks intensified, with the frequency and power far exceeding their initial exchange. Orochimaru pondered to himself, could be under some form of stimulus? He is remarkably fierce. Neji was solely focused on uncovering the hidden connection between Orochimaru and the Hyuga clan. To discover this, he knew he must fight first. Smack! Orochimaru dodged, but Neji's palm struck a tree. The air fell silent for a moment, then the tree exploded. Crash! Splintering into pieces, the tree collapsed as if a great edifice had crumbled. Here, sensing the raging battle nearby, particularly the ominous chakra, Akado clutched the cursed seal on the back of his neck, gritting his teeth. Thought, it's just ahead. I will never forget that guy's chakra. We must hurry and assist. Together with two Umbu, Akado rushed forth, but upon witnessing the scene, the trio was left speechless in shock. Orochimaru had no time to form seals. He lacked even the opportunity to utilize the substitution technique. The Umbu child, adorned with a Uyami mask, had seamlessly donned Umbu attire, relentlessly pursuing Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. Trees toppled one after another, all felled by Neji's strikes. The youth was indeed chasing after Orochimaru. Akado's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Blinking rapidly as if caught in a dream. What was happening? The battlefield had been utterly ravaged, with Orochimaru's agile form slithering away like a serpent, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, no matter how he tried, the masked youth refused to grant him even a moment's respite. A single lapse in concentration would result in a strike, and Orochimaru narrowly evaded each time. In terms of taijutsu, the youth undoubtedly had the upper hand over Orochimaru. One of the more composed Umbu reflected such sharp insight and talent in taijutsu. The patterns of his strikes and the manner in which he obliterates trees clearly indicate that this boy employs the gentle fist of the Hyuga style. Meanwhile, another more burly Umbu hesitated. The Hyuga clan. The youth of the Hyuga clan in recent years have shown little talent. There are no young Umbu among them. How could he possibly be one of the Hyuga? Akado stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Hyuga clan has always been reclusive. It would not be surprising if he were a hidden master. But what kind of youth could achieve such mastery at such a young age? Meanwhile, Neji had executed several combinations of gentle fist techniques, yet still could not land a blow on Orochimaru. Though it appeared he had the upper hand, he realized he had not gained a significant advantage. If this continued, he would exhaust his stamina. He was merely propping himself up with the effects of 3 soldier pills. Crack. Neji miscalculated, striking the air and stumbling forward. Not good. Akado and the Umbu gasped in disbelief. Orochimaru grinned. You've grown careless, little brat. Let me see just who you are. He then reached out, and 2 snakes lunged forward, ensnaring Neji's body. As he extended his hand to remove Neji's mask, Neji merely chuckled coldly beneath it. If I don't intentionally expose a weakness, will you ever grant me this opportunity? Orochimaru suddenly realized he faced a shadow clone, while the real Neji had already positioned himself behind him, extending his fists and feet in a perfectly executed stance. Is this the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms? Chapter 18. Astonishment. A technique never before seen. This was the formation of the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms of the Hyuga clan. The watching Umbu were rendered speechless in shock. Akado furrowed his brow tightly, astonished that their speculation had indeed been correct. This masked youth was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, yet he was completely unknown. Truly, he was a young one of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru frowned, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. Though he wished to deny it, he had no choice but to admit he had been toyed with by a young Umbu. 2 strikes. Orochimaru had no chance to retaliate now. He must endure these initial 2 blows. The masked Umbu youth moved with extraordinary speed, showing no signs of fatigue even after a prolonged battle. Taking a couple of hits from you is no concern. Orochimaru's mind was already plotting an escape route. In this moment of error, the youth might strike him 6 times at most, and enduring those 6 blows would be the perfect opportunity to employ the substitution technique. Then, he could engage in a ninjutsu duel, where he was confident he would not lose to anyone, including the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, it seemed he had underestimated the boy, thinking to engage him in taijutsu. Zap. Neji struck Orochimaru's shoulders with 2 palms, initially believing it was merely the effect of force and chakra. However, as Orochimaru attempted to react, he was struck with the realization that he could not move. What? Neji smirked, for he had infused his earlier strikes with lightning chakra. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. For palms. 8 palms. Neji silently counted within himself, retreating swiftly as he unleashed subsequent strikes. What on earth was happening? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling his very organs being churned by the force of the gentle fish chakra, while his body was paralyzed by the lightning chakra. A change in the nature of the technique. Unheard of. 1 strike after another, the youth's movements were astonishingly swift. Not far away, Akado and the 2 Umbu were left speechless, particularly Akado, whose astonished pupils could no longer be described with words. It was utterly astounding. Although the lightning had not fully manifested, merely being infused into the technique was something no one had ever accomplished before. Each strike was as fierce as a thunderbolt. moving with such rapidity that Orochimaru was rendered immobile, allowing the masked youth to attack his chakra points at will. Unbeknownst to him, as the battle of Taijutsu progressed, Orochimaru had been utterly defeated, and it was a complete and unambiguous defeat. Infusing nature transformation into the gentle fist? This boy was a genius, one of the Umbu murmured in amazement. Yet Akato shook his head, stating, "No, it's more than that. Whether he is truly of the Hyuga clan remains to be seen." Akato's demeanor turned serious, unwilling to jump to conclusions. "What do you mean, Akato?" the deep-voiced Umbu inquired hesitantly. Akato took a deep breath, exhaling heavily. Hinata Tetsu, a former teammate of mine, a J-nin of the Hyuga clan. He was once known as a ninja of immense talent, particularly skilled in the transformation of lightning chakra. Yet even he remarked that the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan rely on the refinement of chakra through the Byakugan, which is entirely incompatible with the nature transformation of elemental chakra. An Umbu responded. "So, it is indeed a challenging feat to achieve both?" "No, it is virtually impossible." Akato's tone grew more resolute. "Not only must one refine chakra through the same method, but the Byakugan, being a bloodline limit that targets chakra points and meridians, must adhere to the principles of the 8 trigrams yin-yang, where opposing forces must not conflict to form the trigrams. It appears that only by respecting the chakra in its most primal and natural state can one utilize the Byakugan, especially for secret techniques like the 64 palms. Elemental chakra is inherently impure and cannot be integrated. This boy should not be one of the Hyuga clan." After a thorough analysis, the crowd nodded in agreement, particularly astonished by the boy's agility. Who could this master be, capable of so effortlessly overpowering Orochimaru? Moreover, he employed techniques they had never witnessed before. If Neji were to hear this, he would likely chuckle, for Hondo understood that even outsiders held a narrow view of the Byakugan. Initially, Neji struggled to transcend certain imposed limitations. Yet through relentless training, he persevered. Though his early efforts were aimed at conforming to the system, he eventually fell in love with the boundless pursuit of improvement, becoming addicted to it. It was only after reaching a certain level of mastery that Neji recognized the significance of practice making perfect. Those things he once found hard to believe, he could now accomplish with ease, including the ability to simultaneously manage 2 chakra types within his body. Thus, at this moment, Neji was prepared to wager all his years of effort. Even standing shoulder to shoulder with shadow-level ninjas, "Orochimaru," he exclaimed, as the latter's eyes widened in disbelief, his body propelled backward by Neji's final strike. With a crackling sound akin to thunder, Orochimaru's form seemed to generate static electricity upon contact with the air. He flew several meters away, landing in silence. Neji, panting beneath his mask, was drenched in sweat. He had expended all his chakra in that blow. Nevertheless, the chakra in his palm still surged, and he used his Byakugan to track its flow within his body. The chakra took on a lightning shape, swirling with remarkable speed. Had he succeeded, a new technique. Though fatigued, Neji exhaled in relief. Such a formidable technique could only showcase its true potential against a worthy opponent. "Orochimaru, you shall surrender." Suddenly, 2 Umbu members landed on either side of Orochimaru. Yet, even in his seemingly weakened state, they remained cautious, reluctant to approach. Hondo stepped closer to Neji, prompting him to take a step back. She halted as well. "May I ask, who is this esteemed individual?" Neji, breathless and feeling the weight of exhaustion, sensed he could not linger much longer. Cough, just as he planned to put on a show. A loud crash echoed nearby, followed by the sound of several large trees crashing to the ground. Before them appeared 2 colossal serpents, each towering at 20 meters. Orochimaru regained his strength with startling speed. Rising like a zombie and glaring at his palm, realizing, indeed, my chakra has been sealed by the Hyuga clan. Chapter 19. Supply. Only physical strength consumed. Damn it. Hondo rushed to assist, saving 2 Umbu members from an attack by the giant snake. "Good child, you finally arrived. It's a pity I can't play with you any longer. Let this child entertain you." Orochimaru leapt atop the serpent's head and vanished in a backward leap. The serpent let out a low growl that deterred Hondo and the 2 Umbu from pursuing. With a whoosh, an apparition darted away like lightning, leaving no trace behind. The massive roar of the serpent echoed as it collapsed, stirring clouds of dust and toppling ancient trees without a hint of struggle. As if it had been instantaneously defeated by a single strike that pierced its vital area, Neji landed, utterly exhausted. Yet, he had confirmed something vital. He had unleashed the full force of the last strike of the 64 Palms technique. To think it would be this powerful, Neji exhaled, astonished by the unexpectedly high ceiling of this technique. "Hey, As Neji pondered, the three figures approached. Wait, he raised a hand to signal them to stop. Hondo and the others obediently halted. Who would dare to disregard such a warning, to act so decisively against Orochimaru? This individual could not possibly be an insignificant person. The trio feared that this formidable figure might not align with Konoha. And if they were to be eliminated, it would spell trouble. Esteemed one, Hondo began, but the boy waved his hand, indicating he would not linger any longer. You may leave without concern. Neji sighed, since Orochimaru had been marked with a curse. He likely would not cause further chaos. His greater worry was that Hondo and the others might remain in the forest of death, which could lead to his identity being exposed. He would not only invite trouble upon himself, but the Hyuga clan's suspicions would deepen. Such matters could not be rushed. Seeing Hondo still had questions, Neji urged sternly, "Listen to me. Leave the forest of death at once. Remaining here could lead to casualties among the examinees." Yes, this time, they appeared to heed his words. That go inform the Hokage to bolster the village's security measures. With that, Neji swiftly vanished from their sight. Once he distanced himself from them, Neji found a secluded grove to rest. He removed his mask and the Umbu uniform, soaked in sweat. Had he truly only managed to endure this much after consuming 3 soldier pills? Exhaling, Neji acknowledged that while he had mastered the nature transformation, the toll on his body was considerable. Ding, training session concluded. 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms proficiency, 5999. Gentle Fist proficiency, 3434. Byakugan proficiency, 1979. Upon seeing these results, Neji lacked the strength to express his delight. After confirming with his Byakugan that no dangers lurked within a 500-meter radius, he lay back and succumbed to sleep. Although the soldier pills could temporarily stave off exhaustion, excessive use would incur side effects, coupled with the fact that he had hardly slept the previous night. Neji quickly drifted off. When he awakened, it was already the following morning, with the sun casting its rays at an angle that indicated it was still early. Occasionally, the soft chirping of birds filled the air. Feeling refreshed, Neji set off, having accomplished his objective, and it was time to catch up with Rock Lee and Tintin. Along the way, Neji inquired of the system, given that both involved chakra nature transformation. Why is the 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms so much stronger than the Kaiten? Neji had been puzzled by this since the night before, as he had dedicated more effort to mastering the Kaiten. Practicing a taijutsu technique aimed at pressure points against a wooden post had yielded minimal returns. He reflected that for the past 8 years, he had spent over 95% of his time without any opportunities for actual combat. The infusion of nature transformation is contingent upon usage frequency. Frequency, that is to say, the number of times used. The chakra attributes provided by the system are not carried by the host. They are supplied by the system itself. Thus, this chakra is unlimited, allocated based on the host's maximum usage capacity. As long as the host uses it sufficiently, the quantity will be adequate, albeit at a greater cost to their physical stamina. Just stamina consumption. Neji was taken aback by the system's explanation. No wonder such significant chakra expenditure had left him utterly drained. So, the 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms involved 64 instances of lightning attribute chakra infusion. Indeed. Upon learning this, Neji's mind sparked with a curious thought. It never stated that I must limit myself to 64 strikes. Wouldn't it be even stronger if I performed 74? The system remained silent. As Neji continued on his path, he sensed someone approaching ahead. He immediately halted and utilized his Byakugan to identify the figure as his teammate. Tintin, Neji? Where have you been? Tintin exclaimed, her brow glistening with sweat. What's wrong? Tintin, it seems someone has set their sights on Sasuke's squad. Rock Lee stayed behind to save Sakura, and he entrusted this scroll to me. As she spoke, she produced a scroll. Neji narrowed his eyes, suspecting it was likely the sound ninja that Orochimaru had dispatched to test Sasuke, just as he was about to devise an excuse to enlist Tintin's help in rescuing Lee. She unexpectedly threw both scrolls at him. Instinctively, Neji caught them. You hold on to the scrolls and don't get too close. Those individuals seem formidable, and we cannot risk ourselves while ensuring we do not leave anyone to their fate. Subsequently, Tian swiftly turned her head and dashed forward with unwavering determination towards a certain direction. Ning Xi, holding the scroll, stood frozen in place, lost in thought. After a moment, he sighed deeply and reluctantly tucked the scroll into his clothing. It seemed he would have to take action once more. Ning Xi donned his Umbu mask, retrieved his Umbu attire, and began to walk deliberately in the direction from which Tian had just departed. Not far off, in a clearing amidst the jungle, Sasuke and Naruto lay unconscious beneath a rock. Meanwhile, Sakura, who who had tended to them throughout the night and appeared fatigued, was suddenly struck down, her hair severed and scattered about. Little Lee had also been brought down at some point. Only the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi stood cautiously against the three sound ninjas. Do not overestimate yourselves. You are no match for us. All we desire is the life of Uchiha Sasuke. Sak extended his hand, the shockwave emanating from his palm having already been witnessed by all present. The disparity in power caused palpable pressure among those gathered. Although Tion had arrived, taking on even just Jin alone would prove to be a formidable challenge. Sak, take action and understand Uchiha Sasuke. Jin threatened Tion, warning that should she leave, Little Lee's life would be forfeit. On the other side, Ding Ci, Shikamaru, and Ino were utterly powerless against Tosu, who stood alone, highlighting the vast difference in strength. Sakura clung desperately to Sak's leg, preventing him from advancing, yet Sak merely stepped upon her head. Are you tired of living, girl? Ino's eyes widened as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Stop. With that command, a sharp blade, a kunai, descended in response. Sak reacted swiftly, drawing out a kunai to deflect it. Just then, a figure appeared silently, striking from behind. Chapter 20. Overwhelm. Mastery of power with a single blow. Sak was propelled forward by an immense force, stumbling several steps. Dressed in umbu attire, Ning Ci landed beside Sakura. Step back, Ning Ci said in a low voice. Sakura furrowed her brow, recognizing the umbu from the previous day. However, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this masked figure, unable to place where she had encountered him before, and thus complied and stepped back. Ning Ci was merely concerned she might recognize him. Hey, who are you? Sak turned around, shouting. Umbu of the Leaf Village, a counterfeit, Tosu, unconvinced, approached Ning Ci, dismissing the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi as irrelevant. You were the umbu from yesterday, Tion exclaimed in surprise, realizing that both days had seen her saved by the same individual. Both she and Sakura instinctively took a few steps back. Acutely aware that the masked umbu before them possessed formidable strength, with him present, they felt assured of their safety. Their interference would only complicate matters. One after another. You have provoked my ire. Sak scowled, advancing a few steps in anger. Ning Ci's earlier strike had been controlled, but still delivered a significant blow, leaving Sak brimming with indignation over the ambush. Humph, a leaf umbu who can only ambush? I can handle you alone. Jin crossed his arms confidently. Tosu, however, expressed concern. Hey, he is still an umbu of the leaf, though he appears quite small. A mere bluff. The unwarranted confidence of the group caused Ning Ci to frown slightly. Yet, this was fortuitous, as it indicated their lack of insight and courage, making a swift resolution to the situation all the more favorable. Ha! Void Slash. Seizing the opportunity, Sak extended his hand, unleashing a Void Slash. The chakra pressure erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Ning Ci. With no time to evade, Ning Ci instinctively raised his hand to block. Hey, aren't you fond of ambushing? Yet the smile on his face faltered within seconds. His expression freezing, Ning Ci remained unscathed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Truly impressive. He is umbu, Sakura remarked in awe. Tion chuckled. It seems there is no danger here. Ning Ci, somewhat surprised, had only aimed to mitigate the damage with his gentle fist, and discovered that Sak's Void Slash was utterly trivial against him. Beneath the mask, his Byakugan flared, revealing everything clearly. In Ning Ci's palm, there remained a swirling chakra of lightning nature. Could it be that I have awakened a new technique? According to the system, the infusion of elemental chakra was based on the number of uses provided. The 8 Trigrams 64 Palms allowed for 64 applications, indicating that each palm was not a standalone technique. Instead, each strike represented the pinnacle of the gentle fist, precisely targeting 64 chakra points of the enemy, resulting in a rapid succession of the most accurate gentle fist strikes. Thus, even a basic gentle fist technique could now be imbued with lightning attribute chakra. With this hypothesis, Ning Ci felt an eagerness to experiment. Whoosh! A shuriken flew towards him, and in an instant, Ning Ci deflected it with his hand. With a sharp sound, 2 iron wires on the ground were pulled taut. A trap? Yet, there was no follow-up. He merely observed Jin, the sound ninja, manipulating the bells on his hands. Following that, dozens of bells on the iron wires rang out in unison. I see, employing sound wave attacks. Everyone present was affected, clutching their ears in distress. However, Ning Ci struck the ground with a palm. Bang! The ground trembled, disrupting all sounds, causing the iron wires to snap and the bells to fall, thereby nullifying Jin's primary attack method. Such a frail and feeble tactic. The mindset of the Umbu is astonishing. The opponent relied on sound wave attacks, which propagate through vibrations. Simply striking the ground was sufficient to create vibrations that exceeded the ringing of the bells. Tian observed the battle with a serious demeanor, realizing she could learn a wealth of practical knowledge from witnessing this combat. Truly a formidable warrior, yet unbeknownst to her. The Umbu youth she so admired was none other than her long-disdained teammate. Hyuga Ningxi. Jean took a step back, slightly hesitant, as it was his first time encountering someone bold enough to counter his technique so decisively. Next is my turn. A figure surged forward, and Ningxi gathered chakra. Thinking, perfect, you shall be my target. Sak's face radiated youthful fury, a typical brash ninja, unable to tolerate a masked boy stealing the spotlight. Die. With a close-range bombardment, Sak pressed his palms close to Ningxi. Unleashing dual void slashes simultaneously, Ningxi scoffed lightly and merely extended his hand to deflect the attack. The searing pain shot through Sak's wrist in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that he was facing the strength of a normal human, the force was akin to that of a seasoned warrior who had trained for a century, with a mere twist. Ningxi effortlessly dislocated Sak's wrist, sending him spiraling upwards. Bang! The dual void slashes soared skyward. Let go of me. Sak gritted his teeth, unable to endure the pain any longer at this moment. All his arrogance appeared as nothing more than the bitter fruit of his own folly in the eyes of the onlookers. Ningxi narrowed his eyes, condensing chakra, and struck out. Ugh! This single blow nearly cost Sak his life. With that strike, he ceased all struggle. True pain is silent. Thud. The only sound in the air was that of Ningxi's palm impacting flesh. With no cries from Sak remaining, lightning attribute chakra flooded into Sak's body, rendering his void slashes completely unreleasable. His body, paralyzed, felt as if bound by lightning. His scalp tingled. Sak thought to himself, while the excruciating pain nearly dulled his senses. After enduring a barrage of strikes, Ningxi finally eased his force and halted. Sak lay on the ground, eyes wide open yet conscious, saliva dribbling from his mouth, his eyes round with shock. Is there a need to continue? Ningxi had accomplished his objective and cast a glance at Tosu. Tosu clenched his fist and glanced at the fallen Uchiha Sasuke. Here, Tosu retrieved the scroll from his clothing and placed it on the ground. The sound ninjas fled swiftly, and the Umbu youth made his exit as well. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio stood in disbelief at the scene before them, particularly Shikamaru. That guy moved as swiftly as a Suma. Given his height, he should be around our size. Terrifying. He pinched his brow. Although the sound ninjas were formidable, he had some strategies to counter them. The masked youth from earlier was truly terrifying. If I were to become an enemy of someone like him, I fear I would abandon my pursuit of becoming a Chunin. Ino and Choji sighed in agreement with Shikamaru's words. After all, the disparity in strength between a Genin and a Jonin is monumental. Chapter 21. Admiration. The strongest Genin after saving Sakura, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were concerned that the situation might change, so they hurriedly made their exit. Only Tenten remained, producing the time-limited herb that Neji had given her earlier. This was a rare and special herb, and its effect should be quite remarkable. Tenten offered the remaining fragment of the herb to Sakura. Thank you, Sakura said, wincing. At that moment, Lee, who had been unconscious, awoke. Tenten looked at him, feeling overwhelmed. You don't need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards that bushy-browed fellow. He was the one who helped you. Sakura. As soon as Lee regained consciousness, he struggled to rise and approached. Sakura, are you all right? Sakura's hair had been partially shorn, and she appeared disheveled, covered in numerous cuts and bruises. All right, I've already given Sakura the herb. You should focus on your own well-being for now, Tenten chided. Pulling Lee away, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, pondering how their team could have produced such an oddball, even less competent than Neji. Yet, she thought to herself, thankfully, Neji was not present. If he had witnessed that formidable opponent, it would undoubtedly have dealt a significant blow to his confidence. After all, they both practiced the same techniques. How could he be so far behind? Meanwhile, after departing, Neji did not stray far. He sought a secluded spot to remove his Umbu attire, discard the mask, and tidy himself up before returning to find his comrades. This outfit is indeed quite practical. After a moment's hesitation, Neji decided against returning the gear. After all, he had saved their lives. Surely, the Umbu wouldn't be so financially desperate as to pursue him for a mere mask and set of clothing. Would they? Once reunited with Tenten, he listened as she recounted how the masked youth had displayed extraordinary valor. Lee chimed in agreement, while Neji simply listened, a quiet smile gracing his lips as dusk approached. The trio, having traversed a considerable distance, finally reached their destination. Well done. Congratulations on passing the exam. Irika had been waiting for them in the room. To their astonishment, the heart of the vast forest of death turned out to be an information station. Tenten, carrying a scroll, surveyed her surroundings. Lee eagerly engaged Irika in conversation, and at that moment, it seemed as though all their fatigue evaporated, replaced by a sense of fulfillment and relief. Neji, however, trailed behind, silent, gradually regaining his strength and chakra. Now, please proceed to the lounge for a well-deserved rest. They made their way to the lounge, where two groups were already present, totaling 5 individuals. On one side were Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, on the other, 2 Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja wore expressions of disdain, seemingly uninterested in associating with Leaf's Chunin. Temari sat with an air of authority, her head resting on her hand as she closed her eyes in repose. While Kankuro crossed his arms, observing Neji and the others with a haughty gaze. How slow. He yawned, turning his head away. Neji and A. Hinata greeted with a smile, to which Neji merely responded with a gentle grin. We're the third to arrive. Tenten and Lee approached Kiba and Shino to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Neji noticed that the room connected to another vast space and ventured through the door. Perhaps a quieter area would be more comfortable. The glares from the Sand Ninja were quite unsettling. Upon entering, Neji discovered that it was a training ground. The expansive area was nearly the size of 10 classrooms. It seemed this place had once served as a training facility. Neji felt a flicker of curiosity about the history of the Forest of Death. Before him lay numerous wooden stakes, close to 100, while other areas bore the scars of various training exercises. All seemingly ancient. It appeared that this place had not been visited in quite some time. Neji approached, extending his hand for a strike. His palm connected with the wooden stake. Dust scattered, though it was not overly thick, suggesting that the area had been utilized not long ago. Rumor had it that this was a training ground for an Umbu organization, which had relocated to a larger facility months prior. It was said that this Umbu group was quite mysterious, not directly under the Hokage's command, but Neji was not well versed in their details. Tenten entered, speaking as she moved towards a specific area. Ah, that looks like the weaponry section. I wonder how all those Umbu practice with their tools. Tenten, who had a particular fondness for ninja tools, finally revealed her genuine youthful curiosity, having passed the exam. She was no longer inclined to challenge Neji, and to be fair, he had indeed contributed significantly during this test. Neji chose not to respond. Instead, he began to practice on the wooden stakes as his strength gradually returned. He was careful not to overexert himself, merely performing simple movements. 1 strike, 2 strikes. His actions were executed with incredible swiftness. The dust that had been dislodged from the stakes danced in the air. And during the few moments it took to fall, Neji had already unleashed a flurry of strikes far beyond what could be counted on 2 hands. The stakes were shaped like human figures. And to those knowledgeable in the art, it would be evident that even in his empty-handed practice, Neji was methodically targeting specific points. Noticing Neji engrossed in his training, Tenten refrained from interrupting and busied herself with observing various concealed weapons. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Neji continued his practice when Tenten returned, her jaw dropping in astonishment. No way. Neji, how are you still training? Turning to her, Neji paused his movements. Ding. Training session completed. Gentle Fist Proficiency 779. 8 Trigrams 64 Palms Proficiency 128. Neji chuckled lightly. Oh, I was just practicing casually. It doesn't take much effort. Tenten tilted her head, recalling the mysterious Umbu expert they had encountered in the forest. I say. You must have heard about that masked Umbu, right? Their techniques were truly something else. As she spoke, Tenten seemed reluctant to diminish Neji's spirits. Sigh, you should really take a break. Rest up so that we can all make our advancement to Chunin together. Then you can find a way to improve your skills. Merely practicing isn't enough. As Tenten was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed ominously. You were mistaken. This guy is quite formidable. Who? Tenten exclaimed, chills running down her spine, while Neji was equally startled, quickly looking up to their shock. Gaara was perched on the ceiling, gazing down at them. You? When did you? Tenten stepped back in alarm as Gaara leaped down, her eyes widening in disbelief. Gaara's gaze remained fixed on Neji. I have been observing you for quite some time. You are the strongest Chunin I have encountered in Konoha thus far. His words left Neji momentarily taken aback. The strongest? Tintin furrowed her brow, looking at the red-haired, short-statured figure with the gourd on his back, utterly perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? Neji is at the bottom of the barrel in Konoha, just as Tintin finished speaking. Gaara shot her a glare. The sand within his gourd surged forth at blinding speed, transforming into claw-like tendrils that lunged directly at Tintin. Chapter 22. Confrontation, the third exam in an instant. Tintin sensed the danger. Yet her body seemed to lag in response. The sand moved with such grace that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye, and it appeared as though she would soon be struck. With a swift whoosh, the sand scattered. As the once lively sand was punctured by a single hand, it fell lifelessly to the ground, no longer animated. Neji positioned himself protectively before Tintin, his expression calm. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise. He could not comprehend this act of saving another. The only thing he understood was that his initial assessment of speed and technique had proven accurate. This individual was indeed formidable. Tintin was equally astonished by Neji's swiftness as she rose to her feet. Thank you. When did your speed become so remarkable? Neji turned back, smiling. Not really. I was just about to head this way and reacted in time. Now tell me, what is it that you intend to do? Tian immediately directed her attention towards Gaara, who had just attacked her, and questioned him loudly. I have no interest in you, but I am quite intrigued by your companion. Gaara let out a faint chuckle as the sand slowly returned to his gourd, his arms crossing once again in a gesture of indifference. What is your name? Gaara inquired. Hyuga Neji, Neji thought to himself, acknowledging that he would inevitably face this individual in battle one day. Thus there was no need for excessive restraint. Gaara, he replied, before turning away without a backward glance. I in the Chunin exam. I eagerly await our match. His footsteps receded, the sound echoing softly in the training ground. Tian merely exhaled. This year's Sand Shinobi are truly formidable. Their strength is not only apparent, but their attitude is rather detestable. As she complained, Neji remained silent, pondering a question within himself. Could he be assured of victory against Gaara? Perhaps not. This answer left Neji feeling unsettled for quite some time, prompting him to resume his training. Time for the exam has concluded. Upon receiving the announcement, all candidates were escorted out of the forest of death to assemble in an open area. Irika counted the participants and murmured. Only 7 teams remain, totaling 21 individuals. At that moment, a young man suddenly stepped forward. It was Yakushi Kabuto. I apologize, but I intend to withdraw from this exam. What? Exclaimed Naruto. Meanwhile, Neji, standing in a corner, felt a hand pat his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the previous round's proctor, Mitarashi Anko. I never expected you to pass the exam. Quite impressive. Neji offered a sheepish smile in response. Well then, ahem, everyone follow me. We shall now commence the third round of the exam. What? There's more. The arrival of Yagura Shippuden surprised everyone. After 3 days and nights of turmoil, the third round of the exam was upon them. Neji observed Yagura Shippuden, a rather brooding figure with dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of Gaara. He appeared to be suffering from some ailment, coughing incessantly. Aside from Kabuto's sudden withdrawal, the remaining 20 candidates were paired for battle. Victors would advance to the formal Chunin selection tournament. All were led to a venue, specifically designed for the exams beneath the Leaf Village, spacious enough to accommodate a small audience. At the edge of the training field, a massive hand sign representing the fire release was displayed, creating a striking spectacle. Lee, congratulations on passing the exam. Guy's voice resonated throughout the arena. Guy-sensei. Lee perked up instantly. Soon after, several jonin entered the venue. Kakashi, Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, along with a few special jonin, came to observe. Everyone is quite concerned about the results of this Chunin exam. You all must do your best. Kakashi waved cheerfully at everyone. Shikamaru scanned the spectators and squinted. At least Asuma isn't here. Our team has no chance anyway. Observing this, Neji sighed. All jonin, I must be extra cautious. A single mistake could reveal everything. As discussions ensued among the crowd, Yagura Shippuden coughed twice. Announcing, the names displayed on the screen. Please come to the arena. The others should wait. Uchiha Sasuke, the first name echoed through the hall, eliciting gasps of surprise. Wow, we get to witness a battle from the genius of the Uchiha clan right from the start. Who will be his opponent? Is there anyone capable of defeating him? Akimichi Choji. Neji was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this pairing. Everyone began to move forward, leaving only Sasuke and Choji on the stage. Choji, be careful. Ino, though intrigued by Sasuke, expressed more concern for her teammate. Meanwhile, Kakashi was offering Sasuke some last-minute advice as Sasuke gripped a spot on the back of his neck tightly. Neji observed the scene and snorted softly. Orochimaru has indeed placed a cursed seal on him. Upon reaching the audience area, Neji noticed people gradually gathering around him, standing in a line to watch, not far apart. Hey! Inuzuka Kiba arrived beside Neji, greeting him enthusiastically. If I get to fight you, I consider myself lucky. Neji understood his implication but merely smiled in response. Nearby, Tion and Lee were present. Tion lamented, Neji, it seems that Lee and I cannot protect you this time. You'll have to rely on yourself. Indeed. Then, Gaara stepped back slightly, extending his hand forward, poised to commence. Let the match begin. The combatants, Uchiha Sasuke and Akimichi Choji, prepared for battle. Sasuke-kun, take down that fat pig, from the audience. Sakura immediately began cheering. The moment the words left her mouth, Shikamaru and Ino exchanged startled glances. Oh no. Did he just say the forbidden phrase? Shikamaru's eyes widened. Sure enough, Choji, hearing the insult, furrowed his brow, a blaze of anger igniting within him. Fat pig, did you just call me that? Gritting his teeth, Choji glared at Sasuke, his earlier hesitation vanishing, replaced by fierce determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke seemed tormented by the curse seal, his brows knitted in pain. Hurry up. I don't have time for your nonsense. Aya, human bullet tank. Lion's barrage. The victor is Uchiha Sasuke. Alas, Choji, it's too difficult to win against Sasuke. Ino lamented, resting her chin on her hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. Sasuke-kun. Wow, he is so cool. In the first match, Sasuke undoubtedly claimed victory, which had been within Neji's expectations. However, such random pairings were indeed thrilling, and Neji was quite curious about what kind of opponent he would face in his first match. Regardless, I hope for an opponent who is manageable, especially with all these jonin watching. Ahem. Now, the next pair, Gaara announced, clenching his fist to cover his mouth, his gaze dark and profound. The sound ninja, Sack. As the first name appeared, all eyes turned to the next continuously rolling name. A few seconds later, it materialized. Hyuga Hinata. Neji instinctively murmured. Glancing towards Hinata, the look of surprise crossed her pure visage, though she quickly composed herself, being a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Neji felt a twinge of concern. He was aware of Sack's capabilities, and he feared that Hinata might not stand a chance against him. More importantly, Sack was a sound ninja, known for their brutal techniques and ruthless nature. However, it seemed unreasonable to advise Hinata to forego the match at this point that he steeled himself. Should Sack dare to harm Hinata in even the slightest way, his own life would undoubtedly be at stake. Now, please welcome the participants, Hyuga, Hinata, and Sack, to the arena. Hey! Sack grinned as he descended into the arena, looking disheveled as if he had been recently electrocuted, his appearance quite unkempt, yet a rebellious glint remained in his eyes. Hinata, upon seeing him, was startled. Sack seemed to be limping as he walked. What happened? The jonin on stage were equally astonished, while Gaara noticed something amiss and inquired, Sack, you appear injured. Are you certain you wish to continue in the match? Yet, Sack dismissed the concern with a scoff. My injuries are of no consequence. He gritted his teeth, recalling the humiliation he suffered in the forest of death, his anger boiling over. Looking at Hinata, he taunted. You Hyuga clan members enjoy using gentle fist techniques, don't you? Perfect. I absolutely despise that style. Let us have a proper fight. His eyes were filled with malice. Gaara, sensing no way to dissuade him, relented. Very well, let the match begin. The moment the match commenced, Sack could no longer contain himself and charged towards Hinata with great speed. Hinata, give it your all. Show him your strength, Kiba shouted from the sidelines, while Neji crossed his arms, secretly forming hand seals. Byakugan, veins bulging, vital energy coursing smoothly throughout the body, radiating outward and concentrating in the vicinity of the eyes, transmitted through chakra into his visual nerves. Neji was taken aback, observing within Sack's body, where, aside from the void slash, there existed another source of chakra. That chakra was precisely the residual traces of his own lightning nature transformation, like a flickering lightning bolt. It surged intermittently within Sack's form. Neji had not anticipated that the experiment in the forest would leave this boy enduring its aftereffects until now. It was no wonder he appeared so disheveled upon entering the arena. Had it not been for the peculiar release method of the void slash, he would likely have been unable to utilize ninjutsu at all. Meanwhile, Hinata swiftly evaded. Such a Navi girl, under the watchful eyes of all. Sack struck out, but Hinata timely dodged. Yet, seizing the moment her feet touched the ground, Sack swiftly redirected his palm towards her. Void slash. Too cunning. Inuzuka Kiba watched, seething with indignation. Yet, beside him, Neji remained remarkably composed, for beneath the dust, Neji could clearly see that Hinata had reacted, swiftly bending down to evade the attack. The entire arena was stunned. So, the young lady of the Hyuga clan is this formidable? The battle with the Byakugan had commenced. Neji merely smiled with satisfaction. Although Hinata's talent was not exceptional, she had quickly activated her Byakugan and was adeptly applying it in combat. Neji had undergone countless reaction training sessions, and naturally, Hinata had participated in many of those as well. Guided by him, such an attack seemed somewhat juvenile in the face of the Byakugan. How infuriating. Another one. Just as Sak realized his initial attempt had failed, seeing Hinata prepare to counterattack, he immediately employed his other hand. This time, it was a barrage. With two explosive sounds, Hinata had no choice but to abandon her offensive and retreat. Truly impressive. Hinata, your reflexes are remarkable. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan indeed excels in taijutsu. Shaoli exclaimed in astonishment. Being someone who specialized in taijutsu and not ninjutsu, he could only train diligently. Witnessing Hinata enhance her taijutsu to such a level with the Byakugan filled him with envy. Neji remained silent, while Kiba could no longer contain himself. The Byakugan is not omnipotent, you know. Neji, don't you also possess the Byakugan? Surely, you cannot defeat Hinata, right? Kiba regarded Neji with disdain. However, Neji could not be bothered to engage with him. Understanding Kiba's character, he recognized that Kiba genuinely cared for Hinata, constantly looking out for her. Therefore, Neji chose not to hold it against him. Meanwhile, Tintin chimed in with sarcasm. Look, Neji, you're being looked down upon for not improving your strength. Shaoli, with a goofy grin, added, Neji has been putting in a lot of effort. Just as Neji was about to interject, a significant change unfolded in the arena. Taijutsu. If that's the case, then I'll unleash my full power. Sak formed hand seals and charged towards Hinata with great speed, eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Under Neji's Byakugan, Sak's entire being was engulfed by the void slash. This guy, he intends to take us both down with him. Hinata, Neji shouted. Yet Hinata had no time to evade. Gentle fist technique. Swift step. Hinata enveloped her feet in a thick layer of chakra, deciding to confront the attack head-on. No. Neji extended his hand, grasping the railing, prepared to leap down to at that moment. Tintin advised. Neji, this is an exam. If Hinata is in danger, the referee will intervene. Moreover, there are several jounin watching. Gritting his teeth, Neji continued to observe the arena. Unexpectedly, the situation took another drastic turn. Slap. Hinata's palm struck Sak's face directly. Tap. Another strike followed. Subsequently, dozens of strikes landed one after another, all hitting unexpected targets. To Neji's eyes, this was merely a sign of Hinata's insufficient mastery of the gentle fist technique. However, to everyone else, Hinata's attack had decisively brought Sak to his knees from the moment Hinata delivered her first blow. It was as if Sak had become a marionette, unable to move. By the second blow, Sak was already trembling uncontrollably, initially thought to be a result of Hinata's exquisite technique. It soon became apparent that the tremors emanated from a force within him, as if the residual power was now influencing his chakra, rendering him unable to act independently. Neji was gradually astonished. The lightning attribute chakra he had infused into Sak's body was now responding to each of Hinata's gentle fist strikes, running rampant throughout his entire being. As Hinata's strikes landed on his face, the pressure points and blood vessels were completely invaded by chakra. As the strikes targeted his chest, the chakra began to spread from the meridians and heart throughout his body. Sak stumbled back. Even Hinata herself had not anticipated that her technique could wield such power. Sak trembled uncontrollably. Even after Hinata ceased her assault. It was as if he had been electrocuted, and soon he collapsed heavily to the ground. Losing consciousness. Chapter 24. Speculation. The mysterious boy, Victor, Hyuga Hinata. Even the referee in the arena appeared somewhat astonished. His gaze was uncertain as he looked at the fallen Sak. What had this child experienced to end up like this? Clearly, it was the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, yet it seemed as if he had been activated. Observing from a distance, Kakashi hastily lifted his eye patch. Sharingan. Kakashi's expression turned serious, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. What's wrong? Guy inquired. Yugao leaned in with concern. That child possesses a lightning attribute chakra, a transformation of nature. Transformation of nature? That does not seem like something a mere genin could master, does it? Yugao furrowed her brow, asking in disbelief. Being a Jinjutsu specialist, she was naturally well-versed in the nuances of chakra. Kakashi shook his head. No, that is not his own power. It seems this child has been injured by someone. Yet for some reason, the lightning attribute chakra reacted upon contact with the gentle fist, causing the residual power within him to surge forth. At that moment, Neji, who was relatively far from them, was deeply shaken. This is the chakra provided by the system, capable of lingering within the human body. More alarmingly, as long as it is the gentle fist, it can resonate with that chakra. Neji took a deep breath. His thoughts in disarray. It seems reckless to casually use my techniques against Chunin. It is far too dangerous. Neji had already held back, yet it still resulted in such serious consequences. If he inadvertently exposed his identity, it would be an even greater loss. Ironically, this incident had led to Hinata fortuitously winning the match and advancing to the next stage. Impressive, Hinata! Hiba shouted excitedly, then glanced at Neji with a mischievous grin. So, what do you think? Hinata is remarkable. Isn't you'd better put in some serious effort. Tintin shook her head in amazement, urging Neji. Neji, I truly believe you're falling behind your sister. It's all right. Neji replied with a faint smile. He had no interest in debating such trivial matters with them. What mattered now was that he could no longer use that technique in the upcoming matches. If he encountered a manageable opponent, that would be one thing. However, should he face a sand or sound ninja, given his current stamina, it would be quite challenging. The Jounin present were likely to notice some inconsistencies. If he used that technique again, it would be difficult to escape accountability. After all, Akatsuki had not been seen since the end of the exam. She would likely report the encounter with the mysterious Umbu boy in the Forest of Death. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto versus Tors. Humph. Finally, it's my turn. Naruto leaped down from the arena, brimming with excitement. Naruto, be careful, Sakura called out from behind, to which Naruto nodded. I in the Forest of Death. It was these sound nin that had sought them out. Sack, gazing at the unconscious Sack being carried away, murmured to himself. Beside him, Jin expressed concern. It was that person from the forest who left behind this mess. Sack was taken down by his chakra. Tors turned back, saying, It seems Uchiha Sasuke is temporarily out of commission. That I will take great care to avenge Sack, that cursed leaf ninja. With that, he leaped down into the arena. Meanwhile, among the spectators, 3 Jounin gathered together, their expressions grave. Are you suggesting that the chakra is not Hinata's? Kai inquired with astonishment. Yujido, nodding emphatically, replied, Yes, I am well aware of Hinata. She could not possibly possess such advanced nature transformation. Moreover, it is of the lightning attribute, which she is incapable of mastering. Yujito had always been a meticulous teacher, and with such a statement, Kakashi would have no reason to doubt her. To be honest, even my Raikiri may not surpass the chakra attribute we just witnessed. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Kai was even more astonished. Yujito sighed. That is why I assert, it cannot be Hinata's doing. In any case, that individual has changed since emerging from the Forest of Death. I heard from Anko that he encountered a mysterious Umbu youth there, whose techniques seemed to possess the lightning attribute chakra transformation. An Umbu youth, Kakashi's remark piqued the attention of the two. In this era of peace, could there truly be individuals who entered the Umbu at such a young age? Kakashi's second generation? Kai jested, eliciting an eye roll from Kakashi, who coldly responded, Enough, that joke is far from amusing. Anko mentioned that there is no such person in the Umbu, that individuals' mask and attire were scavenged. While they conversed. Below, Naruto and Tsu had already engaged in combat. In a matter of moments, Naruto was knocked to the ground. Oh dear, your student is about to lose, Kakashi. It's nothing, Kakashi replied with a nonchalant tone. Almost immediately, Naruto, who had been knocked down and thought he could not rise again, struggled to his feet once more. Not finished yet. Truly the most unpredictable ninja, Kai exclaimed with a smile. Wait, let us not divert the conversation. This matter is definitely not trivial. We are in a sensitive period of the nin exams, and any mysterious individual's identity will attract the attention of the higher-ups. Indeed, Anko mentioned, that youth warned him that the village's defenses need to be strengthened. Furthermore, our adversary in the Forest of Death was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the mere mention of the name left both of them in greater shock. Wait, you mean that mysterious Umbu youth fought against Orochimaru, who emerged victorious? Kai's interest heightened. Orochimaru fled. In terms of taijutsu, he was no match for that youth. This left Hong and Kai exchanging bewildered glances, while Kakashi focused on his student's battle, steering the conversation back. Actually, Anko provided me with a hypothesis. That youth might very well be from the Hyuga clan. as his martial arts resemble the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms and gentle fist techniques. In terms of height, he is similar to Neji in your team. Huh. Not only Kai, but Yujito also cast a resentful glance at Neji. With Hinata under her tutelage, she had some understanding of the Hyuga clan. Neji was, after all, widely recognized as the clan's underachiever, devoid of any talent. How could he possibly master the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms? Kai chuckled. That's true. It cannot be Neji. Although that boy works hard, still. At this point, Kai suddenly halted. He vividly recalled Neji's resolute gaze prior to the Chunin exams. Even when facing himself, Neji's determination to participate in the exams from the very beginning suggested he harbored significant ambition. Could it be? Kai pondered inwardly. I was merely sharing my thoughts with you. It seems that during this period, the village will need to bolster its defenses, and we must also prepare ourselves. Of course, I know, it cannot possibly be Neji, Kakashi stated, while Might Guy fell into contemplation. He had an unsettling feeling that the Neji standing there, intently observing the battlefield, bore little resemblance to the previous underachiever. The notion lingered in Might Guy's mind that he must find an opportunity to test him. Chapter 25, Powerful, the winner of Sunigakure, Uzumaki Naruto. The arena erupted in cheers, celebrating Naruto's comeback victory, achieved through sheer will against the fatigued Tsu. Meanwhile, Neji, in his Byakugan state, observed everything with clarity. Tsu's chakra was limited, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The sound wave attacks had minimal effect on Naruto, who bore the nine tails within him, and as a member of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra reserves were formidable. Well done, Naruto, standing nearby. Kiba cheered enthusiastically at every thrilling moment, and upon witnessing Naruto's triumph, he was positively ecstatic. Tintin rested her chin on her hands. How wonderful. This year's newcomers from Konoha seemed quite impressive, winning 3 consecutive matches. Hey, even as the underdog, Naruto's strength is on the rise, Kiba remarked, glancing at Neji with intention. Neji merely chuckled. Rest assured, I will strive to improve. Tintin, filled with concern, admonished, Neji, your mindset is flawed. Mere effort is insufficient. I recognize your diligence. But, all right, let us focus on the match. At that moment, a figure approached. It was their teacher, Might Guy. Kai-sensei. Lee trotted over. What is the situation? Tsu, injured, approached with inquiries. These Konoha folks are all quite adept at hiding their strengths. Orochimaru likely sent us here to meet our demise. Since encountering that Umbu youth in the forest, things have felt askew. Just recently, we discovered Sasuke was cursed, and now this boy, who is in the same class as Sasuke, possesses remarkable chakra and recovery abilities. Jean, I will check on Sak. You hurry up and find me, Tsu said before exiting the arena. The large screen continued to roll. Next match. The next battle. In the arena. The referee, Moonlight Breeze, stepped forward, his somber gaze sweeping across all participants. After witnessing Naruto's match, everyone seemed invigorated, eager to participate, with only one Byakugan user maintaining composure. Was that the underachiever of the Hyuga clan? Breeze squinted his eyes, casting a glance at Neji before casually looking away. There appeared to be another individual, expressionless, devoid of any emotional display. Was he from Sunigakure? One could see a man with red hair, deep dark circles under his eyes, dressed differently from the other 2 Sunigakure ninjas, carrying a gourd made of sand on his back. The large screen then displayed 2 names. Jin versus Yamanaka Ino. Please have the 2 contestants enter the arena. I'm off. Ino waved goodbye to her teammates before energetically stepping onto the battlefield. Her ninjutsu was not suited for combat, so she had resolved to give her all. However, Jin, with his mind elsewhere, paid no heed to the outcome of the Chunin exam as a sound ninja. I forfeit. She raised her hand, drawing the attention of the entire audience. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Referee, is that allowed? Breeze, momentarily stunned, noticed Jean glancing her way. After a brief hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. The winner is Yamanaka Ino. Without hesitation, Jean followed Tsu's exit direction, leaving the arena. Did I just win? Ino accepted this reality with resignation, but gradually realized it might be a good thing. Next match, Rock Lee versus Haruno Sakura. Lee. Tintin gazed at Lee in astonishment, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, Lee remained transfixed on the screen, while Kai and Neji both sighed. I feel as though I can foresee the outcome of this match, Neji murmured. Kiba leaned in, curious. What outcome? You'll see soon enough, Neji replied with a light chuckle. Meanwhile, Tintin rested her forehead on her hand. Deep in thought, now, contestants, please enter the arena. Haruno Sakura. Lee, let us have a serious match. Rock Lee, Sakura, I. Haruno Sakura. Referee, may we begin? Breeze. Rock Lee. Wait. I forfeit. Breeze. The winner is Haruno Sakura on the stage. Ino was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Both Sakura and I won this way. Wonderful, Sakura. You've made it to the next round. Naruto cheered exuberantly from the stage. Sakura, however, merely shot him an annoyed glare. Feeling quite vexed. Returning to the observation area, Kai wept and grasped Lee, exclaiming, Lee, you scoundrel. After all this hard work, how could you choose to do such a thing for a woman? Lee, equally tearful, replied, Kai-sensei. I, too, am reluctant. Yet I find myself utterly unable to take action. Good disciple, the teacher understands you. You are indeed a considerate and empathetic child. Teacher Kai. Ningxi offered a sheepish smile, while Tian shot a sideways glance at him. Here we go again. How did I end up with such two foolish disciples? Ningxi, in comparison, you appear far more normal. Now, let us commence the next match. Ahem. With a wave of his hand, Shifeng set the names on the screen spinning anew, prompting those present to focus on the upcoming battle. Kanjiro versus Inuzuka Kiba. Upon the announcement of the names, Kiba smirked. Finally, it's my turn, isn't it? Ningxi nodded, cautioning, Kiba, the genin from Sunagakure this year are quite formidable. Be careful. Yet Kiba merely scoffed. That is merely true for you weak ninjas. I shall not lose to him. With that, he confidently stepped onto the stage. Kanjiro, clad in black, impatiently awaited the start. The match commenced. As the competition began, Kiba took the initiative, charging toward Kanjiro with his ninja dog. Ninjutsu, for legs technique. Humph. Kanjiro let out a cold snort and leaped into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba lunged at him. However, Kanjiro merely flicked his finger, causing Kiba's ankle to feel as if pulled by an unseen force, rendering his body uncontrollable, and he missed his target. Kanjiro, having landed first, swiftly hurled a shuriken. Kiba, caught off guard, attempted to evade but was too late, resulting in a gash on his arm. A smirk crept across Kanjiro's lips as he pulled back the imposing object strapped to his back, stating, it seems that for someone of your caliber, even crows are unnecessary. Kiba lay on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ningxi then closed his Byakugan. It was over. Tian, who had been nagging Ningxi, immediately inquired. What happened? Ningxi, what did you see? Ningxi replied softly, Kiba is entirely ensnared by puppet strings, and the shuriken just now was poisoned. Soon after, Kiba, relying on his confidence and agility, launched another fierce attack at Kanjiro. Yet each attempt was marred by different blunders, allowing Kanjiro to evade with ease. Ultimately, due to the effects of the poison, Kiba lost his ability to move. Although his mind was clear, his body was paralyzed. The genin of Konohagakure are rather weak, aren't they? Kanjiro chuckled. The victor is Kanjiro. In the previous round, Kiba, who had reached the finish line before them, was defeated just like that. Swift and effortless. Is this truly the strength of Sunagakure? How impressive. Tian furrowed her brow, feeling the pressure mount. Now, the next match, Konohagakure's Tian versus Sunagakure's Temari. Chapter 26. The opponent, Sunagakure Gaara. Sunagakure. Tian was momentarily stunned. Following that, she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain composed. After all, with Ningxi trailing behind, and Lee having already forfeited, if she were to show fear, where would that leave Teacher Kai's reputation? Here I come. Tian gathered her thoughts, bracing herself against the railing before leaping down with flair. A striking entrance. On the opposite side, Temari also descended with a graceful landing. With a resounding thud, the massive iron fan behind Temari struck the ground, a sound that hinted at its weight. Kiba was helped back up. Still standing by Ningxi's side, watching the match. Aren't you going to rest? Ningxi inquired. No need. These Sunagakure brats. Kiba clenched his teeth, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, especially after being sabotaged. Nonetheless, he praised, those Sunagakure kids seem to look down on our Konohagakure shinobi. I want to see Tian thoroughly defeat them here. Ningxi's gaze shifted slightly, choosing to remain silent. He was uncertain whether Tian could emerge victorious in this bout. The match began. Humph. The two engaged in an intense battle right from the outset. Tian unfurled a large scroll, continuously summoning shuriken, kunai, and various concealed weapons. Conversely, Temari opened her iron fan. 1 star. A tremendous gust of wind erupted, deflecting all the projectiles. The sounds of the flying weapons echoed, yet they were met by Temari's disdainful tempest, which felt like a solid wall, rendering them ineffective. Seeing her efforts thwarted, Tian pulled out 2 scrolls, one in each hand, and charged forward. Temari, however, merely smirked, retreating to deny Tion any chance of close combat. So naive. As Tion closed in halfway, she leaped into the air. Kai observed the scene with surprise. This was the secret technique Tion had diligently trained in. She truly wished to win this match between Konohagakure and Sunagakure. The two scrolls unfurled as Tion spun in midair, conjuring an array of peculiar techniques. Manipulation technique, twin rising dragons, an upgrade to the rising dragon technique. Ningxi stroked his chin, acknowledging the potential power of such a technique, yet lamenting that Temari was inherently an adversary who had an advantage over Tion. Soon, thousands of weapons soared toward Temari, sharp and menacing. 2 stars. Temari, witnessing the increased intensity, opened her fan wider and with a forceful flap, attempted to blow them away. This time, however, it seemed less effective. Only half of the projectiles were deflected. Temari retreated once more, dodging the first wave of attacks, and then raised her iron fan, fully unfurling it. 3 stars. Whoosh. The enormous storm swept away all the projectiles. As Tion landed, she clenched her teeth, realizing she was thoroughly countered. The stalemate left her with little hope of victory. With a resounding thud, she retrieved a large scroll from her back. Summoning 2 enormous shuriken, shaped rather like fan blades. This girl is serious. Li gulped nervously beside her. Ningxi, unfamiliar with the technique, asked, "What is that behind them?" Kai chuckled. "That is Tion's trump card. The Wind Demon Shuriken." With a shout, she dashed forward and hurled the shuriken at Temari, swiftly forming hand seals. This girl is a genius at manipulating weapons. Only she could learn this S-rank ninjutsu while still a genin. Ningxi nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, Kiba's eyes widened with anticipation, eager to witness Tion triumph over the Sunagakure ninja. The trajectory of the massive shuriken was clear, and Temari easily evaded it. Yet, another one followed. With a clang, the shuriken was deflected by Temari's iron fan, meeting force with force. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. Tion completed her seals and unleashed her jutsu. The 2 wind demon shuriken swiftly multiplied in the air, transforming into dozens. Tion's eyes blazed with fury. She would reclaim her dignity from Kanjuro's taunts with this technique. Humph, ninjutsu. Sighed Gale. It appeared Temari had grown weary of the standoff. Seeing Tion push her into a corner, she formed seals, hoisted her iron fan, and casually waved it. The immense storm now resembled a living entity, no longer a mere tempest but a conscious tornado, purposefully blocking all the wind demon shuriken. 1, 2, 3, until 20 of the shuriken were all deflected into the air. Caught off guard, Tion realized her predicament as Temari summoned another tempest. The range of this jutsu almost enveloped the entire arena, leaving Tion with nowhere to flee. The victor is Temari. The genin of Sunagakure are truly formidable, sighed Kai, reflecting on the outcome with a tinge of regret. Though unwilling to accept it, the victor reigned supreme. Kiba, gritting his teeth in frustration, seethed silently. Meanwhile, Temari cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Tion, a proud and contemptuous smile gracing her lips. The names on the rolling display accelerated. The next match features Sunagakure's Gaara. The first name to appear is Gaara. The red-haired youth had already begun forming seals for his sand instantaneous body technique, preparing to take the stage. Following 3 consecutive victories for Konohagakure, Sunagakure had claimed 2 matches in succession. Another Sunagakure ninja. Could anyone restore the lost pride? Though these skirmishes seemed trivial in the eyes of the seasoned genin of Konohagakure, for Tion, Kiba, and others, the stakes felt personal, whoever it may be. They must defeat this sandgord. Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened in fury. Hyuga Neji, a name suddenly appeared prominently on the large screen behind him. Would both parties, please proceed to the arena? The match is about to begin. Moonlight and Gale wore somber expressions, retreating slightly while extending a hand at that moment. Inuzuka Kiba's heart seemed to shatter. Neji, if you can't win, then surrender. Beside him, Tenten, also supported, appeared disheveled and uncertain. Both she and Kiba had only sustained minor injuries, which meant they could still watch the match even if they lost. Neji, go forth and showcase the fruits of your training. Neji suddenly paused, feeling a heavy pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Guy grinning and giving him a thumbs up. Neji's lips curled into a slight smile. I will do my best. He then turned aside and slowly descended the steps, 1 step at a time. Everyone in the arena, upon noticing that Gaara had utilized advanced body flicker technique to step down, shifted their gaze entirely to the so-called underdog of the Leaf Village, the Hyuga clan. He strolled down with an air of leisure. This was unique among all the matches up until now. What on earth is he doing? How can he walk down so nonchalantly? Faced with the skepticism of some lesser opponents, Neji squinted and smiled. Isn't this staircase meant for walking? As he spoke, Neji inwardly lamented his misfortune. How unfortunate to be pitted against such a formidable sand ninja with so many jonin present. However, recalling Tintin and Kiba's recent disheartening defeat, Neji found a sense of purpose in the challenge ahead. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle. Absolute Defense. Teacher Guy, I'm sorry, but I couldn't defeat my opponent. Tintin lowered her head, filled with self-reproach. Guy comforted her, saying, that sand ninja just happened to counter your abilities. Tintin, you're very strong. Yet, it seemed this year, our class was destined for failure in the Chunin exams. Tintin sniffled, a few tears brimming in her eyes. What are you saying? Neji still has hope, Guy insisted, eager to observe the details of Neji's battle. Yes, I believe in Neji too. Lee nodded firmly. Sigh? Tintin sighed, unsure of what foolishness Guy was uttering. This teacher-student duo was truly something. Did they really believe Neji could defeat a sand ninja? She wouldn't buy it even if someone told her otherwise. Kiba could hardly contain his disappointment. Damn it. His gaze seemed to foresee the outcome of this match, a complete failure for the Leaf against the sand. At that moment, the sand ninja Kankuro approached. You, huh? Kiba glared at him with menace. Don't take it personally. It's just a match. Losing is losing. You should be grateful to me. If I had been a bit harsher, I would have used more than just poison to restrict your movements. Kankuro's eyes brimmed with mockery. However, still affected by the aftermath of the poison, Kiba could only endure the disdain. Tintin, also a fellow loser, dared not retort. The crowd turned their attention to the arena, where Neji and Gaara had begun their battle. Both standing motionless, Kankuro casually remarked, stop watching. This guy is bound to lose. I in the Sand Village. Not a single Chunin can defeat Gaara. Not a single Chunin. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, while Tintin and Kiba were equally astonished. Was this red-haired boy even more powerful than Kankuro and Temari? Even if I teamed up with Temari, we would undoubtedly be no match for Gaara. Kankuro's derisive comments only amplified the pressure on the trio. Referee, aren't you going to call for the start? Neji glanced at Gale. Gale, momentarily dazed, exclaimed. Ah. He had been fixated on Gaara, who wore an indifferent expression, his eyes reflecting a latent murderous intent, pure and unyielding. Characteristic of a master. He momentarily forgot to announce the beginning. Gaara versus Hyuga. Neji. The match begins. At last, you are in my grasp. Come, let me experience the strength of the Leaf Village. Gaara glared at Neji, filled with anticipation. However, Neji remained silent, lost in contemplation. First, he couldn't use lightning release chakra, and similarly, the wind release chakra from his heavenly spin technique was not yet fully developed. Besides, revealing such abilities could arouse suspicion among the Jonin. Neji thought to himself, sighing, it seems these Jonin are quite the hindrance. Whoosh, the sand gourd flew towards him, and Neji merely tilted his head, evading it. What are you dawdling for? Gaara squinted, noticing that Neji's gaze seemed unfocused. Let us test the waters, Neji murmured, completely disregarding Gaara. Swiftly. Gaara was taken aback as Neji suddenly appeared before him. With a swift motion, he struck. The speed of his palm was astoundingly proficient, far from child's play. But the sand had already moved to intercept. Gaara's lips twitched slightly. Your movements are 100 times more refined than your last training session. Neji frowned lightly, muttering, is this your absolute defense? The rustling of sand echoed around them. Neji swiftly retreated, the sound of the sand unnerving yet not particularly rapid. Byakugan, the speed of the absolute defense clearly surpassed the attacking sand. The quality of the sand was different. Wasn't it? In Neji's eyes, the chakra content within this sand was vastly inferior. Here it comes, Gaara declared, extending his hand as a wave of sand surged forward like a monstrous claw, charging at Neji. As Gaara expended more chakra, the sand multiplied, combining from underground and the gourd, even condensing sand from the air. So that's how it is, no wonder there's so much sand. Neji retreated but seized the moment to dash forward. With Byakugan activated, Neji's speed increased. On the sidelines, Guy provided commentary. Neji adeptly evaded all sand attacks, drawing near Gaara, and then, with a powerful palm strike, thud. It was merely sand scattering outward. It wasn't the movement of all the sand, but rather the chakra extracted from the gourd sand that was swiftly conjured, rendering movement speed irrelevant. Neji analyzed calmly. No wonder his movements, no matter how swift, were matched by the sand dough. You even possess high combat intelligence. Gaara complimented him again. However, Neji remained unfazed, extending his hand. Let us see how this goes. 8 trigrams 64 palms. What is this? Guy furrowed his brow slightly. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Each strike landed upon the sand shield, yielding no effect. This is sand armor. Absolute defense. 64 palms. With a loud thud, Neji was sent flying by a massive wave of sand, landing several meters away. Meanwhile, Gaara remained unscathed, enveloped in sand that surrounded him like a living entity. Give up. Gaara's absolute defense cannot be breached, Kankuro declared with great satisfaction. Kiba could only lament. Don't embarrass yourself any further. The Leaf Village has lost this time. Tintin was left speechless. Neji quickly closed the distance. Attempting once more. Are you still wasting your efforts? Gaara sneered. Raising his hand, a torrent of sand swiftly coalesced, binding Neji tightly, the force increasing exponentially. Neji sensed his entire body ensnared. If he forcibly extricated himself, he would be unable to determine how to deal with the entangling sand. Instead of retreating, Neji took a risk. He activated the chakra within him, reverting to its primal state, flowing through his acupoints and meridians. Releasing it, gritting his teeth, Neji found himself entirely enveloped in sand. Is it over? Kiba exhaled impatiently, seemingly tasting the humiliation of defeat, but suddenly, whoosh, the sand loosened significantly, allowing Neji to break free. Ding. Byakugan. One-strike proficiency 79. The one-strike technique allows for the release of chakra from the body, creating immense explosive force around. A divine skill for close combat. Neji's current proficiency stood at 92-96. It seems you're not all that impressive. I am getting bored. Gaara frowned slightly, appearing somewhat impatient. Sand coffin. A multitude of sand swiftly enveloped Neji once more. And Luo's gaze turned frigid as he clenched his fist tightly. The sand-binding coffin pressed inward, causing the spectators' hearts to tighten in unison. In a flash of light and shadow, a deep azure chakra illuminated the arena, forming a small halo that began to spin at a remarkable speed, eventually creating a nearly spherical chakra shield. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. The sand was utterly obliterated by the swirling chakra of return to heaven, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Neji landed gracefully, a smirk gracing his lips. This, too, is my absolute defense. Chapter 28. Power. 8 trigrams. One strike to the body. Luo tilted his head, as if finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could that boy from the Hyuga clan truly wield such advanced ninjutsu as return to heaven? Was he really just a genin? The battle between these two genin was proving to be even more riveting than those between Chunin. Tion and Yi exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. A flicker of hope ignited within them. Could this young man genuinely defeat Luo? After all, you had witnessed Neji utilize return to heaven in the Death Forest, and the technique then was on an entirely different echelon compared to now. Did Neji still possess hidden cards? In the arena, Neji steadied his breath and lowered his head. You little brat, I now know how to deal with you. Finally, Neji spoke, addressing Luo directly. Luo narrowed his eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. A twinge of unease coursed through him. What was this? Neji offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Luo. How infuriating. Luo muttered to himself, extending his hand in a fit of vexation. A swarm of sand surged toward Neji. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. The sand was sent flying in all directions. Quick sand drift. Luo rapidly formed hand seals, seemingly brimming with murderous intent. Yet, 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Sandstone rain. Return to heaven. The sand shuriken technique. Return to heaven. The azure chakra stood like an unyielding fortress, impervious to any assault. Absolute defense. Indeed, Luo panted. Not due to fatigue, but because he had expended considerable chakra using ninjutsu, yet had not even managed to inflict a scratch upon Neji. Neji's expression shifted slightly. What now? Care to attempt to breach my absolute defense? With that, he lunged forward towards Luo. Luo was taken aback. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent, and a flicker of panic crept into his heart. He could not afford to rely on trivial ninjutsu. This adversary was no ordinary foe. Deep down, Luo understood that he needed to retreat swiftly while forming hand seals. Sandstorm burial. Luo unleashed an abundance of chakra, transforming the very essence of the air into sand. launching an assault towards Neji. Enveloping him completely, Neji refrained from using Return to Heaven this time. Instead, he released all of his chakra, dispersing the surrounding sand in an instant. Just as suspected, as long as there was enough sand, its density would decrease. Even an incomplete ninjutsu could easily break through. Everything that transpired was merely a ploy to provoke Ai Luo into utilizing broader range ninjutsu. Over 80% of the arena was now filled with Ai Luo's sand. And with his chakra reserves, he could not possibly maintain control over all of it. Moreover, Neji found himself once again covered in sand, yet he did not resort to Return to Heaven. Instead, he employed a similar chakra release method akin to it. He opened the chakra pathways throughout his body, releasing chakra outward. Again and again. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency 33. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency 147. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency 55. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency 89. Hey, your student is quite remarkable, Guy remarked as he approached. Kakashi paused. How so? Neji is merely a diligent genin. Kakashi chuckled. Even as a genin, his strength is astonishingly formidable. Such swift movements and combat intelligence. He glanced downward, noting, it's been a while. Even Ai Luo, who has been casting jutsu, appears somewhat fatigued, yet Neji looks utterly unfazed. These words left Tian and Shaoli in profound shock. The crowd turned their attention to Neji, who was clearly executing his escape techniques with remarkable skill and order. The arena was littered with traces of Ai Luo's jutsu, yet Neji, seemingly forced to flee, appeared merely winded. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency 108. Ding. Congratulations, host. Taijutsu, 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body, proficiency has reached 10,000, unlocking the threshold of mastery. Additionally, the host's total chakra has been upgraded to double its original amount. Upon receiving this news, Neji finally exhaled in relief. This should suffice, right? Sand armor. Neji declared. Let us conclude. Before Ai Luo could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Neji dart towards him like a bolt of lightning. You scoundrel! Ai Luo sensed an ominous turn of events and felt a surge of anger, yet it was too late. Neji delivered a palm strike to Ai Luo's abdomen. The sand armor cracked slightly but failed to inflict any real damage. He cannot harm Ai Luo. How could he possibly defeat him? Kanjiro remained confident, yet Kakashi held his tongue. Enough. The game is over. Ai Luo gritted his teeth, his fury igniting as he gathered a massive amount of sand to form a pointed attack directed at Neji's back. Yet Neji simply smirked. This move will determine the victor. Should I lose, I shall concede. Ai Luo was momentarily stunned, his confidence unshaken. The sand armor had already ensnared Neji, with Ai Luo's assault poised to strike. Return to Heaven was evidently only effective against lesser quantities of sand, but Ai Luo's sand armor and this pointed sand attack were all derived from the gourd of sand. This strike was bound to succeed. Humph, Neji scoffed, beginning to release a vast quantity of chakra from his chakra points. Neji had orchestrated all of this for this very technique. After numerous attempts, he finally discerned the similarities between 1 strike to the body and Return to Heaven during combat. Both methods involved the release of chakra from the body's chakra points, yet the distinction lay in their purpose. Return to Heaven was defensive, absorbing the enemy's ferocity and redirecting it as damage. In contrast, 1 strike to the body was an offensive technique capable of silently dismantling Ai Luo's sand armor and sand shield, inflicting genuine harm. Relying solely on absolute defense, Ai Luo's physical defense mechanisms were inherently weak. Given a single opportunity, Neji could secure victory. 8 trigrams. 1 strike to the body. What is this? An overwhelmingly powerful close-quarters assault, a torrent of chakra obliterating everything in an instant, with a resounding thud. Everything around them was sent scattering, erupting outward. Ugh! Ai Luo's anguished cry stunned the entire assembly. Many spectators failed to catch a glimpse of the unfolding events. They only saw Neji, employing a technique similar yet distinct from Return to Heaven, demolishing the sand behind him, and, due to the recoil from his proximity to Ai Luo, sending him crashing away. Ai Luo's sand armor lay in ruins, sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Had this strike already determined the victor? Tian questioned in disbelief. Yet Kanjiro exhaled. This guy managed to shatter the sand armor, but this was merely the beginning. Neji landed, releasing a long sigh. The surrounding sand began to settle, disappearing from sight. Surely, his technique had proven effective, inflicting significant damage upon Ai Luo, who now sensed the gourd of sand reacting. Ai Luo, rally yourself, Kanjiro urged, but Ai Luo, struggling to rise, gazed incredulously at Neji. He recalled Ninji's earlier words. I concede. I Luo uttered, utterly exhausted. Chapter 29. Post-match. I Luo's invitation. Concede. I Luo. Upon hearing the news, Kanjuro was the first to exclaim. However, Gaara displayed a demeanor of despondency. Not due to physical exhaustion, but rather a profound spiritual disillusionment. Neji's attack merely inflicted a wound upon him. He was entirely capable of continuing the fight. Yet, it was Neji's final words during their clash that truly sowed the seeds of doubt within him. The notion of a decisive final move left Gaara scoffing coldly, his eyes filled with disdain as he turned and exited the arena. Those words clearly indicated that Neji had not fought him earnestly. Neji merely wished to conclude the battle swiftly, leaving Gaara feeling profoundly disregarded. Meanwhile, Neji simply smiled lightly, exhaling a sigh of relief, as he turned back, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The audience, having witnessed the thrilling contest, found this dramatic fight abruptly cease. After a 5-second pause, scattered applause broke out. It was an exceptional match, undoubtedly the most riveting clash thus far. Could that individual truly be the weakest of the Hyuga clan? How astonishingly powerful he was. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Kanjuro could scarcely believe his eyes. Gaara had actually lost. He stepped back, unable to fully grasp the prowess of this Hyuga, yet he was witnessing Gaara. For the first time, being utterly convinced of defeat. Nice one, Neji. The emotions that had been pinned up for so long finally erupted in a single cheer. Turning to the nearby puppet master who had been mocking him incessantly, Tintin made a face of derision, exclaiming, "Puffed. What do you mean no Chunin can defeat him? He was just bested by our village's most ordinary genin." Meanwhile, Kiba shot a glare at Kanjuro, stating, "Tintin is absolutely right. Neji is merely the most average genin of Konohagakure. Is this truly your village's strongest genin? How pathetic." Kanjuro seethed with indignation, yearning to elucidate to these individuals the true nature of Gaara's identity, the monstrous being within him, his terrifying strength. Suddenly, he noticed Gaara returning to the previous viewing area, prompting him to swiftly turn and flee. Tintin and Kiba, too, breathed a sigh of relief. They had never anticipated that the dignity lost to the Sand Ninja would be restored by the very Neji they had often looked down upon. Moreover, Neji's opponent was none other than the formidable Sand Ninja, Gaara. In the previous Chunin exam, that individual had emerged unscathed from the forest of death. The sound of ninja sandals echoed on the floor as Neji approached with a relaxed stride. Lee wore a grave expression as he observed Neji's return. Tintin and Kiba mirrored this sentiment. There was no exuberant applause or astonishment, only solemnity. They were all left contemplating one thought. Just how powerful was this individual? "Hey, Neji, you did quite well. Everyone thought you would lose, yet you emerged victorious." Kai was the first to approach, patting Neji on the shoulder in affirmation. "I got a bit lucky. If it continued, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat that guy." Neji scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Kai chuckled, suddenly leaning in with a mysterious air. "So, Neji, with your remarkable prowess, how do you train?" he whispered conspiratorially. Neji narrowed his eyes, feeling somewhat awkward. "Haha. If you don't wish to disclose, that's fine. In any case, you are the only one from our class who passed the exam. The official selection tournament is next." "There's an official selection tournament?" Lee inquired hesitantly. "Indeed, it will take place in a month," Kai replied. Now, the next match, Nara Shikamaru versus Kimi Asumi. The final two competitors, Yamanaka Ino and Akatsuki Kei, prepare to take their positions. The announcement echoed as the sound of a gale filled the arena. The audience once again focused on the new contest. Yet these four remained preoccupied with Neji's earlier performance against Gaara, pondering the outcome, which felt utterly implausible. Nara Shikamaru wins. Yamanaka Ino wins. After all matches concluded, 10 contestants advanced. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Kanjuro, Temari, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, and Waihai Kurenai. The participants were notified to follow their instructors for training. In a month, the Kazekage would join the Hokage to witness the official Chunin exam. In a spacious corner of the hall, Kai's team gathered. It was rumored that dignitaries from the Land of Fire would also attend, and if they performed well, the village's request for border rights might finally be granted. Therefore, even if they were reluctant to win, they had to enhance their skills and perform splendidly in the Chunin exam. Kai said to Neji. Neji nodded. "I will do my best." The last two matches were perfectly countered. This year, Konohagakure truly is fortunate. Lee remarked. "Alas, am I the only one unlucky?" Tintin shot Lee an exasperated glance. Lee replied, "Ahahaha, I'm in the same boat. I was perfectly countered by Sakura, As they bantered, a figure approached quietly. Kai was the first to sense it, and Neji nearly simultaneously became aware. The individual did not attempt to conceal himself. Instead, he strolled in boldly, each step resonating. With striking red hair, he caught everyone's attention. "You are that sand ninja?" Kai immediately frowned, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from this individual, suspecting resentment stemming from Neji's victory. Gaara, too, regarded Neji with a peculiar intensity. Yet, within that gaze lay allure, arrogance, and fervent anticipation. Neji could instinctively feel that he was the target of Gaara's interest. "What do you want?" Tenten asked disdainfully. "I came to find you." Neji stepped forward, locking eyes with Gaara. The two, one appearing indifferent and fearsome while concealing a painful and unknown vulnerability from their childhood, and the other, gentle and harmless in demeanor yet possessing an unwavering determination for strength, seemed to collide in that moment. "Hyuga Neji, you are a worthy adversary," Gaara spoke, his expression turning strange, causing Tenten and Lee to become suddenly vigilant. "I am not yet satisfied today. You may seek me out the night after tomorrow." A smirk graced his lips, his gaze both alluring and dark. Neji remained silent, and Gaara merely shifted his attention, briefly scanning the others before leisurely departing. "Phew, that guy is truly odd. Neji, don't let his provocation get to you. He has already been eliminated by you." Tenten pouted, voicing her complaint. Neji nodded slowly. "Ah, I won't fall for it." With that, Neji's expression turned somber, a flicker of light crossing his eyes. Chapter 30. Focus. The clan members. After all matches concluded, Neji sought out Hinata, who had also advanced, and the two hurried back to the Hyuga clan. As night fell, Neji personally escorted Hinata to the main family's residence. Upon entering, a maid of approximately 35 years appeared outside. This maid also possessed to be a Kugan, albeit with a lower purity, indicating a weaker bloodline. "Young Master Neji, you passed the exam, didn't you?" asked Ayam, a servant who had served Hinata since childhood. Previously, she had been close to Hinata's father, treating her like a younger sister, and despite Neji's reminders, she continued to call him Young Master Neji. "Yes, I barely made it through. The official competition will take place in a month. That's wonderful. With this, the rumors within the clan should diminish somewhat, right?" "Indeed. Well then, I shall take my leave." Upon exiting the main house of the Hyuga clan, Neji made his way through the night towards his dwelling. It could hardly be deemed a humiliation or a life of poverty, for the Hyuga clan's main house was merely a lineage passed down, and the branch families were far more numerous, thus he was not entirely relegated to a corner. However, even within the branch family, Neji suffered from a lack of innate talent and the absence of parental figures, leading to his ostracization by other branch members. Accustomed to navigating the shadows of the night, Neji found solace in the obscurity, shielded from the prying eyes of others. The night, too, was most conducive to deep contemplation. According to Aunt Haru, discussions regarding his mastery of the hack technique had persisted within the clan in recent days. If that were the case, then among the inexplicable spectators during the exam, there would undoubtedly be spies from the Hyuga clan observing him. Fortunately, Neji had been vigilant, and in his battle against Gaara, he had left no openings. What lay ahead was the imperative to become stronger. This time in the Chunin exams, he had encountered numerous formidable opponents. Gaara, Orochimaru, they all posed a threat to Konohagakure. Yet, Neji's current abilities were insufficient even to assert his strength within his own clan, let alone confront such adversaries. Returning home, he lay down and indulged in a much-needed slumber. Despite the incessant conflicts of the branch family, it provided him with a rare opportunity for peaceful rest. However, as dawn broke the following day, Neji instinctively rose from his slumber. The training grounds were already graced by his presence in the dim morning light. Humph. He trained tirelessly from dawn until dusk without respite. In the evening, Aunt Haru brought him a bento. "Young Master Neji, do your best in the exam. Prove your talent. You are a diligent child, just like your father." Neji always bowed in gratitude, even though she was merely a servant of the Hyuga family, of a status even lower than that of the branch family. In private, she referred to him as Young Master, disregarding the clan's absurd rules. The next day unfolded similarly as Neji traversed the alleyways. He encountered fellow clan members and overheard their gossip. The gossips relished in disparaging the younger generation. That the infamous Hyuga Neji, the untalented ninja, with such poor talent, he surely must practice diligently. "Right. I hear he got lucky and made it to the finals in this Chunin exam. Let us see him embarrass himself then." Neji turned back with indifference, and the plump woman immediately donned a carefree expression, showing no sign of shame. "Auntie, your cat is about to run away." With that, Neji merely focused his chakra, employing the wind attribute hack, severing the rope that bound the cat. Mew, the plump cat, sensitive to the unusual sound of the wind, was startled and darted away. Oh dear, Mimi, don't run away, come back. The woman scampered barefoot across the wooden floor, a comical sight indeed. Heh, you little rascal, stop laughing. Help me find Mimi. Neji shrugged. Sorry, Auntie, but I must continue my training. You could delegate the task to another Genin. By the way, with the Chunin exams approaching, their rewards will increase. With a cheerful smile, he departed, his mood lifted. Neji had never ceased engaging in a battle of wits with the villagers. Yet he found it rather enjoyable. Compared to the genuine dangers outside, these ignorant fools never occupied his thoughts. It was on the training ground that he dedicated himself with utmost seriousness. Gentle fist. 1000 strike. With a final blow, he exhaustedly struck the wooden post. Host. Hyuga Neji age. 13 ninja basic techniques proficiency, 85.9. Reaching 100 will complete the novice stage and activate the proficiency consumption system. Rank. Konohagakure Genin Ninjutsu. Nun Taijutsu. Gentle Fist, Pressure Point, 3799, 410, 0000. 8 Trigrams, Hack 287, 293, 0000, 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms 276, 343, 0000, 8 Trigrams, Air Palm 1399, 330000, 8 Trigrams. 1 Strike 104, 943, 0000, Genjutsu. None Bloodline Limit. Byakugan 276, 383, 0000. Basic Items. Soldier Pills X2. Explosive Tags X10. Ujetsu Special Herbs X5. Advanced Items. None Special Items. None. Is it truly necessary to amass over 60,000 proficiency points to reach the next level? The difficulty is utterly inhuman. Neji lay back on the ground. Over the past 8 years, he had spent 5 years merely mastering the use of Byakugan. 3 additional years were devoted to mastering all taijutsu techniques. The road ahead to refine these techniques further seemed daunting. Fortunately, recent practical battles appeared to have significantly enhanced his abilities. This might indeed be a perilous shortcut. With Orochimaru's presence in the village, he had no choice but to accelerate his growth. Should circumstances turn dire in the future, how would he defend himself? Would he become one of the 12 who perished in the chaos of war? Swoosh. Suddenly, Neji sensed something hurtling toward him. He swiftly rolled out of the way, evading 3 falling stones. He leaped back to his feet and turned sharply. Oh, what a flawless maneuver. It was Hyuga Jinchur, his silver hair a constant source of irritation for Neji. Beside him stood the green-haired Hyuga Aoi. The two were cousins who had consistently harbored hostility towards Neji over the years. Jinchur, I heard you performed admirably in the Chunin exam. You even made it to the finals. Aoi, quite impressive indeed. Neji inhaled deeply. The wager with the elder was to take place during the clan meeting. The likelihood of being deceived was slim, and he no longer needed to shy away from confrontation. You two have come at the right time. Weren't you always looking for a fight with me? Well then, my training has yet to conclude. Training? Huh. What is there for a failure like you to train? Jinchur scoffed, hands shoved deep into his pockets, utterly unconvinced that Neji would dare to strike him. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged through Jinshi's body, sending him flying several meters away, completely unprepared. 8 Trigrams, Air Palm, Aoi stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Neji in astonishment. What do you think you're doing? Instinctively, Aoi raised his guard. How could there be such a vast disparity among members of the same clan? As Neji spoke, he merely brushed past Aoi, disregarding him entirely, and continued towards Jinchur. Hey, what are you planning to do? Seeing Jinchur still sprawled on the ground, Aoi rushed forward. Smack. Aoi's fist was caught effortlessly by Neji, who gripped his wrist with a vice-like hold. Aoi felt a bone-chilling pain. He could not comprehend how this failure possessed such strength, radiating an incredible power. Don't interfere. I merely wish to speak with him. Without a glance back, Neji flung Aoi aside and took measured steps towards Jinchur, crouching down beside where he had fallen. You better not regret this. 2 against 1. You stand no chance. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan and delivered a palm strike to Jinshi's chest. This is the Shanzhong point. Jinshi's eyes widened, teeth clenched, blood seeping from his gums. With the Shanzhong point restrained, you can no longer gather chakra, can you? Neji's gaze remained indifferent and distant. You will be punished for using force against a clan member. Jinchur growled through gritted teeth, while Aoi cradled his wrist, stifling his cries of pain. For reasons unknown, Neji today emanated an aura that was truly formidable. I harbor no ill intent. If you wish to fight, I am more than willing to oblige. However, if there is nothing else, could you refrain from disturbing my training? I have an exam approaching and no time for childish games. Neji spoke with a detached demeanor, as if conducting a negotiation. You think you're so impressive? Just because you made it to the finals, is there really a need for such flaunting? Jinchur retorted angrily, his face a mask of defiance. Neji extended his hand, chakra swirling visibly around his palm. Hyuga style, gentle fist. Hey, you? Alway could no longer contain himself. Are you really going to use gentle fist on Jinchur? Have you lost your mind? Ningxi did not look back. He pondered for a moment before releasing his grip. Indeed, your lives hold little significance for me, akin to two bothersome flies. Swatting these two flies would undoubtedly splatter me with blood. Ningxi took a few steps back and sighed. At that fleeting moment, he recalled and Chun. Being of the same clan, why did these individuals display such detestable visages? Yet, Ningxi also thought of Gaara and Naruto. In the pursuit of formidable strength, it seemed unnecessary to become an extremist revolutionary. When one harbors great compassion, understanding naturally follows. My two elder brothers. If there is nothing amiss, please take your leave. Ningxi extended his hand in a respectful gesture and then turned, approaching the wooden post to continue his training. Humph. This fellow, Hyuga Jintoki, stood up, glaring fiercely at the training Ningxi. However, Ningxi's gaze had long since drifted away from them. Whoosh, a larger stone than before hurtled towards Ningxi. This time aimed squarely at his forehead. With an explosive surge of chakra, the gentle fist struck true, impacting the stone. Crash. The stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions, and in that instant, a murderous intent flickered in Ningxi's eyes. Run, Aokita and Jintoki bolted. For today, Ningxi seemed like a solitary harbinger of doom, exuding an aura of intimidation. Indeed, flies are bothersome. Ningxi sighed and resumed his training. How delightful it would be if this world were devoid of such irritating creatures. As night gradually fell over the training ground, Hyuga-chun stepped out, surveying her surroundings, finding it utterly deserted. Has today concluded so early? She murmured. Typically, Ningxi would train until nightfall, leaving only when the moon hung high in the sky. Today, however, it seemed to have ended prematurely. In the branch house of the Hyuga clan, a grand, ancient table adorned the hall, simply yet elegantly decorated, with a framed portrait of a distinguished figure at its center. The man's gaze was gentle yet concealed strength, and the signs of age around his eyes reflected an extraordinary fate. Ningxi. Behind him appeared a face identical to that in the portrait, yet more weathered and mature. The only distinction lay in the prominent bluish-green curse mark upon the forehead of the portrait subject, absent from the man behind. Hyuga Hizashi seated himself on the ground, treating Ningxi as no outsider. Ningxi placed incense in the holder and bowed slightly. After turning back, he too settled on the ground. Forgive me. It is inconvenient to respond when meeting my father. Hizashi narrowed his eyes slightly, choosing not to reply. Thus, they sat in silence, Hizashi lowering his gaze to observe Ningxi, who stared blankly at the ground. You performed admirably in this Chunin exam. A month from now, it will be a significant occasion. Ningxi inhaled deeply, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet words eluded him once more. An endless silence enveloped them. Hizashi clenched his teeth, an unspoken turmoil brewing within, yet no outlet for expression was available. Perhaps he was already expressing it, albeit silently. Ningxi lifted his gaze, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. In the Chunin exam, it is imperative to fulfill the mission, Hizashi intoned solemnly. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure the main house attains what it desires. However, I will remain true to myself. Ningxi lowered his head again, contemplating the Chunin exam. Aware that Orochimaru would likely initiate the plan to obliterate Konoha, he understood that the main house sought to utilize him to showcase the Hyuga clan's strength before the village and the daimyo, striving to restore the clan's former glory. Yet, achieving first place had become irrelevant. He had never received a modicum of preferential treatment in this village, so why should he humble himself? Ningxi's current goal was merely to leverage their facade to swiftly grow stronger. Ningxi, do not allow those from the branch house to succeed, Do. Having already lost your father, you cannot afford to lose yourself. In that moment, Ningxi clenched his teeth and shut his eyes. Memories flooded back vividly. In the presence of the departed, what distinction existed between the main house and the branch house? The moonlight was serene as water. This evening, the moon shone exceptionally bright, a rare and splendid full moon night. When the moon is full, that fellow will become restless. Gaara sat atop a tiled roof, his gaze forlorn. What will unfold? I wonder, a youthful voice echoed. Gaara turned to find a boy standing at the opposite end of the roof. Clad in an ambu mask and uniform, he resembled an assassin traversing the night. "You are." The boy stepped forward, removing his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome visage before Gaara. "You have indeed arrived." Gaara's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a spark of eagerness for battle, an inner storm surging within him. "But I have come merely to pursue my own desires." Ningxi crouched slightly, fastening the mask strap around his waist, his gaze resolutely fixed on Gaara. A gentle breeze tousled his hair. "Humph, let us begin. Then, show me your true strength." Gaara's eyes widened, transforming into a feral intensity, the hidden murderous intent almost shattering the heavens. He appeared monstrous. Chapter 32. Moonlit Night. Solo mission. Ningxi was taken aback. It was evident that you two bear the scars of a tragic childhood. However, as Gaara spoke, a wide grin split his face, a portion of it contorting into a monstrous visage. Especially his right eye, which seemed to curl ominously, evoking a chilling sensation. The murderous intent contained within those eyes was not merely pure but overwhelmingly potent and intense, even more so than Orochimaru's gaze. It was truly chilling. The sound of footsteps reverberated like a blade cutting through the fierce winds, as Ningxi's steps barely stirred the rooftop tiles. Beneath the moonlight, the two clashed, a light strike connected with Gaara's back. The sand, alive and swift, surged forth. This time, it was no longer a broad area attack but a precise pinpoint strike. The sand coalesced into a single mass, seemingly mirroring Gaara's limbs. At his command, Ningxi had long since activated his Byakugan, keenly perceiving every impending danger. After 3 exchanges, Ningxi retreated swiftly. Your speed so great that even the first mode cannot keep up. Gaara's eyes widened further, his thirst for battle intensifying. Not only his own desire, but also the message conveyed by that right eye seemed to echo a fervent craving for bloodshed. "I sense the monster within you." Ningxi inhaled deeply, his heart burning with a similar desire for battle. Not merely yearning, but he sought to grow stronger through such confrontations. That sentiment was equally pure. Sand shield. Gaara began forming seals, as if he had searched for centuries, finally finding a worthy opponent to spar with. Sand shuriken. Swish. The shuriken formed from sand spun rapidly towards Ningxi. Retaliating, he evaded with remarkable agility. However, the sand shuriken lacked lethal force. Upon reaching Ningxi's vicinity, it detonated. Crushed sand clung to Ningxi, yet the ambu-clad Ningxi was no longer so easily ensnared. Like an eel, he slipped away, swiftly. Zing. With chakra surging beneath his feet. Ningxi dangled from the eaves, dodging all the sand shurikens. Gaara stepped forward, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Oh, just how much power does your gaze possess?" As Gaara moved, the sand he could control expanded. Ningxi swiftly evaded the pursuing sand, retreating. Backpedaling, Ningxi found himself on the open street. If we continue fighting here, should he truly transform into a tailed beast, it will be disastrous. I must seize an opportunity to engage closely and do what is necessary. Ningxi murmured, unaware that Gaara had silently appeared behind him. "I've caught you." The heavy sand instantaneously pinned Ningxi's movements. "I too will target your chakra." Gaara's eyes were wide, their differing appearances now reflecting a sharp, terrifying intensity. "You can no longer escape." Ningxi yearned to advance, yet he discovered that his feet were firmly ensnared by the sand, while his body began to be enveloped by it as well. "Come on, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve," Gaara remarked, tilting his head, his demeanor now transformed into something bloodthirsty and bizarre. "I will utterly defeat you, but not just yet." Ningxi gritted his teeth, a sense of urgency surging within him as he clenched his fists. He focused his chakra, calming his breath, and began to circulate the chakra throughout his body as meridians. Aiming to break through from his acupoints. A single strike might not suffice against such formidable suppression. Ningxi unfurled his clenched fist, a surge of potent chakra erupting within him. His chakra was now 2 to 3 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Infused with the element of wind. "What is happening? I have suppressed all your chakra." Gaara's astonishment elicited a smile from Ningxi. Little did he know that Ningxi had employed the technique of rebirth of the wind, with wind attribute chakra provided by the system, rendering his suppression futile. Wind release. Rebirth. A colossal swirling tempest engulfed Gaara entirely. The shield of sand activated in defense, and the armor of sand clung tightly around Gaara. Impervious even to the ferocious winds of the rebirth technique. It was a battle of absolute defenses. Truly, the absolute defense of sand was formidable. However, by increasing the weight to protect oneself, one's mobility had been compromised. Hadn't it? What? Ningxi had somehow appeared behind Gaara. "You wished to experience my true strength, did you not?" Perfect timing, for I have a technique I would like you to try. Ningxi stepped back, readying his stance. His legs poised for action. Is it that palm technique again? Gaara chuckled lightly. He had encountered the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms during the exams, and it had proven ineffective against his sand armor. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback by the confidence and mirth shimmering in Ningxi's eyes. Apologies, but it seems I shall emerge victorious this time. With a swift motion, Ningxi struck Gaara's shoulders, the force resounding heavily. What is happening? Gaara's eyes widened as the surrounding sand armor began to shed, piece by piece, descending to the ground. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. It was as if eggshells were shattered beyond repair to 32 palms. Ningxi's movements were rapid and flawless, leaving no room for error while Gaara felt his entire body succumbing to paralysis, unable to move. This was on an entirely different level compared to the techniques he had encountered during the Chunin exams. This is lightning release, 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. Thud, thud, thud. Each palm struck the sand armor, enveloping Gaara in a cloak of lightning. Attribute chakra. An invisible force surged into his body time and time again. Once, twice, dozens of times, until Gaara's entire form was rendered numb. This was the 8 trigrams, was it not? Even his body's meridians and acupoints were under the control of another, the flow of chakra entirely dictated by external forces. Such terror, the transformation into a half-tailed beast had long since dissipated. With the 64th palm concluded, Gaara was sent hurtling several meters away, collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He gasped for breath, his eyes wide, propping himself up as he stared at the ground before him. The sand no longer zealously defended him, as if it had lost its strength against the might of the technique, unable to mobilize any further. What have you done to me? Gaara roared in fury. For the first time in his life feeling utterly restrained, powerless to escape this confined state. It's nothing. I merely wish to convey that Konoha shall not be destroyed by your hands. At these words, Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, Ningxi withdrew, heavy-hearted. Under the cover of night, this tranquil village, which had both harmed and protected him, would not be subjected to wanton destruction within his sphere of influence. Ningxi leaped between houses, preparing to shut his Byakugan, when suddenly, an unusual chakra surged into his field of vision. To the northwest, a Chunin-level ninja was unleashing chakra, the night wind whispered as Ningxi, taken aback, curiously turned his gaze in that direction. Chapter 33, A Second Battle. The Spy, Yakushi Kabuto. What is happening? Ningxi pondered, hastily bidding farewell to Gaara as he sought to vanish into the night. Yet ahead, 3 Chunin-level ninjas were engaged in fierce combat. After much hesitation, he resolved to approach. Thank goodness for this outfit, he mused, having donned it to obscure his identity during his encounter with Gaara. Little did he expect it would prove useful at such a moment. Maki snorted coldly, a smirk gracing his lips as he raised his chin, brimming with arrogance. Who would have thought Sunagakure would conspire with the sound ninja to strike at Konoha? The swift wind bit at their heels as Jifeng, with a steely gaze, prepared for battle, gripping his blade tightly and glancing back. A sinister white-haired youth emerged. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Maki, I believe we should strike together for a swift resolution. If this fellow leaks information, all our efforts will have been in vain. Maki chuckled coldly. The Chunin of Sunagakure are not so feeble. I will finish him with the next strike. Wind. Maki extended his hand, forming a single-handed seal. Jifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that a change in nature? The manipulation of chakra, easily mastered only by Chunin, showed Maki's vast experience as a ninja. Tornado technique, Maki declared, charging forward as a breeze encircled him, concealing a substantial amount of wind. Attribute chakra, secret sword, moon shadow. Jifeng quickly formed seals, brandishing his sword, conjuring 2 clones that mirrored his movements. Shadow clone technique, a ruse? Maki squinted, as Jifeng boldly charged ahead. Maki wielded the whirlwind like a blade, while Jifeng's 3 sword strikes, though illusions, effectively severed the wind blades. I see, specialized blades that can even cut through wind. Maki was pushed back a few steps, while Jifeng glanced over his shoulder, aware that Yakushi Kabuto could intervene at any moment. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Sun and Moon Flow sword technique, Crescent Moon dance. Jifeng swung his sword, and the blades of his 2 clones began to shine, dancing in the moonlight like a ballet of blades. Oh, Maki smirked. Ha. Amidst the mesmerizing shadows of the moonlight, dozens of clones sprang forth, converging from 3 directions in rapid succession. Humph. Maki swiftly formed seals, creating a net of wind that pushed all the clones away. Yet Jifeng's true form broke through the barriers, his chakra-infused blade slicing down towards Maki's neck. Ah, you think you can kill me so easily? Jifeng's eyes widened. The blade merely tore through Maki's ninja attire. The man before him was entirely hardened. What? Has the blade rusted? Then it's my turn. Wind blade. A wind blade sharper than any sword swiftly formed in the air. With a single strike, Jifeng was knocked back, his ninja attire torn, a deep wound carved into his ribs. Blood immediately soaked his garments. He clutched the injury tightly, quickly regaining his composure and standing tall. Now it was 1 against 2. He was prepared to face death. Now, I shall send you on your way. As Maki advanced, he formed seals. Wind blade. Dozens of wind blades, sharper than before, surged forth. This strike seemed dire. Suddenly, a figure descended, and those wind blades converged as if caught in a new whirlwind. Then, the unexpectedly appearing Umbu youth caught them in the palm of his hand, dissipating them into nothingness. Utilizing lightning attribute chakra against this wind attribute foe, Maki's eyes widened, his expression darkening. Kabuto, behind him, was equally startled, gazing at the sudden appearance of this figure. You again, you little brat? Jifeng exclaimed. You are? Ningxi glanced back. Disregarding Jifeng. He wore the mask of Jifeng's girlfriend, Shiyan, and it struck him that they shared some connection. This was also why Ningxi had rushed out without hesitation to rescue him, but the true reason was more complex than that. Another one, Maki's expression was unsettling. This assault on Konoha was a grand scheme, and the fact that it had been overheard was already unforeseen. Should reinforcements arrive, the situation could become dire. He exerted force with both hands, intent on swiftly resolving the conflict. Meanwhile, Kabuto could no longer remain idle. He stepped forward, launching an attack. Mr. Maki, this fellow possesses considerable strength, but with your prowess combined with mine, we should be able to handle them effectively. On Kabuto's hand, chakra coalesced, forming a sharp surgical blade that seemed capable of slicing through the very AI. Be cautious. Do not let this individual get too close. He excels in taijutsu and possesses remarkable speed with an elusive movement technique. Neji caught a glimpse of Kabuto out of the corner of his eye. Indeed, he was a cunning strategist, having positioned himself as a trusted aide to Orochimaru, and was no mere lightweight. Their previous encounter had revealed far too much about him. This promised to be a grueling battle. After all, even if he were to face Maki alone, his chances of victory were slim, and now he had to contend with 2 adversaries while being thoroughly analyzed. Wind release. Hurricane. Maki retreated swiftly, forming hand seals and thrusting his hands forward. As chakra was refined, a vortex storm erupted from the palms of Maki's hands, 2 points at its core, gradually expanding and blowing towards Neji. At that moment, Ship also stood up, but both of their movements were ensnared by the fierce wind. Neji raised his arms in defense, only to realize that this technique was designed to bind their mobility. Meanwhile, Kabuto had already closed the distance. Fu. The sound of the chakra blade slicing through the storm echoed heavily. Just missed. Kabuto murmured, quickly switching to his other hand. Watch out. Ship leaped up, positioning himself before Neji, parrying Kabuto's attack with his blade. Get out of my way. With a single kick, Kabuto sent Ship flying, the blow landing precisely on his wound. Ship was immediately hurled from the storm, crashing to the ground and rolling painfully as he clutched his injury. Neji tilted his head, listening to the sound of the air slicing past him. Kabuto's attacks were frequent, yet his movements seemed constrained. Through the Byakugan's vision, Neji discerned that Kabuto had an ample supply of chakra, particularly in his hands. In that case, 8 trigrams. 1 strike, Kabuto's final thrust struck true. However, it had no effect, as he was enveloped by an even more potent surge of chakra, which erupted forth. A tremendous force propelled Kabuto away, allowing Neji to swiftly extricate himself. Swish, swish. 2 kunai fell to the ground as Neji executed his gentle fist technique with precision. I'll handle them. You find an opportunity to escape and inform the 3rd Hokage of today's events. Neji stated calmly while standing over the injured Ship. Ship merely grimaced, pressing his wound and nodding in resolute agreement. At that moment, Maki had ceased his technique. Just a glance at Kabuto reveals the flaw in his jutsu. He seeks to turn my technique against me to flee. He regarded Neji with newfound appreciation, realizing this youth posed a significant threat. This individual must be eliminated. Chapter 34. Nemesis. Wind release. Maki. Kabuto rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a professional surgical knife. Don't let this rat escape. I will deal with him. From Kabuto's gaze, Neji could sense the depth of his cunning. It was likely that he had become accustomed to holding back during their encounters. If Neji were to show even a slight disadvantage, there would be no escape. The intent to silence him was clear. In an instant, Kabuto closed the distance. Not only was his speed remarkable, but his technique was also exceedingly precise. As he thrust the blade dangerously close to Neji's neck, Byakugan, Neji's leg shot out, retreating a step, while Ship also withdrew, enduring his injuries. But don't even think about running. Maki dashed towards Ship's direction, but a kunai suddenly flew towards him. Embedding itself firmly in the ground before him, he glanced back to see Neji standing his ground. Though the boy was shorter than them, he exuded an aura akin to that of a giant. Neji's chakra coalesced into his palm, resembling Kabuto's technique at first glance. Yet this chakra possessed a different quality. With a powerful thrust, Kabuto began to evade while counterattacking, but Neji was equally adept at attacking while evading. Their movements were swift and nearly flawless. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Ship was momentarily shielded, but ahead loomed Maki's imposing figure. I won't be fooled. Neither of you will leave alive today, Ship gritted his teeth. Retreating, drenched in cold sweat. Although this mysteriously appearing youth was formidable, it seemed he would still not escape today. If he could ensure that this boy survived, he would gladly sacrifice himself to relay this critical information. Boy, the Sand and Sound Ninja are plotting a joint strike against Konoha. This intelligence must be conveyed, Ship thought, resolutely pulling a pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Oh. Maki narrowed his eyes slightly. Neji hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, Kabuto seized the opening to launch a counterattack. The dynamic shifted from Neji's relentless assault to Kabuto's offensive onslaught. Yet, in such close quarters, Kabuto remained undeterred. And Neji increasingly realized the fundamental difference between himself and these truly lethal and ruthless ninjas: intangibility. On the other side, Ship formed seals, rendering himself translucent until he became indistinct in the night. However, this technique was not true invisibility. It merely obscured him to a degree, yet the sudden appearances of afterimages made it challenging for anyone to discern his whereabouts. Do you think you can escape? No. As a sand ninja who has betrayed Konoha, I have the duty to eliminate you. As the words left his mouth, a blade glimmered behind Maki. Stab. Yet when it struck Maki's back, it failed to penetrate. A futile effort. The battle on the other side had decidedly favored Maki, and Ship could not endure much longer. However, Kabuto remained a formidable foe, and Neji had already expended most of his chakra in his battle against Gaara. Clang. Congratulations, host. Byakugan proficiency 199. Neji frowned, gazing hesitantly at the tenacious Kabuto before him. So that was merely a fade in the forest of death. If you are this weak, then perish here. As Kabuto's words faded, a scream echoed from Ship's direction. Another strike landed, and blood gushed from both of Ship's sides, staining his ninja attire crimson and causing him excruciating pain that I cannot afford to linger any longer. Neji gritted his teeth. If he used the remaining chakra to escape, it would suffice. But if he used it for battle and failed to secure victory, he could very well perish here. Yet, seeing Ship's determination to convey the intelligence, Neji found himself unable to leave at ease. He extended his hand, retrieving a soldier pill from within his garments. The sound of chewing echoed in the stillness of the night. Wind. Quick as a flash. Kabuto leaped back in surprise, yet Neji's movements had already surpassed him entirely. Thunder. Both palms struck Kabuto's back with tremendous force, sending him staggering forward, just in time for him to evade the subsequent attack. Is that the shoulder well? As a medical ninja, Kabuto was naturally well-versed in such techniques. Neji aimed at the acupoints in Kabuto's shoulders, rendering his arms powerless to exert strength, nullifying his offensive capabilities. Swish. Neji darted through the air like a shuriken, delivering a powerful blow that sent Kabuto crashing to the ground. Now, it's your turn. Neji took a deep breath, channeling wind chakra to enhance his agility. He also gathered lightning chakra in his palm, ensuring his gentle fist could deliver sufficient power in this state. Confronting Maki was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Nature transformation. It is unimaginable that Konoha possesses such a talented ninja. Yet to send such talent to their demise is a pity. Maki observed Neji, who had defeated Kabuto, dismissing the now lying Ship, who was gasping for breath. Whirlwind technique. Gale surged all around, appearing gentle at first. But under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, those winds transformed into the sharpest of blades, converging in the air at every conceivable angle. And as new blades formed, any position within this technique's range was liable to be struck. Wind. Return to heaven. Ning Si clenched his teeth and unleashed the wind attribute of Kaiten. The swirling winds instead amplified Ning Si's Kaiten, the intense rotation dispersing the myriad of wind blades surrounding him. Yet, in the next moment, Maki revealed a smile. The Hyuga clan of Konoha? How intriguing. But your wind attribute is precisely to my advantage. He swiftly formed hand seals. Meanwhile, the medic, Do, who was healing himself with palm techniques. Grin.Maki was indeed a highly gifted wind-style ninja, and Hanabi was merely his student. As he spoke, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow, inwardly lamenting, this guy is actually from the Hyuga clan. Does the Umbu possess such a figure? I have no data on him whatsoever. Ningxi was taken aback, only then realizing that all the wind he had conjured through Kaiten had transformed into razor-sharp blades. Thank you for creating such a splendid battlefield for me. The fierce wind roared, converging around Ningxi. Those blades, one by one, were aimed directly at him. Ata command. They all launched. The sound of slicing filled the air as they surged toward Ningxi in overwhelming numbers. No matter how skillfully Ningxi attempted to evade, he could not escape being cut and torn. 8 trigrams palm. Kaiten. Ningxi released a standard Kaiten, avoiding all the wind blades. He could not afford to be injured here. It would reveal his identity. As the assault from the wind blades subsided, a figure darted through the dust toward Maki. With a crackle, lightning radiated from his palm, nearly taking physical form. What a profound change in nature. Mastering two elements simultaneously, Maki observed in astonishment, his eyes widening in admiration. However, he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, gathering a mass of wind blades in the air. Blade of wind. A more potent whirlwind coalesced into a radiant blade of wind, directly countering Ningxi's palm strike. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ningxi was sent flying several meters to the ground. Maki stepped forward, a confident smirk spreading across his face. What a pity. I must be your most formidable nemesis. Chapter 35. Rescue, Resistance Chakra. Ningxi winced, clutching his left arm, since he had struck with his right hand. His left arm had been in a defensive posture and had borne the brunt of the residual force from the wind blade. So that as how it is, the lightning attribute is utterly suppressed by the wind attribute. Ningxi gritted his teeth, clearly aware that despite utilizing the same concentration of chakra, his lightning-based techniques were swiftly obliterated by the opponent's wind blades without mercy. Merely the residual force from the blade had sliced through his clothing, leaving a wound on the inner side of his left arm. Ningxi estimated the injury. It was not deep, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters. This was already the limit. Another injury would render today's mission a total failure. If he couldn't save Shifeng and ended up sacrificing himself, it would not only be foolish but also a sign of overconfidence. Don't mind me. You must flee. Over there. Shifeng had bandaged his own wounds and seemed intent on fighting back. Ningxi remained silent. This was no longer a matter of who could escape. The Maki before him was a direct counter to his abilities. Had he not employed such advanced wind techniques, perhaps there would have been a chance to flee. Given the current situation, running would only lead to death. It appeared that today, you were all destined to be unable to escape. Do, sensing something, took a step forward, a confident smile on his face. Ningxi was taken aback. Utilizing his Byakugan to quickly track several figures approaching from different directions. Finally, he had located Maki's chakra. Hanabi, bearing an iron fan, perched on a tree, gazing at the figures on the flat-roofed house. Meanwhile, Kanjiro had blocked the only escape route for Shifeng. On the other side, accompanied by the rustling sound, Gaara halted, standing at the edge of the street, looking up. Upon seeing Ningxi, his expression revealed a hint of surprise. Ningxi exhaled and closed his eyes. He needed to remain calm. Memories of his training over the past 8 years flooded his mind, facing wooden stakes and the disdainful gazes of villagers. When he opened his eyes, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He had fought desperately all these years, certainly not to indulge in reckless adventures. Ningxi said coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Maki frowned. Despite having suppressed this youth, he sensed an inexplicable confidence emanating from the masked Umbu. Where does your courage stem from? Ningxi took a step back. Wu. Hi. Ningxi began to form seals. His movements fluid. Su, Byakugan. You think you can take on 5 with just a Byakugan? It was clear that this guy had lost all fighting capability. Do declared with arrogant disdain. Ding, congratulations, host. The proficiency of the bloodline limit. Byakugan has reached 30,000, breaking through the initial threshold, and you have obtained the reward, Resistance Chakra. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and a smirk crept across Ningxi's lips. Truly, there is no dead end. He leaped into action while Hanabi and Kanjiro kept a close watch on Shifeng, and Do guarded Ningxi's escape route. He followed suit, leaping into the air to form seals. With a more advanced Byakugan, Ningxiai felt the flow of chakra around him more clearly, almost able to sense everything within a 100-meter radius. Enhance attribute resistance. Please select the attribute to enhance. Wind. Effect in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Significantly increased wind attribute resistance chakra. Ningxiai felt a gentle, jade-like chakra surge within him, alleviating the excruciating pain from the wound on his arm. Whirlwind technique. Explosive flow strong wind blade. Under the moonlight, the blades of wind surged from all directions. This is the enhanced version. You cannot evade this strike. With a flurry of sounds, all the blades pierced the Umbu youth's body. His clothing was instantly torn to shreds. But the next moment, the youth slowly raised his head. Not bad. What is this? Just a layer of chakra covering the surface. Why? Maki's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy had clearly been suppressed just moments ago. Now, I must thank you for creating this splendid battlefield. Maki opened his eyes wide, witnessing the furious storm still raging in the air, yet it was no longer under his control, as if it had become a part of Ningxiai's being. Puppet technique. Jiji Ifa. Ninja art. Kamaitachi. Chakra blade. The puppet stiletto, the chakra scalpel, surged toward Ningxiai from 3 different angles. Wind. Kaiten. The storm around him began to rotate, and all incoming attacks were swept up by the tempest. Ningxi's body began to spin in the air, palm poised for a strike. Maki, who was about to land, could not comprehend how a youth could transcend limits and hover in midair for 3 seconds. Executing all these maneuvers, had all previous actions been a guise to conceal his strength? Who on earth is this guy? Thunderous roars erupted, a 2-meter diameter sphere of Kaiten, upon contact with the remnants of the whirlwind technique, began to expand rapidly, visibly covering everything nearby. With destructive power akin to high-tech weaponry, Kaiten, enhanced by the wind release, spun with immense force, pinning Maki down while forcing Do and the others out of range. Had it not been for his concern about injuring the wounded Shifeng, Ningxiai could have unleashed even greater destruction. This is a lifesaver. A scream echoed through the streets. The Konoha residents, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment and fled in the opposite direction. Gaara furrowed his brow, extending his hand as sand surged toward the fleeing residents. The masked Umbu youth moved like a phantom, swiftly intervening. With one palm, he dispersed the sand. Are you all right? Maki-sensei. Hanabi and Kanjuro rushed over to find Maki sprawled on the ground, his clothing utterly tattered by the fierce winds, looking disheveled. Quick, pursue them. Kanjuro turned back, only to see the moonlight illuminating Shifeng and the Umbu youth's figures, already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Gaara had also silently disappeared. Let us leave this place. I'll heal your wounds. Do spoke, his expression darkening. Having encountered this unexpectedly formidable Umbu youth twice in Konoha, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the true identity of this individual. Not far off, Neji, fleeing with the speed of the wind, also felt fatigued. He reflected, I never anticipated that the higher the level of the Byakugan, the greater the consumption it would entail. Neji sighed, speculating that his rapid increase in strength had left him without sufficient chakra to sustain the demands of his newfound abilities. The chakra from those techniques, being a reward from the system, presumably did not burden him, but the Byakugan was another matter entirely. Thank you. Breathing heavily, Jifeng broke away from Neji's assistance and began to walk on his own. Hiss. What's wrong? I can escort you to the Konoha hospital. Neji expressed concern, as he had risked much to save him. I'm fine. In an instant, sand swiftly enveloped everything before them. Neji stepped back, intending to strike in defense of Jifeng, who might be in danger. Yet in the next moment, the sand pivoted with a sentient swiftness, as if a hand was lunging straight for Neji's face. Clang. The crisp sound echoed as the mask fell to the ground. Spinning several times. Neji's visage left Ugetsu Jifeng, who witnessed the scene, utterly astonished. Chapter 36. The Unsolved Case. The Death of Jifeng. It truly is you. Gaara retracted the sand, seemingly with no intention to strike. His arms crossed. He approached with measured steps. Jifeng furrowed his brow, poised for action. Don't move. Neji picked up his mask, and Jifeng obediently ceased his motion. However, gazing at Neji's face left Jifeng speechless. The individual who had so powerfully rescued him from the clutches of numerous skilled adversaries was, astonishingly, the very candidate he had examined days prior. How could a mere genin possess such formidable strength? The earlier encounters with Shikaku and Kankuro, and now before him stood Gaara, not to mention the enigmatic figure of Hyuga Neji. What has happened to this year's genin? Their prowess is incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the priority now lay in reporting intelligence that he is an enemy. Neji, Jifeng stated. Yes, I understand. Neji moved forward, clutching his mask, exhaling deeply. This time, you have won, Neji conceded earnestly. Setting aside the matter of strength, Neji had meticulously concealed and orchestrated this entire scenario only for Gaara to shatter his plans by unmasking him. Now, Neji harbored a flicker of hope that Jifeng would refrain from notifying the Hokage. Otherwise, his abilities would surely be exposed. No, Gaara closed his eyes, shaking his head gently. You were too powerful, increasingly beyond my imagination. I initially intended to treat you as mere diversion, but it appears otherwise. Hyuga Neji. I shall remember you. You are indeed a man of mystery, one who leaves me restless until the very end. Neji steadied his breath, extending his hand. Proctor, you should leave now. This is my battlefield with him. You. Jifeng's face reflected hesitation, yet Gaara turned without a moment's pause and walked away. You may go, but I expect you to remember the promise you made to me. What? Neji swallowed hard, having braced himself for the worst. Suddenly taken aback by such good news. You must come to thoroughly defeat me, as you vowed. With that, Gaara departed without hesitation, leaving Neji and Jifeng exchanging glances. Under the moonlight, Jifeng and Neji hastened forward. So, you concealed your strength to avoid drawing attention, participating in the Chunin exam merely to prove your prowess to your clan? Neji nodded. Yes, so if possible, do not reveal my identity, that I will keep your secret. Well then, I've arrived. You should leave quickly. There is a strong possibility that Umbu will discover your presence ahead. With Jifeng's warning, Neji noticed the Hokage tower not far ahead, easing his mind. All right, bidding farewell to Jifeng. Neji pressed a hand against his wound. The gash on the inner side of his left arm still throbbed intermittently, but it seemed shielded by a layer of resistant chakra, alleviating much of the pain. This time, Orochimaru's ambitions against Konoha would not come to fruition. Neji felt he had exerted his utmost efforts. Initially reluctant to engage in these conflicts, Neji now found his status within the clan exceedingly awkward. Moreover, the forthcoming Chunin exam, a month hence, entailed not only inter-village disputes but had escalated to involve the daimyo, amounting to national conflict. Should he wade into these murky waters, he risked dire consequences. In the night, Neji departed swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ugetsu Jifeng approached the barrier. Within 100 meters of the Hokage tower, a formidable barrier had been established. Should any assailants dare to act there, they would certainly be detected. Just 10 steps away, 9 steps. Weary, Jifeng ambled forward. Hiss. Strange sounds began to emerge, dense and multiplying. Hiss, hiss, Sensing something amiss, Jifeng hurried toward the barrier. Just 3 steps, 2 steps. Blood splattered. In his final moments, Jifeng beheld a terror he had never encountered in his life. Those snake-like pupils, the face beneath the moonlight, a chilling shade of blue, filled with dread, as fear consumed him before consciousness slipped away. Gazing at the corpse of Ugetsu Jifeng, slowly lifted by 2 colossal serpents. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Bloodstains speckled his face, extending his long tongue to lick. His gaze was as frigid and dark as night. Hyuga Neji, an intriguing fellow indeed. The night was eerily silent. Jifeng. Witnessing the lifeless body of Jifeng discarded upon the rooftop, Xiang's tears cascaded uncontrollably. Surrounding Umbu comrades bowed their heads in solemn tribute. Akimichi RD stood with arms crossed, his expression grave. Did you observe anything else? RD inquired of a nearby Konoha resident. The middle-aged man appeared flustered. I had a bit too much to drink last night. I didn't see clearly. All I know is that it was a masked youth. He single-handedly fought against 5. No, 6. RD could only sigh heavily, moving beside Xiang to pat his shoulder. The Hokage tower. In the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed documents on his desk, drawing the last drag from his cigarette. Removing his conical hat, his expression was aged and complex. Does this relate to Orochimaru? Sarutobi queried, and RD paused, responding. There have been no signs of Orochimaru's presence nearby. That is to be expected. Hiruzen lowered his gaze. Scoffing coldly, he was once my most accomplished pupil. How could your investigation uncover his trail? The old man saw through it all. If Orochimaru intended to strike Konoha now, they could only remain as mere observers. However, that youth was undoubtedly the one I encountered in the Forest of Death. He is not Umbu. His mask was taken from Xiang. RD asserted confidently. Hiruzen took a deep breath, exhaling heavily. You and Xiang will investigate Jifeng's case. Summon Ebisu. Yes. Shortly after, RD, accompanied by 2 Umbu, exited the Hokage office. A figure clad in deep blue Konoha attire and wearing sunglasses entered. 3rd Hokage. you called for me. Ebisu, how has Konohamaru been lately? Hiruzen inquired about his grandson. His demeanor devoid of the usual warmth, appearing rather distracted. Ebisu sensed something was amiss, momentarily taken aback. Young Konohamaru has been diligently studying, claiming he aims to surpass Naruto and seize the Hokage position. That rascal, Hiruzen exhaled, a smirk tugging at his lips. Ugetsu Jifeng is dead. Upon hearing this, Ebisu froze, his fist clenching tightly. His tone shifted to a heavy murmur. If there is a place where you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. No need. Recently, the Chunin exam is intertwined with the daimyo, affecting the tense relations between the entire Konoha village and the Fire Nation. Thus, many of the upper ninjas at the border cannot be recalled. In such times, encountering such events, the ominous premonition is eerily reminiscent of 12 years ago. Third Hokage, I have grown old. Even if I strive with the last vestiges of my strength, it may lead to irreversible circumstances. Please bring that individual here. It is time to relinquish the position of Hokage. Ebisu slowly raised his head. You mean, that esteemed individual, one of the legendary Sannin. Chapter 37. Defiance. The daily challenge in the early morning. At the Hyuga clan's training grounds, familiar figures and motions occurred day after day. Humph. Ha. Neji repeatedly practiced the gentle fist technique. Ding. Training has concluded. Bagua Palm. Gentle fist proficiency 4799. Bagua. Empty palm proficiency 1433. Bagua. Heavenly spin proficiency 2978. Neji exhaled deeply and leaned back that he squinted slightly. His body, accustomed to prolonged high-intensity training, no longer felt fatigue or soreness. Instead, he experienced a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Although practical combat could enhance his strength more directly, it became evident that current capabilities could not be attained effortlessly. Each strike exposed him to the air, and true combat involved increasingly formidable opponents. One day, Neji might have to confront those of the shadow level. Perhaps even adversaries more troublesome and powerful than Orochimaru. No opportunity for growth must be overlooked. Through daily practice alone, Neji could significantly enhance his proficiency. Ding! Congratulations, host. The proficiency of Bagua. Heavenly Spin has reached 30,000, granting you the reward. A selectable A-rank ninjutsu. Selectable? Neji furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. The available A-rank ninjutsu options were limited. Wind Release. Gale Palm. Wind Release. Wind Wave. Water Release. Water Barrier. Wind Release. Gale Palm it shall be. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering Wind Release, Gale Palm, achieving the initial threshold of understanding. Neji then opened his attributes panel. Host. Hyuga Neji age, 13 ninja basic skills proficiency, including all foundational techniques such as throwing 87. 8. Reaching 100 completes the novice phase and activates the proficiency consumption system. Rank, Konoha Village Jin and Ninjutsu. Wind Release, Gale Palm 100, 003, 0000. Taijutsu, Gentle Fist, Pressure Point, 6219, 910, 0000. Bagua Palm, Heavenly Spin, 3190, 310, 0000. Bagua, 64 Palms 288, 343, 0000. Bagua, Empty Palm 179, 4530000. Bagua, One Strike 136983000. Genjutsu, None Bloodline Limit. Byakugan, 3663, 810, 0000. Byakugan Purity, 12 basic items. Soldier Pills 1, Explosive Tags 10, Wuju's Specialty Herbs 4 advanced items. None special items. None what is this? Byakugan Purity? Neji inquired, and the system promptly responded. The purity of Byakugan will be displayed once the host's Byakugan ascends to the comprehension level, can be improved. Neji frowned slightly. A purity of 12? No wonder the Hyuga clan has diminished to such a state over the years. How can such a level of Byakugan still claim descent from the Otsutsuki clan sages? Alas, Neji sighed, rising to continue his training. Coo coo coo. The sound of a messenger pigeon caught Neji's attention. Perched on a nearby wooden fence, the pigeon continued its cooing. Here it comes, Neji responded impatiently. In this day and age, even messenger pigeons seem to issue commands. Neji approached, removing the letter from the pigeon's leg, after which it flew away. Messenger pigeons are relatively docile and suitable for short-distance communication within the village. For longer messages, ninjas utilize more formidable beasts such as ninja dogs or hawks. Thus, Neji could surmise without looking that it was likely another assembly called by Guy. Sure enough, shall we head to the old place in the back mountain before sunset? Neji murmured, recognizing Guy's handwriting. Indicating a special training project arranged for the day after tomorrow. If it were merely a notification, why not state it directly in the letter? Neji hesitated, lowering his head to set aside the letter. It seemed he could still train for a while before the sun set'd. The Hokage building. In the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hinata adjusted the Hokage hat atop his head and looked up. Entering was Hinata Hizashi, who gently closed the door and turned to bow to Hinata. Third Hokage. Hinata nodded slowly. Hizashi, you are quite concerned about your clan's affairs. Hizashi was taken aback, offering a faint smile. I apologize. As the clan leader, I must. Hizashi. Hinata's sudden intensity put him on guard. Here, Hizashi bowed his head, no longer daring to meet the third Hokage's gaze. Even the elders of the Hyuga clan, from the branch family, would seem lesser before the Hokage's imposing presence. How much more so for a young clan leader? This is the 60 years of Konoha, not the 60 years of the Hyuga clan that I hope you understand. Hizashi was taken aback and ceased to respond. After venting his frustration, Hinata continued. Although the Hyuga clan has always had its internal rules, since we are in Konoha, all actions must consider the village's interests. Hizashi's eyes brimmed with doubt. Conditions? Swish. The moment Neji's voice fell, a kunai swiftly flew toward him. With a series of clinks, Neji leaped back, using the kunai to block the remaining shurikens that followed. Tintin, promise me. This is the last time, Guy said as he retreated. Tintin stepped forward, unrolling the scroll behind her, her expression serious. I can be your opponent for special training, but you must first defeat me here. Neji cast a puzzled glance at Guy. He had called him here for this. Neji, I appreciate your efforts. Consider this special training. Guy took a deep breath, his mood heavy. During the last round of the Chunin exams, Tintin faced off against the similarly skilled Kunoichi Temari, suffering greatly. Meanwhile, Neji had triumphed over Gaara, hailed as the strongest sand ninja. This outcome sowed seeds of doubt in Tintin's mind. Did she truly have a problem? Very well. If conditions are involved, do not go easy on me. Neji assumed a combat stance, eager to show respect to his opponent. Neji's intentions were well-meaning, but Tintin, angered, retorted, who would go easy on someone like you? With a few quick strides forward, Tintin charged. She was genuinely anxious. Why had Neji, who had always lagged behind, suddenly become so strong? She needed to feel it for herself. Huh. Tintin struck forcefully, sending Neji flying a considerable distance. Panting, she stood up again, her eyes fierce. Neji, too, straightened his posture. Well done, Neji praised before slowly forming hand seals. Tintin furrowed her brow. Zishur, Byakugan. The battle was on the verge of igniting. Manipulation technique. Continuous projectile. Dozens of hidden weapons erupted from the scroll. Neji swiftly dodged, and Tintin shouted angrily. What? Are you underestimating me? You don't even need to use heavenly spin. Drawing another scroll, she quickly formed seals in midair. Hidden weapons. Rising dragon. The scroll unfurled. And as it scattered and spun, thousands of hidden weapons soared toward Neji. In response, Neji swept his leg forward, executing a gesture that brought his hands down decisively. With a flash of white light, it enveloped his vision. Heavenly spin. All hidden weapons were effortlessly deflected. Ha! Neji shouted, and at the moment Tintin landed, the sound of air rushing past grazed her. Close. Tintin gritted her teeth, her nerves taut. Undoubtedly, the absolute defense rendered her immune to such physical attacks. Tintin, you have already lost. Guy stated. It was evident. Neji remained unfazed, while Tintin was already gasping for breath. Yet she refused to concede. Reaching for the last large scroll she had yet to draw, Guy stepped beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tintin, accepted. You have lost, but look behind you. In a moment of bewilderment, Tian turned to glance behind her. To her astonishment, she beheld a tree several meters away, marred by a gaping hole, as if a colossal force had penetrated it with terrifying might. It was the empty palm technique of the gentle fist, deliberately misdirected by Ningxi. Chapter 38, Doubt, the non-existent genius. Tian stared at the cavity created by the empty palm for an extended period, unable to fathom the reality of what she had witnessed. Reflecting on the immense force that had surged past her when she landed, she questioned whether it truly was Ningxi, whom she had so often underestimated, who had effortlessly executed such a technique. With a gulp, Tian turned her gaze towards the composed and tranquil Ningxi. She felt a surge of resentment. Yet, she abruptly realized that this animosity was not directed at Ningxi himself. Rather, it stemmed from the profound disparity between the external world and her own preconceived notions. She loathed herself for having made such a grievous misjudgment. Despite Ningxi's formidable strength and his humble demeanor, she, who had stood beside him all along, was the last to recognize the truth. I have lost. She lowered her head, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Although the contest was far from over, Tian had already arrived at a conclusion within her heart. The outcome of the Chunin exams had left her dissatisfied. She found it difficult to accept reality. Now, with Ningxi's singular strike, she had been thoroughly awakened to the starkness of reality. Henceforth, she resolved to train alongside Ningxi. I, along with Xiao Li, will undertake an urgent mission from the village. Upon witnessing Tian's emotional breakthrough, Kai expressed his satisfaction. A mission. At that moment, Ningxi felt an unsettling premonition. He knew that with his current strength, he could not avert the impending crisis that he was already aware would occur. However, the village's Jonin could. Yet, it seemed odd to be dispatched on a mission at such a crucial time. Indeed, this mission was highly significant, requiring a powerful taijutsu ninja, and it just so happened that he was taking Xiao Li to hone his skills. Ningxi nodded, feeling no turbulence within him. He harbored no jealousy. This was because Kai's taijutsu was not particularly beneficial to his advancement. The techniques of the Byakugan were unique, rather than focusing solely on speed and power. They emphasized precision, but you needn't worry. I have already convinced Tian. She will be responsible for ensuring you practice diligently. Yes, leave it to me. Tian nodded, adept at self-regulation, unwilling to dwell on the minor grievances of the past. However, Ningxi remarked, pursing his lips, to be frank, at present, Tian lacks the strength to make herself serious. Even if Tian was oblivious to this fact, Kai would undoubtedly perceive it. Haha, I forgot to mention. There's no need for concern that I have already spoken with a new instructor who will be responsible for your upcoming special training. It will last for 2 weeks, so you must exert yourself. As Kai spoke, he approached Ningxi and excitedly placed his hands on his shoulders. A new instructor, Ningxi, observing Kai's enthusiasm, suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. Oh, he is a truly exceptional teacher. As an instructor, he surpasses me. You will undoubtedly be satisfied. Kai withdrew his hands, stepping back a few paces. In any case, tomorrow, at our training time, you and Tian are to meet him at the 21st training ground. Ningxi tilted his head, curious about the identity of this new instructor. Given his current state, his growth and practical skills were overly rigid in their approach, although rapid. They lacked the capacity for decisive improvement. It was akin to mastering the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. No matter how proficient he became, he could not achieve the transformative effect of the system's infusion of lightning chakra nature change. Rigid efforts would not lead to a high ceiling of potential. He could only hope that this new teacher would indeed facilitate a significant breakthrough for him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a document lay on the desk, a request form brimming with detailed content. The Canola Guard Department had not been enforced for quite some time. As the feudal lords sought to inspect the village during the Chunin tournament, these plans were set to be executed. Indeed, as you mentioned, the Hyuga clan is the most advantageous competing family. Hisashi exhaled a sigh as he finished his cigarette. However, you are also aware of the precedent set by the Uchiha clan. Hayashi took a deep breath, lowering his gaze slightly. The pressure from the branch family and the status of the main family weighed heavily on him. It seemed Hayashi had no alternative but to place all his hopes on Ningxi, who was emerging as a new beacon of hope. He resolved to go all in, betting everything on Ningxi. The Hyuga clan is not the Uchiha clan. Not only do we lack their ambition, but our strength is not as feeble as many perceive. After a prolonged silence, Hayashi finally expressed his firm stance. Upon hearing this, Hisashi was momentarily taken aback. Strength, you say? He remained seated at his desk, looking up at the solemn visage of Hayashi. Ningxi, whom everyone refers to as the underdog ninja, Hisashi stated with indifference. Hayashi frowned. Ningxi is incredibly dedicated. He will surely make his mark in this Chunin exam. A smirk appeared on Hisashi's lips. Lord Third, I trust that your esteemed self will grant this young lad an opportunity, won't you? Hayashi inquired. Haha. Hisashi chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The village will provide opportunities to the Hyuga clan, and I shall certainly extend my chances to the boy. But why not bring forth a true genius of the Hyuga clan to prove themselves before me? Hayashi was taken aback. A true genius? Hisashi's gaze turned serious, darkening. The moonlight gale has perished, and the identity of the culprit remains unknown. That night, a member of the Umbu was seen battling 6 individuals simultaneously. This umbu had also been spotted in the Forest of Death by Hanabi. Hisashi continued. Hayashi, perplexed, asked, shouldn't this matter be closely related to the umbu? Not at all, Hisashi interrupted. That youth is not part of the umbu. We have already investigated. More importantly, Hisashi picked up his pipe. Reigniting it, the techniques and habitual fighting style he employed bear a striking resemblance to that of the Hyuga's fluid techniques. Hayashi stood in stunned silence. So, you are suggesting that the third is doubting our Hyuga clan? Of course not. Hisashi narrowed his eyes, offering a gentle smile from the intelligence at hand. It appears this youth is likely aligned with the interests of Konoha. However, his strength is undeniably formidable, at least at the level of a jonin, and he is so young that I merely wonder, if the Hyuga clan possesses such a gifted child, why have we yet to hear their name? This question left Hayashi momentarily speechless. Please forgive the Hokage. I have indeed not heard of any young child within our clan with such extraordinary talent. While the younger generation of the Hyuga clan has many talented children who surpass Ningxi, none possess such brilliance. Hayashi, Hisashi mused for a long while, as if contemplating deeply. You are younger than I am. I have even experienced the era of the legendary Hyuga Tenkai. I understand your clan better than you might think. Hayashi nodded cautiously, recognizing that Hisashi's words were irrefutable. In the feud between the branch family and the main family, you must have endured considerable grievances as well. As the clan leader, such burdens are expected. Hayashi lowered his head. I do not wish for the Hyuga clan to repeat the mistakes of the Uchiha clan. However, I trust you, Hayashi, Hisashi declared, pressing his handprint onto a document on the desk. What do you mean by this? Hayashi asked, astonished. It will be useful in the future, but not at present. Chapter 39. Misunderstanding. I am truly not that kind of person. Early in the morning, Ningxi met with Tian. Is this the 21st training ground? Tian inquired, holding a map of Konoha's internal layout while scratching her head. Ningxi nodded. Yes, just ahead. The two proceeded together. The morning mist began to dissipate, and dew slid off the grass blades lining the path. The cobblestone road was speckled with water stains left by last night's light rain, and the air was imbued with a refreshing dampness that was quite pleasant. However, why was this training ground so eerily silent? Every day, I entered the practice field, which appeared to have been long abandoned, much like the intelligence department at the heart of the Death Forest. Though it was small, it was well equipped. Not far away, I could hear the soothing sound of flowing water, accompanied by the faint sound of a waterfall cascading down. It seemed the distance to the Konoha River was not great. Can you hear the water? This practice field has existed for 2 decades. After the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's strength grew increasingly formidable, forging close ties with the Land of Fire and signing a truce with Sunigakure. Since then, wars have been scarce, ushering in what many refer to as an era of peace. Neji remarked as he jumped onto a wooden post. In times of peace, naturally, the training for ninjas has diminished. All the practice fields beyond number 21 have been abandoned. The last time this place was used must have been at least 3 years ago for a large-scale exercise. I replied, nodding leisurely. The air here is so refreshing. Neji, how do you know so much when you spend all your time within the clan? I was curious, having recently noticed Neji's seemingly boundless knowledge. Neji chuckled, because I have little else to do but train. And I often visit these practice fields. Occasionally, I encounter other jonin or umbu here, and by listening to their conversations, I gather knowledge. Jonin, I mused, feeling increasingly impressed, while I struggled with the daunting challenge of advancing to Chunin. Neji's aspirations had already surpassed the rank of Jinin. As for the Third Shinobi World War he mentioned, I was yet to be born then, leaving me utterly ignorant of it. But Neji, why did you call me here so early? This isn't our usual meeting time, is it? I typically begin waiting around this time. He replied. I swallowed hard, noticing that Neji had already found a wooden post in the practice field and was concentrating on his training. Here he comes. Asuma Sarutobi's voice resonated through the practice field. Upon entering, I immediately heard Neji practicing, truly diligent. Behind Asuma stood Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. Instructor, your voice is too loud. Ino exclaimed. We agreed that after training, you would take me out for barbecue. Choji added. How troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. I glanced over, murmuring, so, the new teacher that Gai-sensei found is Asuma-sensei? Hello there, Neji. I've heard much about you. Asuma approached, catching Neji off guard as they exchanged a glance. Neji paused his training and bowed politely. With Asuma's arrival, the practice session took on a more structured format. The group gathered on the grass. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the next 2 weeks will be under my direction. This isn't just for those participating in the Chunin exams. You too, Tintin and Choji, should also seize this opportunity to hone your skills. The Chunin exams will occur again, so don't fall behind. Tintin and Choji responded listlessly, exchanging glances and sighing. To begin. I want to personally observe your combat techniques for tailored training. We'll engage in one-on-one sparring. The individual I know the least here is Asuma. Scanned the area and landed his gaze on the silent Neji. You, Hyuga Neji to me. Neji was taken aback, pointing to himself before standing up obediently. Ino, you will be Neji's opponent. Let me see how much you've progressed. Huh? Ino protested, her purple skirt contrasting with her delicate complexion as Neji frowned slightly. Could he really engage seriously with such a comparatively weaker female opponent? Why am I the first? Ino pouted, her eyes wide with an adorable appeal. Asuma chuckled lightly. Let us get started. Everyone, spread out and make some room. I'll be observing your movements and tactics closely. Remember, this is a spar. Keep it controlled. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. The others stepped back to create space. As Choji munched on chips, he remarked, Ino should easily win against Neji since she has learned that technique from the instructor. Shikamaru frowned and shot a glare at Neji, saying, You fool, last time, you were knocked down by Sasuke. Did you not see that Neji actually defeated Gaara? It's not that simple. Is that so? Choji replied casually. Continuing to chew. Huh. Ino charged forward, catching Neji off guard. Are you going to activate your Byakugan, or not? Neji pondered anxiously as he began to engage Ino in taijutsu. Back and forth they went, with Neji easily countering. However, it was evident that Ino was not adept at taijutsu. Her repeated attempts at offense were effortlessly dodged by Neji. Neji, remember to attack, Asuma remarked, noticing Neji's defensive stance. Neji quickly gathered his strength, finding an opportunity to strike as he dodged. Ah! Ino squealed, feeling the breeze of his palm. With a light touch, Neji's hand landed softly, as if merely resting there. Phew, I managed to control my chakra, he sighed in relief, but the next moment, he felt a soft sensation under his hand. Ino's face flushed, her heart racing from the unexpected contact. Pervert, she exclaimed, stepping back. I didn't mean it that way. Neji stuttered, bewildered, though he had to admit the sensation was rather pleasant. How infuriating. Pervert, pervert, pervert. Ino's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Yet she refused to show her vulnerability as she charged at Neji once more. Neji activated his Byakugan, swiftly evading. The two continued their intense close-quarters combat, Ino's rapid assault proving ineffective. Choji wondered aloud. Asuma laughed, of course. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses exceptional insight. Every movement can be detected, making it impossible to sneak and attack. The Byakugan even allows one to see hidden weapons concealed beneath clothing, clearly revealing their size and shape. This, Tintin froze, curling up tightly. The battle between Neji and Ino momentarily paused as Ino halted her advance, and Neji ceased his defense. Tintin swallowed hard, blinking rapidly, desperately trying to mask her flushed face. Meanwhile, Ino's jaw dropped as she recalled the moment Neji had decisively activated his Byakugan. Neji, with veins prominent around his eyes, was fixated on her. Ino stepped back quickly, covering her chest. Don't look. Neji, sweating nervously, offered an awkward smile. It's a misunderstanding. I am really not that kind of person he approached to explain. Ino, frightened, kept retreating. Oh dear, it seems I might have miscommunicated. Ha! Asuma chuckled awkwardly at the scene. Chapter 40. Ino, the inner thoughts of a young girl. All right. Let us engage in a serious match. After the laughter and banter subsided, Asuma re-established a serious atmosphere. Though this was a spar, it was essential to showcase genuine skills. It was a matter of respect for one's opponent. Asuma continued, and Neji and Ino resumed their positions. A newfound seriousness appeared in Ino's eyes. Just a few days ago, our village's special Jonin, Moonlight Gale, who was also the proctor for your third exam, was murdered near the Hokage building. You all must have heard about it. Though we currently live in a time of peace, it is crucial to continually enhance our abilities. We must face every battle with utmost seriousness. Asuma spoke. Everyone in the field grew solemn. Moonlight Gale had left a profound impression during their previous exams, and hearing of his demise was shocking. For these children, raised in an era of peace, such occurrences were deeply unsettling. Let us begin. Ino, show us your latest training accomplishments. And Neji, I've heard all the instructors praising your performance in the last battle, so let me witness it as well. Ino nodded earnestly. Her gaze locked onto Neji, and at that moment, she officially regarded him as a rival. The rumored underachieving ninja, the one trailing behind, Neji Hyuga, made an impression on Ino that was far from what she had anticipated. From the very start, he had not activated his Byakugan, displaying a familiar evasive maneuver that could only have come from countless hours of training. Once the Byakugan was activated, his decisive attacks flowed seamlessly. Even in defense, every movement was crisp and precise. This individual undoubtedly possesses a wealth of practical experience. I must also take this seriously. Ino began forming hand seals. The final seal was Wind. Tintin, seated nearby, murmured in observation. Oh, you can discern that as well. Tintin, you are truly impressive, Choji commented while munching on chips. Shikamaru lightly tapped his head and remarked, Fool, I told you to read more often. Meanwhile, Neji's gaze shifted slightly as he noticed the chakra within Ino beginning to surge forth. It coalesced into a whirlwind, gradually encircling her hands and feet. At the same time, Shikamaru commenced his explanation. Ninjutsu requires chakra for its release, and chakra itself is divided into attributes. Besides the types of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, chakra can also be harnessed independently as an augmentation of physical abilities. Yet the most challenging aspect is that the inherent power of chakra is quite limited, by concentrating chakra at the soles of one's feet. One can walk upon water, and there are many similar techniques where chakra serves merely as a supplementary energy. Choji interjected, I know this. We learned it in ninja school. That lesson focused on chakra control, which demands immense talent. Many things ordinary individuals cannot achieve through mere effort. Tintin elaborated. Shikamaru nodded and continued, Indeed, however, attribute chakra is different. The 5 fundamental attributes fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, when condensed within the body, yield varying effects, whether used independently or infused into techniques for amplification. It requires exceptional talent. Ino, at this moment, is precisely such a genius. Among all whom I have encountered, none can control chakra as adeptly as Ino, which is why she can master this. Asuma, observing nearby, chuckled softly, his mouth holding a half-smoked cigarette. Gale, wind attribute chakra enveloped her hands and feet. Ino swiftly lunged toward Neji, her movements becoming even more graceful. Neji prepared to defend, maintaining his stance. Each of Ino's attacks grew swifter and more precise. A punch, thud, it struck Neji's arm squarely. Yet, he could not withstand it, being pushed back forcefully. Neji gritted his teeth. Kneeling on one knee, he tightly gripped his left arm, while Tintin stood up in astonishment from the sidelines. How could this be? Based on Tintin's assessment of Neji yesterday, she believed he should not be at such a level. Asuma raised an eyebrow, questioning, Is this all you've got? Ino was somewhat surprised. Neji seemed different from before. Focus. I am not a taijutsu ninja. Are you truly satisfied to lose to me like this? Ino attempted to provoke him. Neji struggled to rise, a cold sweat trickling down his brow, if he were to strike seriously. He could resolve the situation in an instant. However, this balance was challenging to grasp. The wound on the inner side of his left arm, a remnant from his battle with Maki, throbbed painfully, resonating with Ino's wind attribute chakra. Neji began to comprehend the principles behind the variations of attribute chakra, understanding why Hinata's chakra had fully activated the latent lightning attribute within the gentle fist. 8 Trigrams Palm. Gentle fist. Neji steeled himself, his movements becoming incredibly swift. Has it begun? Asuma observed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even with wind attribute chakra enveloping her, Ino's movements could hardly keep pace with Neji. Each feint she made left her defense lacking. Should he strike with genuine intent, Ino would surely fall. Asuma's eyes widened in amazement, finally grasping why Hinata had praised Neji so fervently after watching the match. This boy truly harbored extraordinary strength. Ino felt herself overwhelmed by an unseen force, collapsing just before a gentle embrace caught her. Upon seeing Neji's indifferent yet handsome visage, she froze momentarily. Then, hastily standing, she exclaimed, Neji, cold sweat trickling, stammered, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. All right, you two take a break. The next group, Asuma declared, continuing his simple assessments, while Ino quietly slipped away during the observation. Neji followed her, discovering Ino sitting alone beneath a large tree at the other end of the training ground. Not content, Neji smirked, sensing that she had already relaxed her guard. In terms of strength, Ino was hardly a match for him. It's not that I'm not content. I simply didn't expect you to be this formidable. Ino glanced at Neji before averting her gaze. Neji leaned closer, causing Ino to suddenly blush. Hey, I warn you, I truly have no such intentions. Neji found himself at a loss for words. If Asuma's comment were to leak, it would likely tarnish the reputation of all men in the Hyuga clan. Ino, however, merely flushed and offered no reply. She turned her head and sighed, striving to regain her composure. Strangely, the recent battle had led her to realize something profound. She had developed a certain affection for the boy before her, an overwhelming feeling that was difficult to resist. I truly cannot fathom the hearts of you girls. If you are not content, then strive to become stronger and catch up to me, Neji bluntly stated, unwilling to let a careless act extinguish a young girl's ninja dream. Sakura's class features the talented Sasuke, and Naruto has been performing well lately, hasn't he? And look at your teammates. Are you truly willing to concede defeat to Sakura entirely? Neji anticipated that his words would incite Ino's ire, considering her apparent affection for Sasuke. Yet, the outcome surprised him. Ino merely stared blankly at Neji, saying nothing. The wind rustled, bringing a sense of tranquility. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Neji frowned. It's nothing. Ino lowered her head, swallowing hard. Moments ago, she seemed to have glimpsed a glimmer of light. Chapter 41. Variables. An unexpected ninja. What is happening? Neji took a step forward, curious about the thoughts torturing this breathtakingly beautiful girl. Do not come closer. Ino extended her hands in defense, as if shielding herself from the light before her. So dreamlike, so wonderful. The rumored useless ninja effortlessly countered her meticulously learned attacks, and behind that immense facade, there seemed to be something far deeper. Ino's heart stirred quietly. Neji's lips twitched, and he paused his advance. Little did he know how fiercely Ino's heart was racing. He had no inkling that his seemingly reckless actions and measured combat had deeply moved this girl's heart. That I will grow stronger. Once I do, I will challenge you, Ino declared, standing resolutely, pretending her motivation stemmed solely from the allure of power. Neji finally exhaled. All right. I will wait for you. He certainly did not wish for his fleeting charm to leave a lasting shadow on a girl's ninja aspirations. Back on the grass, Tintin had already defeated Choji and was now sparring with Shikamaru. Shikamaru, however, was hastily conceding defeat. Isn't that enough? I'm exhausted, he proclaimed, balancing upside down atop a tree while Tintin, full of vigor, stood below, clutching a scroll. Asuma chuckled dismissively. Do not even think about escaping. If you truly wish to avoid training, why did you accept the Chunin exam challenge in the first place? A ninja must put in the effort. Tintin recalled every determined moment of Neji's back, utterly unwilling to accept a man who would evade responsibility. She unfurled the scroll and formed seals. Let us see this technique. Tool. Heavenly Festival Lock. Crack, 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 crack. A powerful mechanism chain emerged from the scroll, rapidly extending towards Shikamaru. He gasped, his eyes widening. Another one? Should he be caught, there would be no escaping. Gritting her teeth, Tintin intensified her seal formation. Crack. As Shikamaru leapt aside, the mechanism chain pursued him relentlessly, striking swiftly. It can turn corners. Just as Shikamaru landed, the chain followed closely behind, forcing him to leap once more. I concede. I concede. Not happening. Tintin manipulated the Heavenly Festival Lock. Continuing her pursuit of Shikamaru, he jumped frantically, realizing there was no end in sight. Cornered, he seized a moment to draw a kunai. Damn it, he cast a fleeting glance at Tintin, who remained stationary, and hurled the weapon from a strategic angle. Whoosh, every day, Tian merely tilts her head, her movements swift and her gaze precise. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly perceived a sound. Crackling. A detonating talisman? Only then did Tian realize that a detonating talisman was tied to the Shuriken, already in the process of igniting. She immediately grasped the chain and leapt away with alacrity. Yet, the detonating talisman turned out to be a dud, releasing nothing but a thick cloud of dust and smoke that billowed forth. Was that meant to be frightening? Tian disdainfully exhaled, when abruptly, the silhouette of Shikamaru appeared alongside his voice. Is this how it ends? The shadow imitation technique succeeded. As the fog gradually dispersed, Shikamaru was revealed to be merely 3 or 4 meters away, with a pitch-black shadow extending from beneath him, connecting to Tian's feet. Such proximity made Tian swallow hard. In their previous skirmish, her keen insight had rendered Shikamaru helpless, leading to his repeated failures. Once she seized control of the battlefield, Shikamaru found himself with no further opportunities to break through. With the distance so short, could the speed of the technique be enhanced? Tian's entire body was ensnared, completely at Shikamaru's mercy. Such a formidable restraint inevitably determined the victor. What a splendid battle! Tian was indeed formidable, Asuma approached, applauding. Now allow me to personally assess your abilities. Huh? Asuma's declaration astonished everyone in the shadowy depths below. A hissing sound echoed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. The sound of footsteps gradually resonated. Squeak. A mouse darted past with remarkable speed. The figure treading those steps was unhurried, yet each footfall was deliberate. As if he possessed a profound understanding of the labyrinthine path beneath in the darkness, torches cast ample light. Yet, this familiar route seemed to require little visibility. The young man walked with remarkable perceptiveness. Under the flickering flame, his white hair and glasses became discernible. It was Kabuto. Squeak. The mouse seemed to follow Kabuto's pace, momentarily halting as Kabuto smirked. Meow. A feeble little cat leaped forth, roughly twice the size of the mouse. Kabuto paused, glancing back. Hesitantly, he noticed the small black cat crouching behind him. Seemingly in pursuit of the mouse, he scrutinized the kitten for a long while, deep in thought. Then, he crouched down, extending his hand to stroke the little cat, which affectionately rubbed against his palm. "Do not follow me any longer." With that, he stood up and continued forward, while the cat remained in place, watching his receding figure. Deeper within a chamber, an eerie darkness loomed. Seemingly endless, the flickering candlelight danced intermittently. Knock, knock, knock. Is that you, Kabuto? Come in. A deep, raspy voice suited the peculiar atmosphere perfectly. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Kabuto's inscrutable expression. How did the plan progress? Orochimaru sat in a chair, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Kabuto. Kabuto entered, leaving the door ajar, and hung the torch on the wall. No issues. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The Chunin exams have successfully allowed Sasuke's team to pass. I eliminated many candidates in the Forest of Death, but there was one variable. Variable? That boy. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, his smile fading. Indeed, not only in the Forest of Death, but during negotiations with the Sand Shinobi. The Leaf's ninja discovered him. That boy proved to be an unexpectedly formidable ninja. Fortunately, with your assistance, I dealt with Moonlight Gale, but that boy, no need to worry. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then a sly smile reappeared. In his eyes, a gleam of cunning fervor sparkled. Hinata Neji, I have already learned his name. Hinata Neji. Upon hearing this name, Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I never anticipated that the Hinata clan possessed such a potent bloodline. I had long sought the lineage of the Heavenly Spin, and I have finally found it. However, now that Sasuke is present, that bloodline seems less significant. Orochimaru smiled, his eyes seemingly reflecting memories from years past. The Uchiha clan's physique is most compatible with you, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed in submission. Orochimaru snorted twice. Indeed, yet we must remain exceedingly cautious. That Hinata boy appears to be growing at a pace even quicker than Sasuke's. We must pay him extra attention. Yes, Kabuto replied. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the mouse abruptly ceased, replaced by the rustling of a snake slithering across the ground. A pool of blood lay on the ground, with only a severed tail remaining. Chapter 42. Striving. The capability to surpass talent training ground number 21. Long abandoned. Yet due to Asuma's special training, it had once again become lively and cheerful for an entire day. Bang! A smoke bomb burst open, and Shikamaru and Ino swiftly retreated. Multiplication technique. A colossal hand came crashing down, striking the ground with such force that the earth trembled. Step back, Neji warned, and Tion hastily followed suit. Retreating significantly, the sound of falling debris echoed. Hey, you've made some progress. Choji, Asuma, still unarmed, stood atop a tree trunk, surveying his three students after the smoke cleared. Asuma-sensei is so cunning. Knowing the battlefield on the ground is disadvantageous for him. He took to the trees. Choji squinted, muttering to himself. Yet, even with the three of you attacking together, is this all you've got? The combined might of your three attacks doesn't even match the strength of Tion's single strike earlier. Asuma's words had scarcely left his lips when he froze. It turned out that beneath his feet lay a mass of pitch-black shadow, seemingly binding him and rendering him immobile. The shadow imitation technique succeeded. At that moment, Shikamaru, who had leapt from the smoke bomb, transformed into a puff of smoke. On the opposite side of the tree where Asuma stood, Shikamaru's head emerged. So, that smoke bomb was merely a ploy to get closer to me? I truly underestimated you, you little brat. Asuma chuckled bitterly, straining to turn his head to see Shikamaru, who was struggling to maintain the technique. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, murmuring, Indeed, controlling a Jonin is still too taxing. Ino, hurry up, all right? Ino smirked, her lips curling into a smile. Asuma-sensei, you must pay closer attention to the clone's technique next time. With that, She swiftly completed her hand signs, ninja art, body switch technique, aimed at Asuma. But moments later, she frowned. What is going on? Why didn't the body switch technique work? Just then, laughter echoed. Ha ha. The clone technique was merely a ruse. In real combat, one would never employ such a rudimentary technique. Asuma suddenly appeared behind Ino, hands tucked into his pockets, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth. The ember of the cigarette danced as he spoke. You three should call it a day. Take a moment to rest. With that, Asuma walked away. Meanwhile, Ino stood in shock, still reeling from the recent startling events. Choji blinked his squinty eyes and gazed up at the tree, where the original Asuma had transformed into a gust of wind. Whoosh, not merely the sound of wind, but a whirlwind that gradually dissipated into the air. Witnessing this scene, Shikamaru sighed and lowered his head. Such a hassle. Relying solely on 3 genin to contend with a J-nin is practically a futile endeavor. Having concluded the basic training assessment, the group gathered once more as Asuma scribbled on a whiteboard. Upon reaching a point of frustration, he paused, pinching the cigarette between his fingers, judging by overall capability. Shikamaru's potential stands out as the strongest. At this, Shikamaru hung his head, displaying no sign of joy. Ino and Choji also pouted, wearing expressions of resignation. From the current perspective, all 5 of you possess a combat intelligence exceeding that of a genin. Yet you likely lack practical experience. Compared to a ch-nin, what you truly lack is training, exercise, daily perplexities. Asuma nodded. Except for Neji, all of your movements and techniques are rife with flaws. Although your performance in battle is commendable, the level of skill displayed is rather juvenile. In such a state, none of you can aspire to become a Chunin. By the way, Neji has only trained with Ino. Now, I shall personally assess your abilities. Asuma declared, abruptly stowing away his pen and paper on the grass. He stood up with empty hands, spreading them wide. Let us exchange a few blows. I need a fundamental grasp of your physical capabilities. For the first week, I will have you engage in basic physical training, and in the following week, I will teach you more advanced chakra control techniques. Neji, it is your turn. Tion cast a vacant glance at Neji, who also momentarily froze before rising impassively, seemingly accepting the challenge with equanimity. In Tion's eyes, she was keenly aware of the significance of this assessment. Asuma was different from Guy, while Guy merely led them through rudimentary exercises. He was an instructor with a pronounced bias towards certain subjects. In contrast, Asuma was an all-encompassing teacher, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, chakra control, and nature transformation. Even the wind clone technique just demonstrated. Neji, you must give your all. Tion whispered earnestly. Let us begin. The group cleared a space, and Neji immediately activated his Byakugan, charging towards Asuma with full force. I trust one need not reiterate the rules. Your objective is to restrain my movements. That is your goal. Use all your strength, Asuma said, bowing his head as Neji approached. Humph, Neji exclaimed, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Gone. Asuma was taken aback, and the next moment, he was startled. He swiftly glanced to the right, only to find Neji striking down from behind on his left. What is this? Ino exclaimed in astonishment. Asuma, too, was taken aback, narrowly evading the blow and retreating further. Behind him, Neji moved with ghostly agility, his strikes executed at such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ha! Asuma dodged just in time, but the gust from Neji's strike billowed his clothing. The onlookers couldn't help but express their astonishment and admiration. Is this truly just an assessment? If one were unfamiliar with these two, they would assume this was a spar between 2 jonin. Observing Neji's every move, one could see the precision and swiftness, his footing unwavering, as he engaged with Asuma without the slightest hint of being overwhelmed. Bagua, empty palm. Seizing an opportunity, Neji struck. Yet Asuma had already utilized the lightness granted by his wind chakra to evade with ease. Oh, that's how it is. During our exchange, he truly did not aim to strike me. The final blow that could have felled me was merely the wind pressure from that palm. Ino's scalp tingled as she realized this truth. The rumored underachiever. No, in the minds of Ino and the others present, a single conclusion had emerged. Neji was a hidden genius among ninjas. Wind release. Gale blade. Seizing the moment, Asuma formed a simple hand seal and countered Neji's strike with one of his own. The resulting clash created a fierce friction in the air, propelling Neji backward, while Asuma merely retracted his hand and exhaled quietly. Undoubtedly, among you, the one with the most exceptional agility, far surpassing the rest, is Neji. After the practice, Asuma seemed to have finally discovered a direction, beginning to scribble notes on paper. However, When did Neji become so powerful? Choji expressed his confusion. The others sitting nearby turned their gazes toward Neji. Neji paused, then smiled, saying, I don't know. I just practice every day. Those moves I just performed were all learned through training. Observing Neji's innocent smile, Asuma mused to himself. Talent? No, this child possesses high potential, but his true strength lies not in talent alone. His greatest ability is his diligence. Every move he executed in our exchange was a result of effort, surpassing even my own training as a jonin. Neji possesses an ability that transcends mere talent. Chapter 43, Challenges, Neji's Grueling Training Camp. After imparting some fundamental knowledge of taijutsu to the lower-ranked ninjas and promising to personally guide them through their physical training, Asuma glanced at the waning daylight and decided to disperse the group. So it's settled. Starting tomorrow, for 1 week, everyone will follow Neji in their basic training. Asuma seemed unwilling to make further arrangements for convenience's sake, given that Neji's methods had enabled him to become so formidable in such a short time. Asuma was determined not to overlook this invaluable approach. Starting tomorrow, what kind of training will it be to follow Neji? Please, no. Neji's training is too arduous. Upon relaying Asuma's message, the group erupted in complaints. Rest assured, the teacher will join you as well. It's just a training session, and as lower-ranked ninjas, you mustn't be so lazy. Asuma's lecturing became increasingly proficient. Neji merely smiled softly, saying, It's fine. I will reduce the usual training intensity by half. After all, if one were to injure themselves, it would be counterproductive. Hearing this, Ino suddenly retorted, Who do you look down upon? I don't care. If I'm going to do it, I will give my absolute all in your usual training. After this encounter, Ino was the one most acutely aware of Neji's strength. Though she feigned complaints, she understood that training alongside Neji would yield the greatest improvement for her. Tion, too, brimmed with determination. Yes. I want to participate in the courses with Asuma-sensei, so I will strive hard. Shikamaru still exuded his usual lethargy, while Choji seemed to derive boundless energy from a simple serving of barbecue. Neji observed their naive expressions and shook his head. If they were to adhere directly to his training regimen, it could very well prove hazardous. The following day, after engaging in his morning exercises, Neji hurried to meet Asuma and the others. 1 Teacher, 6 students, engaged in collective special training. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, we shall leave the physical training in Neji's capable hands. Asuma stated. Neji accepted this responsibility and commenced his journey as a special training coach. The first activity of the day was the ninja run. Upon hearing this, Ino expressed her discontent. What can we possibly gain from merely running? Shikamaru chimed in. Yeah, we might as well just sit here and meditate. Neji merely smiled slightly. Is that so? I fear you may not be able to complete the training volume. Impossible. How could a simple ninja run be difficult? Do you only train in such basic techniques? The group exchanged banter until they were ultimately subdued by Asuma's authority. All right, let us begin. First, we shall run 10 laps around the village. 10 laps. Shikamaru and Ino exchanged incredulous glances, convinced they must have misheard. Meanwhile, Tion wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking to herself, as expected, the first lap was completed with relative ease. Keep it up, Neji encouraged. By the second and third laps, they were already panting, with only Asuma remaining unfazed. I can't go on. After the third lap, Choji collapsed, unable to rise again. Subsequently, they pressed on through the 4th, 5th, and 6th laps. Ino came to a halt, utterly exhausted. Unable to utter a word. The layout of the Leaf Village formed a semicircular fan shape, with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. 10 laps amounted to no less than 30 kilometers. Neji, are you trying to kill us? By the 7th lap, Tion could no longer contain herself. I can't do it. As they approached the 8th lap, Asuma glanced at Shikamaru, who was still pushing through, and inquired, Shikamaru, I didn't expect you to possess such tenacity. Just as he finished speaking, Shikamaru rolled his eyes and collapsed, unconscious. Neji and Asuma exchanged a glance and shrugged helplessly. By the time they completed the run, Neji himself was panting and his vision blurred. But to him, this pursuit of physical limits had become second nature. We've only completed the first activity, and it's already taken half the day. Neji. Asuma was utterly exhausted, and several individuals were drenched in sweat from their training uniforms. The assembly point. After replenishing his fluids, Neji approached a nearby wooden post. Once their physical stamina was depleted, engaging in the crucial close-quarters combat training would allow them to push their bodies to their limits. Even the brain, When the body enters a state of fatigue, activates a protective mode that enables one to exhibit reaction times that are ordinarily unattainable. As Neji spoke, he began to swiftly strike the wooden post. His speed in both punches and palm strikes remaining impressively fierce. Asuma paused for a moment before joining him in the training. Ino also rose to join the group, and after a brief rest, Tintin joined as well. After waking, Shikamaru also entered the fray, while only Choji, having replenished his fluids, sneaked in a nap. Today's objectives were to deliver 3,000 punches, 3,000 palm strikes, 3,000 sweeping kicks, 3,000 elbow strikes, and 3,000 shoulder tackles. Upon hearing these goals, the pressure on the group intensified. Yet, there was no way Asuma would be overwhelmed by a mere Chunin. Shikamaru aimed to strengthen his taijutsu, while Tintin, driven by her competitive spirit, was even more determined. By the end of the day, with the exception of Asuma and Neji, everyone was utterly spent, barely able to articulate their thoughts. I can hardly go on. Shikamaru exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Neji, whose presence evoked but two words in his mind: monster. Ino and Tintin clasped hands, as if they had become comrades who had narrowly escaped dire straits. The following day, they continued. Neji declared, today's objectives are to perform 1,000 lateral jumps, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 push-ups. The group felt on the brink of collapse. On the third day, they pressed on with 2,000 shuriken throws, 2,000 kunai throws, and 2,000 saban throws. The fourth, fifth, and sixth days passed in a blur until finally, the seventh day arrived. Was this truly the last day? Shikamaru, now tanned to a deep hue, had shed some weight and was no longer in his previous languid state. Tonight, we must indulge in barbecue. Choji had transformed from a hefty figure, having lost at least 10 pounds, yet still retained a somewhat plump appearance. Albeit with a considerably improved demeanor, Ino had developed a distinct line of muscle, while Tintin, training against the wooden post, was astonished to witness her own progress. Indeed, Neji's training methods are remarkable. I feel considerably more confident in my combat abilities now. Observing the fruits of their labor, Neji smiled with satisfaction. Let us take a break. There will be no practice today. Really, truly? Asuma sighed in relief, his weariness evident. To be honest, if this continued, even I, your teacher, might be worn out. Neji, your grueling training regimen is truly relentless. Although Asuma felt a tinge of embarrassment, his students were fully understanding, aside from Might Guy and Lee. It seemed that no ordinary individual could withstand Neji's level of training. As for Neji, he simply smiled awkwardly at their sentiments. Little did they know that the intensity of his training was merely a reflection of his daily regimen. The true essence of his taijutsu mastery was reserved for his morning and evening practices. Then, the matchups for the upcoming Chunin exam were announced, and the first fight would be yours, Neji. Asuma unfurled a scroll, capturing everyone's attention, and Neji leaned in, curious about his opponent. Upon reading the first line of the scroll, everyone was taken aback. Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Hinata. Neji was momentarily stunned, never expecting to face his cousin in combat. Was the plot of the original story truly about to unfold? However, the current Neji would never lay a hand on his cousin Hinata. Even though Hinata was undergoing special training with Kurenai, it was likely that she was still not ready to engage in a serious battle with him. Indeed, Neji, you are set to face Hinata in this match. With your prowess, victory should not be a challenge. Neji replied nonchalantly, but what truly concerned him was not the likelihood of winning. If it's Neji, you should have no problem, Tintin remarked. Ino added, what nonsense. How could Neji possibly lose to his own sister? Shikamaru chimed in. After all this training, it would be the same for anyone. Choji exclaimed, Neji, you will surely prevail. The group's perception of Neji had transformed significantly. Each of them now firmly believed in his strength, having witnessed his dedication and experienced it firsthand. While Asuma had taken a break, the others had cut corners, but Neji completed the entire regimen with unwavering resolve. A testament to his formidable capabilities. What about me? What about me? The subsequent matchups were announced: Sasuke versus Temari, Ino versus Sakura, Shikamaru versus Shino, and Naruto versus Kankuro. Why am I matched against Sakura? They began an intense discussion about the upcoming Chunin exam in 20 days. While Neji fell into deep contemplation, Hinata, he mused to himself, perhaps it would be best for her to concede. What? Neji's eyes widened as he observed the sorrowful expression of Hinata's attendant, Haru. Haru nodded, continuing, Young Master Neji, I believe in you. However, they insist on confining Lady Hinata, as they firmly believe she is the primary suspect in the current allegations against you. Damn it. Neji stepped back, clenching his fist tightly. Where is Hyuga Hayashi? Where is he? Witnessing Neji's fury, Haru felt a twinge of fear. The clan head has said nothing. Neji turned away, swiftly exiting the courtyard. That child. Haru's eyes filled with concern, suddenly regretting having informed Neji. Yet she also realized. What could a mere child like him do? Just like her, a servant bound by fate. The branch family members were resigned to their fates. Crash. The door swung open, but the force was so great that it slammed against the wall. Such rudeness from the branch family. It seems my management has been lacking, mused Hyuga Tenju, the cunning elder of the branch family, as he approached Neji, who was fuming with anger. Behind him stood the somewhat surprised Hayashi. Neji, what brings you here? Hayashi inquired, perplexed, while Neji had not anticipated encountering them in such a private discussion. Yet at that moment, he had little interest in their matters. Why is Hinata being detained? If you suspect me, why not confront me directly? Is this how the main family conducts its affairs? Despite having come to terms with some aspects of the main family's approach, he could not shake the ingrained habit of referring to them derisively. Ultimately, Neji now viewed the branch family's elders as the true source of his disdain. Calm down, child. Hinata is merely being safeguarded. As her father, Hayashi cannot stand idly by while his daughter is in danger. Tenju stated, stroking his sparse beard. After a moment of hesitation, Hayashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Neji, this matter is not your fault. Do not be swayed by the clan's gossip. Neji was left speechless in his current state. He could change little, however, as Hayashi had said. Despite their moral failings, Hayashi would likely not harm his own daughter. Neji acknowledged that he had acted impulsively and turned to leave. Ultimately, it was still due to his own weakness. That night, Neji trained late into the night until the rain began to fall. As the downpour intensified, he packed his belongings and swiftly departed the training ground. Unbeknownst to him, a figure concealed behind a large tree, with bulging veins filled with chakra, observed him intently. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 35 years old. The following morning, Neji was once again present at the training ground. After a round of training, he collapsed onto the ground, and a notification from the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your mastery of the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms has reached a proficiency of 30,000, breaking through to the threshold of understanding. Reward for the host. Byakugan Purity 1. Host. Hyuga Neji Age, 13 proficiency progression for basic ninja skills, including all foundational techniques such as throwing techniques 94.8. Reaching 100 will complete the novice stage and activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Jin and Ninjutsu. Wind Release. Palm Wind Wave 12959300000. Taijutsu. Gentle Fist. Acupoint Strike. 7397-910-0000. 8 Trigrams Palm. Returning Heaven. 4770-310-0000. 8 Trigrams. 64 Palms. 308-343-0000. 8 Trigrams. Empty Palm 217-293-0000. 8 Trigrams. 1 Strike 16911300000. Genjutsu. None Bloodline Limit. Byakugan 4599-010-0000. Byakugan Purity. 13 basic items. Explosive tags 10. Wuju Special Herb 2 advanced items. None special items. None. Is that not the prodigious Hinata clan member, Neji, on the verge of becoming a Chunin? It was the voice of Outyin from the Hyuga clan. Neji quickly rose to his feet, noticing that Outyin was unexpectedly alone today. Stop looking. Jintoki has been captured for questioning Hinata without authorization. The elders are wary of the main family, so he went on his own. What did you say? Neji's eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly. Rest assured, he did not harm Hinata. He was ultimately discovered by the elders. I see you. A sharp sound escaped Outyin's lips as he was sent flying. Spittle spraying from his mouth. This punch was restrained. Otherwise, a direct hit to the chest would certainly have resulted in bloodshed. Neji's expression darkened considerably. You. Neji glared, causing Outyin to immediately fall silent. Outyin had witnessed Neji overpowering Hyuga Jintoki that day. Jintoki was considered the most talented of their generation, yet Neji had already surpassed him entirely. Such an exaggerated gap was beyond Outyin's belief that Neji had solely enhanced his own abilities. Hyuga Neji, speak honestly, is the scroll in your possession? The scroll? Neji turned, suddenly intrigued, having initially thought he would glean no information. Not feign ignorance. The scroll that has been sought after by my grandfather for generations, did the clan leader secretly give it to you? Or did your father take it? Surely, it must have been your father who stealthily removed it. How else could it have vanished in this generation of the main family? Neji charged forward, seizing Outyin by the collar. If your mouth doesn't remain still, I will end you. His gaze was piercing and frigid. Neji meant every word. Fear sparked in Outyin's eyes. This once derided waste had undergone a transformation, his aura now markedly different. His first instinct was to preserve his life. What do you know about the scroll? Neji's question led Outyin to mistakenly believe he had uncovered a secret he should not have done if he continued to speak carelessly. He might find himself silenced. I only know that the scroll was passed down from our ancestors. For centuries, only the genius Hyuga Tenrin from the last 2 generations has mastered everything within it. And now it has vanished. Chapter 45, Salutations. Third Hokage. That is all I know. Outyin took a deep breath, gritting his teeth, filled with trepidation as he faced Neji. Neji merely squinted, deep in thought. Where did you hear all of this? Neji's inquiry seemed to strike a chord. Outyin looked at Neji in astonishment. Neji's expression of ignorance made him question his own judgment. Why have I never heard of this before? Neji forcefully threw Outyin aside. Outyin stumbled backwards several paces. Neji approached, his imposing presence suffocating Aeon IT that moment. He regretted deciding to confront Neji alone. Though Neji had not seriously attacked, the power radiating from him was leagues beyond. Just a few days had changed everything. Outyin could discern Neji's rapid growth merely from the explosive chakra he emitted. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? Your strength has progressed so swiftly. Who would believe you do not possess the scroll? Outyin adjusted his collar, appearing somewhat disheveled, ready to defend against Neji's potential assault. Yet, he was merely bracing himself, having realized that Neji's current prowess was on a monstrous level. Neji stroked his chin, recognizing that questioning further would yield no answers. It seemed he did not entirely comprehend the situation. Get lost. If you spout any more nonsense, do not blame me for my rudeness. Neji shot Outyin a glare before turning on his heel and departing with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Outyin felt his legs weaken. The scroll, Hyuga Tenrin, the former was an unfamiliar term. While the latter was a name Neji had heard before, he was a ninja from the same era as Hyuga Tenju and Hyuga Tenmu, albeit slightly older. Tenrin's master was a ninja from the same time as the first Hokage. Senja Hashirama. Tenrin was said to possess a bloodline so pure it was nearly 100%, making him one of the most formidable Hyuga. Neji, currently at a purity of 13, could only imagine how powerful this so-called Tenrin truly was. Now, Neji understood that such strength stemmed from that scroll. Talent alone was insufficient. Without tangible abilities, it was all but an illusion. This was akin to how its release enabled Senja Hashirama, or how the Manjikyu Sharingan empowered Uchiha Madara, or how the Flying Thunder God technique helped Namake's Minato. Throughout history, every great figure possessed a unique ability. Was the scroll the key to such mysteries? The pinnacle of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenrin. Standing outside the main family courtyard, Neji paced restlessly for an extended period. From Outyin's reaction, it was clear that knowledge of this matter was scarce. Outyin's grandfather was Hyuga Tenju, and Neji recalled seeing Tenju conversing quietly with Hinata. Either Hinata was unaware, and Tenju orchestrated it all, or Hinata was aligned with Tenju. Regardless of the perspective, Neji was uncertain whether instigating this issue now would prove beneficial or detrimental. The more he learned, the more he felt that the internal conflicts within the Hyuga clan were exceedingly intricate. Heroes Festival. Tion blinked, an uninformed ninja from a non-aristocratic background, seemingly unaware of this event. The gathering place. Only Asuma, Tion, and Neji were present. Indeed, there is an annual festival to commemorate the heroes who sacrificed their lives in war. The Hokage participates, and the prestigious clans of Konoha are invited to show their respect for the heroes. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans represent the 3 ancient families of Konoha. Therefore, they cannot attend the training today. After explaining, Asuma smiled as he crushed the remains of his spent cigarette. Tion nodded leisurely, then turned to Neji. Isn't the Hyuga clan part of that? The Hyuga clan? Of course. We are one of the oldest families in Konoha. Asuma hesitated before lighting another cigarette. Hyuga, the main family must have gone. Right? I am merely a branch family member, Neji explained. The group fell silent. When does the festival conclude? It will likely last until dusk. It should finish before the sun sets. As twilight descended, the sun in the west stained the sky crimson. The clouds graceful and distant, as if this scene were destined to be eternal. Before the hero's monument, everyone bowed solemnly. Those on the platform seemed to be leading the assembly in a vow. After a considerable time, the festival dispersed, the crowd thinned, and those who needed to leave did so. Well then, Tianzong, you should depart as well. I can return to the office on my own. Dian addressed a masked ninja before him. who appeared somewhat surprised. All right, be on your way. At last, the masked ninja departed, leaving only one person behind, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncertain how long he had stood there, he finally raised his head and called out. All right, you've hidden long enough. If there's something to discuss, come forth. From the bushes came a rustling sound, and a youthful figure emerged. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Neji stepped forward, initially maintaining a guard. Then, upon approaching, bowed respectfully. Hyuga Neji, I pay my respects to the third Hokage. Ah, Neji, what brings you here? Do you wish to commemorate the heroes of the festival? Hiruzen smiled warmly, yet Neji found no joy in it. His heart was still heavy. I have come to seek your counsel regarding a transaction. Neji spoke earnestly. A transaction? Huh? Ritsune chuckled lightly, stroking the pointed beard on his chin. Naturally, a mere child like Neji, who was hardly known among the lower ninjas, would not attract Ritsune's attention. It was akin to a star of great renown disregarding the common people. They simply belonged to different realms. The scales of balance were grossly uneven. So what was there to discuss regarding a transaction? Neji, if you have any concerns, just speak to me, and I shall endeavor to assist you. You must first promise me that you will keep secret all that I share with you today before I commence our dialogue. Neji stated with utmost caution. This step was a perilous gamble. Therefore, Neji prepared himself thoroughly, just in case. Little Neji, if you are truly bored, you might seek out Irika-sensei to entertain you. Your homeroom teacher is Guy. Isn't he? Oh, right, he is on a mission. Then, what about the clan head, Lord Ritsune? Neji's words momentarily stunned Ritsune. That a child nearly 60 years his junior addressed him so directly. The impact was significant. If I were to say that I witnessed the death of the Moonlight Gale, would you still think me jesting? Neji's statement abruptly extinguished Ritsune's mirth, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment, as if struck by a thunderbolt. I in the Hokage building, within the office. I never expected that boy to be you. The sand ninja actually betrayed Konoha. Ritsune's demeanor turned grave as he sipped his tea, though he seemed to have anticipated this revelation long before. However, what concerned Neji was not this. He continued. I have gathered some intelligence regarding the enemy's abilities and plans. With this information, we can significantly reduce the casualties in the village, perhaps even avert this tragedy. I see. So this is your bargaining chip. What do you wish to exchange for it? Ritsune's gaze finally turned serious. Neji replied unhurriedly, I seek knowledge about the past of the Hyuga clan, the significance of the name Hyuga Tenjin, the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, and the scrolls that have been passed down through generations. I wish to know everything you can provide regarding these matters. Chapter 46. Tenjin, the unheard past. Neji looked at Ritsune with fervor and determination. Ritsune, however, was not intimidated by such trivial matters. He merely observed the pure-hearted youth before him, whose complex yet resolute gaze stirred something within him. Even a seasoned hero like him could not help but feel moved by the weight of such crucial information being offered in exchange for insights about clan affairs. I do possess some knowledge on this subject, but Ritsune took a deep breath, setting his pipe aside. He had lost the desire to smoke. The situation for Konoha was exceedingly precarious, and you should understand this by now. Even so, you still chose to prioritize the Hyuga clan, did you not? Ritsune's eyes darkened, locking onto Neji with an intensity that seemed capable of subduing all inner demons. Not at all. This is merely my selfish desire. I am certain that you are deeply concerned for the village's safety, yet I cannot be certain of your honesty towards me. I am merely a lowly ninja. Ritsune pondered this for a long while. Such a young child possessed a meticulous mind, far beyond that of an ordinary 13-year-old. You Hyuga clan members are truly infuriating. You always prioritize your clan's matters above all else. Ritsune's anger was on the verge of erupting, his tone reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. Yet Neji managed to maintain his composure. Regardless, Konoha indeed required the intelligence he could provide. Neji remained silent, speculating that Ritsune and the third Hokage had already discussed the matter, though he was unaware of the specifics. Very well. After a lengthy pause, Ritsune exhaled deeply. Why do you claim to have witnessed the Gale's death yet assert that you do not know the identity of the true culprit? I said that merely to gain your trust and initiate our exchange, but it is true that Gale was gravely injured by the Sand Ninja. The wounds on his body were inflicted by them. However, he managed to escape with me, and just 100 meters from the Hokage building's barrier, we were ambushed. I do not know who was responsible. Neji candidly recounted the truth. So, the boy who single-handedly battled 5 Umbu members that night, and the Umbu boy in the Forest of Death, were both you? Yes, but I hope you will keep this confidential. Neji appeared calm on the surface, though his heart raced with anxiety. Despite Ritsune being a commendable Hokage, he was ultimately a cunning old fox, as evidenced by his indifference to the tragedy befalling the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Neji was fully prepared. At this moment, when Konoha was under threat, his position was indeed advantageous. "All right, what do you wish to know? I will answer your queries, but afterward, you must disclose all you know of the enemy's plans truthfully. I will keep your identity a secret. This transaction will be between us." Ritsune was indeed forthright, and Neji breathed a sigh of relief. The era of Hyuga Tenjin. What is the nature of the scrolls that have been passed down through generations? The scrolls, you say? Ritsune tilted his head, lost in thought. The Hyuga clan was once said to be descendants of deities, but this claim lacked evidence until the emergence of Hyuga Tenjin. Neji did not interrupt, but continued to listen as Ritsune recounted tales of yore. During the tenure of the second Hokage, the Hyuga clan flourished with prodigious talents. If not for the presence of the Uchiha clan at the time, the Hyuga clan's power might have become a significant historical achievement. Particularly with Hyuga Tenjin at the forefront, his talents eclipsed all other ninjas of his era. However, during that period, the Hyuga clan began to adopt a closed-off management style. They seemed to perceive more clearly than others the second Hokage's policies towards the Uchiha clan. They shunned these matters, focusing solely on their clan's affairs. Yet, it was said that some unforeseen events transpired, leading to Hyuga Tenjin's disappearance just before he was to be prominently utilized by the village. Disappeared? Neji was taken aback at this revelation. Yes, a once-in-a-century genius ninja vanished without a trace. The reasons are subject to much speculation, and since the Hyuga clan had always been reclusive, this matter was personally addressed by the second Hokage and the then head of the Hyuga clan. It was said to involve the so-called scrolls, the very scrolls you referred to as being passed down through your family. Upon hearing this, Neji inhaled sharply. No wonder Hyuga Tenjin left behind a legacy of extraordinary talent yet no heroic feats. It turned out that the genius had been stifled in his infancy. It was said that the scroll contained records of treasures left by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, which held the true power of the clan. The main and branch families were initially not focused on preserving the Byakugan, but rather on safeguarding the power of that scroll. For centuries, no one had been able to unravel the scroll's mysteries, thus leading to the decline of the claim that the Hyuga clan were descendants of deities. However, the emergence of one individual shattered this stalemate. That person was Hyuga Shingitsu. Who? Yet another unfamiliar name. The master of Hyuga Tenjin and a legendary ninja contemporaneous with the first Hokage, he was also a peak figure in the history of the Hyuga clan. He deciphered the secrets within the scroll. Experiencing an overnight surge in power. As Tenjin's disciple, he naturally reaped the benefits of the scroll. Consequently, the most prevalent rumor at the time was that Tenjin's acquisition of the scroll incited the resentment of the main family. Following Shingetsu's passing, the main family sought to eliminate Tenjin to reclaim the scroll. However, Shingetsu had once proclaimed that the Hyuga clan's divine bloodline was a singular lineage, and it was evident that the main family had lost this bloodline. The genius lineage of the Hyuga clan seemingly came to an end with Hyuga Tenjin. Since then, no remarkable ninja had emerged from the clan. Thus, the scroll vanished along with Tenjin. After the second Hokage dealt with this matter, he silenced all who were privy to it and forbade any discussion of it within the village. Hence, the current populace is largely unaware of these events, including your uncle Hyuga Hizashi and your father Hyuga Hayashi. As the sun cast its first light of dawn, Hizashi finished speaking and turned his gaze towards Neji. Neji was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing that name, a tightness gripped his heart. The words were difficult to digest, lingering in his mind for an extended period. While the revelation was unexpected, it was also within the realm of his anticipation. The matter of the scroll indeed entangled deeper secrets, and Neji resolved within himself that he must uncover this so-called scroll. Delving into the hidden past of the Hyuga clan might very well unravel the fundamental grievances between the main house and the branch family. Furthermore, perhaps the mysterious records within that scroll were the very strength Neji needed at this moment. However, the intricacies and ancient history of the Hyuga clan made it exceedingly challenging for him to penetrate its depths at present. Yet the crisis facing the village loomed ominously. With your extraordinary abilities, could you extend a helping hand to the elderly? Hizashi let out a sigh. Looking at Neji with profound respect, a faint smile graced Neji's lips. His demeanor lightened. Of course that I came here specifically for this matter. Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Chapter 47. Advancement. The transformation of chakra in the early morning. The mist over Konoha gradually dissipated. The streets began to fill with people. As the breakfast bun shop opened its doors early, some of the early risers or night-shifted Chunin became the first patrons of the morning meal. Residents on the second and third floors opened their windows, welcoming the gentle warmth of the sun that followed the mist. No one could refuse such beauty. This was Konoha. Tranquil and harmonious, at the corner stood a quaint flower shop, modest in size, yet brimming with a vibrant array of blooms. "Ino, your classmates are waiting for you," said Haruno Sakuya, Ino's mother, who, like her daughter, possessed striking beauty. She turned gently towards Neji, her demeanor warm. "Please wait a moment." "Ah, right. Are we being reassigned to new classes? I don't think I've seen you before." In response to Sakuya's inquiry, Neji fell silent. In a way, "You can't possibly be my daughter's boyfriend, can you?" Sakuya's eyes widened in surprise, casting a furtive glance towards the stairs, anxious that Ino might descend at that moment. Neji swallowed hard and quickly clarified, "Aunt, please don't misunderstand. Ino and I have merely been practicing together. All right. No need to explain." Neji had expected Sakuya to be somewhat upset, but to his surprise, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she regarded him with a playful smile. She then carefully selected a bloom from the assortment before her. It resembled a chrysanthemum but was a deep crimson. "Here, take this, young man, with such excellence. You must treat our Ino well." Sakuya was positively beaming, while Neji felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, realizing this was quite different from what he had envisioned. "Take it. If you don't, it means you look down on Ino." Neji, with a reluctant smile, accepted the flower. "I'm here. Let us hurry, or we'll be late." Ino dashed down the stairs, quickly grasping Neji's hand and pulling him along. "Hey, what's the rush? You'll be fine," Sakuya called out, noticing a headband on the table, tossing it towards them. Neji instinctively caught it as he followed Ino. "Young man, take good care of my daughter." Sakuya waved goodbye. Her eyes crinkled with a smile. After running a short distance, Ino finally came to a halt, panting heavily. "Why run so fast? We won't be late this early." Catching her breath, she placed her hands on her hips and asked, "So, how was it? My mom didn't say anything strange to you, did she?" She took the headband Neji offered and placed it on her head. "No, nothing at all." Neji hesitated, managing to suppress his thoughts. A large peony, but it's a daisy." Ino glanced at the flower in Neji's hand, scrutinizing it briefly before returning it. "What's wrong? I really like peonies, but daisies are different. The love of peonies is passionate and fiery, while that of daisies is subtle and cautious. Such love can be rather difficult." Ino spoke eloquently, but then suddenly turned to Neji, her gaze catching on his handsome face. Each glance from him belied the fact that he was merely a youth. In battle, his fervor, masculinity, and the tenderness and maturity in his eyes, along with his quick-witted reactions, were all unmistakable. "Cough. Who are you directing that at? I haven't seen you with anyone special," Ino probed cautiously. Neji pondered for a moment. The first person who came to mind was Hinata, yet that was a pure and sincere guardianship over his sister, which left him perplexed. He casually replied, "I suppose it's for you then." After all, it was a flower forcibly gifted by Ino's mother, so it could be considered a repayment. Ino accepted it in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. She stared at the flower for a few seconds, then bashfully adorned herself with it, tightly clenching her fist. "A flower for me? Could it be that he likes me, my idol?" With just a single bloom, she felt utterly enchanted. Throughout their journey, Ino's heart blossomed like a peony basking in the sun. Though she did not outwardly express it, her entire being seemed to radiate warmth. Neji, on the other hand, was not troubled, merely amused. After a whole morning, Asuma had thoroughly lectured 5 genin on the fundamentals of chakra. He had explained the properties and applications of chakra in great detail, followed by simple practical exercises. Everyone seemed to grasp the concepts well, but for Neji, it was evidently insufficient. After arranging practice sessions for the others, Asuma led Neji to another training ground. This location was near the Konoha waterfall, where one could gaze up at the magnificent cascade, wide and lengthy. Chakra transformation allows one to sense the flow of wind attribute chakra within their chakra. Asuma began. While he spoke, Neji plucked a few leaves, holding them in his hand. As chakra surged forth, the leaves were swiftly severed, fluttering to the ground. Witnessing this, Asuma was astounded. "Neji, you can already utilize chakra transformation?" "Asuma-sensei, I need to grow stronger," Neji replied, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Asuma exhaled deeply. "Neji, you are truly a promising talent. It is an honor to teach you." He then inquired, "Can you perform wind-style jutsu?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Neji pivoted and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm, With a decisive thrust, a powerful gust erupted from his palms, coalescing into an even more intense whirlwind that surged forth with remarkable speed. The trees in the distance writhed violently, as if caught in a tornado. "Oh, have you already reached this level?" Asuma felt a swell of pride. For an exceptional teacher, it was not merely easier to instruct students in basic techniques. Rather, teaching advanced abilities was far more fulfilling and intuitive. He drew forth his signature weapon, a ninja knife known as Flying Swallow, which bore 4 finger holes. Asuma gripped the Flying Swallow, swiftly formed seals, and unleashed Wind Release. Gale Palm. The chakra blade formed by the Flying Swallow intertwined with the ferocious winds, creating a tempest that manifested as countless blade-like gusts. The wind blades sliced through the trees, transforming the forest into a chaotic battlefield. This time, it was not just the branches that appeared menacing. It was a wild display, with branches being severed and falling to the ground, showcasing a completely different level of lethality. Neji recoiled, stepping back in astonishment. The sensation in the air instantly reminded him of that fateful night. Despite standing his ground against Orochimaru, he had been utterly overpowered that evening. The wounds inflicted by the wind blades still ached, and he touched the scar on the inside of his left arm. This was the progression of chakra transformation. Mastering this transformation was the true way to enhance the potency of ninjutsu. As Asuma continued his explanation, he suddenly noticed Neji had begun forming seals again. His eyes widened in seriousness. This time, Neji was particularly cautious. Could it be? Has he truly learned it this quickly? Asuma murmured, beads of sweat forming. Gale Palm. Neji completed the seals and thrust forward, unleashing a powerful whirlwind with remarkable speed. Chapter 48. Speculation. The fusion of ninjutsu and taijutsu. As Asuma observed Neji perform the seals, he was profoundly shaken. Could it be that he has truly mastered it? This speed is simply terrifying. I have never seen anything like it. Whoosh. The whirlwind coalesced into a singular entity, swiftly darting towards the grove of trees. Then, it erupted. The whirlwind spun rapidly at the tree line, forming a circular motion. Transformation of form? Asuma observed intently. Although the whirlwind exhibited a change in shape, it did not signify a transformation of nature. It appeared as if chakra, forcibly infused with rotation, lacked any wind attribute. In simpler terms, not even the most rudimentary alteration of chakra nature was present. Upon confirming this, he exhaled a sigh. Such matters cannot be rushed, Neji. Indeed, the imagined prodigy does not exist. Asuma approached and patted Neji on the shoulder, saying, "Mastering the transformation of form is a skill far more challenging than S-rank ninjutsu. It necessitates extensive training to achieve." Neji responded with a light chuckle. "Of course, transformation of form is beyond my capabilities. Oh, I attempted it earlier, but that chakra became obstructed at my chakra points. Whenever I attempt to circulate chakra within my body, it gets blocked. Not to mention the proficiency required for transformation of form, as the chakra at the Shinkatsu point is located at the apex. Until my chakra volume reaches a certain level, I cannot realize transformation of form." Neji's words left Asuma astounded. Thus, before I attain your chakra volume, Master, I cannot train in transformation of form. Prior to that, honing chakra nature to a level of proficiency is far more crucial. Neji then refined his chakra, extending his hand, the wind nature chakra flowing like a whirlwind in his palm. Yet, this chakra still could not be transformed. Once I master the transformation of nature, I could, like Asuma and Maki, exude a murderous intent with mere gestures. In a true battlefield, such an ability would possess genuine significance if my speed of attack always lags behind others. What use is even the most potent alteration of nature? It is precisely this realization that Neji deeply understands. He still has some distance to cover before becoming a true Jonin. I never imagined you could see so clearly. The Byakugan is indeed a remarkably powerful skill. Asuma marveled. The two engaged in further repetitive practice for a while, during which Asuma noted Neji's proficiency in chakra nature had significantly improved. At the very least, he had undoubtedly practiced it many times in various ninjutsu or taijutsu. Neji, try integrating chakra nature into your taijutsu. Neji retreated, forming a few hand seals, activating the Byakugan. He unleashed chakra throughout his body. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette, extinguishing the tip. Rumble. Neji executed the heavenly spin, infusing it with wind nature chakra, causing the surrounding winds to swirl violently, leaving marks upon the grass and soil below. As the heavenly spin concluded, Asuma approached. Neji, how does your body feel? There is nothing wrong. Why do you ask? Neji, now genuinely eager to grow stronger, sought to conceal nothing from Asuma. Oh, it's nothing. Asuma averted his gaze, his expression serious. He pondered. The bloodline limit is a power formed by the combination of at least 2 chakra attributes. And the Byakugan is an exceptionally unique bloodline limit that a bloodline limit cannot be infused into other chakra. Even someone as formidable as Hashirama Senju cannot apply nature alteration or form transformation atop would release. It is said that only by activating a certain potent mode with special chakra can one achieve higher-level advanced ninjutsu. Asuma mused, lowering his head and pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation. Therefore, to infuse chakra into a bloodline limit, one must meet at least one criterion, an unimaginably vast amount of chakra. If Neji can achieve this, it would indicate his chakra volume is significantly substantial. Yet, if that is the case, why is he temporarily unable to train in transformation of form due to chakra volume? Asuma's curiosity regarding Neji deepened. However, if Neji were to learn of Asuma's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. For when utilizing the heavenly spin or the 64 palms, the alteration of chakra is provided by the system. This chakra transformation, originating from an unknown source, naturally aligns with the requirements of the technique, which is why Neji can employ it. True mastery of transformation of form requires an exceptionally superior foundation. The two are distinct. It is precisely because of this that Neji comprehends chakra nature far more clearly than others. Understanding the essence allows one to approach strength from the closest distance. Wind release. Palm wind wave. Neji unleashed the palm wind wave once more. This time, the grove erupted in another whirlwind. That was the chakra of the heavenly spin. Suddenly, Neji conceived a new idea. Even if utilizing a system bug to execute an advanced version of the bloodline limit, what if I could incorporate new techniques into other jutsu? After an afternoon of training, Neji proposed his hypothesis to Asuma. Master, if I were to integrate the palm wind wave into my taijutsu, could it yield the desired effect? Without a moment's hesitation, Asuma chuckled. That's impossible. Merging ninjutsu requires at least 2 practitioners to achieve. One person cannot accomplish it alone. Merging must occur during the chakra nature phase. Once a technique is established, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, Neji's enthusiasm was insatiable. He began to immerse himself wholeheartedly in training. Meanwhile, Asuma commenced instructing others on chakra attributes. Neji secluded himself, diligently practicing, combining the palm wind wave with the empty palm. 8 trigrams, empty palm. At the moment of release, Neji formed seals, striking out with both palms. Creating a tempest, failed. Again, he struck with one palm. The leaves rustled, and only a few branches fell. Again, day 1, day 2, day 3. Neji seemed to be possessed, single-mindedly pursuing one goal. That guy is so dense, he never adapts. He complains daily. Sitting beside him, Ino sighed without uttering a word. While Choji and Shikamaru were not particularly optimistic, Asuma shook his head, saying, such a thing is impossible. Perhaps only after he experiences failure will he grasp something. Today, we shall continue training chakra control. A true genius, yet so obstinate, Asuma reflected. Perhaps Neji lacks any innate talent, merely demonstrating sheer diligence on the afternoon of the 4th day, as dusk approached and classes concluded. Asuma ventured alone to the foot of the Konoha waterfall, observing Neji, who lay on the ground, panting and utterly exhausted. Worn out, I suppose. Drink some water. He approached, offering a bamboo tube to Neji. Neji sat up, drank, and felt utterly drained. Walking too far in the wrong direction can lead to unnecessary troubles. Master, Neji suddenly stepped forward, facing the distant grove of trees. A few days ago, I devised a method. Since 2 techniques cannot be fully executed simultaneously, it seems quite logical upon reflection. However, what if I could perform one ninjutsu only halfway, or perhaps blend them in a certain proportion? Neji spoke, beginning to refine his chakra. Asuma was taken aback, his heart stirring. Chapter 49. Talent. The power of theft and devouring. I spent nearly an entire day researching how to execute only half of a technique, while refining merely a standard amount of chakra. With completely different blending ratios, Neji said, his face a mixture of toil and satisfaction. Ultimately, I succeeded and discovered the most suitable mixing ratio. The 8 trigrams. Empty palm requires only 20% of chakra. In my left hand. This is a unique ability I have honed through rigorous practice within the Hyuga clan. It can be performed with just one palm, while the other technique, however, is something I completed today after an entire day of effort. Neji scoffed disdainfully at this point. What is it? Asuma grew increasingly curious. Could it be true that Neji had accomplished his idea? the integration of ninjutsu and taijutsu into a single release, Asuma swallowed hard. Realizing that no precedent existed in the ninja world for someone at Neji's current stage, this is it. Without countless attempts, it truly would be impossible, Neji said, extending his right hand before his chest. Forming gestures, and it took Asuma several moments to grasp. He was forming hand seals with one hand. This was something even Asuma himself could not achieve, yet Neji had mastered it in a day's time. 8 trigrams, empty palm, wind release, palm wind wave. Within Ningxi's body, 2 streams of chakra merged in 2:8 ratio, and immediately, a whirlwind-like substance began to swirl around him, gathering power. With a powerful strike, both palms thrust forward simultaneously, executed with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness. The empty palms vibrated through the air, and the gusts they created coalesced into a tempest, amplifying both range and speed exponentially. The blow surged forth like an unstoppable tide. And in the blink of an eye, the empty palms traversed a distance of 20 meters, crashing into the forest. Boom! A tremendous storm, unparalleled in its destructive force. The grove that Asuma had merely managed to clip some branches from was utterly annihilated by Ningxi's single maneuver. A vast expanse of trees was laid waste, their branches torn asunder and swirling wildly in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Several trees were uprooted, collapsing one after another. This was a span of 20 meters. One could scarcely imagine the ferocity of the attack if it had been in close combat. Teacher, I have completed it. Ningxi exhaled, his voice steadied. He then sank to the ground, as if he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Asuma, standing behind him, was rendered speechless for a long moment. Such feats were not simply a matter of effort. Beyond hard work, Ningxi's understanding and application of chakra were beyond what he could teach. This child is truly a genius. Asuma was deeply awed. Rest well. We shall indulge in barbecue tonight. That he stepped back. Disregarding the fatigue, Ningxi sprawled on the ground. As a teacher, to have had the opportunity to guide such a diligent and extraordinarily gifted pupil was the greatest honor for Asuma. After Asuma departed, Ningxi gradually slipped into slumber, unaware of how much time had elapsed in the darkness. He felt his body slowly regaining some strength, and then the system activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice phase. Rewards for beginners. Advanced Water Release Technique Scroll X1. Advanced Earth Release Technique Scroll X1. Basic Sealing Technique Scroll X1. Congratulations on activating the talent. Devouring Theft. Host. Hyuga Ningxi age. 13 years ninja basic skills, including all foundational techniques such as throwing. Proficiency progress. 100. 0. Reaching 100 completes the novice phase, activating proficiency consumption system. Proficiency. 0 talent. Devouring Theft level. Konoha Village Jin and Ninjutsu. Wind release. Palm Wind Wave 12959300000. Taijutsu. Gentle Fist. Acupoint Strike. 7797 910 0000. 8 Trigrams Palm. Returning Heaven. 4870 310 0000. 8 Trigrams. 64 Palms. 338 343 0000. 8 Trigrams. Empty Palm. 237 293 0000. 8 Trigrams. 1 Strike 169113000. Jinjutsu. None Bloodline Limit. Byakugan. 4999 010 0000. Byakugan Purity. 13 Basic Items. Explosive Tags X 10 Advanced Items. Advanced Water Release Technique Scroll X1. Advanced Earth Release Technique Scroll X1. Basic Sealing Technique Scroll X1. Special Items. None Talent. Devouring Theft. What does that mean? Ningxi was perplexed by this unfamiliar ability, having never encountered it before. Generally, the system provides something more impressive. Ningxi held little hope. From the first day of his transmigration, he understood that strengthening oneself required relentless effort, and mere reliance on talent was impossible for him. Devouring Theft. When battling a ninja of higher rank, there exists a probability of stealing the enemy's abilities and selectively devouring them. The proficiency of the devoured ability starts at 0 and must be cultivated and mastered by the host. The maximum number of abilities that can be devoured is 2. When a new ability is selected, the existing one must be cleared for replacement. The host's ninja rank will increase the limit of devoured abilities. Wow, this is quite something. Upon reading the system's introduction, countless ideas burgeoned in Ningxi's mind. The key point is to engage in combat with ninjas of superior rank. This meant that complacent practice would no longer suffice on Ningxi's path to becoming stronger. And since the capacity to devour abilities is limited, he must exercise caution in his selections. At first glance, this ability appears to be worthless, but over the years of enduring humiliation, Ningxi had not only improved physically but had also developed a rational and advanced mind through a renewed childhood phase. If utilized well, this could become the most formidable asset in Ningxi's quest for strength. That night, at the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue. Ningxi gazed longingly at the grilled meat, nearly drooling. Just wait a moment. Don't rush. It's hot. Ino and Shikamaru kept a watchful eye on Ningxi, fearing he might burn his mouth. Asuma, ever accustomed to teasing his students, joined in. Meanwhile, Tenten, who had been silently observing from the side, leaned closer to Ningxi. Did your training really succeed? Ningxi paused, offering a modest smile. I have merely made some progress. Upon hearing this, Tenten sighed deeply. I told you not to overthink. Just stick to your training. Then, Asuma raised his cup and addressed everyone. I didn't expect all of you to improve so quickly. Our training has concluded ahead of schedule, 12 days, 2 days earlier than anticipated. Hey, since we all passed the training, shouldn't there be a reward? Ino chirped happily. Asuma felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow as he touched his wallet, sensing an ominous premonition. Shikamaru said, this is such a hassle. Then let me add another taijutsu training session. Although advancing to Chunin is troublesome, having started, I must succeed. Ino added, I want a new outfit. Tenten chimed in, I want a ninja tool model. I really can't deal with you all. Can't you learn a thing or two from Shikamaru? Asuma scratched his head, but undeniably, seeing his students achieve success filled him with pride. He turned to Ningxi, who had been quietly eating meat, and asked, speak up. Ningxi, what reward do you desire? Everyone fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as they looked toward him. Eager to know what the hidden genius Hyuga Ningxi, who had changed their perceptions, truly wanted. After a moment of hesitation, a smile graced Ningxi's lips. The reward I seek is to engage in a real combat scenario with teacher Asuma. Chapter 50. Jonin, the gap in combat experience. Combat with teacher Asuma. Shikamaru was the first to grasp the significance of the term combat that Ningxi had used. However, hadn't you already trained with teacher Asuma many times? Ningxi asked while chewing. Tenten pondered for a moment before responding. What Ningxi means is actual combat. Ino, too, was taken aback, staring blankly at Ningxi. She struggled to keep pace. Her admiration for him had nearly reached the point of overflowing. Yet she found herself thwarted by the disparity between them. What an exceptional young man. Ino felt a pang of inferiority in his presence. Perhaps this is what it means to have feelings. You want to engage in actual combat with me? Asuma lowered his head slightly, feeling a sense of nostalgia for today's youth. Very well, I accept your request, since you have passed the special training. A reward is in order. Come to the training ground tomorrow for a proper match, and no one else is allowed. Why? Asuma had barely finished speaking when Tenten and Ino immediately questioned him. The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Ino yearned to witness Ningxi's every advancement due to her affection for him, while Tenten's desire to grow stronger had led her to increasingly focus on Ningxi's every action. Yet Asuma declared, no, none of you will come. This reward belongs solely to Ningxi, right? Asuma stood up and gave Ningxi an affirming glance before heading to settle the bill. Ningxi understood this was a provocation, urging him to unleash his true capabilities during the combat, to stop holding back. Excellent, Ningxi exhaled. Tomorrow he would finally have the opportunity to unleash his skills once more. The following day, the 21st, at the training ground, which served as the site for practical exercises. Other locations had been left in disarray due to the intense training conducted by a certain group not long ago, leaving this practical training ground as the only area that remained as pristine as a deserted lot. Asuma had never truly engaged in combat here. Neji was well aware of this. Yet in this encounter, he sought not victory. The practical training ground was a square measuring approximately 12 meters on each side. Its surface a blend of grass and soil, showing signs of renovation, likely to prevent injuries during physical confrontations. On either side of the arena, the participants were prepared. Sarutobi Asuma, a Jonin of Konoha and the son of the third Hokage. Hyuga Neji, a branch member of the Hyuga clan. Labeled as a failure among ninjas. Who would have thought that the Hyuga clan would produce such a remarkably gifted ninja like you? I find myself quite intrigued. Asuma maintained his composure, having donned his weapons, the F-gene, on both hands. I will give it my all, Asuma proclaimed, though Neji doubted his sincerity. This was merely a tactic to provoke him into unleashing his full potential. Was it not? Once a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Sarutobi Asuma, your reputation precedes you. I am aware that I cannot defeat you in this match, but, Neji declared, activating his Byakugan. Asuma was taken aback. Astonished that Neji was aware of such matters that I too wished to test the limits of my abilities, Neji exclaimed, darting forward with great speed. Having run laps around Konoha on numerous occasions, this brief sprint was executed with near perfection. Asuma, who had undergone several training sessions with Neji, found it challenging to comprehend the intensity. Swiftly, no hesitation, the movements were clean and decisive. Whoosh, a palm strike sliced through the air with a sharp sound. The next move was a kick, and Asuma anticipated the rhythm flawlessly. Following that was a punch. Asuma caught it firmly. Grasping the F-gene restricted his movement, forcing him into a defensive stance, which Neji skillfully exploited. Excellent, a flawless offense. Asuma chuckled lightly, then exerted force, tightening his grip on Neji's fist. The F-gene on his hand emitted a sharp, pronounced sound as it transformed into a strikingly prominent blade of chakra. The originally 3-centimeter blade instantly elongated to 30 centimeters. With a swift motion of his wrist, the blade seemed poised to slice through the air towards Neji. Neji had no choice but to retreat. But Asuma's grip on his fist was unyielding, and with his other hand, Asuma struck with the speed of a tempest, thunder. In a moment of desperation, Neji unleashed the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms technique. Channeling lightning attribute chakra from his palms, erupting instantaneously. For just a brief moment, Asuma felt his palm paralyzed as if struck by lightning, yet it was fleeting. Seizing the opportunity, Neji swiftly withdrew his body to evade the attack. Truly, a Jonin of Konoha. Neji mused inwardly. Each movement was laden with combat experience that he could absorb. How many souls must have fallen to cultivate such strategic prowess? Neji began to find the encounter increasingly fascinating. Asuma, momentarily stunned, observed his own palm. What was that sensation just now? Asuma was oblivious to the fact that Neji had been concealing the lightning attribute chakra transformation of the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms technique. Within Neji, the lightning and wind attributes were evenly divided, and due to the wind's dominance over lightning, when tested with chakra paper, Neji's chakra manifested as wind attribute. Now it is my turn to attack. Gale blade. Asuma moved, and in an instant, the blade's length increased to 50 centimeters. Neji retreated rapidly, having never anticipated such a range. The blade's extension meant that the attack radius had multiplied. Movements that could have evaded the strike were no longer an option. Neji spared no opportunity, moving with remarkable speed, retreating swiftly. Were reaching the limit. Behind him lay trees, the training ground surrounded by half-meter-high stumps. Neji formed hand seals. Wind release, reciprocation. A tremendous force repelled Asuma, raising clouds of dust. Whoosh! In a blink, Neji appeared before Asuma. A tried-and-true surprise attack. 8 trigrams. 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Each palm struck Asuma's body in succession, and Neji had no intention of holding back. In a duel against a master, the outcome could hinge on a mere thought. 64 palms. Bang! Asuma was sent flying, crashing to the ground, while smoke billowed from Neji's fingertips, his gaze sharp. It seems you have indeed concealed quite a bit of strength. Neji was momentarily startled. The voice came from behind him. That was a shadow clone. Neji swiped backward, missing, as the opponent brought down a blade, forcing Neji to retreat several steps in haste. Focus. Asuma advanced, appearing effortlessly composed. The training ground lay in disarray. The soil and grass were scorched by overwhelming force, and the surrounding stumps had been obliterated, evidence of an intense battle. Exhausted, Neji collapsed to the ground, clutching the inside of his left arm tightly. This sensation, the pressure exerted by the wind-release chakra transformation, Asuma's strength must surpass the average threshold. Yet Neji understood that the true disparity lay in the formidable combat experience. The opponent seemed to predict his every move. Not bad, kid. You've pushed me to this extent. Asuma stepped forward, having sheathed the F-gene. Suddenly, he paused, noticing Neji's grip on his left arm, astonished. You, young man. He appeared as though struck by a significant revelation. Throughout their encounters, including their recent training, Neji had remained in a state of injury. Chapter 51. Ambush. The Byakugan in the night. As night fell within the Hyuga clan, Neji sat at the edge of his bed. The room dimly lit, he opened the window, allowing the luminous moonlight to flood in, illuminating the space considerably. It was a coolness that was not lonely, rather a refreshing comfort like never before. Despite his defeat against Asuma, Neji had attained what he sought. Ding! The abilities acquired through the power of this practical exercise. Fire release, stacking burn, wind release, chakra transformation, wind release, gale blade. Wind Release. Jade Storm. Please select the ability to assimilate. Wind Release. Chakra Transformation. Neji did not feel new knowledge infused into his mind, but rather a new chakra seemingly surging from his heart. It appeared that the absorbed abilities were not granted, but rather took residence within him. The heart serves as the nexus for the entire circulatory system, supplying blood to the body while also acting as the center for all meridians. Thus, it is also the core of chakra. With the endpoint of chakra located at the heart, the dead gate of life energy. Neji's encounter with the Soma was merely an experiment of this ability. From the results, even a restrained ability in battle still held a significant potential for theft. Neji fell into contemplation. The following day, there was no collective training. Neji completed his morning regimen and tested the transformation of wind attribute chakra. Indeed, it proved to be quite effective. He murmured to himself. Gazing at the sky. It was noon. In 2 days, the clan meeting would commence, and the entire clan was busy preparing for it, particularly the elders of the branch family, who must be frantic. The rumors surrounding him in the village had also diminished. After all, aside from the nuisances posed by Jintoki and Outyin, Neji had maintained a tight-lipped and cautious demeanor, making it improbable for him to attract attention. Perhaps his current circumstances mirrored those of Hinata Tenjin in years past. At noon, the main family traditionally took a midday rest. Neji hesitated not. Halting his training. He approached the main family residence. Hinata, according to Hinata Haru, was currently in seclusion, preparing for the upcoming Chunin exam. And as for Hisashi, he likely wouldn't be able to spare time either, would he? After a moment of contemplation, Neji rapped gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He took a deep breath, for it was indeed an opportune moment, one where discovery was unlikely. The last time, driven by impulsiveness concerning Hinata, he had rashly knocked on the Hyuga clan's door, only to inadvertently encounter the esteemed elder. Hyuga Tenju at such a sensitive juncture, being caught in such a manner was a blunder that Neji could ill afford. Over the years, his ability to navigate life with relative tranquility stemmed from his meticulous attention to his words and actions. Thus, he had swiftly retreated at that time, realizing that his choice had been rather hasty. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Hyuga Hisashi, who appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Neji. Come in, Neji, he beckoned. Hisashi glanced around, finding it almost ironic that, as a member of the main family, he still had to worry about being spied upon. Neji spoke plainly. I have no other business. I wish for your guidance in my training. What? Hisashi inquired, surprised. At the Hyuga clan's training ground, a faint light filtered in from outside, yet the area was predominantly dim. Most of the clan's children honed their gentle fist techniques in such shadowy surroundings. Consequently, the Hyuga clan's mastery of chakra was profound and remarkably precise. The ability to utilize the Byakugan to strike vital points in darkness rendered their attacks direct and unfaltering, free from external distractions, thereby becoming second nature over time. Neji, you want me to spar with you? Can this truly benefit you? Hisashi questioned, unable to fathom why a low-ranking ninja would wish to engage him in combat. After all, he was the Hyuga clan's current strongest warrior. Neji replied earnestly, yes, I would appreciate your assistance. My instructor has trained me in various abilities, and I hope to find an opponent of similar close combat prowess and keen observational skills. Ideally, someone else with Byakugan, as I cannot perpetually rely on my insight to outmaneuver my adversaries. I need to achieve some breakthroughs. Neji's reasoning was impeccable. Hisashi pondered for a moment before nodding hesitantly. Very well then. His Byakugan activated, revealing the intricate veins that stood out with age and strength. The marks of time transformed into a testament of power at that instant. For the sake of the clan, for yourself, and for the Hyuga, Neji, I shall accompany you in practice. Strive to stand out in this Chunin exam. As the two clashed, the sound of their chakra resonated in the darkness. Clearly, Hisashi's strength far surpassed Neji's. The latter's attacks were almost rendered void, not to mention that Neji was holding back. This overwhelming power would be difficult to contend with even if he gave his all. However, Neji's advantage lay in his speed. Attacking from various angles while Hisashi remained relatively stationary, the dull thud of Hisashi's footfalls on the wooden floor contrasted with Neji's light steps. I see, it's wind chakra, isn't it, in your pursuit of speed? You seem to have neglected power, Neji, Hisashi remarked, seizing an opportunity to strike. Just as Neji was about to be hit, he swiftly executed an empty palm technique in midair, utilizing its blast to propel himself aside. Narrowly avoiding Hisashi's gentle fist, your reflexes are commendable, but you lack the necessary power. Against a true practitioner, Neji, your gentle fist will lack offensive strength. Again, Hisashi continued, diligently instructing Neji on the gentle fist technique. From noon until dusk, they trained, and upon completion, Neji bid farewell to Hisashi. The abilities he had acquired were scrutinized closely, revealing a plethora of techniques like Kaiten, the 64 palms, and the gentle fist, acupoint striking. All seemingly ordinary, so it truly isn't in the hands of the main family. Neji murmured to himself. With the scroll having been compromised and vanished, the one who took it must have understood the methods of cultivation. If even Hisashi, the strongest warrior of the Hyuga clan, lacked mastery of the scroll's abilities, what could be expected if it fell into the hands of outsiders? A profound doubt began to stir within Neji's mind. In the dead of night, within the training ground, Neji diligently practiced his new abilities, focusing on the transformation of wind chakra. The night breeze swirled around him, rustling the leaves as he refined the chakra within his body. The wind disrupted his sight and hearing. This doesn't seem advantageous for combat, Neji murmured. Just as an unusual sound caught his attention in an instant, it was akin to a knife slicing through thick fabric. The sound crisp and weighty. Right beside him, Neji instinctively turned his head, but the chakra-infused kunai still struck him with an overwhelming force, prompting him to roll away. The surrounding winds gradually subsided, yet the night breeze continued to rustle the leaves. As the kunai was drawn back, the figure cloaked in shadow appeared before him, and Neji could scarcely believe his eyes. The bulging veins were ancient yet powerful, etched with the passage of time. Grasping the kunai, the figure lunged downward with tremendous force. 8 trigrams. One strike. A colossal surge of chakra erupted, pushing the assailant back. However, as they were momentarily repelled, a gentle fist descended, prompting Neji to activate his Byakugan immediately. With a clash of palms, a fierce whirlwind erupted, shaking the air. Chapter 52. The Branch Family. The three elders. As the assailant was sent flying, Neji withstood the force resolutely. He rolled aside to evade several incoming shuriken. Leaping into the air, your agility and form are commendable, even for a jonin of the Hyuga clan. Why direct your attacks towards a lowly genin like me? Neji gritted his teeth, having felt the true weight of that strike. In terms of power, he was utterly inferior. It was akin to facing Hisashi earlier that day. If this continued, Neji would be forced to reveal his true abilities, yet he still knew nothing about his opponent. Humph. The figure sneered coldly, remaining silent, seemingly wishing to conceal their identity from Neji. They lunged forward. Engaging in close combat, Neji unleashed a palm strike, countered by his opponent. The two exchanged blows. Their Byakugan's visions illuminating the darkness like two streaks of light dancing through the night. Their palm techniques resembled shooting stars, adorning the vast night sky like a vibrant sea of blossoms. However, the assailant's technique surpassed Neji's in both speed and lethality, each strike laden with hidden menace. Neji, who had trained tirelessly day and night, now felt the strain of this formidable power. In his mind, only one figure resonated, that of Hyuga Hisashi. But why? Hisashi had no reason to attack him, no matter how one looked at it. As Neji pondered, his opponent approached silently, their steps betraying no sound. In that moment, Neji was certain that this individual could not be Hisashi. With a swift strike, Neji immediately retreated, though the force was not overwhelming. The speed was staggering. The mere disparity in velocity made Neji perceive the strength as formidable. The opponent's movements clearly indicated they were a professional assassin. Their method of combat was entirely different from Hisashi's. Who exactly are you? Neji demanded, yet his question went unanswered as the figure produced another kunai. With one in each hand, they were clearly a master of the weapon. Neji struggled to conceive that the Hyuga clan harbored such a skilled practitioner of assassination. With a whoosh, the kunai sliced through the night air, the figure's movements light and agile, as if the very air itself could hear the friction of the kunai. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Wind release. Palm wind wave. Neji concentrated his chakra, employing the techniques he had first mastered. A powerful storm erupted alongside his empty palm technique, startling his opponent. The whirlwind altered the air currents entirely, silencing the sound of the kunai's flight. The assailant mirrored his action, also executing an 8 trigrams, empty palm, a head-on clash. The confrontation between a jonin and a genin. The two empty palms collided, dispersing in the air, neither gaining the upper hand. A massive shockwave surged forth, causing both combatants to stagger back several steps. Yet in the next instant, another empty palm was unleashed. Neji dodged deftly, the slender yet destructive force of the technique piercing through a nearby tree, which fell with a crash. It seemed that holding back was no longer an option. Neji finally realized that this jonin was not here to test him or play tricks. They were here to assassinate him. Summoning his chakra, Neji prepared for the next assault. In the blink of an eye, the assailant surged forward with incredible speed, the fastest opponent Neji had ever encountered. No longer dodging, Neji met the incoming strike head-on. Both being sent reeling backward, this individual was undoubtedly a professional assassin. Otherwise, such speed would be inconceivable, as if they had unlocked the fourth gate of the 8 gates. After that clash, the man stared at his palm, seemingly taken aback. The sensation he had just experienced felt somewhat amiss. He stepped forward once more, engaging in a palm clash with Neji. Bang! The strength of their palms was formidable, a direct confrontation of power. However, Neji's chakra flowed with greater rapidity and exhibited a formidable corrosive force, akin to lightning. Crackle. It seemed as though the gap between their palms was drawn toward Neji's might, their chakras intertwining harmoniously. Electricity, after all, can generate magnetic force. A smirk danced at the corner of Neji's lips. The fundamental principles of physics hold true even within the realm of chakra. 2 palms, one for the left shoulder and one for the right. For palms, this time, Neji's speed was markedly swifter, as if he were an entirely different person from before. 8 palms. It was only now that the man realized his all-out assassination attempt had become accustomed to the previously established pace. In truth, Neji had a habit of holding back in every battle. During their earlier exchange, he was merely testing the waters. This was the true extent of Neji's prowess. 16 palms. What kind of speed was this? Whether in movement or in the execution of his strikes, he was as swift as a gale and as rapid as thunder. Neji was enveloped in a layer of wind attribute chakra, his body spinning mid-air, requiring merely a fleeting touch with the ground to shift his position. 32 palms. The motions of his strikes became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Lightning. 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. With his final strike, Neji unleashed his full strength, delivering a mighty blow directed at the opponent's Zhongshuwei point. With a sound akin to air escaping, the opponent's chakra was instantly rendered inert, ceasing its flow within his body. The man was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. You won't be able to cultivate chakra for the entire night, will you? Speak. Who are you? Neji approached, but the man merely lifted his head, glaring fiercely before hastily retreating. Running away, Neji sighed, his heart heavy. On the third day, the clan meeting commenced. Neji was taken by Hazashi to sit in the back row of the observation area. It was Neji's first time fully participating in the Hyuga clan's assembly. The meeting covered various topics, from the Hyuga clan's standing in Konohagakure and recent internal adjustments to military forces of various nations and daily administrative policies, fostering heated discussions and votes from multiple perspectives. However, for Neji, these matters were not of paramount importance. The most critical issue lay in his gaze upon the branch family. Hyuga Tenju, the grandfather of Hyuga Jinshur and the maternal grandfather of Hyuga Oda, was the highest-ranking elder. Hyuga Tenmu, known for his amiable demeanor and consistently upright conduct, left a favorable impression on Neji. Rare among the elders, Hyuga Tens, the youngest and most low-key elder, appeared to be in his 30s but was rumored to have practiced a technique to maintain his youthful appearance, making his actual age nearly 60. These 3 elders represented the Hyuga clan's most significant power. Although there were over 20 elders in the Hyuga clan, most were aligned with one another, and only these 3 dared to openly critique clan decisions during the meeting. Throughout the assembly, Neji focused solely on their words and actions. To unravel the mysteries of the past, it was imperative to clarify the details surrounding the branch family. What surprised Neji the most, and was indeed the primary reason for his attendance, was the presence of representatives from the clan, the main house, 23 elders, 15 Jounin representatives, and 7 special Jounin representatives, all of whom were in attendance. The expert from last night was likely among them, yet Neji's Byakugan revealed no clues. Alternatively, it was possible that this individual was not even listed among the attendees of the clan meeting. If that were the case, then uncovering the truth about the branch family would be manageable. Chapter 53. Probing. Hyuga Irika. Thus, the clan meeting concludes. Are there any objections to the decisions made? Hyuga Hazashi appeared to have fully taken charge of the proceedings. Although the enmity between the main house and the branch family had persisted for ages, Hazashi was known for his integrity and had been exceedingly benevolent toward the branch family. Much of this stemmed from the sacrifice of his younger brother, Hazashi, which led him to dedicate himself to fulfilling his role in the main house without vying for power. Consequently, the branch family held reservations in their hearts while outwardly seeming obedient to the main house. At the very least, they were bound by the existence of the cursed seal that kept them from escaping their fate. Forgive this old man for speaking, but the matter concerning Hyuga Neji mentioned in the last clan meeting has yet to be resolved. Has it? The speaker was the most senior elder, Hyuga Tenju. All eyes initially turned toward Tenju. then instinctively shifted to the back row where Hyuga Neji was seated, kneeling with utmost seriousness. "Neji, come forward," Hisashi called. Seemingly having anticipated this turn of events, yes, Neji stood, bowed respectfully to his elders, and obediently walked to the center of the meeting space, where over 40 pairs of Byakugan eyes were fixed upon him. Any irregularity in Neji's chakra would be scrutinized thoroughly. This was the most daunting aspect of the Hyuga clan. Neji had to remain flawless, leaving no room for error. What was the outcome of the recent Chunin exam? Hisashi inquired. Neji first bowed and responded. 10 individuals advanced to the final round, and the competition will commence in 10 days. Hisashi nodded. Are there any further questions? He glanced at Tenju. Neji's gaze followed Hisashi's to Tenju. Recalling how he had injured Jinshur in their last encounter and had clashed with Aota this time, Tenju, it seemed, was indeed a man who relished in settling personal scores. This isn't over yet. Is it? I heard he faced a ninja from the Sand Village in this exam. Everyone knows that the Sand Village is the weakest of the 5 great nations. Advancing might merely be a stroke of luck. Wouldn't it? Faced with the brazen challenge, Neji remained silent. Regardless of the circumstances, the final outcome was yet to be determined, and the wager still stood in the eyes of the public at this moment. Hyuga Tenma smiled and said, "Brother Tenju, why must you make things difficult for a child? If you suspect he has secretly learned forbidden techniques, it would indeed be more concerning if his strength had surged overnight." He turned his gaze toward Neji. Currently, Neji is simply striving to fulfill the wager from the last clan meeting. Are you hoping for him to possess extraordinary talent? Or do you secretly wish for him to be nothing more than an incapable waste? His kind eyes bore sharp words, particularly with the wavering doubts he expressed. Neji felt a sense of protection, yet he couldn't shake the unease. The seemingly benevolent Hyuga Tenmu was shrouded in mystery regarding his true stance. Among the 3 great elders, he was indeed the most enigmatic. Tenmu was right. Until the results were revealed, unnecessary grievances should be avoided. Moreover, this time, our Hyuga clan's request for a security division in the village largely hinged on Neji's performance in the Chunin exam. The two stood in opposition, appealing to emotions and reasoning alike. Tenju was troubled. Despite his desire to seek justice for his grandson and grandson, he dared not brazenly tarnish his own reputation. If that is the case, I shall await the results. If he truly possesses the ability to utilize the Byakugan, a mere Chunin exam will undoubtedly pose no challenge for him, Tenju stated, lowering his head slowly. The targeting of Neji was apparent to any discerning eye, and the only ones brave enough to voice dissent were Tenmu and Hisashi. The influence of the 3 great elders of the branch family was evident. However, since the main house had raised the issue, the essence of this request was to allow the villagers to recognize the true strength of the Hyuga clan. In this era of peace, with few wars, public attention had shifted toward education. The prowess of the younger generation would more readily embed an impression of the family in people's minds. It is as you say, Tens, Hisashi nodded. I believe in Neji's character. He has learned to be a Kugan through his own efforts. Furthermore, the villagers are well aware of his relentless dedication. His years of hard work will not be in vain. He will shine in the Chunin exam, and you all should be grateful to him. Given this context, I believe it would be best to send someone to thoroughly train Neji. This child is quite diligent, yet his solitary existence may necessitate a guiding figure. Tienza's words resonated with the majority present. And I concur with Elder Tienza's sentiments. Indeed, now that a decision has been reached, we must prioritize the greater good. Let us extend our utmost support to Neji, with just a few remarks. The atmosphere in the room shifted entirely, far surpassing the authority of Hinata Tenzo. I had the same intention. Nichizuki originally planned to personally train Neji in private, but unexpectedly, his words were interrupted. Then allow me to take charge of this matter. Tienza resumed his earlier statement, signaling to a Jounin who stepped forward. Irika, having previously attended the Ninja Academy, is well aware of the specific qualities tested during the Chunin exams in Konoha. You shall conduct a training session for Neji. Yes. Everyone present unanimously supported and praised Tenza's decision, with only Nichizuki feeling somewhat awkward. However, the tide had turned. Therefore, Neji, you must seize this opportunity. Not everyone has the chance to receive training from Irika. Very well. Neji nodded calmly, accepting the situation. The more chaotic the environment, the more one must maintain composure. Watching a younger elder seize his goal made Tenzo glare fiercely at Hinata Tienza. Tienza, meanwhile, elegantly fanned himself, an expression of cunning satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. After the meeting adjourned, Neji was escorted by Irika to the training grounds. As the sun set, the dojo was bathed in a golden hue from the lingering sunlight, casting shimmering reflections upon the wooden floor. Neji, it seems you have already grasped the fundamentals of the gentle fist technique. Arika observed Neji with a serious expression, as if contemplating something. Neji, taken aback, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Thank you for the compliment. Sensei, I often train alone against a wooden post. Whoosh. In an instant, Arika lunged towards Neji with remarkable speed. Neji's eyes widened in surprise as the rush of wind nearly knocked him off his feet. He stumbled slightly but regained his balance. What's wrong? Neji feigned confusion, though internally he had reached a conclusion. This Hinata Arika, who had taught him the basics of the gentle fist for an entire afternoon, was subtly probing him. Now, he was unexpectedly closing the distance, evidently intent on testing his abilities. It's nothing. Having taught you so much, as your instructor, it is only natural that I assess your progress. Hinata Arika replied, stepping back a few paces, then began to unwrap the bandages around his wrists. Come now, let us spar. I wish to see your true capabilities. His gaze was resolute and unwavering. Chapter 54. The Search. The legendary ninja. Sensei, you must be joking. I am merely a genin, while you are a jounin. Neji raised his hands in an awkward defensive gesture, determined not to provide any leverage against him at this moment. He was utterly oblivious to the three esteemed elders of the Hyuga branch. Should he reveal any weaknesses, he risked finding himself in a precarious situation, exposed while his adversaries lurked in the shadows. Fear not. The teacher will not be serious. This is merely a test for you, Neji. Arika's lips curled into a slight smirk, yet the veins around his Byakugan were undeniably tense, indicating his earnestness. Neji recognized this intensity. Neji, are you so afraid to spar with your teacher that you're concealing hidden talents? Arika's inquiry took Neji aback. My minor skills would likely prove ineffective against a teacher of your caliber. Neji formed hand seals, activating his Byakugan, though his movements were not particularly swift, suggesting he was earnestly striving for victory. Arika observed keenly, narrowing his eyes, as a jounin of the Hyuga clan. It felt somewhat embarrassing to engage in combat with a mere genin. Neji's current demeanor only reinforced Arika's belief that he was mistaken about Neji's potential. After all, how far could a genin's talent truly extend? Here I come. With a burst of energy, Neji chose to take the initiative. Impressive speed. Arika was taken aback by Neji's velocity, though it was already significantly reduced. Nevertheless, this pace still surpassed that of the majority of genin. Each strike Neji attempted to deliver was met with ease by Arika. Even in a purely defensive stance, Arika thwarted Neji's every effort. Seizing an opportunity, Arika transitioned from defense to offense, launching an attack. Neji stumbled, caught off guard, and was pushed back several steps by an unintentional blow from Arika. Focus during combat. Arika admonished sternly. Yes, I will. Neji activated his Byakugan once more, perceiving that Arika's chakra flowed steadily. It was evident that his primary discipline was not taijutsu. Should they engage earnestly, Neji might very well dominate in that arena. Furthermore, through the lens of his Byakugan, Arika was no match for the mysterious figure from that fateful night. Arika was already a distinguished jounin of the Hyuga clan, yet that night's enigmatic ninja clearly surpassed him in strength. Thus, it became apparent that the assailant from that evening was not Arika, and their power remained an unresolved enigma. Neji pondered this while continuing to spar with Arika, the two of them seemingly locked in a stalemate. With Arika evidently holding back against Neji, after several instances of Neji's apparent weakness, Arika seemed to doubt that such a diligent yet underperforming genin could exhibit any peculiar behavior. Learning to reverse the heavens was likely a mere coincidence. Was it? Arika was filled with uncertainty. 8 Trigrams Palms. Reversal. Neji found an opening and executed the technique, yet to Arika's eyes, it appeared fraught with flaws. Thud. Arika's palm struck Neji's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Such an environment was ill-suited for utilizing reversal, as it could shatter the flooring. The dojo was meant for practicing the gentle fist technique. Neji, now sprawled on the ground, gasped for breath. My apologies. I was too eager for results, hoping to gain your approval. Sensei, gain my approval? Arika questioned, perplexed. Yes, if I obtain your approval, I can conclude my training, correct? Why the rush to finish your training? Arika paused, suspecting there might be something more beneath the surface. A diligent individual like Neji would surely not overlook any opportunity for growth, yet he seemed eager to hasten the conclusion of his training. It's because recently, Teacher Kai arranged for me to have a new instructor, Asuma Sensei. He is teaching me about chakra nature transformation, and I wish to expedite the conclusion of my clan's training to focus on specialized training. Neji explained, flashing a weary yet innocent smile. Is that so? Arika lowered his head, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seems I had been overthinking things. Arika momentarily questioned himself, realizing that this task was merely a directive from the higher-ups. And as a member of the younger generation, he was not even aware of the existence of the related documents. In that case, I acknowledge your progress. Irika turned away, the tension in his brow gradually easing. Sensei, I am also acting under Elder Tianza's orders to oversee your gentle fish training. It appears that not only are you diligent, but your proficiency in the technique has reached the level of a Chunin. Your combat intelligence is commendable. From any perspective, you are well on your way to becoming a competent Chunin. Moreover, my skills certainly do not compare to those of Asuma Sensei. With that, Irika departed. Neji sighed in relief. Being allowed to leave so easily indicated that Irika had indeed come with the intention of testing him. The following day, at the end of a narrow alley in Konoha, a sign reading bathhouse fluttered in the breeze at the corner. The area was sparsely populated, leading to a spacious public bathhouse behind it. A masked Umbu youth lingered for a few moments before speaking. Hee, Ino's mother, you're here for a bath too. I recently heard that the Chunin exams are approaching. How is your daughter Ino faring? The child, you see, has been diligently honing his skills. I had a conversation with his father, suggesting that girls should not take life too seriously. Simply becoming beautiful and finding a handsome husband would suffice for a blissful life. Indeed, it is akin to your situation, marrying the illustrious Hai. What bliss that must be. The two middle-aged women chuckled as they strolled into the shop, while Ningxi, leaning against the tree trunk, remained silent and contemplative. Encountering Ino's mother in such a setting was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Ningxi could not help but feel grateful for his foresight in wearing a mask for this visit. However, he also realized the necessity of concealing his identity. For the target of his search was no mere individual, it was a legendary ninja. Adjacent to the women's bathing area was not the men's, a precautionary measure against certain peeping toms. After all, this is a ninja village where those adept in stealthy arts abound. Yet, most of them are mere failures, hence some basic protective measures are in place. The men's and women's baths are separated by a considerable distance, with a tranquil hot spring stream meandering around the women's area, spanned by a bridge. Only by traversing the bridge to a secluded corner could one get a close glimpse of the women's bath. He, a burly man with long white hair, was laughing merrily, his face flushed with embarrassment as he leaned against a wall with a hole in it, his eyes nearly bulging out in anticipation. Turn around, he urged, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth in fervent prayer. Ningxi, observing this scene from his perch, frowned. This legendary ninja was indeed quite the lecher. He feared he might also be caught up in this scandal. Just as he contemplated exiting, a figure leapt from the bridge, outpacing him, clad in dark Konoha attire, wearing round sunglasses, with symbols of the Konoha clan adorning his garb. The newcomer sported a bandana and the forehead protector of a Konoha Jainin, Hibisuk. At last, I found you. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Hibisuk exclaimed, addressing Jiraiya's back. Chapter 55, Interception, An Unexpected Youth. Ningxi, still perched in the tree, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He quickly decided to observe for a while longer. As he was unsure of the circumstances, he had initially come to seek out Jiraiya, only to have his plans usurped. Jiraiya turned his head, narrowing his eyes at Hibisuk. It's you, the pervy sage, he jested. It's Hibisuk. Hibisuk replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking his fist in admonition. However, Jiraiya remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at the enticing sights beyond the wall, before casually glancing at Hibisuk and whispering, "Shill, keep your voice down. I'm gathering inspiration here. Creativity requires a spark of genius." He squinted further, peering inside. Upon seeing the scene, disappointment washed over him. What a pity. They've already put their clothes back on. How vexing. Hibisuk stood stunned, blood nearly rushing from his nose. Just hearing Jiraiya's description made his face flush crimson as he protested. Lord Jiraiya, I have always held you in high esteem. How could you engage in such shameless behavior? He retreated, adjusting his sunglasses. Murmuring, no, I must analyze rationally. Is it that even a ninja of your caliber cannot escape the basest of human desires? Or should one simply follow their true nature, unbound by trivial conventions? You've got it right. Over there. Jiraiya replied with a mischievous grin, tossing Hibisuk a pair of binoculars. Hibisuk caught them, bewildered. That way, there's another hole, Jiraiya pointed. And both Hibisuk and Ningxi followed his gaze to a more concealed section of the wall. Oh my, you actually, Hibisuk inhaled sharply, his face burning with shame. Up in the tree, Ningxi was drenched in cold sweat. This bizarre scene was almost too much to bear. He swore for a fleeting moment he wanted nothing more than to escape. Lord Jiraiya, please, do not look any further. I truly have something important to discuss with you. Hibisuk finally cried out, as if bearing a significant mission. This plea echoed through the air, creating an aura of serenity, interrupted only moments later by shouts from beyond the wall. Ah! Someone's peeping. With a loud clap, the wall was completely obscured, curtains drawn tight. Returning to the bridge, Hibisuk followed closely behind Jiraiya, while Ningxi stealthily concealed his presence. Moving silently along the tree trunk, careful not to stray too far from the two. On this side of the bridge stood a gargantuan toad, larger than a tiger, upon which Jiraiya leapt. A large bead hung from the toad's neck, inscribed with the character for loyalty. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to. If I don't finish gathering materials soon, my work will remain incomplete. Jiraiya expressed his impatience, while Hibisuk's demeanor turned serious. Lord Jiraiya, since you are in the village, why not meet with the Hokage? We have been searching for you. Hibisuk implored, urgency in his tone. You must understand, the village is currently in a perilous state. Shut up. Jiraiya snapped, shooting Hibisuk a glare. Hibisuk, usually so loquacious, fell silent. I too have pressing matters to attend to. The village is at peace, and the true battleground lies elsewhere. Jiraiya dismissed, turning his head away. Hibisuk's brow furrowed. Pondering, could the battleground he refers to be behind that wall? What orders does the Hokage have? With so many Chunin and Konoha, is this task beyond your capabilities? What about Kakashi? Hibisuk queried in response to Jiraiya's dismissal. Even the copy ninja Kakashi can't manage this situation. Only you can handle it, Hibisuk asserted. Oh, Jiraiya turned his gaze back. Hibisuk took a deep breath, his expression regaining its seriousness. Lord Jiraiya, please return and assume the mantle of Hokage. Becoming the fifth Hokage of Konoha, the air seemed to freeze. Ningxi, still in the tree, was not surprised, though the timing caught him off guard. It appeared that Hizashi intended to step down, a sign of both security and danger. This revelation would aid in concealing his identity. I asked that so. I see. Jiraiya exhaled, a relaxed expression crossing his face. Thus, only one suited for the role of fifth Hokage is you, as one of the legendary Sannin. Please, contribute your formidable strength for the sake of Konoha. I refused. Jiraiya's response nearly caused Hibisuk's glasses to fall off, who said that just because the village wants me to be Hokage, I must comply. The old man is still doing quite well. I reckon he can hold the position for another decade. You lot should stop worrying unnecessarily. Jiraiya leapt down from the toad, intending to walk away. Lord Jiraiya, regardless, please accompany me to meet the Hokage. Hibisuk insisted, urgency creeping into his voice as he prepared to form hand seals. Frog summoning. As Hibisuk was about to act, Jiraiya shot him a warning glare. The toad's tongue shot out with remarkable speed, surpassing that of most Chunin. Hibisuk's technique remained incomplete as he was sent flying into the hot spring below the bridge. Jiraiya's figure drifted outward, while the toad vanished with a loud pop. At that moment, a young figure leapt down from the entrance. The swift-moving Jiraiya was forced to halt. Stop, Lord Jiraiya, Ningxi interjected, blocking the way. Are you here to persuade me to return? No, you're too young. Are you one of Danzo's underlings? Jiraiya regarded him with disdain. No, I am neither sent by the third nor by Danzo. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Ningxi replied. Questions? Jiraiya tilted his head, astonished that a youth would dare intercept him, scoffing in disbelief. Lord Jiraiya, please wait. Behind him, Hibisuk had clambered out of the hot spring, prompting a frown from Jiraiya. Help me hold off that guy behind me, and I will answer your questions. Ningxi was taken aback, only realizing in that instant that Jiraiya had effortlessly leaped behind him so fast. Jiraiya departed swiftly, yet Neji resolved within himself that since inquiries were to be made, he must assert his stance. 8 trigrams. Air palm. With a whoosh, a wave of air surged forward, and Hibiki, caught off guard in his stride, deftly veered to the right and evaded the attack. Umbu, you insolent brat. I have come to deliver a message from the Hokage. Do not interfere. Hibiki, astonished that a mere youth dared to obstruct him, was taken aback as the boy had already made his move. Observing the swift approach of his adversary, Hibiki scoffed. Are the youth of today so audacious? He disdainfully considered finishing the matter with a single blow and formed the hand signs for shadow clone jutsu. However, as the agile Umbu youth closed in, he swiftly engaged with the 4 shadow clones. Whoosh, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 3 clones were dispatched. The final clone was sent flying with a powerful kick, leaving only the true form of Hibiki, who braced himself against the incoming strike with his arm. Such dense chakra. Hibiki sensed that should this blow land on a vital point, the consequences would be dire. He gazed incredulously at the enigmatic Umbu youth before him, realizing that overcoming this obstacle would not be as effortless as he had presumed. It appears I have encountered a master of taijutsu. Chapter 56, Counterattack. The restraint of elemental chakra. Apologies, but this is my mission. Neji activated his Byakugan, intent on resolving the matter swiftly. Yet, was Hibiki so easily subdued? A mission? What mission? Is your task merely to hinder me in executing the Hokage's orders? Hibiki summoned his chakra, anchoring it to his feet, and his movements became remarkably stable. Neji's every strike was skillfully evaded. Concentrating chakra into a palm, he unleashed it. 0.8 trigrams. One palm, even without employing his full repertoire of techniques. The release of chakra could yield unexpected results. The potent chakra propelled toward Hibiki, knocking him back several steps. Can one manipulate chakra so freely? What manner of ability is this? The Umbu truly boasts a wealth of talent. I never anticipated that even a youth could be so accomplished as to join their ranks. Hibiki, sensing the strength of the boy before him was far from the weakness he had imagined, did not hesitate to offer his praise. What do you intend? To dispose of me here? Hibiki recognized that this was an Umbu ninja, and as a direct subordinate of the Hokage, he was wise enough to refrain from engaging in a serious confrontation with the youth. However, Neji was not inclined towards a decisive victory either. He simply stated, "Not exactly. I merely wish to spar with you." Since Jiraiya had extended the invitation, Neji saw no reason to decline. Moreover, he was in need of combat experience with a ninja of superior rank. And here stood an unthreatening opponent, presented to him on a silver platter. Neji leapt into action, descending with a palm strike. Hibiki raised both arms to absorb the impact, but just before touching down, Neji followed up with another palm strike. Hibiki staggered back until he found himself at the edge of a hot spring. Are you serious? It dawned on Hibiki that he must take this encounter seriously. Otherwise, he might be pushed into an untenable position. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hibiki rapidly formed hand seals, while Neji, eyes wide with surprise, beheld the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Boom! A colossal fireball hurtled toward Neji, who swiftly evaded with his agile movement. The destructive force was formidable, yet its range was limited, allowing for an easy escape given the moderate speed of the attack. Ultimately, Hibiki was not of the Uchiha clan, and it was only natural that his execution of the great fireball technique lacked perfection, or perhaps he was merely holding back. Why is the Umbu targeting me? A Konoha ninja? Are you planning to defect? Observing Hibiki's antics, Neji felt a desire to deliver a slap across his face. No wonder so many J-nin and even Ch-nin despised this teacher. He truly had a penchant for prattling on. Whoosh! Aware that prolonging this encounter would only waste time, Neji quickly closed the distance. If he could not elicit the other's true strength, it would indeed be a wasted opportunity for this confrontation. What is this? A punch descended, and while Hibiki sidestepped, the tremor of chakra still penetrated his body. Another palm strike. This one descended from above, and though Hibiki skillfully avoided it, the chakra's shockwave impacted him from the side. What in the world is this? Thud. A fist struck directly at Hibiki's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, plummeting into the hot spring. Splash. Water erupted as Neji landed, ready to pursue, when Hibiki emerged from the spring. His face flushed from the two submersions, his clothes thoroughly soaked. You are one of Danzo's subordinates, aren't you? I can say with certainty that no Umbu under the third Hokage would act in such a manner. Hibiki seemed to harbor a growing ire. Now this is getting interesting, Neji thought to himself. Once more, he advanced. A palm strike. Water release. Water formation wall. Hibiki infused chakra into his feet, standing atop the hot spring, and unleashed the water release. The water surged upwards, forming a cylindrical barrier that thwarted Neji's assault. Water splashed everywhere, forcing Neji to retreat several paces. His hands had turned slightly red from the scalding water. Yet, no doubt, as a J-nin, he remained largely unaffected by the high temperature. Neji now understood why Hibiki's personality was so unlikable, yet he still managed to become a tutor for Konohamaru. After all, with such exceptional chakra control skills, Hibiki's technique surpassed Neji's brute force approach of enveloping himself in chakra, skillfully striking chakra to his feet while evading, and swiftly redirecting it to his arms to withstand attacks. Hibiki emerged from the water unscathed. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Leaping from the water into the air, Hibiki swiftly formed hand seals, intending to launch a full-scale offensive this time. Neji smirked. This opponent was indeed formidable. But this time, victory would be his. Neji quickly formed hand seals as well, and only then did Hibiki realize that the taijutsu youth before him was also capable of ninjutsu. Wind release. Gale palm. Neji unleashed his palms, sending forth two spiraling gusts that intertwined. Hibiki extended his hand, releasing a massive fireball, which flared even brighter upon contact with the wind. After all, Children are just children. Do they not understand that wind is weak against fire? Hibiki felt assured of victory. He watched as the more vigorous fireball surged toward Neji. Yet, Neji remained calm, palms outstretched, unleashing a fierce blast of air that compressed against the fireball, redirecting it back toward Hibiki. Is that even possible? Hibiki was taken aback, hastily forming seals. Water formation wall. The water beneath surged higher, intercepting the fireball. As Hibiki fell, Neji raised his palms and charged forward, striking the water wall. 2 palms. 32 punches. Rapid-fire palm strikes sent lightning chakra surging through the water, the liquid serving as a conductor, allowing the electrical chakra to spread rapidly, incapacitating Hibiki. Splash. Water cascaded down as Hibiki fell, floating on the surface of the hot spring. Remarkable. Even when defeated, he can still control his chakra with such precision. Neji chuckled lightly, swiftly approaching. Hibiki, now rendered immobile, could only surrender to fate, murmuring, "What kind of youth can master the intricacies of chakra's elemental relationships to such an extent? Such a detail-oriented ninja reminds me of that genius from the Uchiha clan." Soon after, Neji hastily departed. At the border of the Land of Fire, within the 10-mile forest, traversing this expanse of forest, at least 10 kilometers wide, would lead one to the border of the Land of Fire. The 3 directions ahead led to the Land of Rain, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Waterfalls. Naruto was no longer a concern, so the next task was to investigate that organization. Jiraiya pondered, as he stood atop a massive toad measuring over 10 meters in height, its body a deep azure. 2 great swords sheathed upon its back. Toad Bunta, are you certain that the small nation near the Land of Rivers was obliterated by a single individual? Was it that Orochimaru fellow? Indeed, it was a single person. Though not Orochimaru, it was a ninja skilled in the art of puppetry. A puppeteer ninja. Once again, a ninja of unknown prowess appeared. Given the extraordinary strength of this individual, it is plausible that they are inexorably linked to that organization. As Jiraiya muttered to himself, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Turning around, he sighed. Who on earth are you, and why are you such a formidable opponent? There, not far off in the woods, a masked Umbu youth slowly straightened his posture. Chapter 57. Pressure. The might of a shadow-level warrior. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Neji stated, extending his hand to toss an object. Jiraiya was taken aback, catching the item, which bore significant weight. It was the headband of Ebisu, wrapped around a small stone. You rascal. Jiraiya squinted, surprised that the person before him had genuinely engaged in combat with Ebisu. Aren't you an Umbu? How dare you lay hands on someone under the Hokage's command? Moreover, do you even belong to the Umbu at your age? Jiraiya's initial reaction was to conclude that this individual must surely be affiliated with Danzo's organization. That it was rumored that the Umbu had a root organization dedicated to collecting orphan ninjas and training their abilities. Emulating the brutal selection practices of the Blood Mist village of Ur, this child was likely a member of that root. Frog Kawaii, spoke the deep voice from below. This Danzo, please don't misunderstand. Neji interjected loudly. I only wish to ask you a few questions. It won't take long. If you find it unfair, I can engage you in a battle, and then you can decide. Neji was serious this time. With no intent to conceal his true purpose, this was yet another opportunity to surpass the strongest adversaries he had faced, and in a direct confrontation, even a Jiraiya could completely overpower Orochimaru. If he could gain Jiraiya's acknowledgement of his strength, it would be ideal if he could then coax him into revealing what he sought. With a swift motion, Neji's speed exceeded even sound itself. This guy is incredibly fast, Frog Kawaii exclaimed, reaching for the dual blades behind him. Jiraiya, however, leaped instantly to evade Neji's advance, saying, Kawaii, I leave this to you. As Jiraiya made his escape, it appeared he intended to stall for time. But this was already the border of the Land of Fire, indicating that Jiraiya had completed his mission to arrange protection for the Jinchuriki and was now set to investigate new intelligence. Missing this opportunity would mean losing it for good. Neji steeled himself, activating his Byakugan. Chakra surged rapidly in his palms, and lightning began to coalesce. Chidori, is it? Jiraiya thought as he leaped to another treetop, astonished by the combat style of this Umbu youth. Pooh, thud. With a series of strikes, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms struck Frog Kawaii's body, leaving him utterly incapacitated before he could even draw his weapon. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground. Frog Kawaii? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. Frog Kawaii rasped. This guy has sealed my chakra points. My apologies for the trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya dispelled his summoning technique. With a loud bang, Frog Kawaii vanished. Neji had missed his mark and then leaped onto the branches, disappearing from sight. Sealing the chakra points, was this not Chidori? but rather the gentle fist. Furthermore, it was infused with lightning chakra. A first for Jiraiya. Jiraiya, seasoned and not easily surprised, remained unfazed. With an explosive speed akin to a flash of light, Neji appeared before Jiraiya, striking with a single palm. Crack. The deep, seasoned chakra of Jiraiya met Neji's blow, shocking him momentarily. With another strike, Jiraiya was prepared, his other hand already poised to counter. Neji, being a youth, naturally lacked the physical advantage against the burly Jiraiya. With both hands restricted, Jiraiya chuckled. For someone your age, you are indeed an extraordinary ninja, but it is a pity you have fallen under Danzo's tutelage. Seizing the moment while Neji was briefly immobilized, Jiraiya leaped lightly, clapping his wooden sandals together in midair, his hair flowing dramatically as he completed his technique. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Neji, with his Byakugan activated, observed clearly the legendary ninja before him, realizing that any part of his body could be used to form seals. Suddenly, beneath them, a massive swamp emerged at the base of the tree, causing it to start sinking rapidly. Utilizing this downward momentum, Neji finally broke free, but Jiraiya's offensive had already commenced. Ninjutsu, Raging Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's long white hair unfurled, resembling a majestic lion, as it surged toward Neji like a wild beast. Eight Trigrams, Empty Palm. Neji advanced, unleashing an empty palm strike, while Jiraiya raised his arms to defend. However, Neji employed the reaction force to leap backward, forcibly breaking the hold of the Raging Lion's main. Oh, this is interesting, Jiraiya noted as the Yellow Spring Swamp continued to exert its force, causing the entire tree to descend. But Neji's focus remained solely on Jiraiya. Even Jiraiya leaped back, distancing himself from the area. Seizing the last branch in the air, Neji propelled himself forward. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. In midair, Jiraiya formed seals. But Neji was also refining his chakra. Lightning. 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. The remaining 32 strikes shattered the thick earthen wall. Wow, quite the combat experience you have, Jiraiya exclaimed in admiration. How about this? As Jiraiya landed, he noted that Neji had just breached the earth flow wall and was emerging from the Yellow Spring Swamp, preparing to launch a series of attacks. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward Neji, who broke into a cold sweat. This level of fire release was on an entirely different dimension compared to Ebisu's grand fireball technique. Water style, Water Wall. Gushing torrents erupted from the ground, surrounding Neji. The solid water wall barely withstood the fireball, with steam rising in a large cloud from the contact of fire and water. You can use water style too, Jiraiya remarked, astonished that such a young boy possessed so many advanced ninjutsu techniques. As the water wall gradually descended, Neji wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. This is the pressure of a shadow-level warrior. The tension, an overwhelming tension, intensified with each exchange, leaving Neji increasingly perplexed about the rhythm of the battle. Was this what it meant to fight a powerful opponent? In the blink of an eye, the initiative could be snatched away, had it not been for the abilities he absorbed from the battle with Ebisu. Neji would have been entirely unprepared for Jiraiya's formidable fire release. What a perilous scenario. Both the earlier Earth styles and this fire release were of a scale and power unlike anything he had encountered before. The legendary Jiraiya, one of the famed three. Neji clenched his fists, maintaining a state of heightened alertness. How old are you? Jiraiya inquired curiously. Neji remained silent, contemplating for a long moment. You are indeed powerful, yet I do not regret facing you, he confessed earnestly. Speak up, you little brat. What exactly do you wish to ask me? Jiraiya acknowledged the boy's exceptional talent, pondering that perhaps he had inadvertently fallen under Danzo's influence and might yet have an opportunity for defection. Thus, he was inclined to loosen his tongue and provide some answers. Neji, breathing heavily, seized the slightest opening to conserve some energy. The last time in the Forest of Death had presented a similar level of pressure. Although his strength then was inferior to what it was now, yet it was evident that his talent surpassed even that of Hinata. This was something Orochimaru had remarked upon during their confrontation. The main house, the branch house, the scrolls, including those pertaining to his father, Orochimaru might possess critical information, and Neji would not overlook any potential lead. I wish to inquire about the S-rank fugitive, Orochimaru, Neji declared resolutely. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Chapter 58. Ice Release, the bloodline limit of wind and water. You little brat, why are you probing into Orochimaru's information? Is this Danzo's intent? Jiraiya's wariness surged, as he had initially perceived Neji as an ignorant child. Yet his words stirred unease. Believe it or not, I am not affiliated with Danzo. Neji was anxious for an explanation. After all, He genuinely hoped to obtain information from Jiraiya, who was steadfastly aligned with the third Hokage. While Danzo represented the pro-war faction, Neji had long weighed this sensitive alignment in his mind. How can I prove it? Jiraiya inquired. Neji took a step back, feeling somewhat tense. This was not just about strength. It was his first time negotiating with someone of such high status and meticulous thought. Unlike the third Hokage, Jiraiya was decisively action-oriented, and once Neji was deemed a threat to the village, Jiraiya would undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. Neji was certain of this. He swallowed hard, realizing he was feeling rather uneasy. Huff. Neji exhaled. What do you think I should do to obtain information about Orochimaru from you? Having decided to confront Jiraiya head-on, Neji was eager to see just how resolute he truly was. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. This individual's style was indeed unlike that of Danzo's subordinates. I have no obligation to disclose anything to you. However, if you can make me submit through your strength, perhaps there may be some reward, he said. An unabashed provocation. Neji remained composed. A cool breeze wafted by, and he became aware that his back was drenched with sweat from the earlier battle. He took a deep breath as his chest rose and fell. The two stood several meters apart, and in that moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. In the next instant, Neji moved. With the speed of his peak condition, he covered half the distance in less than a second. Jiraiya's reaction was swift as well. He extended his hand and formed a seal. Summoning technique. Jiraiya slapped his hand against the ground. While Neji approached, seeking to take the initiative, ninjutsu, ground concealment. White hairs instantly hardened, enveloping Jiraiya and extending outward to form a protective circle. Neji aimed to confront him directly, delivering a strike. Yet it produced no sound. The force of his gentle fist seemed utterly ineffective. His chakra struck Jiraiya's defenses without any impact. Suddenly, a massive toad plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous boom, creating a large crater. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already leapt into the air, landing atop the deep crimson toad's back. Neji, however, found himself retreating several dozen meters, gazing at his opponent from a distance. This toad was slightly smaller but more robust than the previous one, with a gigantic pipe protruding from its mouth, exuding an air of authority. "Wentai, long time no see," Jiraiya said, stepping on the toad's back. "What is going on, Jiraiya? Why did you summon me? Have you encountered a particularly dangerous enemy?" "Not particularly dangerous, but definitely troublesome," Jiraiya replied, glancing down to meet Neji's gaze. A young Umbu, the toad, Wentai, regarded Neji with disdain, as if a foe of such caliber was insignificant to him, especially since Neji was merely a youth in Umbu. "Don't underestimate him. This kid can use gentle fist, and he is quite formidable. He took down the previous toad in just 2 or 3 moves," Jiraiya cautioned, causing Wentai to pause. After a moment, it snorted, entering a serious combat stance. "At this level, do I stand no chance?" Neji murmured to himself. Their strengths were not on the same plane. In terms of physical combat, Neji might hold his own, but he could never match an elite ninja in ninjutsu. However, he also had his own sources of pride. Wind release, palm wind wave. Neji rapidly ran forward while forming seals. Then, with both palms thrust forward, boom. The toad Wentai reacted swiftly, drawing a blade to cleave through Neji's attack. "He can use wind release. This guy is truly talented," Jiraiya praised. "Here it comes." When I initiated an attack, causing the ground to tremble and trees to sway, Neji felt immense pressure. Wentai was no ordinary summoning beast. The pressure was far more than just physical size. Through his Byakugan, Neji could see Wantai's chakra swiftly circulating. With a single slash, the blade cut through the air, creating a powerful gust. Trees were felled, but Neji, acting quickly, barely dodged the attack. The scale of this confrontation was incomparable. Since he could not match the range, he would have to focus on quality. Wind release. Palm wind wave. This time, Neji formed seals with one hand. Then, with his other hand, he unleashed an empty palm. Thud. A violent shockwave erupted in the air, the concentration of chakra astonishing to behold. Bang. The attack struck Wentai, sending the entire toad flying. The force of the wind release, bolstered by the empty palm, sent Wentai spiraling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Wentai landed, his 2 toad hands gripping the ground to steady himself. "Jiraiya, this kid is quite impressive." Of course. Otherwise, why would I have called you out?" Jiraiya, having shaken for a while, finally found his footing, regarding the young Umbu with newfound respect. In that case, let him experience that technique. Wentai, use oil. Understood. The man and the toad began forming seals, concentrating their chakra. Meanwhile, Neji had just steadied himself when he saw the immense chakra before him, momentarily stunned. "Kid, your water release 1T help you this time. Fire release. Toad oil fireball." With a powerful breath, Wentai expelled an immense amount of oil, while Jiraiya unleashed a fire-release fireball, combining to form a colossal inferno. Boom. The flames surged towards Neji. Water release. Water barrier. Neji concentrated nearly all his chakra. And in this arid terrain, he could only summon a small amount of water. It was utterly insufficient for defense. Let us see how you handle this. Jiraiya smirked, eager to temper this talented youth's spirit. Water release counters fire release, while wind release counters water release, just as fire enhances wind, which can turn water into ice. Neji concentrated the vast power he had pilfered from Asuma. Wind, returning heaven. He infused the transformed chakra into the water release, forcibly combining it through the mechanics of returning heaven. With a whoosh, the water surged upwards, the storm generated by returning heaven creating a rapid vortex. Causing the temperature within the water barrier to plummet, the water release crystallized into solid ice, forming a massive barrier that stood defiantly. Is this ice release? He combined water release and wind release, adding transformed chakra to forcibly create a bloodline limit. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 59. Stop. Release that girl. A tremendous explosion. The massive fireball collided with the ice wall, the outer layer melting under the intense flames and heat. However, that was all. 3 consecutive powerful fireballs merely melted a portion of the ice wall. Yet, the ice wall remained remarkably solid, its form subtly spiraling. This kid's talent. Jiraiya felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. The last time he encountered such a terrifying youth was when he met the young Minato. But even then, in terms of actual combat, this boy before him was even stronger than the young genius. Minato Namikaze, truly fascinating. With a light chuckle, Jiraiya leapt from Wantai's back, launching himself forward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Jiraiya extended his hand, forming a spiraling sphere of flame, infusing it with fire chakra. The sphere transformed into a terrifying fireball, which Jiraiya hurled at the ice wall. Boom, the fireball struck the ice wall, not extinguishing. As long as chakra was continuously supplied, the power of the spiraling sphere was immensely formidable. Crack. A section of the ice wall melted away. Cracks beginning to appear all around. Wentai. A colossal blade descended with ferocity. Jiraiya hurled the Rasengan, which rapidly expanded within the crystalline ice, synchronizing with the incoming strike. Crack, crack, crack. The resilient ice shattered entirely, yet beneath it, Neji had already seized the opportunity to extricate himself from peril. With several powerful leaps backward, the ground ahead transformed into a chaotic mire of ice shards and flames, prompting Neji to leap onto a tree trunk to avoid being ensnared in the tumult. Kid, who taught you all this? Who is your master? Jiraiya seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for the fight. He should have felt elated to witness such talent emerge from Konoha. Presently, he was solely intrigued by the identity of this individual. My sole objective is to obtain information on Orochimaru. You stubborn brat, Jiraiya frowned, finding the situation somewhat troublesome. This child was remarkably tenacious. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained fixated on Orochimaru. Had Orochimaru perhaps wronged him in some way? Ding. As Neji communicated with Jiraiya, a system notification abruptly interrupted. Neji did not overlook it. If there were no significant matters at hand, the system would not disrupt the ongoing battle in such a manner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the abilities of your opponent, Jiraiya, during this battle. Fire release, fireball jutsu, earth release, underworld swamp, sage mode. Detection indicates that the host's strength has reached the required standard. Ninja rank has been elevated to CH-Ni. The capacity for devouring powers has increased to 3. Currently, you possess 2 abilities: wind release, shape transformation chakra, water release, water formation wall, devour. Neji was elated. This was not merely an unexpected boon, but rather an affirmation of his suspicions. To his astonishment, it had truly come to fruition. Please select an ability to devour. Sage mode. Beep, beep, beep. Neji felt an overwhelming influx of energy coursing through his heart, as if his entire being was being filled, enveloped in a warm sensation. Thus, this journey would not be in vain. Hey, kid, reveal your identity, or I shall subdue you. Jiraiya stepped forward, squinting his eyes. Apologies, but if I cannot obtain the information, I shall refrain from fighting. Neji smirked. As long as he achieved one of his objectives, he need not persist in pursuing the other. Whoosh! Neji moved with remarkable swiftness, causing the ground to tremble. It was Gamabunta, leaping forth, yet his speed was incomparable. That kid is attempting to flee. You cannot catch him, Jiraiya, Gamabunta remarked. Wait, you brat, Jiraiya exclaimed, increasingly anxious. What's the matter? Neji prepared to leave, unexpectedly discovering Jiraiya attempting to retain him. Jiraiya, upon witnessing such an extraordinary talent, felt a genuine desire not to let this opportunity slip by, particularly not wishing for this prodigious youth to stray onto a misguided path. Here, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll from his attire and swiftly tossed it. "Hey, Jiraiya," Gamabunta remarked, somewhat taken aback. Neji caught the scroll, initially cautious. However, upon unrolling it, he was astonished. It contained a simplified map detailing a forest near the Land of Fire, with meticulously marked paths and conditions. "Due to my uncertainty regarding your intentions, this is all I can provide. This marks one of Orochimaru's hideouts, though he is quite cunning and frequently relocates." Jiraiya spoke earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Neji. "Now, can you divulge your identity?" Neji accepted the scroll, primarily satisfied that he had also acquired Sage Mode. Removing his mask, his Byakugan gleamed with an air of superiority. Neji's confident smile stood in stark contrast to Jiraiya's astonishment. "Hyuga Neji, a mere genin from Konoha. Not one of Danzo's subordinates. You need not worry, and I hope you can keep my secret," Neji stated, aware that if Jiraiya insisted on revealing his identity, he would be powerless to stop him. "Hey, you." Jiraiya remained enveloped in astonishment. He had heard of Hyuga Neji, who Naruto had described as one of Konoha's lesser ninjas. "By the next time we meet, I will be stronger and will no longer be subdued by you." Neji cast a confident glance back, swiftly departing. "Hyuga Neji, truly remarkable." Jiraiya stood rooted, clenching his fists, eyes wide with disbelief. He muttered to himself, could he truly be the prophesied child? Within Konoha, in a secluded corner of the streets, 3 sound ninjas, Tosu, Kin, and the bandage-clad Sack, were gathered. "Are we really going to search for Uchiha Sasuke?" Kin inquired. Tosa nodded. "Damn Orochimaru. He may have been using us as pawns. He has chosen Sasuke, and if that is the case, we cannot allow him to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke completely." At that moment, a small head peeked out. "What are you strange folks talking about? Are you referring to my brother Naruto's teammate, Sasuke?" The 3 were startled and turned to see a small child clad in an immature cloak, sporting a tuft of pineapple-like hair. They sighed in relief, realizing it was just a child. "Hey, kid, go away, or I'll spank you." Sack glared fiercely at the child, yet in an instant, a shadow darted past him. Tosa leaped forward, seizing the child by the neck. "Brat, you're quite fortunate. Now tell me, where are your brother Naruto and Sasuke?" Bloodshot eyes filled Tosa's gaze. "Help, let me go." Thud. A stone struck Tosa's hand, causing him to release his grip. "Run, Konohamaru." Ino leaped down from a tree, prompting Konohamaru to escape and hide behind her. The other 2 sound ninjas pursued. "You guys are the ones who encountered Ino in the Forest of Death." Ino gritted her teeth, dressed casually and seemingly not having trained that day, merely encountering them by chance. "Hey, little girl, last time you screamed, someone came to save you. You were quite lucky. Now, you've fallen into my hands again?" Sack stepped forward. Ding. Ino immediately covered her head, feeling a paralysis wash over her. The opponent was adept at sonic attacks. Subsequently, Ino was lifted by her collar, dangling in the air. Toso had her by the throat, and Ino grimaced in pain. "Let her go." A calm voice emerged, prompting all to glance toward the source. Upon a tree trunk stood a strikingly handsome youth. Chapter 60, Vibration, seeking weakness from the source. Neji, upon seeing Ino, wanted to call out. However, Tosa seemed to tighten his grip. "Oh, isn't this the incompetent ninja?" Tosa taunted. Sack approached, questioning. "A child and a female ninja are both useless. Now here comes another failure. I doubt you 3 can even provide the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke." Tosa snorted contemptuously. "Today is quite fortunate. Quickly reveal Sasuke's whereabouts." As Sack observed Neji's indifference, he grew increasingly arrogant. "I could handle a waist like you with one hand," he declared, tearing at a bandage, unwrapping his right hand, and flexing it. He then directed his attention toward the trembling Konohamaru. "Hurry, tell me the location of Uchiha Sasuke, or these 2 will lose their lives." Sack grinned maliciously, his eyes turning feral. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion. In an instant, whoosh, a palm strike, and Tosa's eyes widened. His hand was forced open, and he staggered back several steps. Ino was released, steadied by Neji's grasp. Tosa clutched his abdomen, suffering in silence. They say the most painful moments are those when one cannot utter a sound. Now, even the slightest expression was a struggle for Tosu. "Damn it. Air cutter." Realizing Tosu had been struck away by Neji, Sack quickly reacted, turning his arm to aim at Neji. 8 trigrams, air palm. Yet Neji's movements were swifter. Just as the wind release technique was unleashed, Neji's air palm firmly countered it. Boom. Sack was propelled away by the force of the recoil, leaving Jean, who stood behind him, astonished as he gazed upon the scene. Wasn't it agreed that they would be trailing behind? Why was it unfolding like this? The others looked at Neji in disarray, initially expecting an easy match, only to find themselves facing a fierce battle in an instant. Neji, we should flee. We are no match for them, Ino urged, steadying herself as she helped the trembling Konohamaru, who was paralyzed with fear. Ino was well aware of Neji's diligent training and his growth and strength, yet she had witnessed the brutality of these sound ninjas before. Today, lacking her ninja attire and tools, she felt that Neji fighting 3 opponents while protecting Konohamaru was an unfavorable situation. It's still not too late. We can escape now, Ino. They want to let us run, Neji replied, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Ino swallowed hard. What should we do, Konohamaru? You must notify the other ninjas in the village. I will hold them off with Neji. Ino attempted to reassure Konohamaru, but the young boy, frightened by the earlier display of jutsu, was too shaken to respond. Wanna run? Jin gritted his teeth, brandishing his specialized ninja tools. A resonant chime filled the air, accompanied by a wave of chakra. TOS tilted his neck and rose, casting a hostile glare at Neji. Ha! Neji took the initiative and dashed towards the side, while TOS advanced to confront him. Their strikes collided, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from this metallic arm. Neji froze, sensing chaos within his chakra. Void Slash. With a sharp impact, Neji was sent flying. Upon landing, he quickly reacted, dodging a shuriken that flew towards him. This is sound-based jutsu. It disrupts my chakra flow, leading to sensory misjudgment and exploiting minute openings. Neji murmured to himself. It was undeniable that although the sound ninjas were not exceptionally powerful individually, their jutsu characteristics, combined with their growing synergy, produced a terrifying effect. Are you all right, Neji? Ino inquired. I'm fine. Let me assist you. She struggled to move in her skirt, and Neji shook his head in response. Hee, still trying to act tough? Do you care so much about your pride in front of a girl? Sack mocked. Jin smirked. This girl certainly has some looks, but if you're at this level, don't play the hero. Enough. I've already devised a way to counter your abilities, Neji stated after a long pause. Disregarding their taunts, wearing a confident demeanor. You. TOS seethed, advancing towards him. Ha. A punch was thrown, and Neji dodged, yet the sound of the attack still resonated ominously. Byakugan, Void Slash. The sound of clashing echoed as the Void Slash narrowly missed. Ah, what a pity. Sack remarked, his attempt gone awry, but the situation still favored them. Neji found himself encircled by the 3 adversaries. This is just right, he thought as he assumed a stance. Heavenly spin. Chakra surged forth from his body. Yet TOS laughed. Don't be naive. We've heard about your techniques against that sand ninja. Our sound waves are not physical attacks. You cannot defend against them. Void Slash. Buzzing filled the air as their combined attacks surged towards him. And Neji's heavenly spin proved ineffective, merely rotating him with minimal impact as the released chakra failed to materialize. However, the sound wave attacks in the air dissipated entirely. Silence enveloped them. What just happened? As they attempted to strike again, Neji danced amidst the chaos, effortlessly neutralizing their assaults. Ino was taken aback. Neji had unknowingly nullified all their attacks, as if by magic. A whirlwind began to swirl around them. TOS finally comprehended, exclaiming, You. Neji smirked. Have you finally realized? What is going on? Sack was at a loss, unable to comprehend why his Void Slash had failed to yield any effect. Observing the swirling winds, Ino finally pieced it together. I understand. Neji utilized wind release to create air vibrations. Jin staggered back a step. Neji chuckled lightly. Sound travels through air. It is still a physical attack. Disrupting the air's vibrations is akin to 2 people trying to shout across a sandstorm. Your attacks have become utterly ineffective against me. Now, Ino. All right. 8 Trigrams Palm. Heavenly spin. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted, ensnaring the 3 sound ninjas within it. Ino coordinated with Neji, unleashing a barrage of strikes that left the sound ninjas in disarray. Let this be a lesson not to act so arrogantly in the village. Ino taunted the defeated trio. Incredible. Much stronger than Big Brother Naruto, Konohamaru exclaimed, wiping away his runny nose, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. What just happened? At that moment, a woman's voice pierced through the air. They turned to see the Jonin, Yuhi Karina, accompanied by the special Jonin, Rado. Over here, Teacher Karina, we dealt with a few sound ninjas who were causing trouble. Ino greeted them warmly, as she was familiar with Karina due to her relationship with Asuma. Neji was taken aback when he noticed that Konohamaru, who had been present earlier, had vanished upon seeing Karina. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Veiled Individual. No need to worry. Rado will take those sound ninjas back, Karina reassured them. After dealing with the situation, she strolled alongside the 2. Ino and Neji recounted the events as they had transpired. I had expected your skills to progress so swiftly. Neji, You managed to handle 3 opponents alone. In comparison, Hinata, Karina remarked, her gaze shifting slightly. Neji was taken aback. How has Hinata been training lately? Karina hesitated, appearing confused. Isn't Hinata training independently within the Hyuga clan? She doesn't join us for special training. Neji replied casually, but internally, waves of concern began to stir. Training within the clan. He pondered, with a heavy heart. Neji bid farewell to the two. Returning to the clan, he inquired, where is Hinata? Upon encountering Hinata Haru in the main house, he hurriedly asked. Haru glanced around before lowering her voice, quiet. Lady Hinata is practicing alone in the back courtyard. No one is allowed to see her until she achieves results. Oh, Neji nodded slowly, somewhat relieved by Haru's words. However, if you wish to see her, you can. Lady Hinata practices there every afternoon before sunset. Just be cautious. The entire clan is suspicious of your relationship, so don't get caught. It could become a topic of gossip. Understood. The following day, in the afternoon, Hinata was training alone in the courtyard. Focused on the AIR.AT that moment, a figure swiftly scaled the courtyard wall. Deep in concentration, Hinata remained oblivious. Her pure visage and delicate form stood out distinctly from all the other girls. Neji couldn't help but find himself entranced. Suddenly, as Hinata stumbled during her practice, she was about to fall. Neji swiftly closed the distance and caught her. Neji, what are you doing here? Hinata blushed. Neji smiled gently, steadying her. Don't worry. I evaded everyone's gaze to sneak a peek at you. I was a bit concerned. Yes, everyone is suspicious of you. You must be careful. I will. With his Byakugan activated, Neji surveyed his surroundings several times to ensure everything was in order. Come, I shall accompany you in your training. All right. Thus, in the expansive backyard of the Hyuga clan, the sound of air being punched was replaced by the sharp claps of palms striking against one another. Hinata appeared to be putting in a great deal of effort. Yet Neji seemed remarkably at ease in countering her attacks, focused more intently. Though Neji felt a pang of reluctance towards his younger sister, he maintained a high degree of rationality. If she did not train seriously now, it would be Neji who suffered during an actual fight, especially considering the one-year deadline. If Hinata did not become strong enough, she would inevitably be marked with the cursed seal of a caged bird. As Neji contemplated this, he unleashed a palm strike. Although Neji was accustomed to holding back, the sheer force of his palm wind still pushed Hinata back. Neji rushed to protect her. But she managed to steady herself and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Neji was taken aback, barely managing to block with his arm, yet he was still pushed back several steps by her gentle fist technique. Yes, just like that. Seize every opening. A slight smirk appeared on Neji's lips. At last, it seemed she was beginning to grasp the essence of the training. However, Hinata was already drenched in sweat, her close-fitting attire clinging to her form, accentuating her contours. All right, let's take a short break. The two retreated to a side and sat down to rest. I didn't expect to face you in this Chunin exam. When the time comes, if it becomes absolutely necessary, I hope you choose to forfeit. Neji remarked. Neji, regardless of the outcome, I am truly happy to have the chance to spar with you. And what brings you such joy? Is it because I am a useless ninja? Neji teased. No, it's because I can hone my own skills. I am well aware of your strength, Neji, Hinata replied. Hinata, a voice called out. It was Hayashi. Oh no, it's father. Hinata, take care of yourself. I must leave now. Hinata nodded in response, but when she turned back, Neji's figure had already vanished from sight. Hinata, Hayashi, barefoot, emerged from the house. Father. Hinata, how goes your training? Hayashi approached with a warm smile, admiring his daughter. I'm sorry. I will continue training right away, Hinata said, somewhat flustered. Eager to avoid rebuke. To her surprise, Hayashi placed both hands on her shoulders and said, It's all right. As a girl, you need not train so rigorously. Hinata's eyes widened. Could her father have changed? This was entirely out of character for him, and she almost believed she was dreaming. Who are you? Hinata frowned, cautiously inquiring. Hayashi paused for a moment, and then the smile faded from his lips. Hinata let out a muffled sound, her brow furrowing tightly. Within 3 seconds, she lost consciousness. Hayashi withdrew his hands from her shoulders, which had been pressing on her acupoints, and let them fall. With a thud, Hayashi transformed, his appearance resembling that of Hayashi but looking leaner, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with eyes filled with weariness and wisdom. That night, Neji arrived at the training grounds alone. It seemed that after his warning, Hinata's cousins, Inshur and Chi-Tian, had become more subdued. Perhaps the matter had escalated to the elders, and they no longer needed to target him. which Neji found quite convenient. At least now, he had the training ground all to himself, which was rather advantageous. Hiss, Neji inhaled deeply. Feeling his chakra points begin to absorb chakra. It was somewhat akin to the effect of his heavenly spin. But the process of absorption was vastly different and significantly more challenging. Sage Chakra 1, Sage Chakra 1, Sage Chakra 1. The progress was painfully slow, yet the consumption was rapid once unleashed. Throughout the night, Neji made little headway. It turned out that the so-called Sage mode merely involved learning to refine Sage Chakra. As for how to utilize this chakra, he still needed to devise a plan. Neji pondered, stroking his chin, his mind racing. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly froze. He quickly formed hand signs, activating his Byakugan. A surge of powerful chakra approached, even stronger than before, from behind a tree. A figure revealed itself. Neji had already turned to face the intruder, his expression stern. You have finally arrived. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Neji tilted his head, ready for a confrontation. His opponent, seemingly swift and nimble, seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Swish, the movement was rapid, the strike precise and lethal. Neji refused to be outdone and retaliated. The clash of palms ensued. Crackle, lightning chakra flowed through Neji's palms, overwhelming his opponent with an even greater force. Both retreated several steps, and the masked figure examined his palm. This numbing sensation, he narrowed his eyes, locking onto Neji. The lightning-infused gentle fist technique had caught him off guard. This time, Neji seemed to have the upper hand. What? Are you curious how I managed to integrate lightning chakra into my gentle fist while achieving a change in its properties? If so, perhaps you could reveal a bit of your face, and I might consider sharing that information with you, Neji said, his gaze unwavering, a hint of amusement on his lips. Chapter 62. Terrifying. Sage Chakra. Upon hearing Neji's provocation, the masked opponent appeared somewhat taken aback. Based on their previous encounter, he had discerned much about Neji's character, but he had never anticipated that such a cautious individual would initiate a challenge. However, the masked man remained utterly composed. Even so, he chose not to respond, exuding an intense aura of killing intent. When he attacked, it was with the intent to kill. In a flash, Neji had to give it his all. He first dodged the incoming strike, but his opponent was relentless. Swiftly turning to deliver a side blow. Wind, heavenly spin. Neji instantaneously unleashed a massive amount of chakra from his body, shaping it into swirling winds in the air. Boom, the terrain itself shifted under the power of Neji's heavenly spin, causing the assailant to retreat far away. Through his Byakugan, Neji had already discerned that this chakra was fundamentally different from an ordinary heavenly spin. It possessed wind nature transformation, and it was exceptionally potent and dense. It was hard to believe that such a technique could be executed by a mere genin. Last time I held back, not knowing who you were, but this time is different. Neji raised his hand, condensing chakra once more, a chilling smirk on his face. Although I still don't know your identity, you were conspicuously absent from the last clan meeting, and your techniques are so peculiar. You must be a hidden force of some elder. Am I right? Neji's words caused the masked figure to flinch slightly, evidently having struck a nerve. Neji continued, since I am destined to oppose your filthy kind, why should I continue to hide my intentions? Neji furrowed his brow, his chakra surging, growing ever more unruly. What on earth is happening? The man beneath the mask thought, alarmed. Such a dense chakra did not resemble the capabilities of an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan. Wind release, palm wind wave. In an instant, Neji completed all the hand signs with one hand. Wind release, one-handed hand signs. The masked figure leapt back to evade, although the range of the palm wind wave was limited. Its intensity was exceptionally high, as Neji seemed to have concentrated a tremendous amount of chakra. A genin is still a genin, lacking practical experience. Using such a jutsu from this distance is merely a waste of chakra, the masked man thought, chuckling lightly. However, as Neji witnessed his opponent evade the palm wind wave, a slight smirk curved his lips. Wind release, there's more. Palm wind wave. With his other hand, Neji unleashed another palm wind wave. Boom! This time, the range was wider, and the amount of chakra was greater. Yet, the masked figure quickly formed hand signs, moving even faster, narrowly dodging the two lengthy palm wind waves that converged upon him. Naive, the masked man, having narrowly evaded a formidable onslaught from his opponent, sensed that the moment for his counterattack had arrived. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the smile on his face faded, despite the fact that the two waves of palm winds had been unleashed some time ago. The chakra lingering in the air showed no signs of dissipating. What is this? He pondered, realizing that the chakra suspended in the atmosphere bore a solid-like form, refusing to vanish. Neji chuckled lightly. This is the transformation of wind-style chakra, and you have nowhere to escape. He leaped into the air, seizing the opportunity while his foe was momentarily incapacitated. and began to form hand seals. It was as though instinct guided him. Ninji's mind was devoid of excessive memories. This was a power he had stolen. After his battle with Jiraiya, he had replaced the water release, water barrier technique with another ninjutsu, the fire release, fireball technique. After all, this technique resonated more harmoniously with him. Whoosh, 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 with 3 consecutive bursts, the fireballs streaked across the night sky like colossal meteors, hurtling fiercely toward the masked man. The wind-style chakra swirling in the air began to take form, transforming into a violent hurricane that ensnared the masked man's movements. How could a mere genin so adeptly manipulate chakra for transformation like this? The masked man gritted his teeth, almost unable to believe it. Boom! The fireball detonated within the tempest, instantly engulfing the surroundings in a sea of flames. Yet, the blaze did not spread. This was not a technique that relied solely on quantity. The hurricane amplified the fireball's power, rendering it even more ferocious. Humph! However, the masked man did not falter. Instead, he executed several hand seals. You little brat, you're still inexperienced. He adopted a stance entirely distinct from the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms, and the manner in which he released his chakra diverged from both the heavenly spin and gentle fist. Rapidly circulating within his body, Neji was momentarily taken aback, realizing, this is the S-rank secret technique of the Byakugan. Neji greedily observed the way his opponent gathered chakra, regrettably. With only a 13 purity of the Byakugan, he could only discern the general process of chakra condensation. All the chakra flowed swiftly within his body, gathering at most of his chakra points, predominantly in the upper body. Then, he focused his energy at the dantian, channeling all the vital essence towards his shoulders, preparing to unleash a powerful strike, not through the palms, but by swinging the arms with wrist power. He formed his hands into palms and struck with combined force. 8 trigrams, mountain-breaking strike. The immense sound echoed as if the very mountains were shifting. The overwhelming momentum surged toward Neji, the colossal shockwave causing the fireballs to vanish without a trace in an instant. With that terrifying chakra propelling him, the masked man closed the distance in mere strides. The power of the mountain-breaking strike was indeed formidable. It was a technique of the Hyuga clan known for its devastating strength. Capable of obliterating a mountain with sufficient chakra, have you already become so frightened that you dare not move? Hyuga Neji, this is your end. In that fleeting moment, his opponent was already swept away by hubris. Sage Chakra 2, Sage Chakra 2, Sage Chakra 3. At long last, Neji, who had remained at a distance for quite some time, exhaled a sigh of relief. This should suffice, shouldn't it? Neji raised his palm, bracing himself for the challenge. Channeling all the fruits of his cultivation from that evening into his hand, it coalesced within his palm, akin to the gentle fist, but instead of employing hidden strength, he utilized overt power with one hand. Neji unleashed a resounding strike. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated through the air. Were it not for the training ground's distance from the residential area, this noise would have surely roused all the slumbering souls nearby. How can you do this with one hand? The masked man, forming a two-handed palm, was left utterly dumbfounded. Every one of his offensive maneuvers, alongside that previous terrifying clash of chakras, was entirely negated in that moment. He seemed to perceive the truth. Ordinary chakra manifests in shades of blue or green, yet this chakra was entirely black, interspersed with pure white, as if he had glimpsed the essence of chaos. An incomprehensible power surged forth, utterly dominating the normal chakra. You brat, truly harboring such terrifying strength, the man uttered slowly, his voice low and grave. Neji smirked, though the strain on his expression was evident. Ha! Neji struck out with his palm, prompting his opponent to instinctively retreat, yet Neji pursued, delivering a fierce blow. Bang! It was merely a shadow clone. Neji landed and turned back to see his adversary gasping for breath. His gaze sinister. It seems the scroll truly lies in your possession. Hand it over, and I may spare your life. Neji furrowed his brow slightly but remained silent. Chapter 63, Awakening. The descendant of the sage. The relentless pursuit from his opponent stemmed from a desire for the scroll. Neji still harbored uncertainty about whether the scroll contained any substantial information, considering how these individuals had so boldly appeared before him. Indeed, they sought the scroll. Neji murmured. If that were the case, the elder behind this individual clearly did not possess the scroll. Hyuga Irubo, that Jounin who had tested him, was dispatched by the third elder, Hyuga Tens. If so, it seemed that Hyuga Tens also lacked the scroll. Currently, he appeared to be the most likely candidate, yet if he commanded such a formidable figure, why would he send a Jounin under the pretext of training? As Neji contemplated these matters internally, his opponent's impatience grew. This is marvelous, marvelous. This power, I have longed for it. The man appeared to be an obsessive seeker of strength, further convincing Neji that this individual was likely not from the main branch. Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, the opponent executed the Shadow Clone Technique, conjuring two shadow clones flanking Neji. A smirk crossed his lips as he proclaimed, "Do not think you are the only one who is exceptional. Now witness my ultimate technique. This is something you cannot withstand." With that, all three masked figures simultaneously began forming hand seals. The shadow clones also formed seals, and their Byakugan was fully operational, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Neji surveyed his surroundings, noting that all three had completed their hand seals and refined their chakra, albeit in significantly lesser quantities than before. 8 trigrams, triple mountain breaking strike. Neji instinctively retreated, sensing the imminent danger. To think they could even utilize secret techniques with shadow clones. This individual was indeed formidable, while Neji harbored no reservations in praising his opponent's prowess. His expression remained unwaveringly composed. "Damn it, where do you draw your confidence from? This move will surely etch regret upon your face." The masked man, witnessing Neji's calm demeanor, found himself growing increasingly agitated. Ahawk. 3 figures. 6 palms. The air was even set aflame by the friction. A tremendous force surged toward Neji, swift in execution and vast in range, the chakra enveloping the area completely. It advanced upon Neji alone, leaving him with no escape. The sheer magnitude of the force bore down upon him. Any individual's flesh would be reduced to pulp by such overwhelming power. Thud. A violent sound echoed as Neji remained unfazed. Reaching behind him, he produced a small scroll inside. I hadn't anticipated needing this so soon. While it is somewhat regrettable, an adversary like you truly warrants it, Neji murmured as he unfurled the scroll, revealing a character for Earth surrounded by various techniques. Earth Release. Hardening Technique. This was a high-level Earth Release ninjutsu scroll that Neji had intended to save for the exams, but the circumstances now rendered it unavoidable. Having exhausted his sage chakra, his body seemed unable to endure much longer. He could not afford to delay. Thud, thud, thud. The entirety of the mountain-breaking strike's force was absorbed by Neji alone. Even the chakra-infused strikes against him emitted terrifyingly resonant sounds, akin to bones grinding within. The ground trembled under the immense pressure, dust scattering in every direction. Yet beneath the haze, Neji remained unscathed, his demeanor impassive. Impossible. The masked man stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent had withstood such a blow. Whoosh! Moving with blinding speed, Neji found himself before the masked man. The masked man finally reacted, yet to his astonishment, Neji's palm struck forth with unmatched velocity. Furthermore, the force was magnitudes greater than before. Bang! The masked man was sent flying by the single strike, a massive force causing him to spew blood. With a gasp, his entire chest cavity felt as if it had been ruptured by Neji's blow. If this continued, your lungs would be reduced to ruin. As Neji's lips curled into a slight smirk. From the perspective of his Byakugan, it was evident that his opponent had been rendered incapable of retaliating. Although it was Neji's inaugural usage of Sage Technique Chakra, the strain on his body had exceeded its limits. Nonetheless, his adversary was struggling even more, finding it difficult to breathe. That person collapsed to the ground, laboriously attempting to rise, their breath faint and labored. With a fierce glare directed at Neji, they clutched the fabric of their shirt over their chest. "Where did you, cursed one, obtain that scroll?" Neji narrowed his eyes, initially intending to disregard the inquiry, but was taken aback by the opponent's tenacity regarding the scroll. "Though I know you will not believe me, I too have never laid eyes on such a scroll." Neji's tone remained composed, his breath steady. It was clear from this alone that the outcome of their confrontation had already been determined. With his opponent barely able to stand, Neji felt certain of his victory. "Truly remarkable. You have cornered me yet remain unfazed," Neji declared. "You can no longer move. Cease your struggles." He released the Earth Release Hardening Technique, conserving his remaining chakra to avoid becoming overwhelmed. All that remained was to conduct a thorough interrogation. Suddenly, a shuriken was hurled towards him, but Neji deftly evaded and deflected it with a swift motion. His adversary had managed to rise again and charged at him, activating his Byakugan. Neji discerned a surge of red chakra coalescing in the opponent's chest, which was rapidly restoring itself. "What is this?" he pondered. The opponent lunged forward with a powerful strike, but as Neji prepared to counter, the adversary sprang back with all their might, propelling themselves several meters away in an attempt to flee the battlefield. From the outset, it was apparent that they understood their defeat and had been planning an escape. Curiosity piqued. Neji wondered how someone whose chest he had obliterated could still move and recover so swiftly. Who on earth was this individual? Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a Jonin-level ninja for the first time. Reward: 20,000 proficiency points in any ability. Neji was taken aback and elated. Just perfect. He allocated all his proficiency points to the gentle fist, pressure point technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 100,000 proficiency in gentle fist, pressure point, successfully advancing to the mastery stage. First-time achievement of mastery stage grants the host the awakening of the Otsutsuki Yamaburu's sage body. What? Sage body? As the transformation commenced, Ningxi felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping his body instantaneously. It was as if he had been drenched in water and then adapted to the humidity in an instant. The comfort was akin to a fish returning to water. With a deep breath, Ningxi felt his mind sharpened as if enlightened by divine insight. Ding. Sage body awakening reached level 10, enhancing the purity of the host's Byakugan by 20. Host. Hyuga Ningxi age. 13 combat proficiency. 9559 can be used to exchange for abilities and items upon opening the shop. Talent. Stealing and devouring. Wind release chakra transformation level. Chunin ninjutsu. Wind release. Gale palm 1. 795,930,000. Fire release. Fireball. 1,200,030,000. Taijutsu. Gentle fist. Pressure point. 109,399,350,000. Bagua palm. Returning heaven. 68,968,100,000. Bagua. 64 palms. 49,734,100,000. Bagua. Empty palm. 2,899,130,000. Bagua. 1 strike. 1,788,830,000. Jinjutsu. None bloodline limit. Byakugan. 61,111,100,000. Sage mode. 10. Sage body. 5. Byakugan purity. 33 basic items. Explosive tags X10 advanced items. Advanced water release ninjutsu scroll X1. Basic sealing technique scroll X1 special items. None merely observing the panel attributes. Ningxi could feel his strength surging at that very moment. His body exhibited unmistakable anomalies, which he adapted to remarkably quickly. From an observational standpoint, Ningxi had previously been capable of discerning chakra movements within a radius of 300 meters. Now, this limit had doubled to 600 meters. More importantly, his sage chakra had increased by 25, 33, 24. The ability to extract sage chakra from natural energy had escalated to an entirely new level. Chapter 64. Survival. An S-rank mission concerning the village. During this period, Ningxi became fully immersed in the joys of sage techniques. With his increasingly refined Byakugan and mastery over elemental chakra, he had thoroughly analyzed the chakra system. Thus, chakra had transformed into an unsecretive tool for him, merely a means to engage in combat and grow stronger. However, sage chakra redefined Ningxi's understanding of chakra, natural energy, drawn from the environment. Possessed no inherent attributes. Ordinary chakra resembled plain paper. Once infused with attributes, it became colored, with various attributes capable of combination, rendering the colors more vivid and dimensional, encompassing both nature transformation and form alteration. Sage chakra, however, revealed to Ningxi that this paper could transform into wood, the most primal form of chakra. Existing before it became mere paper, it not only wielded greater potency but also presented complexities in manipulation, raising the question of how to utilize it effectively. With only a week until the examination, Ningxi sequestered himself at home for an intensive week of training. A week later, on the day of the competition, preparations began early in the morning. Lord Daimyo. This way please, have a moment to rest. No one anticipated that the daimyo would be escorted to a tea house by several ninjas. The construction of Konoha had improved significantly, hadn't it? The daimyo of the fire country was a vital figure. Akin to the highest authority. Holding a fan, he inquired. Where are the other daimyos? They are resting in the Hokage's building. However, my task is to ensure your safe arrival. The village is not entirely secure. As Chunin exams are prone to infiltration by dangerous ninjas, the ninja conversing with the daimyo was codenamed Tenzu. Are you really that skilled? Protecting the daimyo? Tenzu scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Though I may not be considered a prominent figure within Konoha, I assure you I will do my utmost to protect you, Lord Daimyo. Ugh, it's sweltering. Boss, I'll have a bun-dotted youth, possessing a handsome visage and refined demeanor, clad in white attire, with his forehead protector glinting in the morning light. Approached. All right. Best of luck in today's exam. Ningxi. Thank you, boss. The daimyo cast a glance and suddenly expressed interest. Hey, you there? Come here. Ningxi turned in surprise, somewhat confused. Tenza hesitated but still said, You are Hyuga Ningxi from Team Guy. Aren't you? Come over. Ningxi approached. I recognize those eyes. You belong to the Hyuga clan, correct? Are you the child of Hyuga Hizashi? The daimyo inquired, and Tenzo was momentarily taken aback. Lord Daimyo, this child is Hyuga Ningxi, son of Hyuga Hisashi-do. Indeed, Hisashi at your age was already over 20 years ago. The daimyo waved his fan, tilting his head as if reminiscing. Upon hearing that name, Ningxi had learned to conceal his reactions. Although he had crossed over, the memories etched in his mind remained vivid. The child of Hisashi must surely be a gifted ninja. Are you participating in this Chunin exam as well? The daimyo's question left Ningxi feeling awkward. And Tenzo appeared equally flustered. All right, Lord Daimyo, we must proceed. We still have to meet with Hokage-sama later. What's the rush? You ninjas of this generation truly lack a sense of urgency. Ningxi gazed silently at the daimyo. Within the Hyuga clan, at the main house, Hinata stood at the gate with her backpack. Her expression indifferent. Hayashi placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, his demeanor serious. The Chunin exam rests upon your shoulders. Though you are facing Ningxi in the first round, he is also your best rival. Ningxi's recent progress has been evident to all. You must catch up to him. If you win this time, you will prove yourself to the branch family. Hinata spoke with a heavy heart. He had anticipated that Hinata would exhibit her usual shyness and timidity, yet today, her gaze revealed an unfamiliar calmness. Yes, of course, I shall surely overcome him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, forming a rather unnatural smile. Indeed, it seems your resolve has been awakened. Hinata's father expressed a hint of surprise, though what resonated more was admiration for his daughter. After seeing Hinata off, he remained in place, gazing skyward with a deep sigh. As the day finally arrived, today, Neji will officially become Hinata's rival. Who would you prefer to see victorious? If you were here, you would undoubtedly urge Neji to concede, for you have always been so gentle, he mused, bitterness creeping into his smile. Above, a hawk circled the sky, its clear cry resonating with a rich, unique timbre. A ninja hawk? He murmured. As the hawk descended, he extended his hand to catch it, retrieving the intelligence it bore. Upon opening the document, he was taken aback. The third Hokage, in the Hokage building, within the highest security conference room. Hinata was escorted by 2 members of the direct umbu to the underground meeting space. The area was modest, lacking even seating, yet was brightly illuminated. Upon entering, he recognized many familiar faces. Hokage-sama. Hinata Hayashi has arrived. Ah, came the response. As Hinata stepped inside, he noticed the solemn expressions of those present, though a few greeted him warmly. To his left sat the backbone of Konoha's J-nin, including Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Aoba Yamashiro, and Rado Namishi, among others. To his right were the leaders and clan heads of Konoha's prominent families, such as Shino Aburame, Ino Yamanaka, Shikaka Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Hanabi Inuzuka. Let us commence without further delay, Hinata asserted, taking his place beside Danzo, who was seated next to a sprightly septuagenarian, Konoha's advisor, Kohara Udatain. Kohara-sensei is here as well, he whispered, recalling his former instructor from his youth. What urgent matter could necessitate such a gathering? Especially for an S-rank emergency mission, is it truly warranted to involve so many? Someone inquired, as several umbu distributed dozens of scrolls to everyone present. Listen closely, Danzo finally spoke, and the room fell silent. This matter concerns the very survival of our village. A collective gasp echoed among the assembly. The upcoming Chunin exams are being exploited by malevolent forces, threatening Konoha with a significant assault. Fortunately, I have discerned the enemy's general plans, and now we must fortify our defenses. I require everyone's assistance to minimize the losses to our village. Asuma, an assault? Kurenai, what exactly is happening? Please refer to the scrolls distributed to you for the specifics, Danzo instructed. Given this, why not cancel the Chunin exams and eliminate the enemy outright? That is not an option, Koharu interjected vehemently. This is Konoha's moment. The 5 great shinobi nations will be in attendance. And in this era of peace, the necessity of shinobi is increasingly questioned. The resources allocated by the Land of Fire are dwindling, making this opportunity to secure border military rights crucial. Koharu's resolve was unwavering. Representing Konoha's upper echelons, she emphasized the need to act from a standpoint of absolute interest, rather than the Hokage's broader perspective. Danzo nodded in agreement, elaborating. With this, Konoha's influence could directly threaten all neighboring nations, allowing us to secure a wider array of missions and thereby bolster our economy and strength. Moreover, the enemy has already positioned allies within the village. This could pose a significant challenge. However, I trust in your capabilities to prevent a recurrence of the tragic events of 12 years ago. At this, the assembly was visibly moved. The horrors of that fateful year remained etched in their memories. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and others had been unable to fight, relegated to dispersing non-combat personnel. Now, They were finally able to protect their village through their own strength. This mission is of the utmost significance. Ensure that nothing goes awry. Especially the Hyuga clan, your Byakugan will provide us invaluable insight. Danzo remarked pointedly at Hinata. Hinata's expression was somewhat wooden, yet within a fierce fire ignited. This was an exceptional opportunity for the Hyuga clan to demonstrate their prowess. However, with the enemy choosing to strike during the Chunin exams, would the venue itself not be perilous? Kurenai voiced her concerns. Asuma, having once safeguarded the 12 guardians, muttered through a cigarette, "It goes beyond that. The daimyo will be in attendance." Precisely, Koharu affirmed that we must showcase the dangers of ninja combat to the daimyo, making it clear that the peace of the land of fire relies on the strength of shinobi. This is an audacious risk, but one that is necessary. Silence enveloped the room, a reflection of Danzo's lingering influence. Yet, there was little choice. The third Hokage had grown old, and though he possessed great love, he lacked the strength to uphold it effectively. Genma, as the referee, you will ensure the safety of the children in the arena post-incident. Rado, you will serve as my guard. Once the situation unfolds, focus solely on the competing genin. I have already arranged everything regarding the daimyo. With a deep breath, Danzo's resolute gaze seemed to ignite with fervor. All present fell into silence, as if ignited by that very flame. The sound of gongs and firecrackers filled the air. Yet it felt particularly solemn. The festive celebrations soon packed the venue to capacity. The daimyo were seated in a specially designated central area, while the Hokage and Kazekage donned their cloaks of office. Taking their places at the highest seats. Kazekage-sama, please take a seat, Danzo offered with a serene smile, exuding courtesy. The Kazekage chuckled lightly, responding, "You should sit first. In your presence, I am but a junior." "Not at all," Danzo replied, but he still took his seat, his gaze subtly fixed on the Kazekage. The Kazekage, enveloped in a heavy cloak, appeared completely obscured. Is the Kazekage unaccustomed to Konoha's climate after long residing in the desert? Danzo inquired. The Kazekage scoffed lightly. Such matters are trivial. My primary reason for attending is to witness the splendid duels of the genin. Danzo laughed heartily. Who would have thought the Hokage would possess such leisure? I am particularly interested in your Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to witness the legendary power of the Sharingan for myself. After all, the Uchiha clan has produced illustrious figures like Uchiha Madara. As the Kazekage spoke, he lowered his head, his eyes narrowing with cunning. Danzo pondered seriously for a moment. The Kazekage continued, "By the way, I am also eager to see Hyuga Neji from the Hyuga clan. I hear he is participating in the opening match? Haha, to witness 2 of the 3 great dojutsu in a single day, I am in for a visual feast." Danzo's expression turned grave as he chuckled in response, choosing not to speak further. He turned his head, and Rado, standing behind him, immediately understood, stepping forward. "Now, we can commence with Genma," Danzo instructed Rado. "Understood," Rado replied, making his exit. The Kazekage glanced back at Maki, instructing, "You may join the Sand Shinobi children in watching the match below. But do not disturb my enjoyment with the Hokage." Yes, thus, Maki was also dispatched. A gentle breeze caressed the air. However, the clouds today appeared restless, floating uncertainly. The entire venue was abuzz with excitement. A sea of people, a cacophony of voices, and the arena itself was sufficiently large, with an expansive combat area below, making it entirely possible to summon Gamabunta for battle. Neji leaped down, his scarred visage paired with a serious gaze, lending a significant air of solemnity to the competition. Upon seeing this Leaf Village Jonin descend, the crowd quieted, transitioning into a state of hushed anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, Noara Hyuga had received the signal and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the Chunin selection exam officially commenced. The first match featured a fateful showdown between the Hyuga siblings, Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. This announcement sent the audience into a frenzy. Most spectators were villagers from the Leaf Village, and they were not particularly concerned about who was the underdog. They were simply eager to witness the enigmatic Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. This time, they would not only witness one, but 2 Byakugan practitioners clash, naturally igniting the crowd's excitement. The dais, several feudal lords gathered around a table to play cards. "Oh dear, I've lost again," lamented one lord, his fan in hand, as he tossed his cards aside with a sigh. "Let us focus on the match. After all, this is a competition of the esteemed Hyuga clan," suggested another lord. Suddenly, a rather rotund lord exclaimed, "Hey, why hasn't it started yet? How long must we wait? It's sweltering." "My apologies. The contestants are currently entering the arena," replied Mitarashi Anko, laughing as she scratched her head. Emerging from beside the lords was a burly man, Marino Abiki. "Truly unfortunate to be assigned such a tedious task," Anko remarked. "However, protecting the lords is also a vital duty. Stay vigilant. Ibiki reminded her. In the arena, Neji Hyuga made his way to the designated spot indicated by the judge, where he beheld the delicate features of Hinata. A smirk danced upon Neji's lips as he said, "Hinata, give it your all in this battle." Yet, Hinata did not respond, her expression one of indifference, a faint smile betraying a newfound confidence. This self-assured smile had not graced Hinata's face in quite some time, leaving Neji momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Chapter 66. The Aura of Murder. You are not the real Hinata. Nevertheless, it was indeed a positive development for Hinata to possess such awareness. Since childhood, she had been underestimated by her clan, particularly as many were unwilling to adhere to the traditions of the main and branch families. Even within the Hyuga clan, various factions and small groups had emerged. Naturally, everyone wished for their offspring to have more opportunities rather than consistently yielding the best resources to the heirs of the main family. Hinata, already deemed talentless and possessing a gentle disposition, found herself overshadowed by Hanabi's birth. At just 2 years of age, Hanabi exhibited remarkable intelligence and agility, while Hinata seemed to drift further from the path of a ninja, despite her relentless efforts. Her inherently kind nature hindered her from embodying the decisiveness of a true ninja. By the time Hanabi turned 5, her talents shone bright, and Hinata could no longer prevail against her in contests. Consequently, Hinata was branded as a failure by the clan, akin to Neji, yet their shared experiences fostered a bond between them. However, the distinction lay in their statuses. Neji belonged to the branch family, while Hinata was of the main family. The disdain towards Hinata was often masked by the adoration of Hanabi, providing a convenient justification for supporting the main family, which led to the belief that they had a capable successor. Had Hinata recognized this potential sooner, she might not have faced such skepticism from her clan. The match commenced. Genshin extended his hand and swept it downward, signaling the onset of the duel, and all eyes in the arena converged instantly. The inaugural match of the Chunin selection exam, a fateful clash between 2 members of the Hyuga clan. Very well, come at me. I shall not hold back, Neji declared earnestly, determined not to appear dismissive to Hinata. This was a commitment to their unspoken agreement. Hee. Hinata chuckled lightly, stepping forward. Why is Neji and I so eager? Instead of attacking, she engaged him in conversation. What? Neji was taken aback. Today, Hinata was indeed different. Could it be the anticipation of the match was causing her nerves? Neji had never witnessed this side of Hinata before, and he found it rather intriguing. Hinata, what do you wish to convey? Hinata smiled softly, saying, with Neji and I's strength, I am bound to lose. If I exert myself from the outset, I might not even have a chance to fight back. Hinata's reasoning was not without merit, especially in Neji's eyes. He certainly possessed the confidence to defeat Hinata in an instant. However, he had no intention of doing so. Rest assured, you are strong, Hinata, Neji encouraged. Hinata took a few steps forward and quietly proposed, I would like to exchange a few moves with Neji and I to warm up. Once I am prepared, we can engage in earnest combat. Shall we? Certainly. Neji readily agreed. He was always accommodating to his cousin. Let us begin, Hinata declared, charging forward. The audience gasped in astonishment. She is making the first move. Is that man a fool? The villagers buzzed with excitement as the battle commenced. Elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, Neji met her advance. Under normal circumstances, a fight would not unfold this way, but since it was Hinata, he felt no need to adopt a serious demeanor. A palm strike was executed, but it missed its target. Neji chuckled lightly. Indeed, there was still a gap between him and Hinata. He lazily countered with a palm strike of his own, not even activating his Byakugan. Yet, to the untrained eyes of the villagers, their movements appeared exceptionally swift. The two exchanged blows, their strikes infused with only minimal chakra, neither utilizing their Byakugan. Hinata, why have you not activated your Byakugan? Because Neji and I hasn't activated his either. Hinata replied, her face lit with a smile, appearing quite at ease amidst the exchange. Neji took a deep breath, feeling that the battle should maintain a degree of seriousness, otherwise, it would lose its purpose of challenging Hinata. Hinata, activate your Byakugan. The sound of wind echoed as he thrust his palm toward Hinata. In an instant, she retreated, her speed markedly different from their earlier exchanges, possibly ignited by her instinct for survival. Whoa, such reflexes, Hinata. Neji marveled, his excitement growing. Let us take this seriously, Hinata. Alright, but Neji and I, please don't make it too difficult for me. Understood. In Neji's view, this was merely a training match for Hinata. Come, as soon as Neji uttered the word. Hinata was already in motion. A typical speed. However, this time, Hinata activated her Byakugan, while Neji opted not to. Hinata launched herself forward with a powerful strike, which Neji narrowly evaded. Yet, that palm strike, whether it was an illusion or not, instilled within Neji a palpable sense of threat. Impressive strike. Neji turned, genuinely pleased for Hinata. However, in the next moment, the sensation of danger resurfaced. Hinata's subsequent attack came swiftly. Her movement significantly more agile, and her chakra surged dramatically. Hinata's palm, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, approached Neji, who realized he could not evade it. He crossed his arms, bracing against the impact, channeling chakra through his arms in an attempt to mitigate the force. Bang! To his astonishment, the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Neji was sent flying through the air. The audience erupted in exclamations. Wow, how intense. Is this the Hyuga clan's taijutsu? The speed is beyond what my eyes can follow. That man can't even best a little girl. This girl is incredible. She's my type in both figure and appearance. The crowd buzzed, while Neji, suspended in the air, remained in shock when Hinata's onslaught came once more. How has she become so strong? Hinata and Neji furrowed their brows slightly, preparing to activate their Byakugan to evade the impending strike. However, with a swift motion, Hinata executed the gentle fist technique, targeting Neji's vital points. Despite Neji's desperate attempt to pivot his head back, narrowly avoiding the direct hit, two chakra blasts struck his temples with precision. A sharp pain surged through Neji's head, and he was sent flying by Hinata's palm. In midair, Hinata landed gracefully, her movements flawless. In stark contrast, Neji was hurled a considerable distance, tumbling to the ground, clutching his head, a grimace etched across his face. Hinata, didn't you say we should warm up first? Neji struggled to rise, his vision suddenly blurred, rendering Hinata's face indistinct in the distance. He could only hear the sound of her footsteps approaching. Your optic nerves have been suppressed by my strikes. The ensuing battle will be the real spectacle, Hinata remarked, a hint of mirth lacing her tone. This was not the demeanor one would expect from Hinata, nor was it reflective of her true strength. And that murderous intent of yours. Neji stumbled back, instinctively retreating. With each step, his vision grew increasingly obscured until it faded into complete darkness. Swifter movements will only blind you further. Hinata closed in with lethal speed. Neji, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, could sense her position, hastily retreating. Yet, before him lay an impenetrable void. You are not the real Hinata, Neji thought, but in the next instant, she was at his side. What are you saying? Neji and Hinata's voice momentarily stunned him. In a flash, a swift strike landed squarely on her chest. Wow! Neji was knocked back, staggering to regain his footing, retreating a few steps. Neji and your Xianzhong point has been restricted. Do you still have a chance of victory? Hinata's voice oscillated, dark and foreboding. Chapter 67, Trapped. Have you been cornered? Onlookers witnessed Neji being relentlessly pushed back by Hinata, utterly defenseless. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many surprised to see Hinata, who had been underestimated, overpowering Neji, cheering for her with fervor. Kakashi and Guy observed the unexpected turn of events, perplexed. Even if Neji were lagging behind, it shouldn't he come to this? Right? Just recently, I witnessed his rapid progress. Could it all have been an illusion? Guy pondered, stroking his chin, filled with uncertainty. Asuma approached, joining the discussion. Has Hinata truly become this formidable? Quite astonishing. These young ones, however, Kakashi held a different view. While Hinata has indeed grown stronger, Neji's condition is peculiar, possessing Byakugan yet failing to activate it, despite his rigorous daily training. His movements shouldn't be this erratic. Even Kakashi, who did not specialize in taijutsu, could discern this anomaly. Upon Kakashi's remark, both Guy and Asuma exchanged uneasy glances, beads of sweat forming. Kakashi, quickly use your Sharingan to ascertain what's transpiring in their match, Guy urged. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to lower his mask, a familiar figure approached. Kakashi-sensei. The trio turned to see Sakura rushing over. Sakura? Kakashi halted, noting the urgency in her demeanor, as if something grave had occurred. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, hasn't he shown up yet? What is going on? Kakashi's heart sank, his instincts alerting him to the underlying threats lurking behind the scenes. I don't know. He has been missing since the morning assembly. Perhaps he overslept, Sakura murmured, worry etched on her face. We've all devoted significant time preparing for this Nin selection exam. You wouldn't he just miss it? That kid values this competition highly, Asuma interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. Guy then looked at Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, given the current circumstances, we must ensure nothing goes awry, especially since Naruto is the Jinchuriki. As the implication settled in, the three exchanged anxious glances. Sakura. You and Sasuke must focus on your match. I need to find Naruto now. This Chunin selection exam is crucial. Even if he is absent, I must understand the reason behind it. Okay. After instructing Sakura, Kakashi prepared to leave. Before departing, he turned to Guy, saying, "If I don't return in time, ensure the safety of the children in the arena. Leave it to me." "What is happening?" Sakura questioned, her expression filled with confusion. "Incredible. Is the heir of the Hyuga clan truly this powerful? Wow, she is astonishingly strong." Below, Neji lay prostrate on the ground, while Hinata stood triumphantly before him, her gaze piercing. "Neji and I, is this all the strength you possess?" A sinister smile graced Hinata's lips, casting a shadow over Neji's spirit, his optic nerves fully suppressed. Every strike aimed at his vitals. Had it not been for years of rigorous training, he might have already succumbed. With great effort, Neji pushed himself upright, gritting his teeth, brows knitted. "You can still stand, but without chakra or the Byakugan. You truly become the waste they claim you to be. Haven to you?" Hinata mocked. "Who are you?" Neji inquired. "A mere specter. Why should a dead man need an identity?" Hinata replied dismissively. Neji inhaled deeply and took a step back, his weakened state suggesting he would collapse at any moment. "What have you done to Hinata? Even now, you fret over your useless sister. This time, I will restore her reputation and secure her position as the clan heir. The price, of course, will be your life, dear cousin." A nefarious smile played on Hinata's lips as she advanced, step by step. Meanwhile, two spectators in the front row exchanged glances, smirking at the unfolding drama. It seems Neji has met his doom. Indeed, he must have accessed the scrolls. Soon, we shall revel in his downfall. They relished in their triumph, oblivious to the true potential of the Hyuga heir. As Hinata drew near, Neji could sense her increasingly heavy breaths, an indication that she was gathering chakra for a decisive blow. "Fear not. I shan't end your life here, merely inflict a wound that will silence you and hinder your movements." With a soft laugh, Hinata closed the distance, her shoulders trembling with anticipation. Neji, ready to embrace the inevitable, shut his eyes tight. Senjutsu Chakra 39, Senjutsu Chakra 44, Senjutsu Chakra 20. From the onset, Neji had refrained from utilizing chakra. His astonishment. He discovered that by engaging in pure combat, he could continuously open his chakra points to absorb natural energy. This energy transformed into Senjutsu Chakra, and due to his lineage, Neji's conversion rate was extraordinarily high, significantly enhancing his resistance to the suppression of his chakra points. What should have taken hours to recover from transpired in mere minutes. Neji felt his chakra circulate anew. Byakugan. Neji opened his eyes, instantly springing into action. "How is this possible?" Hinata gasped, utterly unprepared for Neji's resurgence. Gentle fist. As two individuals simultaneously unleashed their palms, the force of their strikes intertwined in the air. The sound of friction echoed in the atmosphere, conjuring a series of subtle whirlwinds. Neji managed to withstand the onslaught, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, causing the tides of battle to turn, leaving the audience in awe. All eyes were drawn to the scene, initially believing it to be a stalemate, only to witness Neji stepping forth at the critical moment. Hinata's movements appeared remarkably seasoned. The one impersonating her must be an elite, at least at the Jonin level in taijutsu. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The opponent moved with astonishing speed, while Neji had only just returned from being restricted, rendering him unable to match the velocity. 2 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Every strike, accompanied by the chakra of the gentle fist, surged into Neji's body, swift, precise, and fierce. Neji inwardly marveled at the solid foundation of this adversary's skills. "Now, it's my turn, isn't it?" With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Neji positioned himself in the air. "What? How is this possible? How could you withstand it?" Hinata could hardly believe it. Neji had effortlessly resisted her chakra point technique, and scathed. "Are you truly the person I've been contemplating? I shall ascertain that shortly." Neji's lips curled into a confident smile, his face radiating absolute self-assurance. "You, thunder, 8 trigrams, 64 palms." As Neji made his move, lightning-like chakra began to resonate between his palm and within his opponent, circulating rapidly. Chapter 68, Counterattack. The techniques prove ineffective. The genin of Konohagakure truly possesses formidable strength. From the highest observation platform, the Kazekage's eyes gleamed with the light of the released 8 trigrams chakra, as if enraptured. Meanwhile, Hizashi chuckled lightly. "Kazekage, you flatter us. This year, it seems the genin from your village are indeed more impressive. Just 3 genin have successfully advanced 2 of their ranks. Although, it was rather surprising that one lost to Neji. Indeed, the other was rather disappointing. However, it is undeniable that Hinata's Neji is exceedingly powerful. Once again, His opponent clearly possessed at least nin level prowess, yet he managed to suppress them. Upon hearing this, the Hokage fell silent. Both men held their thoughts, fully aware of Neji's true capabilities, yet both wished to conceal them. 2 Palms. For Palms, the counterattack commenced. As Neji unleashed his strikes, the lightning chakra within Hinata surged forth. Oh, so it is you. In that case, you are certainly not merely controlling Hinata's body, but rather employing some form of tenacious transformation technique. Neji's speed was remarkable, and his mind remained clear. What does this mean? 8 Palms. 16 Palms. Oh, Hinata's cries, now echoing in Neji's ears, had no bearing on him. You have been holding back all this time, fearing that my body belonged to Hinata Hyuga, haven't you? The adversary, now frenzied, shouted with a voice that had long ceased to resemble Hinata's. Heh, you have crossed swords with me twice. Do you still believe you can gain an advantage here? Neji smirked, swiftly executing a series of strikes, pivoting as he did so. 32 Palms. Dozens of chakra strikes surged into Hinata's body simultaneously. Damn it. Once, twice, thrice. Why are you so strong? 64 Palms. Neji sensed that his opponent had entered a heightened state and delivered a merciless blow that sent them flying. They tumbled several meters before crashing violently to the ground. Neji furrowed his brow. Under the clarity of his sage body's 33 pure Byakugan, the chakra's flow within the adversary became all the more distinct. The red chakra within began to manifest its effects, swiftly healing external wounds, while Hinata's transformation technique showed no signs of conclusion. What on earth is this bizarre ability? Neji pondered, troubled. He had been unable to decipher this power in their previous encounters, leaving him perplexed. It resembled the healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, yet this individual was not relying on physical prowess but rather a sensation of chakra crawling within. Damn it. The individual struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Neji. Why are you so strong? What secrets are recorded in the scrolls? Neji narrowed his eyes as the chakra within the opponent began to swell ominously. It seemed something terrifying was silently burgeoning. Who are you? Neji lowered his voice, swiftly advancing. No one else must learn of their connection. Until he ensured their safety, Neji could not allow anyone to uncover the intersection of their fates. This chakra. Even when fighting Jiraiya, he had never encountered such a potent essence. Its intensity was extraordinary. Gentle fist. Neji executed rapid strikes, delivering several chakra points. Subsequently, the chakra within the adversary began to dissipate gradually, yet they remained lucid. You are mine now. Neji's hand was firmly grasped by Hinata, her grip tight. At last. I've caught you. Ha. From behind, an unexpected shadow clone surged toward Neji, aiming to strike him from behind. You're finished. This technique will render you immobile. Hinata leapt back, brimming with confidence, and began forming seals. Neji, however, remained attentive, coldly snorting. He swiftly formed his own seals. Witnessing Neji's movements, the opponent's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Why? Why is it ineffective? Why has it yielded no results? Wind release. Double gale palm. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 rapid gusts of wind converged, hurtling toward Hinata at terrifying speed. She was sent flying, her clothing torn asunder, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. With the battle concluded, Neji exhaled. Having expended half of his chakra, he needed to rest. The main event today was not centered on her. It was time for her to lie low. Neji nonchalantly turned away, disregarding the unconscious Hinata. The victor is Hyuga Neji. Orochimaru, with a shuriken clenched in his mouth, furrowed his brow, pondering the devilish maneuvers he had just witnessed. However, as the referee, his focus lay elsewhere. Moreover, nearly every Chunin present had their own special tasks. As Neji departed with poise, personnel approached to carry away the injured Hinata. All eyes were riveted on Neji's retreating figure. Speechless, only Inuzuka Kiba erupted in outrage from the audience. Neji, you bastard. Hinata is your cousin. How could you be so ruthless? Yuhi Kurenai, slightly moved, hastily descended to tend to the injured Hinata. Yet, Neji did not look back. Such a level of transformation technique would likely be imperceptible even to them. If they did discern it, this battle would merely be a personal vendetta between Neji and that individual. For the opponent, such a dark corner would undoubtedly be a secret worth concealing, aligning perfectly with Neji's intentions. Matters within the clan should be resolved privately after this calamity has passed. For now, Neji sought to acquire the ancestral scrolls. At this moment, scattered applause arose beside Hizashi. The Kazekage stood, shaking his head in admiration. Truly marvelous. Hyuga Neji's taijutsu is nothing short of perfection. He has become even more formidable since the last time I witnessed him. Hizashi raised an eyebrow. Kazekage, you have seen Neji before. The Kazekage paused. contemplating for a few moments before chuckling. The last time Neji battled against Arsuna's Gaara, I secretly observed that I apologize for concealing this from Lord Hokage. Haha. No worries, Kazekage. Your appreciation indicates that Konoha has not disappointed you. After spending a month here, you should be well acquainted with our village, correct? Hizashi's words left the Kazekage momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Maki observed Gaara, who was restless beside him, feeling a hint of trepidation. Gaara, calm down. The nearby Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances. Both somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, Gaara's eyes widened, his face contorting into a ferocious expression. Hyuga Neji is undoubtedly the rival I have longed for. Gaara. Maki placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder, infusing him with wind chakra. Ah. Gaara clutched his forehead, seemingly in agony, his face etched with bitterness. Enough, teacher Maki. Temari interjected urgently, prompting Maki to withdraw his hand, allowing Gaara to regain a semblance of composure. Yet, he continued to mutter, Hyuga Neji, and so. The next duel commenced. Uchiha Sasuke versus Temari. Below, Noera Genma shouted. In a flash, Uchiha Sasuke leaped forward like a bolt of lightning, his gaze sharp and fierce. Hey, it's your turn, Temari, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Exclaimed Kankuro. Temari nodded, her expression grave. I will do my utmost to buy enough time until the reinforcements arrive. Chapter 69. Good news, the fruits of hellish training. Please. Uchiha Sasuke and Temari stepped forward. Genma extended his hand, parting the arena, signaling the two to come closer. On the left stood Uchiha Sasuke, while on the right was the Sand Ninja, Temari. Both appeared sharp-eyed, already itching for a fight. Begin, as the match commenced. Neither side wasted a moment with idle chatter. Sasuke surged forward, while Temari swiftly retreated. Sasuke's movements were rapid, quickly closing the gap to Temari, who, at close range, hurled Shuriken. Sasuke countered with kunai, deflecting them, but in mid-air, a smoke bomb detonated. Boom. Cough, cough. Within the fog, Sasuke sensed no chakra. What kind of poison is this? He wondered. 1 star. Temari had already found her position and swept through the smoke. The fog dissipated instantly, and Sasuke was blown away. 2 stars. Sharingan. Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan, immediately discerning the differential wind speeds and chakra densities around him, effortlessly dodging all attacks. Wow, has he already located all the blind spots? Temari smirked, tossing several shuriken into the air, then vigorously wielding her large iron fan. 3 stars. The iron fan opened to its fullest extent, summoning a violent gust. 5 shuriken were caught in the whirlwind, speeding toward Sasuke, who, with the clarity of his Sharingan, could perceive the trajectory and direction of every attack. Such a level of assault is trivial to me. As he evaded, he charged toward Temari, but in the next moment, he sensed something and dodged to the side. Bang, 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 bang. 4 rapid explosions ignited the arena. Gasps erupted from the audience. What is that? Wasn't that a dart? What's happening? Is it a transformation technique? Using a transformation technique on ninja tools, those are explosive tags. Humph. Temari grinned confidently, the corners of her mouth curling. Thick smoke billowed, and several explosive tags had turned the arena into a muddy chaos. Yet, moments later, a figure darted through the smoke, as swift as lightning. Whoosh. Observing from the sidelines, Neji was taken aback. Truly, a gifted ninja. Combined with the Uchiha's physique and Sharingan, could match his own speed. Temari, caught off guard, was already kicked into the air by Sasuke. 1 kick, 2 kicks. Temari soared, her iron fan slipping from her grasp, while Sasuke ascended, positioning himself behind her. Lion's barrage. As Temari was slammed to the ground, Sasuke executed a stunning follow-up kick. In a critical moment, Temari extended her arm, blocking the final assault. Just as she landed, she sought to counterattack when a bolt of lightning struck directly before her. Huh, what is that? Is it Raikiri? Is it the copy ninja Kakashi's Raikiri? It was indeed Raikiri. Her face flickered with light as she swallowed hard, filled with dread. Sasuke smirked, asserting, Chidori can come 3 more times. Do you wish to continue? Temari remained silent, gazing in astonishment at this exceptionally formidable prodigy. The victor, Uchiha Sasuke. Next match, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Please, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, come to the arena to prepare for battle. On both sides stood 2 beautiful girls with commendable figures. Ino, especially, with her light golden hair, attracted the gaze of many men. However, it also invited skepticism. With such beauty, what business does she have as a ninja? Just a pretty face. I think the girl opposite her is far better. She must have put in considerable effort to look that good. Facing such scrutiny upon entering the arena, both sides felt somewhat uncomfortable. The battle commenced. As the match began, Sakura appeared somewhat anxious. However, for reasons unknown, Naruto was absent today, shifting the pressure onto Sasuke. The usually aloof Uchiha surprisingly offered his support. "Hey, Sakura." Huh. Both Sakura and Ino were taken aback. Not expecting Sasuke to speak, after a brief hesitation, he declared, "Win this match." "Yes," Sakura immediately responded, then erupted into a euphoric state. "Sasuke is cheering for me." "Ino pig." "Fool, fool." Sakura gleefully made faces at Ino, who frowned, appearing troubled. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Neji took a deep breath and spoke up. "Ino, let them see the fruits of our training." His words captured the audience's attention. No one knew of the bond between Neji and Ino, and the mention of training results further piqued everyone's anticipation. Given Neji's previous performance, many were curious to see what Ino could deliver. As Neji spoke, Shikamaru and Choji could no longer sit idle. "Go for it, Ino. You've leveled up." "Hey, Ino, you're not the same as before." Hearing these encouraging words, Ino felt warmth wash over her. "Yes." She quickly formed hand seals and charged at Sakura. In the arena. Although the two female ninjas were deemed the least powerful overall, the intensity of their clash rivaled that of the previous matches. Despite merely engaging in a physical contest, both Sakura and Ino astonished the audience with their chakra control techniques and utilization of ninja tools. "Oh, it can be done like this. That blonde girl's taijutsu is actually so impressive." The crowd buzzed with excitement. The victor, Yamanaka Ino. Ultimately, Ino triumphed in taijutsu. Sakura, her chakra nearly depleted, found her speed and strength overshadowed by Ino. Finally, Sakura lay on the ground, struggling to ask, "When did your taijutsu become so strong?" Ino chuckled, sticking her tongue out at Sakura. "I want to tell you, silly Sakura." He. Then, she glanced at Neji on the stage, who was smiling, his youthful visage warm and charming. Next match. Yamanaka Shino versus Nara Shikamaru. This round would be a battle of wits. Shikamaru's advantage lay in his superior strategic skills and tactical arrangements. While Shino excelled in controlling the battlefield, Shino gradually nullified Shikamaru's advantages, yet the clash between these two long-range ninjas, though fascinating, lacked fervor. Finally, as the battle escalated, Shikamaru unexpectedly closed in, engaging Shino in a physical contest. Despite specialized training, Shino was outmaneuvered. Shikamaru's current movement skills could easily convince others he was a taijutsu expert. This must be the result of hellish training, Shikamaru thought, wiping his nose, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. "Oh ho ho, such rapid improvement in taijutsu." Nara Hazashi nodded and smiled, finding the inner conflict among the Konoha ninjas quite entertaining. Meanwhile, the Kazekage stifled a yawn, a tear forming at the corner of his eye. "How boring. I'm getting sleepy." The next match should be Naruto Uzumaki, yes, right? A ninja from the Uzumaki clan should provide some surprises. When the Kazekage mentioned the Uzumaki clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart jolted. Where was Naruto Uzumaki? The audience began to grow impatient with the prolonged wait. What is going on? Hiruzen wondered. At that moment, Rado suddenly leaped forward, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, the fifth match's contestant, Kankuro, is ready, but Naruto Uzumaki is nowhere to be found. We are about to disqualify him according to the rules." Chapter 70. Anticipation, a clash of talent and effort. As the sun began to set, Risshin wore a frown, initially hoping to take this opportunity to observe Naruto's progress. His heart sank momentarily, but given the circumstances, there was little he could do. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, he declared the cancellation of Naruto's eligibility to compete. After all, the opponent was a ninja from the Sand Village. Neglecting such matters would be unreasonable. However, at this juncture, the Kazekage intervened. No, how can we cancel? This is merely a selection event of a demonstrative nature. It is entirely normal for participants to leave temporarily due to pressing matters. Moreover, how many ninjas are present to witness the might of our Leaf Village ninjas? To cancel such an event would be quite unfortunate. Risshin narrowed his eyes slightly, while the Kazekage seemed to assert his dominance. Let us not revoke his qualifications. Our ninjas from the Sand Village also wish for a chance to shine. Perhaps we could postpone the competition and move directly to the next round. Personally, I am quite invested in the forthcoming matches. The Kazekage's words prompted Risshin to contemplate deeply. Let us proceed as the Kazekage suggests, Risshin stated. Indeed. Therefore, the next match is one that seems to sparkle in the Kazekage's eyes. It is the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Risshin, with his head held high, appeared to be greatly intrigued by this upcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, in the arena, Nara Shikamaru received the news. due to Uzumaki Naruto's failure to arrive on time. After discussions between the Hokage and the Kazekage, it was decided to grant a round of adjustments. If Naruto did not arrive by the end of the second round, his qualifications would be revoked. They would proceed directly to the second round. However, as it was Shikamaru who proposed this format, the majority of the audience expressed their discontent. What is this? A sudden change in rules? What a ridiculous competition! They exclaimed, "Isn't this unfair to the Sand Village? A late arrival should result in an immediate disqualification." The atmosphere became increasingly chaotic as spectators clamored to voice their grievances, though the final outcome would have little impact on them. This was their sole opportunity to assert their presence. The crowd's dissatisfaction rendered the scene quite awkward. Nevertheless, all the Jounin and ANB members were preoccupied with preparations for any potential developments, showing little regard for the emotions of the audience. Nara Shikamaru found himself in a quandary, but given the orders from above, he could not easily defy them. Thus, they proceeded directly to the second round, where the victors of the first 4 matches would face off against each other. At this juncture, the murmurs among the spectators intensified, with some even resorting to profanity. In such a noisy environment, no one could manage the chaos. The next match was Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Neji. Could it be that the Uchiha Sasuke from earlier is facing off against that Neji Hyuga? 2 prodigies, no less. Are you foolish? That Neji Hyuga is hardly a genius. He was merely a late bloomer who has only recently become formidable due to relentless training. So this is a clash between talent and hard work? How exhilarating. Need I say more? Uchiha Sasuke, the genius, will undoubtedly triumph. Talent cannot be surpassed by mere effort. Not necessarily. Neji possesses the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular powers, with insight that surpasses the Sharingan. In terms of taijutsu, Neji may hold the upper hand. In an instant, the names of the 2 genin were cast into the arena, igniting a fervor among the crowd. The mere mention of the Uchiha name was enough to excite everyone, let alone the renowned genius Sasuke and the illustrious Hyuga clan. Shikamaru exhaled, surprised that the names of mere genin could salvage the situation. Surely, even the esteemed Jounin and ANB would not possess such a significant influence. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji. The match begins. Both competitors stood ready, motionless as the competition commenced. A genius, truly enviable, Neji murmured as he stepped forward. While Sasuke remained still, Neji initiated the conversation with a calm smile. It is an honor to battle with a genius. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze drifted upwards towards the observation seats where the Hokage and Kazekage were stationed. Before I make my move, you would do well to contemplate the consequences. Should you reach a conclusion, surrendering early would not be a poor choice, Sasuke declared, preparing for battle, still somewhat perturbed by the earlier incident involving Ino and Sakura. Neji, however, appeared unfazed, ignoring Sasuke. This initial dismissal ignited a fire within Sasuke. Referee, may I proceed with my attack? Sasuke inquired once more. Shikamaru hesitated briefly before nodding. The match has commenced. In a flash, Sasuke surged forward, catching Neji off guard. In an instant, Neji leaped backward with remarkable speed. Sasuke was taken aback, not expecting his surprise attack to be so effortlessly countered. Charge forth, Uchiha Sasuke. Show them your prowess. The Uchiha clan is bound to win. That Neji is merely a late bloomer. The crowd's support fervently rallied behind Sasuke, their eyes fixated on Neji, eager to witness when this so-called late bloomer would be brought to his knees. This is the perfect opportunity to prove myself to the main house against the branch family, Neji mused internally. Sasuke launched another assault, aiming to unleash a series of taijutsu strikes. However, Neji was not one to allow such a victory easily. 8 trigrams. Heavenly spin. The chakra surged rapidly, captivating Sasuke's attention. Chidori. The transformed lightning chakra coalesced in Sasuke's palm, resembling 1,000 birds singing in unison as it surged toward Neji. The thunderous clash resonated as lightning struck against Neji's defensive technique, creating a skeletal silhouette from their chakra interaction, leaving Neji momentarily astonished. Halting his technique, he caught sight of Sasuke's fierce expression, his Sharingan eyes fixated on him. Neji revealed a satisfied smile, retreating once more. Still trying to escape, Sasuke frowned, producing a scroll to summon 2 wind Shuriken. He hurled them swiftly, but Neji activated his Byakugan just as he leaped. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, the Shuriken were rendered ineffective, and the concealed chakra threads within were easily detected by Neji. With a gentle touch, he altered their trajectory. The wind Shuriken was forcefully redirected, soaring upwards, aimed directly at the highest observation seats where the Hokage and Kazekage were situated. Whoosh! The sound of the Shuriken cutting through the air echoed, as Sasuke's Shuriken was severed, plummeting like a kite with severed strings. The Kazekage gaped in astonishment. This boy. Beside him, Risshin broke into a cold sweat. Silently pondering, Neji, are you prepared? I am ready for your move at any moment. Risshin's hand clenched into a fist within the sleeve of his cloak. Chapter 71. Curse Seal. The chakra from darkness. All eyes were riveted on the arena. This clash between the genius and the underdog, which many had anticipated to be a one-sided exhibition, had turned into an evenly matched spectacle filled with tension, leaving the audience in awe. The support for both competitors was now nearly equal, with at least 30% of the spectators beginning to favor Neji, believing he must have hidden remarkable techniques. Of course, many among them were simply envious of the Uchiha name, targeting Sasuke due to the notoriety of his clan. I should be on my way. I've seen the training results of 2 students from our class. Neji should have no chance, Asuma remarked to Kurenai, giving her a light pat on the shoulder. So eager, the opponent may not even act, Kurenai responded, somewhat surprised. Asuma chuckled, you do not understand the third Hokage. He would not mobilize forces unless the situation were dire. Given the extensive preparations undertaken today, he must undoubtedly feel that a significant event is imminent. Moreover, the intelligence we have gathered is fragmented. The old man has his own calculations. Indeed, with the son of the Hokage expressing such sentiments, Kai has little to counter. Additionally, the weather today is exceptionally tranquil, the oppressive heat rendering one drowsy. Ironically, this very comfort breeds a subtle anxiety within Kai. As Asuma has departed, it happens that Kakashi is also absent. With their absence, we must remain vigilant. Kurenai leaned closer, her demeanor alert. Kurenai. Kai furrowed his brow slightly. With one being a taijutsu ninja and the other a genjutsu specialist, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. What if the enemy? Kurenai chuckled lightly. Do not forget, we still have the third Hokage on our side. There is no need for excessive concern. Kai nodded, recognizing that he was merely voicing his apprehensions. After all, he still has his final line of defense. By the way, how is Hinata faring? Kai inquired. Hinata, I am not certain. Someone from the Hyuga clan took her away, claiming they possess specialized medical techniques for the injuries inflicted by the gentle fist. The Hyuga clan, at such a critical juncture, can they truly afford to be concerned for a mere genin? Kai expressed his skepticism. Kurenai frowned, analyzing the situation. Perhaps it is due to Hinata's status within the main family. However, the reconnaissance work has nearly been completed by the Hyuga. The intelligence department has already acquired almost all enemy movements. But what? It seems there is one enemy whose location remains elusive. They move swiftly. Yet they should not be far from here. Are the Byakugan unable to detect them? No. It is that the opponent's body technique is exceedingly peculiar. It is said that their physical structure is bizarre, with bones and veins unlike those of a normal person, making them nearly impossible to track. Such a person exists, Might Guy exclaimed, feeling compelled to maintain his composure in anticipation of unforeseen developments. Boom, boom, the ground bore witness to the chaotic aftermath. Sasuke gasped for breath, rising once more. His gaze was laced with fury, while Neji maintained a composed visage, his thoughts inscrutable. I never expected you to be this formidable. Sasuke clenched his right wrist with his left hand, having unleashed 2 successive Chidori attacks that failed to inflict even a scratch on Neji. Observing Sasuke, Neji anticipated another Chidori attempt. Defending against that technique is quite troublesome. If it consumes too much chakra, the subsequent battle may become difficult to manage. Neji chose not to respond, opting instead to seize the initiative. With a swift motion, he advanced, prompting Sasuke to hastily accelerate his own movements. Chidori. Neji was already upon him, prepared for a close-quarters confrontation, drawing the attention of all present. The movements of the 2 genin were executed with remarkable speed, leaving the audience anxious that a mere blink would cause them to miss the thrilling intricacies of the duel. 8 trigrams, one-hit body. Neji unleashed chakra at point-blank range, his immense strength forcibly repelling Sasuke. Is he intending to withstand with taijutsu? Sasuke frowned as his Sharingan swiftly identified a gap. As expected of the Sharingan. Taijutsu cannot corner you, Neji mused, seemingly unfazed. Sasuke pressed forward, launching his Chidori. Wind release, Gale Palm. Neji, now in close proximity, unleashed a wind technique. The moment the colossal whirlwind made contact with the lightning, the tempest merged instantaneously with the Chidori, dissipating the lightning in an instant. What? Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Lightning can be countered by wind, Neji declared, striking Sasuke away. As Sasuke soared through the air, Neji capitalized on the opportunity, leaping into action. Lion's combo, a commendable idea, Neji thought, appearing behind Sasuke with a technique akin to the Lion's combo. The audience gasped in amazement. Could it be that Neji Spyokugen also possesses the capability to replicate ninjutsu, or is Neji a gifted ninja who learns at a glance? Meanwhile, suspended in midair, Sasuke gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend why, as a prodigy, he found himself cornered by a laggard. The stark emotional contrast ignited a surge of power within Sasuke. His body burned with intensity, causing Neji to pause as he noticed the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck igniting, rapidly spreading across his back and throughout his entire being. Sasuke grunted through clenched teeth. In Neji Spyokugen, he observed Sasuke's chakra slowly morphing into a dark hue, strikingly reminiscent of Senjutsu chakra. Yet, unlike Senjutsu chakra, which is evenly split between black and white and appears remarkably pure, Sasuke's chakra exhibited a predominance of black, exuding an ominous aura. "Ah!" Sasuke shouted, executing a direct turn in midair, his eyes transforming into a monstrous gaze. Thud! He delivered a punch to Neji, who raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying a considerable distance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke, gradually morphing into the shape of a dragon, massive and swift. Neji, having labored to rise from the ground, gritted his teeth. "I cannot use wind release within the Byakugan's field of vision." He clearly discerned that the cursed mark seemed to amplify Sasuke's ninjutsu, enhancing its destructive power significantly. Should he merge wind release with fire release, the consequences would be catastrophic. This will have to suffice. Neji produced a small scroll, the character for water inscribed within the central circle of the technique. This was a high-level water release ninjutsu scroll. He then retrieved another scroll bearing the character for seal, which was a basic sealing technique scroll. Today's events must not allow Sasuke to freely unleash the cursed mark within him. That would simply create a more favorable battlefield for Orochimaru. Water release. Water severing wave. A torrent of water surged forth, countering the great fireball, while a dense mist swiftly enveloped the area, utilizing the thick fog as cover. Neji rapidly approached, delivering a lightning-infused gentle fist strike that brought Sasuke to the ground. Sealing technique. Evil sealing method. Neji unfurled the scroll, the technique depicted as though it had come to life, leaping into Sasuke's body to ensnare the cursed mark entirely, causing Sasuke to grimace in agony. "What have you done?" Neji, however, paid no heed to the now inert Sasuke, rising to gaze upward at a certain point. The technique of the heavenly concealment. "Neji, you." Hate frowned, visibly astonished. "Truly remarkable, Hyuga Neji. You can even contend with this. At that moment, the wind shadow, disguised as Orochimaru, felt a secret astonishment within, realizing that this Hyuga Neji harbored untold secrets. Yet shortly thereafter, wind release. Gale palm. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Enhanced by wind release. The massive force surged forth, swiftly striking the wind shadow amidst the cover of the dense fog. What in the world is this? The audience gasped in astonishment. The wind shadow was swept away by the wind technique. To stabilize himself, his shadowy cloak was blown away, and his hat fell, revealing a horrifying visage that wore a chilling smile. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bomb. Bang! Bang! 2 Earth Dragon Bombs were launched, and Orochimaru evaded. As the battle of the shadow-level combatants commenced, all eyes were drawn to Orochimaru's face, causing widespread panic among the spectators. Many were still unable to comprehend the situation, mistakenly believing it to be merely an accident caused by the lower-ranked ninjas in the ongoing match. It is indeed you, Orochimaru. As the smoke dissipated, both combatants leaped onto the rooftops, Hate shedding his outer garments to reveal his pre-prepared battle attire. So that is how it is. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he beheld Hate's form. "Since you have long been aware, why engage in battle? Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Orochimaru revealed a terrifying grin, his eyes dark and foreboding. In contrast, Hate chuckled lightly, addressing the crowd. "The invaders aim to destroy Konoha. I will never allow them to succeed. Everyone must ensure their own safety." Upon noticing that the other party was ignoring him, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that he had somewhat miscalculated in this battle. A fleeting glance revealed that the unsuspecting Maki had already begun to take action. Well, it no longer mattered. "Old man, do not rush, for this time you shall witness something truly fascinating." A rigid and sinister smile once again graced Orochimaru's face. As Hinata was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a feather drifting down before him. The entire assembly witnessed the feather as well. More and more feathers appeared, filling everyone's vision, and soon the feathers were nearly ubiquitous throughout the venue. In a corner of the spectator area, a ninja clad in a black cloak was forming hand seals. Jinjutsu. Nirvana Sanctum technique. Ordinary people fell into a deep slumber, and even the lower-ranked ninjas were affected, on the verge of succumbing. Even those of Chunin rank and above were somewhat influenced. Suddenly, a kunai flashed by. Ino Yamanaka swiftly slashed from behind, severing the fabric around the neck of the cloaked figure, causing their hat to tumble down. Kabuto, Ino Yamanaka gazed at the ninja before her, unable to believe her own eyes, having participated in so many Chunin exams. Kabuto was quite familiar with Ino, and he grinned wickedly. It seems I've been discovered, but it matters not. This time, Konoha is doomed, he chuckled. He hurled a chakra-infused surgical knife, but Ino managed to cover her kunai with her own chakra, deflecting the attack. However, Kabuto had already retreated swiftly, his figure vanishing. Just as Ino prepared to pursue, something seemed to dawn on her, and she turned back. With a series of intricate hand seals, Ino furrowed her brows and rushed back. Release. In an instant, the feathers vanished. Huh? What is happening? Is there an enemy? Run. Help. What is this? Why? At this moment, several ambushed ninjas from the Sound and Sand villages burst into the scene, while Konoha's Umbu were actively engaged in combat against them. Ino shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. The Umbu and Jonin here will ensure your safety. Please refrain from engaging in battle." Her shout brought some semblance of order to the previously chaotic scene. Fortunately, there were enough Umbu dispatched by Konoha to maintain control for the time being. Meanwhile, within the arena, what is going on? Sasuke, struggling to rise, cast a glance at Neji. On the other side, several figures rushed in, and both Neji and Sasuke turned to defend themselves. Heavenly Spin. Temari's Iron Fan and Kankuro's Puppet were repelled by Neji's technique, causing the two to retreat to the side. Landing were Maki, Gaara, and the two previously mentioned. Don't you understand? The village is under attack. Those sand ninjas are the enemies, Neji stated coldly. Sasuke, however, was not shocked by the village's predicament. What astonished him was that Neji's two attacks on the Kazekage were not mere mistakes. Rather, Neji had been aware of the invasion plan all along, fighting him with that knowledge in mind. Sasuke's heart was struck with a profound realization. So, our enemies are these four. Is this real combat? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his expression turning serious. No. Neji inhaled deeply. The goal is to stop Gaara. Why? Sasuke inquired. Puzzled, Maki, however, expressed surprise. You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? At that moment, in the viewing area above, all was tranquil. Several rushing sound ninjas were quickly dispatched by Abiki and Anko, while the daimyo behind them complained. This is so noisy. What kind of performance is this? Why is it so chaotic? What? We are under attack. Are the ninjas just idly standing around? Anko replied, the enemy is from Sunagakure. They must be coordinating from within. It is very dangerous. Abiki interjected. Don't listen to her nonsense. Rest assured, daimyos, we will protect this place. You are quite safe. Anko shot Abiki a glare. Clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the entire venue. After several rounds of confrontation, Sasuke and Neji found themselves evenly matched against their opponents. Both were fatigued from battle, while even Temari had rested for a while, and Kankuro had yet to make a move. Excellent, Gaara, here we are, realizing our Sand Ninja's plan. Maki clapped Gaara on the shoulder, who did not resist. Upon seeing Neji, he felt a surge of excitement. Hyuga Neji, the day has finally come. Didn't you say you would defeat me? Come and witness true power. Gaara began to slowly form hand seals. Stop him, Neji declared, swiftly launching an attack. However, a figure descended, striking Neji back with force. It was Maki. Seeing Gaara forming seals, Sasuke activated Chidori and rushed in. Scythe Gale. Temari unleashed a powerful whirlwind, dispelling Sasuke's attack. Another wind technique. Sasuke frowned, as he was not particularly adept at countering wind-style ninjutsu. Hypnotic technique. Gaara completed his hand seals. Revealing a chilling smile, gradually he began to succumb to slumber. This seems rather troublesome, Neji thought, his brow furrowed. In his Byakugan, he could see Gaara's chakra thickening within him, radiating a terrifying aura. Boom. A massive fog enveloped the entire venue. Nearly 1,000 people were terrified, huddling together, even drawing the attention of the Hokage above. Then, amidst the dust, a colossal roar erupted. Roar. This resounding noise was almost like a devil dragging everyone into hell, utterly terrifying. What in the world is this? What is happening? As the dust settled, everyone beheld a gigantic creature in the arena. Its body was the color of sand, covered in mysterious runes, resembling a portly raccoon, yet its roar was deafening, and its movements were incredibly swift. Above all, the overwhelming chakra it emanated was fearsome. Is this a tailed beast? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left agape in astonishment. No, I must stop this creature. He thought resolutely. He immediately began forming hand seals, summoning technique. Whoosh! Several thick snakeheads surged forth, and Hiruzen swiftly evaded, the technique failing to take effect. Orochimaru revealed a sinister grin. Let the children below have their fun. I am very much looking forward to our encounter. Sensei Sarutobi. No, not the third Hokage. In his eyes, there was no longer respect for his former mentor, only a condescending pity for the now-aged third Hokage. Chapter 73. Rescue. Familiar hand techniques. What is this? In the arena. Protecting the villagers, Ino Yamanaka gazed at the colossal entity, her expression troubled. This is bad. Kakashi and Asuma are both absent. At that moment, several others engaged in battle approached her. Sakura, what on earth is happening? Sensei Ino. Ino, that enormous creature, Sasuke and Neji are still in the arena. Shikamaru. Has it escalated to real combat so quickly? Ino replied to them. Do not overexert yourselves. Your priority is to care for the villagers. Protecting non-combatants is of utmost importance. Ino furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth as she watched the gigantic beast wreaking havoc. Memories of 12 years prior flooded her mind, recalling the demon that rampaged through Konoha. Back then, they had become Chunin and Jonin, yet they were not allowed to engage the tailed beast, resulting in the deaths of many elder ninjas. Now, they found themselves in a similar scenario. She would give her all to protect this village. Boom boom boom. Ahahaha. I am finally free. A sharp voice resounded throughout the venue. Released, it was filled with a sense of injustice, the first instinct being to wreak havoc. With a single slap, the ground trembled. Maki and Neji swiftly retreated, for with such a behemoth present, ordinary ninjutsu and physical techniques were rendered ineffective. Even the air swirled with the winds generated by the Shikaku's movements, raising clouds of dust. Finally, Shikaku turned its attention to the surrounding crowd. It seemed to fixate on the people, extending its palm. It aimed to strike the crowd, but Hiruzen was firmly restrained by Orochimaru, and Ino, watching in horror, widened her eyes, utterly helpless. Boom! With a swift strike of his palm, the crowd of hundreds below recoiled in terror, utterly defenseless. Great leaf, great whirlwind. A figure soared upward, swiftly kicking away the descending hand. Yet, it merely shifted slightly. Proving insufficient. Secret technique. Insect wall technique. At the command, a multitude of insects surged forth, converging to block the palm and redirect it. Just in time, Teacher Kai's crucial kick made a significant difference. Oil girl Shurnai maintained her hand seals. A bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The crowd gasped, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. Kai cast a glance at Shurnai, instructing, Shurnai, safeguard the non-combatants. The will of the Leaf Village has always been unified. It is to protect the will of the fire, symbolized by you. It seemed that Shikaku realized that his palm had been thwarted by a mere child, and he began to lose his composure. Damn it! You wretched humans still regard me as a pet? I shall make you pay. Shikaku entered a frenzied state, tilting his head back and opening his terrifying maw wide. What is he planning? Kurenai was astonished. She could sense the vast chakra rapidly coalescing. At this moment, Neji, with his Byakugan activated, sensed the impending danger. Sasuke Uchiha, confront those two from Sunagakure. I must stop Gaara. Understood. After Neji's command, Sasuke activated his Chidori, intercepting Temari and Kankuro's assault. Before they could advance, a figure blocked their path. Maki smirked. A mere genin thinks he can obstruct Gaara. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, uncertain of what Shikaku's next move would be. Time was of the essence. Someone had to intervene. Should he forcibly activate Sage Mode to eliminate Maki? Neji hesitated. You are my opponent. A figure emerged, startling Neji. It was Noara Hanjin, who had jumped down beside him. Maki gritted his teeth as Hanjin addressed Neji. Neji, you've proven to be an exceptional Chunin. Hurry and stop the enemy. I'll handle this one. Neji swiftly dodged, closing in on Gaara. There was no time to waste. Every second counted. Zzz, the air crackled with dangerous chakra, becoming almost palpable. Shikaku, with his mouth agape, began to condense a sphere of chakra in the air, which grew increasingly large, expanding to a diameter of 10 meters. Then, it rapidly shrank, compressing at an astonishing speed. Woo! Shikaku devoured the sphere whole. This did not bode well. Kurenai furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Kai clenched his fists, filled with uncertainty. Is it my turn to step in? He muttered. Maki, meanwhile, chuckled lightly, addressing Hanjin. Give it up. This venue has already been lost. Neji. Redbean noticed a figure climbing towards Shikaku. Above Shikaku's head lay the sleeping Gaara. Neji's target was crystal clear. It's too late. Maki chuckled softly. All eyes in the arena converged once more on this scene. Shikaku had consumed the tailed beast ball, and the violent chakra was palpable. Even ordinary individuals could sense its unparalleled destructive power. As the surrounding air seemed to collapse into a singularity, but the tailed beast ball was about to be released, and Neji was still at least 20 meters away from Gaara. He leaped, closing the distance to Shikaku's head, but there were still nearly 10 meters to cover. The tailed beast ball was on the verge of firing, threatening to obliterate everything in the vicinity. Yet, at this distance, Neji leaped into the air, a smirk forming on his lips. "That I've finally caught up," he murmured. Without waiting to close the gap, he raised his palm mid-air. Gaara's hypnotic sleep technique is far from simple. Kankuro chuckled. Temari's gaze was piercing. Long-range ninjutsu lacks the destructive force to break the technique. Even if you awaken Gaara, the jutsu within him won't be easily disrupted. Neji unleashed a gentle fist technique in the air. "Huh, gentle fist. What good will that do? It's over, everyone run." Neji ignored the panic, executing another strike. 8 palms, 16 palms. This is the lightning. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each strike lacked overwhelming power, yet they precisely targeted Gaara 10 meters away. And the chakra in the air surged rapidly, resembling lightning. Red Bean stared wide-eyed at Neji. Zzz. Lightning chakra flooded into Gaara's body, and in the next moment, a miracle occurred. Shikaku seemed to be restrained. The tail beast ball that was about to be unleashed suddenly fell silent. Its body immobilized, as if paralyzed. What was happening? My body. Shikaku ground his teeth, unable to move. "Ah!" The slumbering Gaara cried out, as if a surge of lightning chakra coursed through him, awakening him entirely, despite the distance. It was as though a multitude of explosives awaited a mere spark to ignite them, ready to erupt in a blaze of fury. Gaara was jolted into a state of paralysis, and with a thunderous crash, Shikaku vanished. Gaara tumbled to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, murmuring, "Was this chakra already buried that night?" Upon witnessing this scene, Red Bean's eyes widened. She thought to herself, "This lightning-infused technique is strikingly similar to that mysterious Umbu boy I encountered in the forest. The one who relentlessly pursued Orochimaru." Chapter 74. Barrier. For purple flames formation. Huh. Orochimaru watched, eyes alight with curiosity and desire. Hyuga Neji is truly an intriguing candidate. Meanwhile, not far from him, Hisashi clenched his fists, prepared for battle. He was concerned about the situation below, yet Orochimaru's leisurely demeanor kept him from acting. However, Hisashi remained calm, having arranged for everyone to counter the invasion. Keeping Orochimaru occupied was the greatest assistance he could provide. Once Neji resolved this matter and landed, he cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Gaara before departing. That he leaped into the crowd, ascending higher. The sound of kunai clashing echoed as Kankuro evaded Maki's strikes. Windblade, the razor-sharp blade swept through like a whirlwind. Hanjin narrowly dodged, but his garments had already been torn in several places. What a close call, he thought, realizing this adversary was connected to the death of Ship. Maki seized the moment, addressing his companions. "Temari, Kankuro, take Gaara and retreat." "Understood." Temari complied, while Kankuro assisted the injured Gaara. Hanjin called out, "Sasuke, pursue them. We cannot allow Gaara to unleash the jutsu." "Got it." Sasuke took off in pursuit. Just as Maki intended to intervene, he was blocked by a figure bearing burn scars. "Hanjin, I'm here to assist you. Be careful." Rado. As soon as Rado landed, he was met by a wind blade and, with a misstep, was struck. Ugh. Rado was sent flying, his clothing ripped apart. Yet, he struggled to rise. So, this is the chakra transformation of wind release, a formidable foe indeed. Rado, though battered, stood firm. "Oh, this is getting interesting," Maki remarked, surprised. Hanjin cautioned, "Don't underestimate him. He's likely the reason for the wounds on Ship's body." Rado paused, recalling the name of the fallen wind. So, this is a revenge battle for Ship. The two steeled themselves for combat. While Maki sneered, "Come at me together. I won't hesitate to take down a few more rats from the Leaf Village." Hisashi and Orochimaru were at a stalemate when a youthful figure sprang forth. "Neji," Hisashi exclaimed. "Wind release. Palm wind wave." Neji completed his seals and struck mid-air, unleashing a whirlwind. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed seals, unleashing an even broader gust of wind, confident in his advantage. Impressive taijutsu. "But can you defeat me in ninjutsu?" Orochimaru exuded an air of confidence, as the gusts of wind from his significant breakthrough nearly dispersed the palm winds entirely. However, after the sun had set, Neji smirked, forming hand seals once more. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Just as he completed the seals, both Orochimaru and Hisashi were taken aback. They could scarcely believe that Neji could wield such a technique. Boom! Several fireballs soared forth, intensified by the wind, striking Orochimaru directly. Yet, almost immediately, Orochimaru's form morphed into mud, collapsing to the ground. In another location, resembling a decaying corpse. He slowly began to reassemble, his body stitching itself together like a soft-bodied creature. Young one, how is it that you can still employ Jiraiya's jutsu? My curiosity about you is growing. Humph. Hisashi interrupted Orochimaru, stating, you must have meticulously planned this during Jiraiya's absence, haven't you? Orochimaru merely shrugged, replying, no, I simply wish to test a jutsu with you. A technique that only you can truly experience. Even Jiraiya's qualification seemed insufficient. As he spoke, an icy smile crept across his face. Hisashi could feel the chilling aura emanating from Orochimaru. A coldness that transcended mere chakra. Rooted deeply in his dark psyche and cruel methods, such a mentality is something that few geniuses could ever master, forged through countless experiences of killing. No matter how formidable Neji might be, Hisashi could never allow him to confront an opponent like Orochimaru. Neji, stand aside. His opponent is none other than me. Hokage-sama, I can assist you. Neji was unwilling to miss this opportunity for real combat. He had long yearned to experience the true strength of a shadow-level ninja. You brat. Heh. Orochimaru glared, extending his hand to unleash a venomous snake. Crash, a fireball struck the serpent back, unmatched in both force and speed. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan and advanced forward. At that moment, several figures leapt in, blocking Neji's path. He retreated a few steps, realizing that the four individuals wore the headbands of the Sound Ninja, each exuding an intimidating presence. As he stepped back, he sensed that the dark chakra he felt from Sasuke was also present within these four, even more potent and perilous. Zoku, Jirubo, Doyu, and Katumaru, you four must allow me and Hokage-sama to enjoy the upcoming battle. Hokage-sama. Just then, a team of Umbu arrived. The four assailants, sensing the grim situation, quickly leapt away to the corners of the tiled roof, each taking their position. A smirk curled on Orochimaru's lips, his gaze malevolent. Meanwhile, Hisashi acted swiftly, forming seals aimed at Neji's position. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Neji was startled and immediately retreated. Ninjutsu. For purple flames formation, enormous barriers emerged at the corners. Surrounding the interior, Neji was pushed out by Hisashi's maneuver. Who instructed him, go do what you must. I shall handle things here. Subsequently, the Umbu found themselves unable to breach the barrier. One Umbu attempting to break in was scorched by the purple flames. Igniting in flames, the four adversaries had crafted an almost impenetrable barrier for themselves. Neji stared blankly at the scene, although he had come merely to enhance his own strength through real combat. Witnessing Hisashi fearlessly push him aside in such dire circumstances moved him deeply. Regardless of the darkness within Konoha's upper echelons, was this the true will of fire? Neji felt it profoundly. However, protecting the village could not rely solely on such pure will. True strength was also essential. Indeed, I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Neji leapt down, departing the battlefield. There were not only troublesome foes here, but an even more troublesome enemy elsewhere that required resolution. Meanwhile, at Naruto's residence, gurgle, he rushed from the restroom, his face pale. Had he known, he would have abstained from those foods. Today was a crucial day for the competition, and he had been suffering from diarrhea. In the living room, Kakashi held his forehead, exclaiming, it's not a big deal. There will be another competition. After saying this, his demeanor turned serious. Thankfully, Naruto was unharmed. He hoped that the venue remained peaceful. No. Regardless, I must go to the venue. I have learned an incredible jutsu from Jiraiya-sensei. I must teach that sand ninja puppet master a lesson, Naruto clamored, following Kakashi out of the door. As they stepped outside, both paused in shock. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the direction of the venue, indicating considerable commotion. Chapter 75. Fierce Rivals. The Azure Beast of Konoha. Oh no. Kakashi gasped, stepping back, clenching his fist tightly. Naruto, something has happened at the venue. He glanced back at Naruto, noticing a surprising maturity in his expression. What could this mean? It turned out that Naruto was merely startled by the scene before him. Kakashi explained, Naruto, listen carefully. I have received an S-rank mission. The village will be under attack today, and our task is to remain hidden, providing support when the conflict erupts, thus safeguarding the village. Kakashi tried to maintain a calm demeanor, not wanting to affect Naruto's emotions. What do you mean? Naruto stammered, unable to believe his ears. Naruto, your status is unique. You are a genin with a certain combat capability, but being on the battlefield is too perilous. Previously, when facing Zabuza and Haku, that was merely a small skirmish. True warfare is far more dangerous. Therefore, as your instructor, I am assigning you a task. A task? What kind of task? Having gathered his thoughts, Naruto accepted the reality that Konoha was indeed under attack. I must rush to the venue to support the main battlefield. You need not worry about the outside. The village has dispatched combat personnel for protection. You are to find Irika-sensei in the village's back mountains and help him evacuate non-combat personnel. Naruto, understood. Naruto nodded, though his expression betrayed contemplation. Act now. The two descended from the residence together, Kakashi hastening toward the venue while Naruto turned toward the back mountains. Naruto, ensure your safety. Do not engage in battle. Kakashi, while aware that the internal enemy was present at the venue, and that external enemies were being intercepted by the Jounin in the woods, still harbored deep concern for Naruto. After all, he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and if the enemy were to exploit him, it would spell disaster. Got it. After parting ways with Kakashi, Naruto advanced swiftly toward his designated direction. Not long into his journey, however, he slowed his pace. Finally, he came to a complete stop. At the direction, Naruto glanced toward the venue, his eyes brimming with a thirst for battle. Having recently learned the summoning jutsu from Jiraiya, he was eager to find a place to demonstrate his newfound skill. However, the venue was too conspicuous, with most of the Umbu and Jounin present, likely rendering his involvement unnecessary. Protecting non-combat personnel felt far too trivial. What was genuinely needed was outside. Naruto directed his gaze toward the entrance of Konoha. Where the woods lay, that was where the true guardians of Konoha resided. Having resolved his direction, Naruto wasted no time in heading outside the village, moving with swift determination at that moment. The venue for the Chunin selection exam had descended into utter chaos. The emergence of One Tail had alerted everyone to the danger present. Thankfully, Neji intervened, thwarting Gaara's technique, thus saving the venue. Consequently, the villagers began to evacuate under the protection of the Jounin and Umbu. But a relentless wave of sound ninja emerged, seemingly having lain in wait, wreaking havoc in the venue. The accusations from the Jounin and some Chunin became increasingly vehement. Genjutsu, tree-binding death, in front of Yuhi Kurenai. A figure foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Impressive, truly deserving of admiration, Teacher Hong, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was assisting Hong in eliminating foes, while Sakura and Ino were diligently safeguarding the villagers' safety. In such a perilous moment, even the combat prowess of the genin was fully utilized. Fortunately, these sound shinobi were merely irregular forces gathered by Orochimaru, their overall strength falling short of even that of the genin. In the very center of the arena, in stark contrast to the trivial scuffles in the audience, the tempest raged on. Windblade. The air was filled with the menacing wind blades, swirling chaotically, capable of slicing through the very air itself. Cursed be it, Raito landed, clutching his injured left arm, clearly wounded at that moment. Jinken also descended, his face marked with several scars, his expression grave. Maki, on the other hand, scoffed derisively. It was evident that the two of them were at a disadvantage against a single opponent. Is this the caliber of Konoha's Jounin? How utterly dull. Maki extended his hand, beginning to gather wind affine chakra. His ability to alter his form was vastly superior to that of the two Jounin before him. Maki was renowned throughout the Sand Village. Moreover, being several years their senior, his experience in executing missions far surpassed theirs, placing their combat experience in entirely different leagues. Raito and Jinken exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. How were they to overcome such a formidable adversary? Raito thought, this is Konoha Village. The Gale must surely be defeated here, even in death. We must eliminate him. Jinken unsheathed the kunai from his mouth. Prepared to fight to the bitter end, Raito nodded, forming hand signs. Very well, then, I shall send you both to the afterlife. Maki smirked, entirely dismissive of their postures. Wait, a voice rang out, and a figure leaped forth. Maki frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance at this newcomer. He was a figure of high esteem among the Sand Shinobi, and having faced the two elite Jounin before him, he naturally looked down upon Konoha's ninjas. Standing before them was Might Guy. You two, step back. Your opponent is me. Understood. The two, recognizing Might Guy, promptly retreated. Jinken, having been a comrade of Guy in their youth, was well aware of his capabilities. Who are you? Remember my name, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. After declaring this, Guy leaped into action, while Maki swiftly summoned his wind chakra. Wind rope? A whirlwind formed in the air, resembling a rope, binding Guy's wrists and ankles. Realizing he was suspended and unable to move, Guy felt the weight of the situation. Maki laughed. It seems you are not so impressive after all. You Konoha Jounin are truly lacking, not even measuring up to the boy I encountered that night. However, amidst Maki's taunts, Guy became serious. If that is the case, Then 8 gates release, open gate, rest gate, and life gate activate. With a rapid succession of openings, his speed surged, and his strength amplified, disassembling the winds around him. Whoosh, like the speed of sound. Guy leaped before Maki, delivering a powerful kick to Maki's chin. Ugh, Maki was struck, propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the figure emanating a faint blue glow before him. Realizing he had encountered a true challenge, meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro were fleeing with Gaara, a shadow in pursuit. You take Gaara and run. I will confront that brat, Temari declared, and Kankuro nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Kankuro led Gaara away. Temari landed, and Sasuke followed closely behind. Yo, kid, Sasuke frowned, adopting a battle-ready stance. That moment, another figure joined the fray. Sasuke, you are a lightning-style ninja, and he wields wind techniques. You are perfectly countered by her. Allow me to assist you. I will catch up and support you shortly. Both Sasuke and Temari were taken aback, seeing a boy clad in white, his eyes equally pale. After much contemplation, Sasuke nodded. Then leave it to you, Neji. Sasuke withdrew. And Temari, unwilling to relent, brandished her fan. Scythe Gale, a massive whirlwind surged after Sasuke, yet an even stronger gust swept away Temari's hurricane, neutralizing any offensive. Neji displayed hand signs, chakra swirling intensely around his palm. Chapter 76, Fire Style, Temari's Fatal Weakness. The venue for the Chunin exam had descended into chaos that on the battleground above, Hayashi had engaged Orochimaru in combat. The clash of Hokage-level fighters was nothing short of magnificent. Now, let me show you what unfolds. Summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru conjured 3 coffins, a sight most terrifying. It seems the third cannot emerge, but that is of little concern. Hayashi took a few steps back, holding his staff in astonishment. This is a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage. What on earth are you attempting to summon? They are all your old acquaintances. Oh, third Hokage. The coffins thudded to the ground, raising a cloud of dust as 2 lifeless bodies emerged, their eyes devoid of any vitality. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The third's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the battlefield below continued in disarray. Outside the venue, in a corner, Kabuto glanced back with a smirk. That I certainly won't linger in this place. Having been discovered as a spy by Konoha, my mission is complete. Whether Orochimaru's plan succeeds or fails, there is no need for me to take risks here. If the plan goes smoothly, I would gain little benefit. However, if fortune does not favor me and I am discovered here, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Although Kabuto's head had been torn, he still intended to make a quiet exit while the coast was clear. Just then, a figure stood before him. Kabuto Yakushi. Your identity as a spy has spread throughout Konoha's intelligence division. You must have conducted quite a few investigations these past few days, huh? Hey. Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning. Wielding Raikiri, Kabuto broke into a cold sweat, taking a step back. That I never expected that there would be a prominent figure like you. AJ Nin, lurking here while the arena was in chaos. Kabuto gritted his teeth, regretting encountering Kakashi. A most unfortunate turn of events. Kakashi, however, remained expressionless, his deadpan gaze fixed on Kabuto. You are one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Although you are merely a genin in Konoha, your performance in the Forest of Death was on par with the Chunin. I cannot underestimate you, Kakashi stated, removing his mask to reveal his Sharingan. Then, it seems this battle is unavoidable. Kabuto drew his scalpel, his eyes gleaming with determination, ready for a fight to the death. On the other side, just outside of Konoha's village walls, Temari and Neji faced off. Wasn't your plan to have Gaara wreak havoc within Konoha? What does it matter if we are outside the village to recuperate? Neji smirked knowingly, feigning ignorance. Temari gritted her teeth, recalling how Neji's unexpected intervention thwarted Gaara's earlier success. Now, Neji's feigned ignorance was merely a tease from the Sand Ninja. Temari retorted, do not get too cocky. Once Gaara achieves his tailed beast transformation, Konoha will surely suffer a devastating blow. Furthermore, this time it is not only the sand but also the sound. Though they are a small nation, their strength is formidable. Neji, however, only smiled coldly, remaining silent. What are you laughing at? Temari assumed a defensive posture, aware that Neji had bested Gaara and uncertain of what techniques he might employ to attack. No, I merely find the Sand Ninjas laughable. A ninja village that requires genin to charge into battle dares to invade Konoha. Konoha is not so easily subdued. As soon as Neji finished speaking, he disappeared from sight. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief as she took a step back. Gone, she murmured. And the next moment, she sensed a surge of unusual chakra beside her, turning swiftly to strike with her fan. Quick to react, Neji crouched behind her, a smirk on his lips, and struck. 8 trigrams, empty palm, 3 stars. In an instant, at such close range, Tamari opened her fan to its fullest, engaging at point-blank range. The power of the empty palm is not to be underestimated. Two forces collide in the air with searing intensity, generating a formidable shockwave. The explosive impact propels Ningxi backward, while Shoju, who has fallen into a perilous situation, seizes the moment to leap away and evade harm. Humph, so naive. In midair, Shoju smirks, seemingly reveling in her success. The 3 stars are not merely the final form. 6 stars, Shoju fully unfurls her iron fan, a newfound confidence illuminating her face, with 2 swift motions on either side. Colossal whirlwinds intertwine, prompting Ningxi to squint, recognizing the principle behind her dual palm wind technique. Truly, she is a ninja adept in wind release. Although he may disdain Shoju's strength, her mastery of wind release does not disappoint him. Quite an impressive notion indeed, Ningxi praises, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, fireball jutsu. What? Shoju's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what she is witnessing. Why? Why are you still able to use fire release? The fireballs dart through the air, and Ningxi forms seals once more. Since you have used it twice, I shall do the same for fairness. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Another 3 projectiles. In total, 6 fireballs collide. Erupting like molten lava from a volcanic explosion, hurtling toward Shoju without a path of retreat. The whirlwind passes through the flames, sending the scorching heat skyward. The fire blazes in the absence of combustible material, transforming the air into a sea of flames. As Shoju lands, she gazes dumbfounded at the immense inferno above her, resembling a fiery sunset poised to consume the earth. Summoning technique, Dance of the Severing Blade. Shoju hastily forms hand seals, conjuring a massive white weasel wielding a sickle, charging boldly into the sea of flames. A tremendous gust of wind swirls around her. Yet, the flames are overwhelming, and the fireballs, amplified by Shoju's wind release, envelop her like an expansive technique. The sickle-bearing white weasel, propelled by an even stronger wind, carves a path through the inferno, the intensity of the gusts escalating. Haha, I've found a gap. Shoju chuckles softly. Although the chakra consumption of the Dance of the Severing Blade is considerable and she feels fatigued, she has nonetheless found an opportunity. As the white weasel's summoning dissipates, Shoju prepares to escape. However, the remnants of that path are soon besieged by swirling gusts of wind, the flames around them roiling in response. At this moment, it resembles a fiery whirlwind. The flames dance atop each other, spiraling chaotically. Standing at the center of the inferno, Shoju finds herself with no avenue for escape. Is this the end? She closes her eyes, gritting her teeth. Gaara, are you truly battling such a person? If you lose, do not blame yourself. Truly, it is not your fault. This Leaf Village Chunin is extraordinarily formidable. The flames advance with increasing speed, lunging toward Shoju like a deadly claw. She murmurs. This person seeks to eliminate me without even employing his most proficient palm technique. To perish here would leave me with no regrets. Regrettably, I have yet to experience love, lacking the romantic encounters of a young girl. Yet, in the next moment, a handsome visage materializes beside her. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to die? This guy? Ningxi's voice carries an edge of impatience. He merely intended to test the strength of Shoju's wind release with his fire release, but did not expect her to be so obstinate. Shoju's eyes widen in shock, speechless as Ningxi forms seals. Byakugan. Instantly, a chakra formation envelopes the two of them, swiftly engulfing the surrounding flames, devouring them. Chapter 77. A miscalculation. Leave Gaara to me. 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. The flames are consumed by the chakra of heavenly spin. Although the scale of the chakra is significantly smaller than that of the flames, its concentration is on an entirely different level. The entire sea of fire is eradicated, leaving nothing in its wake. As heavenly spin concludes, Shoju stands frozen, surveying the desolation around her. Charred grass and bare trees, the evidence of the inferno's passage. Were it not for these remnants, she would scarcely believe that such a sea of flames had truly existed. In an instant, it was resolved by a single heavenly spin. Shoju gazes at Ningxi in astonishment, marveling at his extraordinary true strength and the fact that he had intervened to save her. Moreover, she finds herself moved by his striking appearance. Such a handsome, powerful youth causes her cheeks to flush, her heart opening slightly. Sigh, I dislike striking women. Ningxi observes Shoju's reddened face and sighs, taking a few steps back. After all, this woman merely appears somewhat bashful. should she truly seek an opportunity to strike. He might find himself in a precarious situation, hence his caution. Do not pursue me any longer. I can see with these eyes that your chakra from the previous technique has been depleted. Nevertheless, you are quite impressive. I did not anticipate your summoning technique to be so formidable. Ningxi strokes his chin, nodding leisurely. Wind release can indeed be utilized alongside summoning techniques. I've learned something remarkable. Ningxi muses, chuckling as he retreats. Regardless, the decisions made by the higher-ups of the Sand Village have no bearing on you children. I will not take your lives. But remember this, the conspiracies of the Sand and Sound Villages will inevitably fail. With that, Ningxi casts a piercing glare at Shoju. Panic seizes her, her legs weaken, and she collapses to the ground. Whoosh, Ningxi departs, activating his Byakugan to track the already fleeing Gaara. Shoju lies on the ground. Murmuring to herself, has it all ended? Only for him to finally activate his most adept ocular technique. She sighs, gritting her teeth. The disparity is insurmountable. Would release. Birth of the World of Trees. In the midst of the four purple flames formation, a highly anticipated battle unfolds as the reanimated first Hokage unleashes his signature would release technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. Coughs blood, water release. Water blade vortex. A continuous stream of water release is unleashed into the air, resembling blades. Though shapeless, it is incredibly lethal. Splurt. The Monkey King stands in front, nearly exhausting all his chakra to withstand this assault. Sarutobi, pull yourself together. You cannot fall here, the Monkey King implores, and Hiruzen struggles to rise, gasping for breath. It seems I have grown old. Orochimaru, you have finally awaited the day of my decline to wreak havoc upon the village. Orochimaru smirks, tilting his head as he replies, you cannot blame aging. Rather, you should lament your failure to cultivate exceptional ninjas. I am indifferent. But what of the children? Do you have confidence in their victory? Let me inform you that Gaara of the Sand is a controllable Jinchuriki of the One Tail, the village's secret weapon. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's tone drips with arrogance. Sarutobi bows his head in silence, at a loss for words. What to do? Even if he were to intervene, in his current state, how could he contend with the One Tail? Moreover, the entire village has been dispatched to protect non-combatants and support the border. Only a handful of Chunin are pursuing Gaara. How could Hiruzen have overlooked this detail? He never anticipated that the enemy would employ the One Tail within the village to coordinate their efforts. It cannot be blamed on Ningxi for failing to uncover this information. Such knowledge is already a considerable aid for a Chunin. Meanwhile, Ningxi is on his way. He smiles gently, murmuring, Third Hokage, I sincerely apologize for deliberately withholding information about Gaara. It was to ensure that you would leave Gaara to me. Confidence fills Ningxi's gaze. Rest assured, I shall personally capture Gaara. Ahead, signs of battle are evident. Chidori. Lightning crackles, the sound of the puppet's joints creaking ominously. Fizz, 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 the toxins disperse, ensnaring Sasuke within. Ha ha ha, this is all of the poison. There is no escape for you. Wind release. Palm wind wave. Chakra undergoes transformation. The wind unleashed from a single palm alters its form in midair, splitting and stabilizing Sasuke, beginning to spread outward, like an invisible hand. It pushes all toxins away, leaving a safe zone around Sasuke. What is this? As he witnesses this divine phenomenon, Sasuke stares in astonishment. After being cautious of the poison, the other puppet techniques should be manageable for close combat. This guy is quite weak. Tell me the direction in which Gaara fled. With a mere glance, Ningxi discerned that it was Kanjuro who had compelled Gaara to depart alone, all the while deliberately stalling Sasuke. Which way to go? Following the direction indicated by Sasuke, Ningxi swiftly took his leave. Kanjuro watched Ningxi effortlessly unravel his ninjutsu and depart with a nonchalant air after belittling him. His mood plummeted to an all-time low. This guy. However, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Ningxi was the only person in his memory who had ever triumphed over Gaara. Hey, kid, Ningxi defeated Gaara last time, and this time, he is even injured. Sasuke felt a surge of confidence at this revelation, as the balance of power between the two shifted after Kanjuro's venomous remarks. Yet Kanjuro sneered, impossible, ha ha ha, a match is not the same as a real battle. Gaara is currently in a highly unstable state, that Ningxi may very well lose his life. As Kanjuro spoke, a terrifying smile spread across his face. What is happening? Sasuke furrowed his brows and inquired. Kanjuro erupted into laughter. Ha ha, you will soon witness the monster residing within Gaara. That power is not Gaara's own. It is immensely formidable. Even a Jonin, or even the Hokage himself, might struggle to defeat that beast. Hyuga Ninsi is doomed. Kanjuro ground his teeth in anger. Sasuke, feeling a sense of urgency, declared, if that's the case, I must swiftly deal with you and see that formidable opponent. Sasuke's aspirations extended beyond mere victory. He yearned for greater power. The arm of the sound ninja was nearly shattered. Asuma, expressionless, lifted the ninja by the collar and tossed him aside, as effortlessly as one would dispose of old garments. Exhibiting a ruthless demeanor, the remaining sound ninjas gaped in disbelief at the shocking spectacle. What on earth was happening? Dozens of sound ninjas retreated, while on the ground, a multitude lay incapacitated. Asuma showed no signs of fatigue. Even though reinforcements continued to arrive, they had already succumbed to Asuma's overwhelming presence. Observing the distant rising smoke from the venue, Asuma extinguished the last remnants of his cigarette. Come, let us resolve this quickly. I must return to support the old man. The sound ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, paralyzed with indecision, none daring to approach and meet their demise. Then, a sound of footsteps echoed through the foliage. The chill ran down the spines of all the sound ninjas as they fell back. Allowing the figure to approach, Asuma sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, asking, "Oh, another arrival? Who is it this time?" The newcomer dragged a seemingly listless body, his expression devoid of emotion, garbed in attire reminiscent of Orochimaru's sound ninjas. Lifting his head as his long hair billowed, I am your opponent, Kagaya Kimimaro. Chapter 78, Sound Ninja, Kagaya Kimimaro. Kimimaro, I've never heard of you. Asuma smirked, having just dispatched another sound ninja. Feeling emboldened, he lunged forward with remarkable speed. Striking with his blade, the chakra blade rapidly extended to nearly 70 centimeters, resembling an elongated katana. Yet it was met with an unyielding force, an object so solid that even chakra could not penetrate it. Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the opponent appeared feeble, their movements were precise and unerring, launching an immediate assault aimed at Asuma's vital points. Whoosh! Asuma quickly retreated, temporarily escaping. To his surprise, he realized that the barrier he had encountered was a bone protruding from the opponent's wrist. The subsequent strike came from another wrist, a white bone effortlessly severing from flesh to become a weapon. It was utterly chilling. What manner of being is this? Using bones as weapons? Asuma swallowed hard. Suddenly recalling something. Prior to the exam, an intelligence officer from the Hyuga clan had mentioned a figure who was difficult to track. They had failed to ascertain his movements. Who are you? Which side do you belong to? A subordinate of Orochimaru, capable of evading the intelligence division's surveillance. Just this alone warranted Asuma's utmost caution. Regardless of the opponent's strength, it was clear they were not to be underestimated. Please allow me passage. I have urgent matters to attend to. Kimimaro stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. However, Asuma raised his hand. I care not who you are. This is the village hidden in the leaves. Contemplating an assault here is futile. You shall not pass me today, Asuma declared, unleashing chakra that surged forth, causing his chakra blade to extend once more. Wind style, chakra mode. The air swirled violently. Asuma's form became enveloped in a dense aura of chakra. Bone style, dance of the camellia. The speed was nearly imperceptible. What? Asuma frowned, retreating. Kimimaro swiftly produced two bone weapons from his arms, razor-sharp and deadly. They sliced towards Asuma, who found his chakra blade utterly ineffective against the bone. The wind-infused chakra attack lost all significance against the imposing bone. Who are you? A product of Orochimaru's experiments. Asuma felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, clearly struggling to grasp the capabilities of the individual before him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Asuma leaped back, creating distance as he expelled a torrent of ash. The ash dispersed into the air, detonating in a vast explosion of sparks and flames. Yet Kimimaro remained unscathed, his body expelling several bones that repelled the surrounding chakra. These bones melded seamlessly with chakra, indicating a transformation beyond the ordinary. Is this a bloodline limit? Asuma realized that his special abilities were limited, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with a bloodline limit under restricted intel. Given the circumstances, Asuma hurled his chakra blade with remarkable speed. Chakra blade, true one character, he followed up, his own speed trailing slightly behind that of the chakra blade, yet still nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In contrast, Kimimaro's movements appeared sluggish. Got it. As Asuma soared through the air at breakneck speed, he identified a gap in Kimimaro's defenses, the back. A competent Jonin must possess the essential skill of identifying and exploiting an opponent's weakness through numerous exchanges. Though uncertain, he had no time to waste. Asuma thought to himself that Kimamaro's bones had consistently emerged from his arms, indicating a vulnerability in his back that could be exploited. Asuma seized another chakra blade. While Kimamaro, having successfully blocked the initial feint, was taken aback by Asuma's true strike and was already too late to react. Asuma was poised to deliver a decisive blow. Kimamaro's lips curled into a smirk. His face still devoid of mirth, yet a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Bone style, dance of the pines. A sharp bone erupted forth, and Asuma felt himself nearly lose consciousness in an instant. The piercing bone shot from Kimamaro's back, impaling Asuma in the abdomen. Clenching his teeth, Asuma's face contorted in pain, his body frozen mid-air. Stab. Another bone pierced him. A third, a fourth, dozens of bones of varying sizes surged forth. Though they did not inflict catastrophic wounds, the first massive bone was sufficient to halt Asuma's chakra flow, impairing his ability to heal the critical injury. Ugh, Asuma gritted his teeth, unleashing a blade of wind. The tremendous force propelling him away, Kimamaro endured the impact head-on. Both combatants were left battered. Kimamaro collapsed to the ground, coughing twice. Struggling to rise, he discovered blood on his palm where he had pressed it. Yet he remained silent, his expression as cold as ever. Not far off, a lone figure approached, each step growing more resolute. Asuma, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and retrieved bandages from his equipment pouch. Beginning to tend to his wounds, there were still other sound ninjas lurking nearby. Even in a disadvantaged position, he could not afford to grant them a fatal opportunity. Otherwise, it would truly be the end. Asuma struggled to stand, retreating a few steps, teeth clenched, fists shaking with effort. Do not resist. I do not wish to kill you. I am here for other reasons. Asuma was taken aback, his hand trembling. Indeed, the adversary before him was peculiar. Lacking any intent to kill, his eyes were filled solely with a pure desire for battle, as if he were defending something precious, resembling a machine. There was no hatred, no desire, no malice. It dawned on Asuma why he had been so easily ensnared and wounded moments ago. The opponent bore no murderous intent. Though his movements were not swift, they were utterly silent. Those bones, piercing forth without any intent to kill, were nearly imperceptible, no matter how acute one's senses might be. A shadow approached, a red-haired youth. Was this the Sand Ninja? Asuma slowly spoke. Jumara cast a glance at Gaara and asked, "Are you here to stop me?" Gaara remained silent, seemingly unable to rein in the tumultuous desires within him. Observing Gaara's silence, Jumara leaped away at great speed. Ugh! Gaara frowned, his head throbbing. The internal anguish surged again, transforming into murderous intent. He did not wish to kill, yet Gaara began forming hand seals, his eyes bloodshot. Asuma felt the shift immediately, but the sands had already descended, those grains as hard as rock, all converging toward the wounded Asuma. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen clones emerged, absorbing all the damage through sheer numbers. Utilizing shadow clones to endure such an onslaught. Truly a bizarre tactic. In the distance, Neji, witnessing this unforeseen development, concealed his own presence. "You pand-eyed fool, what do you intend to do to our teacher, Asuma?" "I will never forgive you," Naruto shouted without restraint, entirely devoid of the composure expected of a ninja. The sight of his protected enemy seemed to provoke Gaara. The shadows of his childhood resurfaced, rendering him uncontrollable. His right hand transformed into the monstrous arm of a tailed beast, its sandy hue instilling fear, finally revealed that which had haunted him that night. Neji squinted, exhaling a breath. His expression was not one of fear, but of someone who had finally achieved what they desired. Chapter 79. Rampage. Summoning Technique. Dance of the Severing Blade. Now is the time to take that fellow down. The sound ninja seized the opportunity, launching a frenzied assault. Asuma's wounds had healed slightly, his fist clenched. "At last, I can exert my strength," he murmured. From the trees, from behind the foliage, dozens of sound ninjas sprang forth. And unwilling to be outdone, yet another wave emerged, swelling their numbers to over 100. "Naruto, be careful. Though they may be merely genin, their numbers are overwhelming, and they all possess ninja tools. We cannot afford to be careless." Under normal circumstances, Asuma would consider dispatching them a matter of time. But after clashing with someone of Junmaru's caliber, he lacked the stamina to continue. Moreover, Gaara had already partially transformed into his tailed beast form, the chakra radiating from him amplifying the pressure on Asuma, who was skilled in perception. At this juncture, assistance was desperately needed. "Naruto, I will handle that sand ninja brat. Leave these sound ninja to me. Rest assured, I shall come to your aid shortly, teacher Asuma." However, both Naruto and Asuma understood one undeniable truth. The odds of victory were almost non-existent for either of them. "Charge." The sound ninja rushed forward, the injured Asuma standing resolute like a warrior. Shadow clone technique. It's in your hands, Naruto. Though their objective was Asuma. Naruto's clone number 20, an impressive feat. Wind release, Gale Palm. Asuma advanced rapidly, completing the hand seals and unleashing a torrent of dark-hued dust from his mouth. With a whoosh, it surged toward Gaara. Yet this Gaara, now slowly sprouting a tail made of sand, bore a countenance that had grown fearsome. He charged directly toward Asuma. No evasion? Asuma frowned, initially intending to feign an attack before seeking an opportunity to dispel the opponent's state. Confronting the power of a tailed beast was not his intention, but the other party seemed utterly unfazed by such trifling ninjutsu, barreling forward without hesitation. Sand shield. The voice had transformed, low and gravelly, tinged with a sharp growl. There were no hand seals, no ninjutsu. It was a mere wave of the hand. From that monstrous arm, dozens of sand bullets shot forth, hurtling toward Asuma. Wind release. Emerald Gale. Asuma formed seals, utilizing the wind technique to deflect all the sand bullets. The scattering projectiles obscured his vision. In the moment of distraction, Asuma seized the opportunity to complete his seals. Fire release. Piled burning. The expelled dust ignited the scattered high-temperature ash, creating a series of explosions. Boom. One of Gaara's tails was obliterated, sand scattering everywhere. Boom. Bang. Bang. The cacophony of explosions rang out like thunder, far more soul-stirring than mere firecrackers. After a barrage of blasts, Gaara found himself in disarray, almost entirely stripped of his tailed beast form, his body scorched in several places, blood seeping from wounds. Blood. The sight awakened a furious Gaara, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dare to injure me. You dare to harm me. This was an unprecedented injury for Gaara, and Neji, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. The last time he had attacked, it had not been so severe. He had merely sought to prevent Gaara's rampage. Now it seemed unstoppable, yet it aligned with Neji's intentions. The armor of sand began to peel away, the gourd on his back releasing sand until nothing remained. Ultimately, his tail, arms, and even his head and legs were nearly fully transformed into that of a tailed beast, resembling a miniature beast. At this moment, Asuma, standing at a distance, sensed the tremendous chakra coalescing. A woo. The sound had transformed entirely into that of a tailed beast. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Thud. A colossal wind bullet, saturated with chakra, was unleashed. Asuma stood, hastily forming seals, yet just before the final seal, a piercing agony shot through his abdomen. Hiss. Instinctively, Asuma clutched his midsection, facing the incoming vacuum sphere. Die, die, die. Ha! The tailed beast bellowed, its eyes wide, the only part of its head that remained uncovered being the character for love atop Gaara's head. Wind release. Reversal. Zing. With a sound akin to a sonic boom. The vacuum sphere was drawn into a swirling vortex, merging into one, creating a colossal sandstorm. Whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sand shuriken launched forth, and Asuma beheld a figure, a youth shielding him. The earlier reversal technique had also been unleashed by him. Neji, what are you doing here? Neji offered no reply, merely forming seals with a serious demeanor. Summoning technique. Dance of the Severing Blade. Gaara, now in his tailed beast form, was taken aback, and Asuma was equally surprised. Neji could utilize summoning techniques. In the previous battle with Temari, Neji had replaced the fire release technique, consuming Temari's ninjutsu. Although proficiency would decrease slightly when switching techniques, repeated combat had honed Neji's skill with the fire release, allowing him to execute it adeptly even after a change. Bang! The white weasel seemed somewhat astonished to see Neji, yet this non-exclusive summoning beast would not be summoned in vain. Wielding its scythe, it unleashed a formidable wind technique. In an instant, the white weasel was taken aback. It glanced back at Neji, who unleashed a palm strike. Wind release. Palm gale. The wind technique, combined with the nature transformation of wind chakra, coupled with the weasel's harvesting scythe, created a crackling fissure that shot forth like lightning, expanding rapidly, centered around the path the white weasel had taken. The sand shuriken disintegrated into wisps of dust, vanishing without a trace. Undefeated. Not far away, Naruto, entangled with the sound ninja, witnessed this scene as one of his clones appeared beside a tree. Neji's ninjutsu was diverse and impressive, once a struggling underdog compared to himself. He had now evolved into a formidable ninja. Naruto recalled the hardships he had endured, the training he had undergone. A sense of awe filled him. Just how much training and suffering had this guy endured to reach such heights? With a resounding whoosh, the colossal scythe descended beside Gaara, the body of Shikaku being cleaved open once more. The piercing, frigid wind swirled around the diminutive Shikaku, akin to a multitude of daggers, darting about in frenzied abandon. The entirety of Shikaku's form was ensnared, rendered immobile. At last, Gaara's voice emerged, seemingly regaining a modicum of consciousness. Neji had already arrived, having struck Gaara's heart with a palm, seemingly unlocking some vital point of control. Neji squinted, as the terrifying chakra coalesced once more. Ah! Gaara's frantic cries echoed throughout the woodland at that moment. Naruto had finally dispatched all the sound ninja and was making his way over, dispelling the shadow clone technique. He shouted, "Asuma-sensei, I've dealt with the remaining sound ninja, and I'm here to assist you." Exhausted, he hurried towards them, only to be met with a look of despairing shock in his eyes. What is this? Before him, Gaara's body began to emit a torrent of sand, his entire being swelling as if on the verge of exploding. Subsequently, a colossal mass of sand enveloped his form, growing unchecked. Ultimately, it expanded further and further, until it reached a size that blotted out the sky. Everything below was shrouded in darkness. The trio gazed upwards, witnessing a monstrous entity towering over 20 meters high. Chapter 80. Shikaku, Tailed Beasts and Summoned Beasts. Is this what a tailed beast is? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Asuma's brow as he instinctively retreated. His first thought was that this creature could pose a grave threat to their lives with just a mere wave of its hand. Naruto, Neji, fall back. Upon hearing the order, Naruto obediently retreated, while Neji darted to the right, calculating the distance. Shikaku had fully revived this time. Gaara was entirely encased in sand, not in slumber, but completely unconscious. Or rather, he was forcibly controlled by Shikaku. Through Neji's Byakugan, he comprehended that their opponent was indeed a genuine tailed beast. To resolve this, they must conquer the beast before them. Bagua, empty palm. A wave of air surged forth, but to Shikaku, it was merely an itch. The impact nudged its head slightly to the left, before it turned to the right, spotting Neji moving slowly below, and no matter how swift Neji was, to the colossal beast, he appeared as nothing more than a frantic blur. Ha ha ha. What a delightful surprise to find prey upon my emergence. It must be you. Shikaku, like a madman, immediately went berserk, extending its massive claws towards Neji with wild abandon. Boom! Thud! The ground trembled. Naruto and Asuma, standing on the earth, swayed unsteadily. Even the branches they stood upon splintered from the tremors. Neji, amidst the barrage of attacks, fled in every direction, struggling to find a point of leverage. Facing this colossal beast for the very first time, the two enormous serpents from the forest of death paled in comparison to the laughter of this tailed beast, which was likely 5 times their size. Moreover, this size was not merely about physical dimensions. This was a tailed beast, with chakra and destructive power far beyond that of any summoned creature. Asuma continued to retreat, urging Naruto to distance himself further. Naruto, get back a little more. This place is too perilous. However, to his astonishment, Naruto did not heed his call this time. Naruto, he watched as Naruto charged forward, unwavering in his approach towards Shikaku. Naruto, what are you doing? Asuma, frantic, clutched his bleeding wounds, attempting to stop Naruto, yet immobilized by fear of the tailed beast's might and his own pain. Don't worry, Asuma-sensei, only I can hold this big guy back now. Naruto disregarded the dust swirling in the air, along with the impending hurricane akin to a sandstorm. Observing Neji being toyed with by Shikaku, he knew that one casual swipe could reshape the terrain. He would not allow Neji to bear the brunt of this monstrous force alone. As he sprinted, he had already begun forming hand seals. Albeit slowly, he completed them. Finally, he leapt onto a tree and then dove to the ground, slamming one hand down. Summoning technique. The contract in his hand manifested, and several mysterious figures rapidly flowed towards the earth. Boom! A massive silhouette emerged from the mist. Crash! It landed heavily, toppling Shikaku, the ground shaking as though an earthquake had struck. The summoned giant bore a sword on its back, and upon successfully summoning, Naruto swiftly leapt onto Gamabunta's back. Hey, Gamabunta, help me deal with this guy. What in the world is this? Isn't that Shikaku? Why am I fighting such a creature? After a moment of grievance, Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head as the two colossal beings clashed. You damned toad! How dare you ambush me? Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Whoosh! A massive sandstorm surged forward, far surpassing the half-tailed transformation, akin to a towering tsunami. The invisible force of the sandstorm surged forth with great speed. Asuma gazed in astonishment, his first reaction being that it was fortunate this battle took place in the wilderness. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. Seeing the immense sandstorm approach, Gamabunta stood his ground, letting out a grunt before beginning to form hand seals. Huh. Can toads also form hand seals? Of course. Once the seals were completed, Gamabunta opened his mouth and shouted. Water release. Iron water bullets. Boom. Boom. Two enormous, incredibly hard water bullets soared forth, colliding with the sand, scattering it like rain, pouring down in a torrential downpour. Neji and Asuma, positioned below, scrambled to evade, as it felt like two colossal deities were waging war above them, unleashing a deluge akin to a torrential rainstorm. Puffed. Puffed. Shikaku expelled an unfathomable quantity of sand into the air, charging towards Gamabunta. Hang on tight, kid, Gamabunta exclaimed, leaping into action, drawing his sword. With a single strike, Shikaku raised a hand to block it. You foul toad. You're quite confident, aren't you? Yet, at that moment, Shikaku's other hand reached out, clawing like a demon. Gamabunta grunted, breaking free from the binds, swinging his sword down with great force. Swish, the blade pierced Shikaku's hand. Did it work? Naruto shouted. Haha, you fell for it. Shikaku laughed heartily, as his injured arm swiftly healed, sand accumulating to cover the embedded sword. Gradually, the sand slithered from the sword, crawling up Gamabunta's body, binding him tightly. Gamabunta's entire arm was engulfed in sand, which was no ordinary sand. It slowly matched the color of Shikaku's body. Ultimately, even the sealing technique of Shikaku began to converge upon him. Gamabunta, why aren't you moving? Naruto inquired. Gamabunta's expression grew grave, his tone weighty. It's noisy, and I'm in peril. I completely forgot. I've heard of this creature, One-Tail Shikaku. Its chakra is magnetic and can utilize sealing techniques. Though Naruto did not comprehend the significance of magnetic chakra, he could sense its potency. Ha ha ha. You're doomed. Wind release, vacuum bullets, at point-blank range. But in that instant, a violent shockwave surged forth, unceremoniously piercing through Shikaku's seal. Gamabunta, freed, immediately withdrew, abandoning the sword and retreating. Pfft. The area where Shikaku unleashed the vacuum bullets lay in ruins. Were saved. Gamabunta gasped, lowering his head to see a young voice gathering the chakra. A leaf ninja. Is it? Thank you. Meanwhile, Shikaku glared down at Neji. You little brat. I will kill you. Seeing his sword lost, Gamabunta remarked, Naruto, you summoned me for such a challenging task on your first try. I must tell you. I am a summoned beast, and this creature is a tailed beast. We are not in the same weight class. I wouldn't be ashamed if I lost. From a distance, Asuma, clutching his wounds, murmured, tailed beasts and summoned beasts are ultimately not of the same caliber. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. He was momentarily taken aback, turning his head, and with a swift sound, a figure fell from the tree behind him, blood spraying everywhere. It was Neji, who had leapt to his rear, having dispatched the ninja who was about to ambush him with a kunai. Upon seeing this, Asuma exclaimed in astonishment, Is that a Chunin from the Sand Ninja village? We've found them. Just then, several shouts rang out, prompting Neji and Asuma to look up. From the outer edge, several squads of sand ninjas approached, among them even a Chunin. Chapter 81. Sage Art. The tailed beast bomb is repelled within the forest. Kankuro lay on the ground, his face contorted with difficulty. Subsequently, he lost consciousness, succumbing to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Sasuke took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to the distance. The colossal commotion and the ominous chakra were the result of two gigantic entities clashing. Even from such a distance, the air was thick with swirling dust. What on earth was happening? Closing his eyes, Sasuke activated his Sharingan once more, then hastened towards the battlefield. How could there be Chunin involved? Had the perimeter fallen? Asuma gritted his teeth, struggling to believe the situation. Yet Neji calmly analyzed, the Chunin and Chunin from the Sand Ninja village cannot be limited to just these few squads. Asuma paused, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it seems these squads are merely the vanguard. The sand forces must be seeking ways to breach our outer defenses. If they succeed, chaos will ensue within the village. I am here to prevent that from happening. What about other locations? Neji inquired. Asuma replied, the 10 Umbu squads directly under the Hokage have been dispatched to protect other areas. This grove is solely under my guard. I never anticipated encountering such formidable foes here. As he spoke, he gripped his abdomen, his brow furrowing in concern, then turned his gaze back to the two titanic figures. In any case, we must first deal with this adversary. If it becomes too perilous, we may have to retreat. I cannot allow you, lower-ranked ninjas, to continue charging into battle. With my injuries, I may not be able to ensure your safety if we persist. Asuma panted. He was not incapable of fighting. But as the only Chunin present, he served as the last line of defense. His remaining strength must be reserved for a critical moment to extract the two lower-ranked ninjas from danger. Hence his reluctance to engage recklessly. With a swift motion, another ninja fell victim to Neji's kunai, his expression resolute. Ding! In this live combat scenario, defeating a Chunin opponent granted 102 combat proficiency, 97 Byakugan proficiency. Asuma was momentarily stunned, realizing that the pressure he felt had been overwhelming, causing him to fail to react twice, with Neji saving him on both occasions. Thank you, Neji. Come on, Asuma-sensei, focus. Our situation is perilous. Neji took a deep breath, not expecting that their former master-disciple relationship would lead them into battle so swiftly. He no longer sought to conceal his true strength. It was essential to reserve his abilities for confronting the Shikaku that lay ahead. Hey, everyone, did you see that? That is the renowned Hyuga clan of Konoha, possessing the Byakugan. Kill him and claim the bounty of a bag of sand gold for bringing in ahead with the Byakugan. Charge, charge! The sand ninjas surged forward like a frenzied tide. The two prepared to face them. Asuma wielded his chakra-infused wind blade, while Neji adopted a stance with one hand poised for gentle fist and the other holding a kunai. One Chunin after another fell, and although the Sans Chunin displayed some skill, even in their combined efforts, Neji and the injured Asuma proved to be an unstoppable force. Neji, well done. Asuma gasped, praising him. Neji cast a glance at Asuma's wound. It was severe and perilously close to a fatal injury. It was no wonder Asuma's prowess had diminished significantly. They could not afford to delay any longer. We cannot.